The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Next time you go to the theater to see a new play, ask the person sitting next to you who wrote it. Chances are he won't know. Oh, he'll know who's starring in it. And probably he'll know what the critics had to say about it. But it will take a furtive glance at his program before he can tell you the name of the playwright. Yet, weeks, months, and even years earlier, there was a playwright. Patiently, stubbornly putting words on paper. As the old theatrical saying goes, if it ain't on the page, it ain't on the stage.
Nobody's going to believe this.
I know.
I don't believe it myself.
And neither do I.
But it happened, didn't it?
Our mystery drama, The Imposter, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars Don Scardino and Norman Rose. It is sponsored in part by X-Lax and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. A playwright loses hegemony over his work as soon as a producer buys his play. The producer hires actors, a director, a designer, a manager, and the playwright, who started the whole thing, becomes a pallid spectator to the feverish activity which begins both in the theater and in the producer's office. It is in just such an office that our story begins.
If you don't believe what I'm about to tell you, don't blame me. I have trouble believing it myself. I'm Ted Harris. I'm assistant to the incredibly successful Broadway producer, Norman Gelb. Years ago, when I first went to work for him, I was sitting in my office right next to Norman's when I heard his voice raised to an unaccustomed pitch.
It's impossible. It's absolutely impossible. Mrs. Mahaffey, it can't be done. We open tonight. Your play opens tonight. Mrs. Mahaffey, there isn't a printer in town who could do it. I'm telling you that... Now, come on in, Ted. Mrs. Mahaffey, you have written a great play. It's going to be a big hit. Don't you understand? No, I can't do this one little thing for you. Because it's impossible, and it's crazy.
What's up, Norman?
Oh, come on and sit down.
I take it that was Mrs. Mahaffey on the phone.
Our marvelous playwright, our genius, our pain in the neck.
What's it all about?
Ted, you are not going to believe this.
Mrs. Mahaffey acting up all of a sudden?
Acting up? She's lost her marbles.
She's such a nice lady.
Mrs. K. Mahaffey, whom we all adore and revere. Mrs. K. Mahaffey, who has written the best play any producer ever got his grubby hands on. The best play since
Norman, just tell me. What does the lady want?
Oh, Ted, you are not going to believe it.
What is it?
She wants her name taken off of the play.
She what?
I told you wouldn't believe it.
I don't.
Ted, there has never been a production like this. I don't mean just the script, though Lord knows that's a masterpiece. But I have hired the best people, the best actors, the best director, the best designer, because I love this play. It's in my blood. It's part of me. Do you know that every day since I read it, I have gone around thanking whatever star looks out for Norman Gelb that this play came into my office. And you know how it got here?
Through the mail.
No agent, no nothing. From a playwright nobody ever heard of. You know, I darn near didn't read it.
Yeah, you had me read it.
Huh? Oh, yeah, that's right. I did, didn't I? And you liked it.
I liked it a lot.
And then I read it and liked it even better than you did. Couldn't wait to get on the phone and buy it. You remember that?
I remember.
Naturally, Mrs. K. Mahaffey was very happy, very grateful. And who wouldn't be? Norman Gelb is not one of your schlock producers.
Ah, far from it.
When she came in, Ted, to sign the contracts, I thought, my, what a nice, reasonable lady. So normal, I thought. Very calm, very poised, very sweet, very nice. But I didn't take advantage of her.
Mm-mm.
Or the fact that this was her first time out. I gave her good terms because I knew that she had written a great play. Though I remember thinking at the time, how could such a great play come out of such a normal lady? Now it turns out she's not such a normal lady. You just never know about these things, do you?
Never.
You know that she's a translator at the United Nations. Did you know that?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, she translates from German into English. Been doing it ever since her husband died about 10 years ago. Never wrote a thing in her life. Not even an article, let alone a play. Imagine. The most intricate, the most exacting form of literary composition there is, and she writes one. A good one. Good. It's a great one.
Fantastic.
Ted, do you know what I have done for this little lady?
A lot.
No. This is something special. A surprise for tonight. I put her name up on the marquee. Ted, you know that's never been done for an unknown playwright. I want to show her how we believe in her play. I want her to come to the theater tonight and look up at the marquee and see her name spelled out in lights. I want to see her face when she sees it. And now she wants new programs printed up without her name.
Do you think it's first night nerves or what?
I don't know what. Good Lord, Ted, we go up in 4 hours. How can I get new programs printed up in 4 hours?
Oh, you can't.
Oh, Ted, she's hysterical. Do me a favor. Go up to her place and talk to her. Make her see it is impossible. Will you do that for me?
Oh, I don't know, Norman.
Please, Ted.
What'll I say?
You'll think of something.
I hope so.
Sure you will. She likes you. You'll think of something.
Oh, what name does she want you to put on the programs? Or do you just say by anonymous?
She wants me to substitute another name.
Any other name?
No. She was very specific about the name.
What was it?
Vervain. Martin Vervain.
All the way up to Mrs. Mahaffey's apartment building, I tried to think what I could possibly say to this nice, unassuming woman who had suddenly, seemingly, gone slightly mad. I didn't know her awfully well. Most of her contacts had been with Norman. But she and I had always gotten along. When I got to the apartment, I waited a moment and then pushed the button. It was at least a full minute before the door opened. And when it did, it wasn't Mrs. Mahaffey. It was a dumpy little woman I'd seen around the theater a few times.
Yes.
Is Mrs. Mahaffey in?
Oh, what? I'm afraid she isn't seeing anyone right now.
Oh, well, maybe she'd see me.
Mrs. Mahaffey's play is opening tonight on Broadway.
I know. I work for Mr. Gelb, the producer. I'm Ted Harris. Mr. Gelb asked me to come up here and talk to her.
Oh. Well, in that case, come on in. She might see you if it's about the play. I'm Dorothy Dillingham. I'm a friend of Kay's. Actually, Kay wrote the play at my house. I have a little place up in the Catskills.
Oh, is that so?
Oh, yes. Well, we're very close, Kay and I. Both being widows. My husband and hers died the same year, within a few months of each other.
I've done all I could. I can't do any more. They won't listen to me. Nobody will listen. Nobody understands. I've tried, but it's no use. No use.
That's Kay.
She sounds very upset.
She's been upset ever since the road tour.
Mr. Gelb says she wants her name taken off the program.
She does. She's quite determined.
But doesn't she know that that's impossible?
Well, if she does, it doesn't make any difference.
But we open tonight, Mrs. Dillingham. Less than 4 hours from now.
I know.
Mr. Gelb said she wanted another name substituted.
Martin Vervain.
You know about that?
Oh, yes.
Mrs. Dillingham, on the way over here, it occurred to me, does Mrs. Mahaffey think that a man's name would be better for some reason? Because if that's what she thinks, those days are past. It might have been true once. I guess it was. But these days, a woman's name is as good as a man's, maybe better.
I know.
Well, then why was she...
Have you done it?
Okay, dear.
Mrs. Mahaffey.
Have you done it? That's all I want to know, so that I can get some rest. Have you done it, Mr. Harris? Have you removed my name?
Mrs. Mahaffey, we open in less than 4 hours. You can't get new programs printed up in less than 4 hours. There isn't a printer in New York that could do that.
Well, have you tried?
There's no sense in trying. It can't be done.
Oh, what am I going to do?
Mrs. Mahaffey, you've written a wonderful play. You should be proud.
Oh, I'm ruined.
Mr. Gelb has such faith in your play. He's even had your name put up in lights.
Lights? Lights?
Well, yes, on the marquee. You know, over the entrance to the theater. It was supposed to be a surprise for you. It's a very unusual honor. He thought you'd be so happy.
Happy? I'll never be happy again. Oh, how can you do this to me?
Mrs. Dillingham.
Oh, I'm ruined for life.
Perhaps you'd better go, Mr. Harris.
If you need me, I'll be at the office.
Good. Because I think it's very likely I'm going to need you.
Well, I bombed out. That was obvious. I'd gone there to try and pacify an hysterical woman, and if anything, I'd made things worse. Well, what did Norman expect from me? A miracle?
I know you tried.
She kept yelling, I'm ruined. I'll kill myself.
She wouldn't do that, would she?
At this point, I'm not prepared to say what she'd do or wouldn't do. She's one crazy lady.
Well, crazy or not, the curtain goes up tonight, 8 o'clock sharp. Who's that, for Pete's sake?
You want me to find out?
I don't want to talk to anybody.
Mr. Harris.
Norm, it's Mrs. Dillingham.
Oh, is that Mr. Gelb?
Yes. How's Mrs. Mahaffey?
Not too good. That's why I had to talk to you. I think there's something you should know.
Come in, Mrs. Dillingham.
Mr. Gelb, I know Mrs. Mahaffey seems to be acting in a very peculiar manner.
You could say that. Yes, you could say that.
Wanting the name Martin Vervain put on the program.
It's crazy.
Not completely. Because, you see, Martin Vervain did write the play.
But you mean to stand there and tell me Mrs. Mahaffey did not write this play? She stole it?
No.
Plagiarized
No.
it? Then what did she do? Where did she get hold of it?
Oh, please.
Mrs. Dillingham, was Mr. Vervain a collaborator?
You could call him that.
Mr. Vervain and Mrs. Mahaffey worked on the play together.
Yes, that's it.
Oh, she never told me that. And now this Vervain wants to cut in on the royalties. He'll sue.
No, Mr. Gelb.
Well, he can sue Mrs. Mahaffey, not me. I acted in complete good faith. My hands are clean.
Mr. Vervain won't sue anybody, Mr. Gelb. Mr. Vervain's been dead for 50 years.
People tend to ask writers the oddest things and the tritest. Where do you get your ideas? Do you write every day or just when you feel like it? Do you use a typewriter or put it down in longhand? Do you write in the morning or the afternoon or at night? As though by learning the mechanics, anyone could write. If you've ever tried it, you already know that nothing could be further from the truth. We'll return shortly with Act Two. Norman Gelb, theatrical producer, and his assistant, Ted Harris, have been disturbed, to put it mildly, by the demands of their new and talented playwright, Kay Mahaffey, to remove her name from the programs and substitute the name of Martin Vervain. The demand seems pointless as well as impossible. The opening is to take place this very night. As our first act ended, Mrs. Mahaffey's friend, Dorothy Dillingham, stood in the office of Mr. Gelb, and we heard...
Was Mr. Vervain a collaborator? They worked on the play together?
You could say that, yes.
Oh, she never told me that. And now this Vervain wants to cut in on the royalties. He'll sue.
Well, he can sue Mrs. Mahaffey, not me. My hands are clean.
Mr. Vervain won't sue anybody, Mr. Gelb. Mr. Vervain's been dead for 50 years.
Norman and I just sat there, looking stupid.
I know this must sound strange to you.
Strange. You said strange.
It does sound a little strange.
It would to anybody who doesn't understand automatism.
Automatism?
Never heard of it.
Well, you see, in the field of parapsychology, in which I happen to be very well versed...
Mrs. Dillingham, why don't you start at the beginning and tell us how Mrs. Mahaffey got mixed up with Mr. Vervain, how they happened to get together and write this play.
Yeah, start at the beginning.
All right, I'll do that.
Please.
Well, Kay Mahaffey and I are very good, very old friends. We went to school together. Her husband died, and my husband died the same year. I took a little house up in the Catskills, and Kay went on living in New York because she got a job at the United Nations.
Translating, we know that.
Well, every Saturday almost, I'd come into New York, and we'd have lunch and go to a matinee. And this particular Saturday, over the luncheon table... You're not looking well, Kay, if you'll forgive my saying so.
Oh, I haven't been sleeping well, that's the truth.
Oh, my dear.
Well, it's living alone. Even after all these years, I can't get used to it.
William visits me every night. It's a great comfort.
Oh, Dorotha, please, don't get started on that spiritualist stuff again.
I know you don't believe in it.
It's fantasy. It's pure fantasy.
Call it anything you like. William does visit me.
Well, I simply can't go along with you on that. Although...
Yes? What are you thinking?
The oddest thing happened at the UN yesterday. I wasn't going to tell you about it. I wasn't going to tell anybody because it was so weird.
What? What was it?
Well, the man who does the French translating, he started to cough. And for a few seconds, he controlled it well enough, but then I could sense that it was getting the better of him, and I...
Yes, yes.
I jumped in and took over.
In French?
Yes.
But you can't speak French.
Oh, I told you it was weird. Of course, it was only for a sentence or two, but they told me later I was perfectly accurate, and my accent was quite good.
Kay, you have gifts. Believe me, I've always thought so, but I didn't want to discuss it with you because you've always been such a goat.
A what? A goat?
That's what we call the skeptics. Goats. Believers like me are called sheep.
Well, I think I'll stay with the goats.
But, my dear, your subconscious self has great power. Actually, everyone's has. Far greater power than the primary consciousness, the one we live with. Don't you see? When you jumped in for the French translator, your subconscious self took over. You hadn't been sleeping well. You told me so. You were over the border.
I was what?
Over the border. Your incarnate spirit was sufficiently over the border to receive, but still able to control its own supraliminal. You were able to receive from the French translator, but still able to say the words aloud.
Oh, Dorotha, I don't know. It sounds like gibberish.
Tell you what, after the matinee, come back with me to the Catskills. Stay overnight. You need the rest anyway, and we can talk some more. After the matinee, we drove up to my house together. I knew she was still very skeptical towards the whole thing, not to say hostile. So, on the way, I kept the conversation on very mundane subjects. Kay hardly said anything at all. I made her go and lie down while I fixed dinner. And after we'd finished eating, without any prompting from me, she said,
What you were saying at lunch about the power of the subconscious self.
Yes?
How do you get in touch with it, with the power?
Well, there are different ways. I use a Ouija board.
A Ouija board? I didn't know they still made those things.
Oh, my dear. Everyone who's into parapsychology knows about Ouija boards.
You have one?
Of course I have one. You want to see it?
I might look at it.
I'll get it. It's right here.
What you said at lunch about being over the border,
Yes?
I don't know if that's what I'm feeling right now. I have an idea it's just the mountain air.
How do you feel right now?
Sort of, disconnected.
Disassociated?
I don't know what that means.
It could be the beginning of a trance state.
It's very odd. You know, I'm not sure I like it.
Well, here's the Ouija board.
I think my mother had one of those.
It has the letters and numbers from 1 to 10, plus yes and no, and goodbye.
Oh, it's such a funny name, Ouija.
Well, it's a combination of the French and the German words for yes. Oui, French. Ja, German.
How strange.
Kay, I know what you're thinking. What happened yesterday at the UN, how you translated into French.
When I only know German.
Oh, let's start, shall we? Oh, this is all so exciting. Now, this little three-legged, heart-shaped thing is a planchette. We put our fingertips on it very lightly. Yes, that's right. And then we wait till it moves. We were there for hours, till almost midnight. For the first hour, nothing happened. Nothing at all. I was willing to give up. I thought Kay was too tired to continue. Perhaps we'd do better in the morning. But about 10 o'clock, the planchette started to move. It spelled M-A-R. And then it stopped.
Martin.
Yes, but we didn't know that then.
Well, what else did it spell out?
Nothing. Just M-A-R. Over and over again for 2 solid hours.
Then what happened?
Well, a little after 11, Kay looked so exhausted, I insisted that she go to bed. We weren't getting anything new on the Ouija board. I said we could try again in the morning. So we each went to our own rooms and went to sleep. At least I did. But in the morning, when I went to make breakfast, there was Kay, standing over the table, staring at the Ouija board. Morning, Bright Eyes. Did you sleep well?
I didn't sleep at all.
Okay.
Did you?
Like a top? Never woke up once?
Are you sure?
Well, of course I'm sure.
You didn't come into my room whistling?
Of course not.
Somebody did. Are you sure? You might have walked in your sleep.
I never walk in my sleep, and I can't whistle.
Dorothy, a little after midnight, just after I'd gotten into bed, I heard it. The whistling. It was an old tune. Indian love call. Do you remember that?
Yes, I remember. Well, was that all? Just the whistling?
I think so. Except I seem to hear someone scolding me. Someone very annoyed and irritable.
Okay, let's use the Ouija board again, right this minute. Maybe, just
Dorothy,
maybe.
do you mind if I use it by myself?
Why, no.
I have this feeling someone is trying to reach me. If I could just be alone.
Of course, I left her alone and went out into the kitchen. But a minute later, I heard it. Very faint, but unmistakable.
Well, she could have been whistling it herself, couldn't she?
Well, of course, she could have been.
Of course she could have.
Well, let me tell you what happened next. I took a good long time fixing breakfast. I ate by myself in the kitchen so as not to disturb Kay in the living room. I cleaned up and putted around, and a couple of hours later, I looked up to see Kay standing in the doorway.
Dorothy, I know who it is.
Who, Kay?
The M-A-R. You remember how those letters kept showing up on the Ouija board last night?
Yes, just M-A-R.
They are the first letters of the name Martin.
Do you know a Martin?
Well, this Martin is Martin Vervain.
And you know of Martin Vervain?
Well, this Martin Vervain died 50 years ago.
Okay.
He was an actor. A very great actor, a star. It was his whistle I heard last night, and his voice, though it was very indistinct.
Maybe he was reciting from one of the plays he starred in.
No, I told you. He was scolding me.
But why?
Because it seems he has a play in mind. A play he wanted to write while he was a living actor. But he never had the time or the leisure to write it.
But why should he scold you?
Because he's been trying for years now to persuade me to write it for him.
Only he could never get through to you.
Something like that.
Kay, are you going to? Are you going to write the play?
I must. Don't you think so? Martin Vervain, after all these years, has gotten through to me. Dorotha, I can't let him down.
That night, about midnight, I heard it. I heard the soft creaking of Kay's bed. Heard the door of her room open and close. Heard her go into the living room, pull up a chair. And I knew, I was sure that through the Ouija board, she was receiving the words of the departed actor Martin Vervain. Sure enough, in the morning, I went into the living room, and there was Kay, her face glowing, though she had had no sleep for a day and a half.
The first act is finished, Dorotha. All night I worked. It went so fast I could hardly keep up, but the first act is complete. Oh, Dorotha, who would have thought that I...
Why not you? Why should you not be an automatist? Elizabeth Barrett Browning and Victor Hugo received messages by automatic writing. Why not you?
Oh, I never dreamed.
It's no more than simple telepathy, the fusing of the incarnate with the excarnate spirit.
Is that what's happening?
Martin Vervain is the communicator. That's all an entity ever is.
An entity, you say?
An essence, a being from beyond, a sender, as you are a receiver.
Oh, Dorotha. Dorotha, that this should happen to me.
Sunday night, at about midnight, I heard it again. And I heard Kay get up and go into the living room. But this time she didn't pull up a chair. Instead, I heard the soft tread of her feet, up and down the room. And I heard, even though I could not make out the exact words, I could hear her voice, low, soft, all through the night, her voice declaiming.
What was she doing?
Why, she was composing the play, of course, as it came to her from Martin Vervain.
A play does not get written that way.
I know you are one of the goats, Mr. Gill.
Oh, what happened next, Mrs. Dillingham?
Well, the next day was Monday, and Kay phoned the UN to tell them she wouldn't be in. That, as a matter of fact, she'd have to take off the rest of the week. And every night, about midnight, I heard the whistle, and I'd hear Kay get up and go into the living room. But along about Thursday, I think it was, I didn't hear her voice as I had before. I heard instead, you'll never believe this, I heard a typewriter. Yes, a typewriter. Kay was taking down Martin Vervain's words on a typewriter.
It's incredible.
I told you wouldn't believe me.
You must admit, Mrs. Dillingham, it's not easy.
Oh, no, of course it isn't. The part about the typewriter, I found that hard to believe myself. Though I had heard of such a thing a long time ago. Well, the next morning I confronted Kay with it.
You don't mind my using your typewriter, do you?
Of course not, but did you? Was it really?
Was I really typing the play? Yes, of course I was.
It sounded so easy. You went so fast.
Oh, Dorotha, there's nothing to it. You know what I've decided? I've decided I'm the entity.
Oh, no, Kay. Martin Vervain is the entity. You are the automatist.
That may have been true in the beginning. But then I went ahead on my own. This is my play. I've even thought of the title. The Color of Desire. Do you like it?
Yes, but
I was just typing up the title page. The Color of Desire by K. Mahaffey. There.
Tell me, John Matthias, someone is supposed to have said to the man who came to be known as St. John of the Cross, tell me, how do you write your beautiful canticles? To which the poet priest, they say, replied, sometimes God helps me, and sometimes I do it by myself. If the great saint received help from the deity, why should not Kay Mahaffey get help from a deceased actor named Martin Vervain? No reason at all that I can see. We'll continue shortly with Act 3. In our second act, we heard from the lips of Dorothy Dillingham the account of how her friend Kay Mahaffey came to write a play. How, after a session with the Ouija board, a discarnate spirit, who in his incarnate existence had been an actor named Martin Vervain, made himself known to Mrs. Mahaffey and conveyed to her telepathically a play he had wanted to write himself during his lifetime. As the act ended, we heard Mrs. Mahaffey say,
Dorothy, I am the entity.
Kay, Martin Vervain is the entity. You are the automatist.
That may have been true at first, and then I went ahead on my own. This is my play. I've even given it a title. The Color of Desire. I was just typing the title page. The Color of Desire by K. Mahaffey. There.
The next morning, we got out the yellow pages, and we looked up theatrical producers, and we tore the page out of the phone book and glued it to the Ouija board and moved the planchette over it. And the planchette stopped at the name Norman Gelb, and we gathered up all the pages and put them in a folder and sent them to you.
That is incredible.
I know it's hard for you to believe.
It's impossible.
Mrs. Dillingham, when Mrs. Mahaffey came in here to discuss the production, and all during rehearsals and all the time out of town on tour, she seemed all right. She wasn't, the way she is now.
I know. But she wrote me, I think it was from Philadelphia, that Martin Vervain was starting to give her trouble.
What kind of trouble?
Oh, she didn't say exactly, but she did say he was using bad language and threatening her.
What, you mean physically?
I think so.
Mrs. Dillingham, Mrs. Mahaffey has been under a great strain.
I should say she has.
No. I mean for a long time. Maybe ever since her husband died. Living alone, earning a living, all that. And then she writes this wonderful play. It just comes to her. These things do happen that way sometimes. And it's bought and cast and put into rehearsal and produced and tried out. That's all a lot of excitement and involvement. Even if you've been through it before, it's a big strain. And it wouldn't surprise me a bit if Mrs. Mahaffey's sort of, broken down a little. Her nerves have gotten the best of her. That's all it is.
I'll get it. Norman Gelb's office.
Let me speak to Mrs. Dillingham. I know she's there.
Sure. It's for you. I think it's Mrs. Mahaffey.
Oh. Kay? Oh, dear. Oh, that's awful. Oh, Kay. Yes, of course I will. Right away, dear. I have to go. He's with her and behaving badly.
Oh, sure. You run along. We'll see you at the opening.
I'm not sure Kay will be able to come to the opening, Mr. Gelb.
Not coming to the opening of her own play? Who ever heard of such a thing? This is going to be a night to remember.
Well, Norman and I will remember it, that's for sure. He and I stood up in the back of the theater all through the performance. The play had never gone better. Everything went like clockwork. The actors were magnificent. And when the curtain came down on the third act...
Oh, wow. Wow, terrific. darn shame she's not here.
Oh, yeah. Finally, they stopped applauding. Finally, they emptied the theater. Norm and I sat in the green room, happy and exhausted. Only one thing remained, the notices. What would the critics say about the play? It didn't seem possible they wouldn't rave about it. But one thing is sure about the theater. You could never be sure.
What do you think, Ted?
Oh, a smash.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, can't miss.
Yeah.
Still, critics are funny people.
Yeah. Well, what do you say we go across the street?
Okay, where's your coat?
Just across the street? I don't need it.
Okay, let's go.
You know, Ted, it's a funny thing about the theater. 1 minute it's full of life. Sound, lights, people. The performance ends, the applause stops, the people leave, and it's silent as death and as dark. Look, even the lights on the marquee are going out. Okay, let's cross the street. Oh, no. Wait a minute, Ted.
What's the matter?
You know, I can't stand the idea of Mrs. Mahaffey not being with us when the notices start to come in. I don't want to sit there with just you and my mother. Go on up to Kay's apartment and see if you can't talk her into joining us.
Well, why don't you come with me? She'll listen to you better than to me.
My mother's over there waiting for us. You go, huh?
Okay.
Tell her we just have to have her with us, huh, Ted? Tell her it's the big night for all of us.
Well, I got a taxi and drove to Kay's place. When the door opened and it wasn't Kay Mahaffey, it was Dorothy Dillingham. And she looked worried.
Come in, Mr. Harris.
Isn't Mrs. Mahaffey here?
She's in the bedroom, but don't go in there. She won't recognize you.
Is she sick?
Not exactly. The doctor left just before you got here. He says she's all right. She'll come out of it.
Come out of what?
Well, the doctor said it's a sleep of exhaustion, but I know better.
What do you think it is?
I think it's deep trance.
Oh, no. Mrs. Dillingham.
It started at 8 o'clock. I was in here, and she was in the bedroom. I heard her cry out, Don't, please don't. Mr. Harris, I'm sure he was with her.
You mean?
Martin Vervain. After a while, I went in there, and she was lying on the bed, perfectly quiet. I spoke to her, but she didn't answer me. That's when I called the doctor. I was worried.
Well, of course you were.
The doctor said he found bruise marks on her body.
Oh?
You know how I think they got there?
Now, Mrs. Dillingham.
I know. You're not a believer.
No, I'm sure there's a simple explanation for the bruises.
That's what the doctor said. But I know better.
Mrs. Dillingham, Mr. Gelb and I were very disappointed that neither of you came to the opening.
Oh, did it go well?
Oh, very well. Very, very well.
Oh, excuse me. Hello?
Mr. Harris there?
Oh, yes, just a second. For you.
Oh, thanks. Hello?
Ted, the notices are starting to come in. Radio, TV, Ted, they are sensational, fantastic, out of this world.
Oh, wow.
Tell Mrs. Mahaffey she's got to come down here. How is she, by the way?
Well, I haven't seen her yet.
Oh, well, tell her this is something she can't miss. Once in a lifetime thing, unforgettable.
Marvelous, Norm. I'll do my best here.
Don't take no for an answer. I'll see you and make it so.
Yeah. See you soon, Norman.
That was Mr. Gelb.
Yes, and he says...
Oh, yes, dear. It was Mr. Norman Gelb.
Oh, Mr. Gelb?
Mrs. Mahaffey, Mr. Gelb was calling from a restaurant across the street from the theater. The theater where your play opened tonight.
Oh, yes. The play.
Mrs. Mahaffey, the reviews are starting to come in. Radio, television. Mrs. Mahaffey, they're all great.
Oh, I wrote the play. Just as Mr. Vervain told me to. I never corrected or changed a thing.
Mrs. Mahaffey, Mr. Gelb wants the three of us to join him.
He does?
Yes, and when you walk in, probably everybody will applaud.
For me?
Oh, of course for you.
How will they know who I am?
Well, your picture's been in the papers, and you'll be with me.
Okay, let's go.
Well,
I'll get your coat.
they'll really applaud?
Sure. And we'll sit with Mr. Gelb, and people will stop by the table and congratulate you and tell you how much they liked your play.
Oh, it does sound like fun.
Oh, it is fun, Mrs. Mahaffey. It's fun like no other fun in the world.
Here's your coat, Kay. I've got mine.
Ladies, shall we go? In the taxi, I didn't say much. I was secretly pleased with myself. For once, I had succeeded with Mrs. Mahaffey, and I looked forward to watching her take in all the glories, all the splendor of the theatrical world, which too often is grubby and depressing. But tonight, she'd see it with its best foot forward, and she would be thrilled. So far as I know, there's no bigger thrill to be had than the one that comes from a play that's a smash hit.
I hope I'm doing the right thing.
Of course you are.
You just wait and see, Mrs. Mahaffey. It'll be the experience of your life.
Will it?
You bet it will.
Mr. Harris. Mr. Harris, are you whistling?
Me? No. Are you?
No, I can't whistle.
I knew I shouldn't have come.
Driver.
Yeah?
Were you whistling just now?
Why should I be whistling?
Is the radio on?
You want the radio on?
No.
Here you are.
Come on, Mrs. Dillingham.
I heard it. I know I did. Didn't you?
Yes. Come on, Mrs. Mahaffey.
I shouldn't have come.
Oh, yes, you should.
Look across the street.
What is it, Kay?
Look up there. The lights.
The marquee.
It's lighting up. The lights are going on. One by one.
The Color of Desire by
Martin Vervain.
Ted Harris told you at the very start. He said you wouldn't believe it, didn't he? And you don't, do you? I don't blame you. It's a completely incredible story. Do I believe it? Well, I am rather like the White Queen in Alice in Wonderland. I have trained myself to believe 3 incredible things before breakfast. Once you get the hang of it, it's easy. Try it. You'll discover that half the things you find incredible turn out to be true. Incredible, isn't it? Mrs. K. Mahaffey never wrote another play. The Color of Desire ran for 3.5 years. Did Martin Vervain desert her? Or did she desert Martin Vervain? There have been several playwrights who have written one successful play and were never able to do it again. Perhaps K. Mahaffey was one of these. Or should I say Martin Vervain was one? I leave it up to you. Believe whatever you like. Whatever you believe may very well turn out to be true. Our cast included Norman Rose, Don Scardino, Bryna Rayburn, and Ann Petoniak. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by General Electric Citizen Band Radios. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. The word tragedy is as old as the ancient Greeks. What is the essence of tragedy? It's a dramatic story told about potentially a noble person whose character is flawed by a single weakness. It's that weakness which causes him to break either some divine law or some moral prescript, the breaking of which leads inevitably to his downfall or destruction. Such is the story I'm about to tell you.
I owe my life to you. You have strange gifts.
Perhaps. And when you found the golden fleece...
How can I find it now? I cannot see, half blinded by the snow.
It's simple, Jason. Here, look into my eyes.
What's happening? I can see. Radika, I can see.
Our mystery drama, The Gift of Doom, was adapted from the immortal Greek tragedy Medea, especially for the Mystery Theater by Arnold Moss. It stars Kim Hunter. It is sponsored in part by General Electric Citizen Band radios and True Value hardware stores. I'll be back shortly with Act One. It was the fall of the year 1897, just months before William McKinley had been inaugurated as the 25th President of the United States. It was a time when the discovery of fabulous amounts of gold in Alaska and the Canadian Yukon screamed from the headlines of every newspaper in the country. And in the town of Thessaly, in one of the states of the Great Plains, they had just garnered a harvest of another kind of gold. Tons and tons of beautiful yellow wheat. Phineas Cobb watches his nephew Jason as the hands prepare the grain for storage in the tall silos.
One of the richest crops we've had in years. Yeah, I predicted it way back in early June.
And so you did, Uncle. So you did.
Too bad your father's no longer here to see it, Jason. Would have given him no end of joy.
We can't bring back the dead.
That's true enough. Keep this up, and you'll turn out to be a very rich young man.
I may or I may not, Uncle Phineas. That's still in your hands.
The farm and all that's with it go to you.
When I can prove to my dear uncle's satisfaction that I'm responsible, mature, weren't those the words?
You know your father's wish as well as I. When, in the sole judgment of my brother Phineas, my son Jason has proved himself mature in his decisions, established a responsibility in all his acts, then...
And only then do all my earthly goods and properties pass on to him, my son.
That's it, Jason.
What must I do?
Well, I've told you half a dozen times. Go prove yourself a man. Show the world you can stand up on your own 2 feet. And hold on to the small fortune your father tore from the earth by sweating out his heart.
And your prescription for that proof?
That's up to you. You've never raised a hand to help yourself.
You no suggestions?
Just possibly I do.
Like what?
You read the paper, same as I. Look at the headline here. Gold, gold, gold. The steamer Portland out of Klondike, bound for Seattle, passed through Puget Sound today with a ton or more of gold aboard her.
Very interesting.
A year or two along the Yukon River up in Alaska with all the hardships might be just the right medicine for you. Might come back a man.
Or not come back at all, from what I've read.
Those are the chances we all must take.
And should I not come back, then all this land and property reverts to you. Not so, dear Uncle Phineas?
It's in your father's will.
How well I know. The Klondike, huh? Sounds enchanting. I just might go. And I might just surprise you, Uncle Phineas, in more ways than you would ever know. Look, Hector, look, we're almost there.
The fog at last is lifting, Jason.
Oh,
That must be the outline of the settlement at Skagway.
The cold Alaskan shore where everything begins.
We hope.
I'm glad we two met back at Seattle.
And I too, Jason. It's made the voyage on this great ship Argo almost bearable.
I'll be glad to see the last of it. And smell the last of it. Tend to a cabin that was never meant for more than two.
And all of them in search of the same thing. Gold.
Like you, my good friend, Hector.
And like you. We'll pray that Lady Luck will smile on us. That's all we'll need.
That and the supplies to last at least a year.
Between the two of us, we'll strike what we came looking for. There's something that tells me.
Whatever happens, I can promise you that nothing in this world will ever stop me. Nothing, Hector. Hey, I guess that means we've arrived.
Let's see, you got your blankets, heavy clothing, furs and robes, the rubber boots, the mining pans.
The horses, pack equipment.
Evaporated eggs and onions, flour, cornmeal, rice, and bacon.
Tablets, coffee, lozenges, blocks of beef, and pemmican.
There's nothing that we lack.
Well, now, you lads can joke, but once you get out there, you'll find that it's no laughing matter. You take it from old Cannibal Joe. I know from sad experience. Yeah, but there's nothing like it. I'd still be out prospecting if my health had not run out.
We weren't really joking, Joe. We know of the excitement or we wouldn't be here, and the danger. Like everyone, I guess we all keep dreaming of that great placer stream up in the sky where flakes of gold will glitter on the gravel bars and nuggets the size of birds' eggs will be scooped up by the handful.
I like the way you talk, my boy. You have a feeling for what's out there.
You said you'd show us maps.
Oh, yes, and here they are. They're a little crude. I don't draw well.
We're told the water route by riverboat.
No. The winter freeze has started. You can't get through the ice. My advice is to take the Chilkoot Trail.
This one right here?
That's it. White Pass Trail until you come to Dead Horse Gulch and then on up to Summit Hill.
Is that the border where Alaska ends and Canada begins?
Oh, you're catching on, you two. And then down into the Tucci Valley, and then here you start pulling up the Klondike River till it meets the Yukon, and that's Rabbit Creek right here. That's where you'll find the place I stake my claim, the Golden Fleece. And you're welcome to it.
The Golden Fleece.
I hope we find it.
Oh, you will, with help. You see this charm, this amulet of stone I wear around my neck?
I couldn't help but notice it.
Looks something like a human eye gazing right into your skull.
It does indeed.
I want you to have it.
Kind of. But why?
Well, as a good luck piece, right, Joe?
Oh, it can be good. It can be very bad. Depends who's wearing it around his neck. Well, now, if you get to this point here alive, you'll be within a whisper of the Golden Fleece. And by that time, you'll both of you need every bit of help that you can get. The help is there.
What kind of help?
Young Indian woman named Medica, daughter of a mighty Tagish chief. She lives with a toothless old woman for companion, right near here. And this amulet, she give it to me. She helped me once. Might do the same for you.
But how? How could she help?
Well, that's something you'll find out. If you are lucky. If she likes you. But I warn you, Medica's something very special. Her own people are afraid of her. They call her Witch.
Why, Joe?
She has a strange and unknown power that no one can explain. So if you find her, bless your stars. But at the same time, watch your step, my lad. Just watch your step.
Jason, I tell you, I can't take another step. I've had it. I'm a beaten man.
Hector, we can't stop now. We've traveled all these weary months. I'm sure that we're nearly there.
Oh, our food is almost gone. Our dogs have died of hunger, cold, exhaustion, and those icy winds, they keep blowing. The blizzards never stop. They bite into the marrow of my bones.
If we quit now, all we've gone through has been for nothing. And that's madness.
Jason, to push ourselves to death is equal madness.
Then what's your choice? Get into sleeping bags here where we are and slowly freeze or starve ourselves to death.
At 60 degrees below zero, it won't be slow. I've already lost 2 fingers from frostbite.
I know. And I'm half blind from staring at the snow. My eyes, they seem filled with red-hot sand.
And why? Why push on the loss of sleep?
Come on. Oh, come on, let's move on.
I can't. Not one more step. Jason, you go on without me. Let me die.
You
here.
have got to come.
I can't. I won't.
Up on your feet. You'll come if I have to drag
Oh,
you.
where? Jason, I warn you. Let me go.
Come on. I need your eyes. Let go of me.
You'll be sorry.
What are you doing?
My hunting knife. The blade is sharp. Now, you touch me once more.
Put down that knife. What's that?
I wouldn't know. It sounded like... Jason, there's something moving up ahead. It's coming toward us.
What is it?
I can't tell. I'll get it. I think it... Yes, a man. He's coming straight this way. What can he want?
What would he be doing here, the end of nowhere?
Say nothing. We're about to know.
You too.
What?
You come with me. Fast as you
A
can.
woman. Who are you?
And where are we?
No time for questions now. My shack is over there. You come, you two. I am your friend. You come while there is still time. You're feeling better, Jason?
Like one reborn.
Watona, toss more wood onto the fire.
I will, Medica.
Watona's been with me since I was born. She can't do much, but I am loyal to her. I'm sorry for your friend. We did our best to save him. His wish to die was greater than his will to live.
I know, Medica.
And so you've trudged these many miles to find Joe's golden fleece.
That, among other things.
You know, the amulet, the eye you wear about your neck, led you my way. It was my father's, a great man.
I owe my life to you. Cannibal Joe said you had strange gifts.
Perhaps. And if you find the golden fleece, what then?
How can I find it now? I can't see, half blinded by the snow.
It's simple, Jason. Here, look into my eyes. Place your hands upon my shoulders. Now look hard. Look harder still.
What happened? There are shapes beginning to appear. I can see. Medica, I can see.
Of course you can.
You are full of wonder. You've given me my eyes again.
A small gift.
What can I do to show my gratitude?
Stay here with me, Jason. Stay here with me, and you will learn of greater wonders yet to come. But understand, there is a price to pay.
Which is?
With time, you'll learn, my Jason. It takes time.
In the days that follow, Jason dips his mining pan into the shimmering waters of the sunlit creeks, rocks the gravel in his miner's cradle, always on the alert for the sparkle that spells gold. And as he does, he speculates on what further unexplainable wonders lie ahead for him in this bleak alien land, in the company of this strange woman with her mysterious powers. I shall be back shortly with Act 2. The stampede for the gold of Canada's Klondike some 80 years ago brought out the very worst in men. They came from every quarter of the earth, and those who managed to survive became like addicts who understand their sickness and can do nothing to control it. But Jason Cobb was the exception. Almost a year was passed, and aided by Medica's strange powers, he has found the claim known as the Golden Fleece, which has yielded its rich treasure to him. As he prepares for his return journey to the States, he listens to Medica.
Why must you go, Jason? Why?
I've had my fill of caribou and bear steaks. The moose hide pokes are bursting with my gold. It's time that I return to my own way of life. I'm going back to claim the land that's rightly mine.
But you don't need that anymore.
I mean to have it.
Why?
Because it's mine.
And I am yours. Stay here.
I don't belong here. I can't take up the Indian way of life. It's not for me.
Am I for you?
Of course. But at another time, maybe, or in another place, not here.
Then take me with you, my beloved Jason. Take me. You know my way of life, so don't deny me a small taste of yours.
You may not like it.
If you are with me...
There'd be problems.
Problems?
Well, the way the people think back there in Thessaly, you're an Indian woman from this frozen north, and I...
We'll face what must be faced when that time comes.
What happens to Watona?
Old Watona. She comes with us. She'd die up here alone, but she will be no trouble.
You know, it just might work. When Uncle Phineas sees you, can you imagine what he'll say or what he'll do?
Your Uncle Phineas may not have too much to say or do, if that should be your wish.
What does that mean, Medica?
It means you must remember that I can do for you what no other woman on earth can do. You do remember. When do we leave to see your uncle in this town of Thessaly? Tell me, my Jason.
I've been away almost 2 years, Uncle Phineas. I've come to claim my property.
I know you have. You and this wild creature you've brought with you.
You'll speak with more respect. Medica is my wife.
Your wife? This wild-looking thing dressed in her hides, laden with barbaric ornaments?
Don't let him upset you, Jason.
What I have endured these past 2 years, the hardships, the defeats, the agony, the sorrow, and then to know success and victory, all of this has made of me what you would call a man.
And you call this acquisition your success?
Calmly, Jason, calmly.
I'm rich, Uncle. I am rich by any standard that you measure by. I've gold enough to purchase almost anything I desire.
That's something. Still...
Still what?
By terms of your dead father's will, I still could hold the property you call yours.
But you would not.
Don't push me, Jason. It's just possible I might.
You mean you keep from Jason the land that's rightly his?
Depends what meaning you give to words like rightly.
I see. You mean to cheat him?
I mean to keep the things I have.
My thing.
Depends on your point of view.
We have enough and more, dear Phineas Cobb, without what you propose to steal from Jason. And so, before we go, I wish for you to have a little gift.
A gift? For me?
This little amulet round my neck, hung on this chain of gold. It was my father's.
That stone looks exactly like some human eye.
What are you doing, Medica?
I'd like you to have it, Uncle Phineas, here, around your neck, like this.
No. Who are you? You're not a woman. You're some kind of a witch. What have you done to me with your black magic? My chest is being crushed. I can't breathe. I can't...
Medica.
Your uncle is dead. Now, take the amulet off his neck. So.
What must we do?
Do. The land's now yours. The gold is yours. And I am yours. Whatever else you'd like is yours.
We must get out of here as fast as possible.
They'll think it was a heart attack.
I mean, we must leave Thessaly forever. Start life again some other place, where we're not known, where I can keep you hidden.
Where's that?
I must say it, where they won't know that you're...
Yes, my Jason. Where they won't know that I'm a foreigner, that I do not belong among your people, that I am strange and different.
I didn't say that.
I know you didn't. We'll go, of course, whatever place you choose. And wrap me in my tuggish blankets. Keep me concealed, if that's what you want. As long as I'm with you and you love me. You love me, Jason, do you not?
I owe you much, Medica.
I know. But that's not what I asked.
If not for you...
Are you in love with me? We'll go. New place, new friends. But I remind you, whatever friends you make will be my friends. Whatever enemies you make will be mine, too.
Here you are, Jason. Help yourself to a fresh cigar.
Thank you.
I've had my eye on you and Phoebe as you dance. You make a very handsome couple.
Well, that's flattering. Your daughter, Phoebe, is a beautiful young woman, Senator Crane.
It's Tom, my boy, not Senator.
Tom.
You know, I think this time as good as any for my announcement. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? Since our young friend, our Jason Cobb, came here to Corinth County 5-6 years ago, he's done many great things for the people of our county and the state and, may I add, for our great party. We're very proud of him. We're here tonight to pay him further honor. It's my great privilege, and I'm sure this comes as no surprise to any, to offer all of you tonight the name of the next congressman from Corinth County, that handsome, brilliant servant of the people, all the people, Jason Cobb. Jason?
Wow. I thank you. I'm honored. You all know that. And if I am elected, I'll do my very best to serve you.
Jason, when I selected you, I picked me one sure winner. No one can stop you now.
Crane the Kingmaker, aptly named.
And that reminds me.
Yes, John.
The congressman from Corinth should be a married man.
I don't understand.
A pillar of society, upstanding, steady, with no marks against him.
But, Tom,
I know. That strange woman that you brought here with you, she and that old hag that follows her, we know about them.
What about her?
She and her two small sons, that doesn't count. That doesn't make you married. Not here, in Corinth.
They're my sons, too. Medica is my wife.
Come on, my boy. There never was a marriage, and you know it. Get rid of her. The sooner the better. Medica, that's her name, could spell the end of your career.
What can I do?
Well, just send her packing to the polar bears or wherever it was that you picked her up.
Tom, even if I wanted to.
Jason, my darling, my congratulations. I'd hoped you'd ask me for another dance.
I was about to. Please forgive me.
Oh, you don't mind my taking him from you? Or do you, Dad?
No, he's all yours, Phoebe, dear. All yours.
Thanks, Daddy. Oh, I can't tell you, Jason, how pleased I am for you.
Thank you, Phoebe.
I just hope that when you get to Washington with all those tempting, beautiful young women all hanging on your neck...
Oh, there's none of them, I'm sure, could ever hold a candle next to you.
Oh, thank you, kind sir.
No, I mean it, Phoebe. I think you know there's no one that I'd rather have for a wife than you.
Dear Jason.
There are, as you're aware, some complications.
I know. Do you still love her?
I don't think I ever did, but I was grateful.
Well, then send her back. It's just that simple.
Perhaps not quite that simple.
Well, leave it to Daddy. He'll know how.
No, Phoebe. I won't have her hurt if I can help it. If it must be done, it's I who will have to do it.
Oh, I'm glad you're home at last. The children missed you. Can I get you anything?
Medica, I must speak with you.
Of course. A glass of milk, some crackers?
Please, listen to me. Now, I've tried in every way I know how to help you and the children. I've been generous with my money. I've given you what time I could in a career that's most demanding.
I don't deny that.
I won't beat about the bush. I'm Tom Crean's candidate for Congress, and I will be elected come November.
But, Jason, that's so wonderful. I'm pleased.
I cannot have you with me any longer. I'm moving fast into another world. You must return up north to where I found you and take Watona with you.
You cannot mean what you're saying. Why, my Jason, why?
You know as well as I do.
You cannot be alone. You need my care.
I won't be alone. Tom Crean's daughter, Phoebe, she's to be my wife.
I don't believe what you're saying.
There is no other way. What we have had up to this point was fine. But all good things sooner or later must come to their end. I cannot have you standing in my way.
Old Phineas was right. You and your utter lack of manliness. Where is your shame?
Shame for what?
I saved your life. I gave you back your eyes. I cursed the day I did so. I followed you, and I destroyed whatever threatened you.
My thanks, Medica.
Your thanks? I've borne your children.
Enough, Medica.
Where shall I go? Home to my father's land? Home to the people I deserted and betrayed? The people that now loathe me? That's impossible. Shall I go wandering around the earth, a beggar pleading for the world to take me in?
You cannot. You must not hold me back. If ever you had love for me, then go. And let me live the life that's destined for me. It'll be best and safest for us all.
Best? I will not have the kind of best that leads to suffering. Nor will I take the kind of safety which only ends in sorrow.
Why not recall the good things that we've had and go?
Go where? We have no land, no home. I've told you that. There's no harbor to protect me and my sons. What a fool I was.
My sons will not go with you. You leave here alone.
Alone? You cannot
They
move.
stay here with me.
Before I let you keep them, leave my babies here to be insulted in a land that loathes and hates them and me,
Yes?
Nothing, Jason, nothing.
There's one more thing I urge you to remember. You tricked me into all of this. You know that.
Trick?
Or call it magic, call it sorcery, all the same.
Or call it love. I'll never leave. Unless it is by force. Never. You'll have to make me go.
If it should come to that.
And while we're both remembering, I remind you that love can be as brutal and as ruthless and destructive as the deepest hate. I've loved you always, Jason. Where once I dared most anything to give you pleasure, to protect you. I now will stop at nothing. Nothing. To give you all the pain that you deserve.
Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. And when that woman is endowed with a supernatural power, her fury can become a blazing inferno of hatred. To what tragic end will Medica use her gift? I'll return shortly with Act 3. Our old friend William Shakespeare wrote, "Love is not love, which alters when it alteration finds, or bends with the remover to remove. Oh, no. It is an ever-fixed mark that looks on tempests and is never shaken." Medica would agree completely with the bard. But now that Jason plans to desert her, alter his affections when it alteration finds, Medica must make other plans. Plans which, in her innermost thoughts, she had never anticipated.
She's going to fight us, Tom. I did everything I could.
If you won't move on this, then I'll have to do it for you.
How?
There are ways.
I beg your pardon, Father. Jason, Medica's come to see me. To plead with me to use my influence. And I can't handle it.
She dared come here?
Oh, please, both of you. You talk to her and do what must be done. Without me, please.
She's come here to my home
How dare she?
I beg you to go easy. Do nothing more to anger her.
It may be just a little late for that.
A little late for what, good Senator Cream?
You leave at once. You're not welcome here.
Oh, no, I stay, good Senator, until I've had my say.
You listen now to me, Medica. You're in this land illegally, you know that. Jason is not your husband, as our laws go. I have an order for your deportation right here in my desk, all proper, signed, legal. If you're wise, you'll go quietly with no excitement, no parade of tears, no threats.
And if I go, my children, they go with me?
That's up to Jason.
They were born here in this country.
If he wants to keep the little animals, that's up to him. But I'd be happier if you took your livestock with you back to where all three of you belong.
You call my children livestock, animals?
If you're still here tomorrow morning...
One moment, Senator. I would ask a favor.
A favor? From me?
A little one. I'll need an extra day before I leave. Another day. Another day, and I will go. You need not worry. My people keep our word. I have no choice, Watona, my old friend. It's clear what I must do. Get me the robe, the golden-colored robe that I've been making. Fold it neatly. Place it in the wooden chest. Be careful how you handle it.
And then
I'm giving it away.
that beautiful robe, you made it for yourself.
I shall be generous. For generosity can be the flower of justice. And now I swear by earth, by holy light of the midnight sun, by the entire host of all our northern gods, by frozen waters of the icy sea, the blinding snows, the makers of the moon and stars, by all of them, I swear that I shall do what must be done. Nothing on this earth will stop me.
Nothing.
Well, Medica, tell me, what's your plan?
I have been thinking. Since last night, I've reasoned with myself, reproached myself. I think you're well advised in taking this new wife. With the rising of tomorrow's sun, I will be gone.
And the children?
I'm convinced that they should stay here with you, Jason. How could they manage in a land that's alien to them? They're babies. No, it's better they should stay.
Understand.
Your wife-to-be, this Phoebe, I would like her to know that I have no bitterness toward her, bear her no malice. I'm sending her a little gift in celebration of her coming marriage.
A man can never read a woman's mind. What is this gift you're sending her?
A dressing gown of gold threads, woven in an Indian design. I made it for myself some time ago. I never wore it. I will not need it now.
She'll make no trouble, Phoebe, I can promise.
Medica frightens me.
Now, there's nothing now to fear. She's on her way, or she will be shortly. She knows that what is happening is inevitable. Your father has made it clear to her that there are no alternatives.
Oh, is that you, Dad? Come in. Oh, who are you? What do you wish?
It's old Watona.
I come here from Medica.
What is it?
I come to bring a gift to your young bride.
Oh, I meant to tell you, Phoebe. I forgot.
She asks that you accept this gift made with her own hands. You place it round your shoulders. Young, happy, golden bride.
Go tell your mistress that we thank her.
She says that it will bring you all the things that you deserve. I take my leave, young lady. Sir.
Shall we see what's in the wooden box that she brought?
I'm not so sure I want to see it. Not even sure that I should take it. Coming from her.
Oh, you're being foolish, dear. Medica means it as a token to show that she bears you no ill will. She told me so. Open it.
I will. Oh, it's lovely. Jason, it's a full-length dressing gown, so finely woven with golden threads into some curiously beautiful design.
I beg your pardon. I didn't know the two of you were here.
Come on in, Tom. See the rich gift your daughter has just received.
Well, what is it, Phoebe? Well, who's it from?
Your friend, Medica, she sent it as a parting gift to show there's no hard feeling. Just look at it.
Well, why don't you take it from the box?
And model it for us.
Oh, of course. Here, I'll put it on.
Oh, what's that? Does that go with it?
What?
Lying at the bottom of the box. Looks like a crude necklace of some sort. That stone there, like some human eye that stares at you and follows you. What is it?
Don't touch it, Tom. Don't touch it. Phoebe, what's wrong?
The minute that I put this on, my body's burning.
Take it off.
I can't. It's like hot daggers going through me. I can't stand the pain. Oh, Jason.
Take off that gown.
I can't, Bob. My hands won't move.
Then stand still. I'll take it off of you. What's that? Does that feel any... Oh, no. The same thing's happening to me.
Tom.
And thousands fiery needles are sticking into me. White hot and scorching. I can't. Jason, help me. Jason, help.
Tom.
Jason.
Phoebe, what can I do to help?
What poison is concealed within this gown she sent me? This gift of hers has doomed me to my death.
Medica. What fresh horrors, what new evils are you guilty of?
The father and the daughter both are dead, slain by the poison that you sent them.
You have done well, Watona. Leave me for a while with my two babies. Oh, my children. It was in vain I gave you life. I once had greatest hopes for you, that you'd look after me in my old age. All that will never be. Your father's seen to it that I depart from here in exile, leaving you both behind. But the day will never come when I shall give the children of my loins unto my enemies. Come, give me your little hands, my babies. Let your mother kiss you. Oh, my darlings, how fresh and young your eyes look. How straight you stand, my little men. How good it is to hold you to my breast, to feel your soft young cheeks on mine, the warm sweetness of your baby breath. Oh, I love you both. I will not ever let them take you from me. This golden dagger, see how it shines, how sharp it is. It was your grandfather's, a great chief and a great man. This dagger will guarantee that you, my babes, will never leave me. Never leave your mother. Be brave and shut your eyes.
Open the door, Medica. Unlock the bolt. There's nothing that'll save you now. Open, I say. What's on?
Why do you batter at the doors? Why do you shake the bolts? The dead will not awaken.
Where is Medica? Where is that monster?
Call her monster, if you wish. She's done no more than she thought must be done.
Murder an innocent girl out of revenge and jealousy. And a girl's father with her sorcery.
Oh, Jason, you know not yet the full depth of your misery.
What do you mean? She plans to kill me, too?
Come, my Lord Jason. Follow me.
Where are you taking me, old woman?
Here, to your bedchamber. Open the doors and you shall see.
What?
Your sons, my lord. They're dead.
I can't believe it. Who did this?
Their mother.
But why? In the name of heaven, why?
You must ask her.
Where is this loathsome woman?
She's wandering on the high cliffs outside the house, tearing her garments and her hair.
Patricia, listen to me!
Don't come too close to me, Jason. I warn you, stay away from me. Your sons are dead because of what you did. I would not see them live despised and hated as I was. Call me a monster if you wish, for now I've torn your heart to pieces, just as you've torn mine.
You fiend!
Don't touch me, Jason. Keep your hands away. Look at the sea below, and the clear skies above, and the scattered soft white clouds. They all welcome me.
You're insane.
But I have not lost the gift of my great powers. I use them now for the last time. I am about to fly. Fly high over the seas, back to my place of birth. Not to the place we met, but back. Back to join the spirit of my fathers, the gods of the midnight sun.
Then jump and kill yourself. Spare me the trouble and the shame. Jump! Rid the world of all your evil.
Farewell, my Jason. Remember me.
A famous Englishman once wrote, "Few people know how to love or how to hate. Their love is an unbounded weakness fatal to the person they love. Their hate, a hot, rash, and imprudent violence, always fatal to themselves." And so Medica's love, which turned to hatred and revenge, was the weakness which destroyed not only the people and the world about her, it destroyed her, too. I'll be back shortly.
The 1977 Buick Regal. It comes with Buick's terrific V6 engine. It carries 6 people and lots of Buick comfort. It's lean. It's maneuverable in city traffic. It's the most luxurious mid-sized car Buick builds. Yeah, this new Regal is pretty much everything a car should be, except for one thing. It isn't yours yet, but it can be. Just see your Buick dealer for a test drive soon.
Just about everyone.
Here in my hand is a little capsule. It's Contact. It contains enough cold medicine to help relieve cold symptoms caused by every known virus. Think about that the next time you're sick. Sneezing, dripping, all clogged up. Then let us help you with real medicine, like Contact. We're number 1 in the whole world.
Give your cold to Contact. Real medicine for real cold.
Take only as directed.
The Medea of Euripides, on which our drama was based, was first produced in the year 431 B.C., more than 2,400 years ago. This study of a soul divided against itself was one of the first plays in all dramatic literature to turn the spotlight on some of the complexities of feminine human nature, its capacity for passionate love, murderous hate, pride, willpower, ferocity, superhuman energy. Our cast included Kim Hunter, Mason Adams, Arnold Moss, Russell Horton, and Bryna Rayburn. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. One of the most famous quotes of all time, which incidentally appears several times in the Holy Book, is prefaced by these words: "If men strive and hurt a woman with child, and if mischief follows, then shalt thou give life for life." Our story is founded on that precept, except in this case, but that would be getting ahead of myself. Let's give it time to tell itself in its own strange, twisted, and surprising way.
He could have thrown the book at me.
What book?
He was a cop. He could have made things look really bad for me. I didn't have much choice. And his way, I was shut out of your life.
So you accepted?
I didn't have much choice.
Well, what about me?
The least I could hurt you was having me turn up dead.
Our mystery drama, If Mischief Follow, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Ann Williams and Gordon Gould. It is sponsored in part by X-Lax and General Electric Citizen Band radios. I'll be back shortly with Act One. The rest of the quotation is, of course, eye for eye, tooth for tooth, hand for hand, foot for foot, burning for burning, wound for wound, stripe for stripe. In a curious way, so many of these are literally as well as figuratively to come true. First, let me set the scene. A community hospital in a well-settled area, busy, concerned with humanity, and the high goal of protecting life. A normal morning, and yet, in its own way, as we shall discover later, a quite special morning.
Nurse Abrams? Oh, yeah, Liz. Everything is going fine. But I'd just like to get together with you at lunch about the shower and all. Yeah. Isn't it exciting? I mean, it's just not your ordinary wedding when you consider 2 doctors are involved. Yeah. Oh, look, hold her, Whisker. Someone's coming in. Yes, sir. Can I help you?
I would like to see Dr. Trevor, please.
Oh, well, I'll try to reach Dr. Trevor, but Dr. Trevor is tied up at the moment. If you'd care to wait.
I'll wait. Just get Dr. Trevor on emergency page. Huh?
Oh, well, I don't think I could do that. We're not allowed
Get
to.
her on page and don't keep me waiting. Just tell her Craig Trevor is waiting for her. Her husband.
Good morning, Dr. Trevor.
Good morning, Dr. Douglas.
Mind if I join you in a cup of coffee?
Well, not at all, if you're quite sure
There'll be room for 2 of us. That's pretty silly, isn't it?
Oh, I feel very lightheaded these days.
Well, thank heaven it's the doctor's cafeteria, and the general staff can't hear us, let alone the public.
Doctors are human, too.
Did I neglect to say I love you?
You did. But better late than never.
How long is it till the wedding, anyhow?
2 more weeks. Can't you hold out?
Now, as to that... Well, with the hospital grapevine rustling around, we've discussed enough private affairs, at least in the cafeteria. And I'm due an OR in 5 minutes. Can I see you tonight?
It's a date.
Pick you up around 6:30 at your place?
If I can hold out that long.
2 more weeks, and your time is my time. My place is your place. Mi casa es su casa. Oh, darling, do we have to wait?
Oh, I'd like a nice wedding.
Well, this time you deserve it.
I didn't mean that. I just want you and me to start out right.
And stay on that way right to the end. Gotta be on my way. Don't forget me before tonight.
Don't you ever worry. I may be too busy even to turn up. That's my page.
Don't you try to walk out on me.
Oh, will the sky fall?
Page, Dr. Trevor. What? My husband? Yes, I'll be right down. No, it's just not possible.
Hello, Marion.
Craig? No, can't be. Craig.
Now, don't be alarmed. What you see is what you get. I'm not a ghost. I'm here in the flesh. What's left of me.
Craig? Well, how do I know? Forgive me if I'm so confused. Well, listen, we can't talk here. What happened? How could you come back from the dead?
I can try to explain.
No, not now. First, let me try to arrange my schedule. It's also... We can't talk here.
I didn't suppose we could.
Well, then why did you come here?
I didn't know where else to find you.
Yes, of course. Just let me find someone to cover me here at the hospital. I am a resident physician, you know, and then we'll go back to my place.
Home. You have a car?
Of course.
We'll stop off at the bus station, pick up my stuff.
What for?
I am your husband. Is there any reason why I can't come home? Where are you going? This isn't the way to the bus station.
I know. We have to go somewhere and talk first.
What's there to talk about?
Craig. If you are Craig.
Of course I am.
All right. I'll take it on faith that you are. But I need an explanation. How? For 5 years you've been dead. There's even a grave back in Chicago and a coffin that contains, well, what we thought of you. Now, of all times, you turn up out of the blue like...
Oh, from the way you're reacting, like a bad penny, it seems, huh? Aren't you glad I'm alive?
Of course I am, if it's really you. I still can't credit the evidence of my own eyes. It's impossible. We knew you were dead. Even the insurance company would have accepted that, only...
Only there wasn't any insurance anymore. Well, I can explain about that, too.
I wish you would.
I will. Where are we going now?
Teeman's Cliff.
What?
Oh, it's the big place for young people to park at night. During the day, it's empty, quiet.
Lover's Lane.
Something like that. You can see all of Bayford Village from here. Quite a scenic spot.
Yeah. Who identified my body? You?
No. Your father. He wanted to spare me. But I went with him.
How could you be so sure it was me? Wasn't I, in the classic and well-known phrase, burned to a crisp?
Yes. So it wasn't you. Who was it, Craig?
Oh, a two-bit grifter. A friend of mine you couldn't stand who had me in a vice. One thing we did agree on, I have to admit, I couldn't stand him either.
So you murdered him?
I wouldn't blame you for not having the highest opinion of me, Marion, but I wouldn't have figured you'd think that of me.
Well, then what happened?
I ran and hid out. I read the papers. They said it all. Young law student married to a budding doctor, flunks out, all the dreams up in smoke. He takes what is for him the only way out, an automobile ride to suicide. Well, in a way, they were right, except that I didn't. Suddenly, I had the chance to get out from under the impossible and start to live over.
Don't know what you're talking about.
Well, I'll try to explain. We were kind of the American dream, weren't we, Marion?
I once felt that way.
2 kids from middle-class backgrounds with the guts to marry and fight out 2 demanding careers. Me a lawyer, you a doctor. Except I didn't make it. You did. I couldn't cut it.
Craig, it was only a temporary setback.
Oh, that's the way you felt. Maybe it's different for a man. I was a nothing. Career gone, making no money. Except you remember, I was always the miracle odds maker. How could I fail playing careful percentages,
You kept on betting after we were married?
Oh, up to the years. Benny, you remember him, was my book. Wilder and wilder till I was so far out in the hook, Benny was going to have to pass it upstairs. And that was the evening Benny and I went out for the ride to talk.
If you were so far in, what could you offer him?
Your father had offered me that chance, enough to keep Benny quiet. I had the money with me, no problem. I was ready to pay, but Benny and me were kind of arguing. I was angry, driving like a madman, and on that turn, we went straight off the road because we were going too fast for me to handle the wheel.
And crashed into the valley. And burned up.
Check it out, except the last, I think. We crashed. I could hang on to the wheel, but Benny was thrown every which way. When we ended up, there he was lying on his side, and he was dead.
Then what?
Well, first off, I panicked. I threw open the door and ran from that car. That's a damn lucky thing I did, because suddenly, whoosh, the gas tank exploded, and it was a raging inferno.
You were sure Benny was dead?
Oh, the car was a furnace. Nothing could have lived inside that.
And you just watched it burn?
Well, what else could I do?
What is more to the point, what else did you do?
Oh, see it my way, Marion. I was scared out of my wits. I didn't know how much Benny had told the mob, how deep I was in, how bad it all could look like for me. Like maybe even murder. So I went to your father. You know, he never liked me.
I know that.
Well, he offered me a deal, a way out. Keep the money, give me, get out of your life. Leave him my ring, some personal stuff, the bridge I had in my back teeth, anything that identified me, just so I could be what was left of that corpse. Nobody would miss nothing like Benny. The mob could figure he took off owing them what was coming to them, and, well, you could be a free woman. The least I could hurt you was having me turn up dead.
Then why didn't you stay that way?
I missed you. I tried to come back 3 years ago. I was broke. I didn't know where to turn. But that was just after your dad died. It was tough for me to cut out again because that was when I found out that we'd had a kid.
We?
Okay. I wasn't around when he was born. I didn't even know you were that way when I took off, but Stevie is our kid, isn't he?
I don't want to talk about him. You and I were over a long time ago, even before you pretended to die. Well, what is it you want now? Money again?
No. I just want to come home to you and Stevie.
Stevie and I don't belong to you anymore. You can't come home.
What about my mother?
Gran is with us. But you can't do this to her. She's an old lady. She's happy in a whole new world.
What new world?
Listen to me, Craig. Listen. Try to be kind and unselfish once in your life. For nearly 5 years, I thought you were dead.
You were glad I was.
Oh, that isn't true. We had our differences, but I did love you once. When I thought you died in that car crash, a lot of things died in me, too. But I was having a child. I had to pick up the pieces. Somehow I managed. When your dad died, I had to help Gran make a new life for herself, too. We've done a lot of building. Please don't tear it all down again. Not now.
But I want to. I have to. I want to be part of it.
You can't.
Why not?
Because I've rebuilt my life. And I have a right to it. It's mine and you have no place in it.
There's going to have to be a place for me.
Well, there can't be. I've met a man I'm in love with. And well, why did you turn up now? I'm going to be married 2 weeks from today.
I'm afraid that's out, Marion, now that I'm back.
Look, you can't do this to me, Craig. Please.
It's too late. I already announced myself at the hospital as your husband.
You can't come home.
Marion, I've got to. I'm sick. I have something the matter with me, and it gets worse and worse. I can hardly walk now. I need you. You're the only hope I have left.
I need someone to take care of me.
It could be a nightmare, but Dr. Marion Trevor is too wide awake and too level-headed to pretend that. This is stark truth and the makings of unbearable tragedy. But how desperate and how dangerous the future is to be for her, she cannot even yet imagine. On the edge of Teeman's Cliff, Marion Trevor sits behind the wheel of her car, numb, unable, and unwilling to look at the man by her side who has come back from the dead. In 2 weeks, she would have been happily married to Dr. Brian Douglas if this husband hadn't returned. The man she thought fate had been kind enough to get rid of forever.
What do you mean, sick? What's the matter with you?
I can't walk properly. And, well, other things. When I was in the hospital, they said I had, I don't know, Larisch's syndrome or something.
Larisch's syndrome?
Yeah, that's it. They wanted to operate, but I hauled tail out of there fast.
Why?
Too many facts, names, states. I couldn't take a chance. Anyways, no doc's putting me under the knife.
If you have Larisch's syndrome, an operation should be considered.
Well, okay. Can't we talk about that after we get home?
I can't take you home with me.
I'm your husband. Oh, don't worry. If you think I'm going to claim married rights or something, that's one other thing that's gone wrong, as well as the legs. I can assure you, you're quite safe. Look, I need somewhere to rest.
Okay. At least it'll be all right for tonight.
What do you mean tonight?
Gran and Stevie have gone to visit my mother for the weekend. We'll have that much breathing space to try and straighten out the future.
Hello?
Brian? It's Marion.
Oh, hi, darling. I was just about to give you a ring about this television coverage of an operation day after tomorrow.
I'm not calling you about that now, dear.
Okay. We can straighten that out when I see you. Did I remember to say I love you?
And I love you. Lord, Brian, we've got to talk.
I'm listening.
Not over the phone, but tomorrow in your office.
I'll just name the time.
As early as possible. I just can't give you... Suppose I meet you in the cafeteria about 7.
Fine. I'm not operating till 8. But, honey, you sound so serious. Can't you give me a hint? What's up?
No, not from here. Darling, forgive me. Let me talk about it tomorrow.
Hey there, bridegroom-to-be. How's the world look today?
I'll tell you after my first cup of coffee, Dr. Wilson.
One of those mornings, huh, Dr. Douglas?
Yeah, following the night before. And a long day stretching ahead.
I have a pretty full schedule myself. You shouldn't have the blues.
I don't have the blues. I think maybe I have the jitters.
What about getting married? Greatest institution in the world. Do you good to be one of the rest of us inmates.
Inmates?
That's a squirrel cage, but you grow to love it.
Oh. I wasn't thinking of that so much.
2 weeks before his wedding, and what else should the bridegroom be thinking of?
Oh, come on, Jerry. Get off my back. But as chief of staff, I do have a niggling problem here and there. For example, this cockamamie TV coverage of our first operation tomorrow morning that I got talked into.
You don't have to do it.
No, I think it's a good thing. It's too late to pull back anyway. I think the public should see firsthand that surgery isn't anything to fear. There are no mysteries about it.
After all the trouble Marion went to setting it up, there's no way you could pull out.
You haven't seen Marion this morning, have you?
Well, she wasn't checked in on the board when I came in a few minutes ago. Well, I'm due to scrub. I'm assisting Hallam. Oh, timed exit. Here comes your lady love. Good morning, Dr. Trevor.
Morning, Jerry. Hello, Brian.
Hi, hon. I just got my coffee. Get you some?
Maybe take it up to your office. Not here. I've got to talk to you in private.
That bad, huh?
Oh, it's about as bad as it can get.
I You're sure?
The only trouble about last night is that everything I've ever dreamt before, I'd have rather taken than this. Waking up to reality was a real nightmare. It's true. Craig is alive. He's here. So that means a marriage has been somewhat disarranged.
Oh, come on, honey. Just delayed till we can arrange the divorce. Lord knows if he doesn't want one, you have every reason.
But we can't make it all that easy, Brian. There's Stevie to think about. He is his father. And Gran, she's his mother. And most of all, perhaps, the fact he's not well.
Well, at least we're doctors. Maybe we can take care of that. You say it sounds like Lariche syndrome. Mm-hmm. Can you get him into the hospital for some tests and observation?
Oh, I don't know.
Well, why not? What is it, dear?
He's... You know, I've never wanted to talk to you much about Craig. Well, emotionally, he's never been too stable. He's weak, he's selfish, in a way, vicious. Most of all, he's a coward. He never could face anything in life squarely. He's terrified of doctors, hospitals, and most of all,
He what?
He's afraid of you.
Oh, I don't have to be involved in it. We can get Jerry to take care of it.
I don't know if I can coax him to come near a hospital.
No, for Pete's sake, if the man is sick enough to have trouble walking, can't he see? I told him not to put any calls through unless it was an emergency, so I guess...
Well, I can answer it, then.
Yeah. Dr. Douglas? Yes? Of course, nurse. Tell the operator to put Mr. Trevor right through to my office. It's for you, Marion. Your husband.
What? Oh, thanks. Hello. Yes, Craig, this is Marion. What? What is it? Where? Well, look, lie down and I'll get you a... Craig? Craig!
What's the matter?
He was in pain, abdominal pain.
And what happened?
I don't know. Sounded as though he might have passed out. Anyway, this solves one problem. How to get him into the hospital. Hello. This is Dr. Marion Trevor. Green light emergency. I need an ambulance right away.
Marion, take it easy. He's in the best of possible hands with Jerry Wilson.
I know.
But you're still pacing around like an expectant father. Does he mean that much to you, in spite of everything?
Oh, darling. Darling, there's only one man in my life now. The only one who has ever been, ever since I met you. It isn't that. Just I feel so guilty.
You? Why?
I could see he had cramps in his legs, that he walked with difficulty. But Craig, no one ever had been able to trust him except, I don't know. I am a doctor. He told me what was wrong.
You handled it as you should have. There is nothing necessarily acute about a Lariche syndrome.
I didn't believe him. He's always been such a liar. And all the time...
Easy, darling. We haven't heard from Jerry yet.
I wanted him dead, Brian. Now I feel as though I'd wished it on him.
Oh, darling. Dr. Douglas. Jerry, how's it look? Yeah? Well, why don't you come up and lay it on us in person?
You think it's a thrombosis, Jerry?
I guess.
Or an aneurysm?
Well, I've set him up for an arteriogram. Should pinpoint it.
But he's not critical for the moment?
No, thanks some lucky star. Because that's one guy who'll have to be hauled kicking and screaming to the operating table.
But an operation is indicated no matter which it is.
Well, so far, apparently, the occlusion has been intermittent. This may only be an episode.
But if it becomes total, it would cut off all the blood supply to his legs.
That's right.
He could lose them.
Well, surgical intervention could save that. Let's see what shows up on the arteriogram first.
If it's critical, if surgery is indicated, I'd want him to have the best. Would you do it, Brian?
Are you crazy, Marion? Brian's the last guy to touch your husband. The guy who just busted into your lives out of nowhere? Suppose...
Let's not jump to conclusions. And we don't have to suppose. Dr. Hallam gets the brass ring because I couldn't do the operation anyway. If you'll remember, I have to make my TV debut tomorrow morning.
Hello, Craig.
Where the hell have you been all day?
Making my rounds. I'm not on the surgical side. This was the first chance I had to get here.
Hoping I'd be dead before you arrived?
Well, there's no question of that. You should have an operation, Craig.
Oh, sure. And it should be done by the big surgeon himself, your other loving boyfriend, Dr. Brian Douglas, huh?
I wish Brian could do it. He's the best surgeon I know. He feels under the circumstances.
All right, baby. Well, he's the last guy I'd trust with a knife in his hands anywhere near me.
We're lucky to have Dr. Hallam. He's just as good as Dr. Douglas.
It isn't going to make any difference. I'm not having any operation. Now, get me out of this tube thing. Get my clothes. I want out of here.
Craig, you can't leave. You wouldn't be able to walk, or you shouldn't.
Why do I have to have this gadget? What's it doing? Leaking slow poison into my veins?
It's feeding heparin, a blood thinner into your system to try to guard against an occlusion that would make an operation mandatory.
Oh, look, do we need all the big words?
At the end of the big artery that comes down from the heart, there's a fork to two big arteries that feed blood into your legs. You have very early hardening of the arteries, and because of the pressure, you have an aneurysm there.
What's an aneurysm?
It's a distension of the artery, a sort of balloon filled with blood that might burst.
Does it always?
No. Sometimes, if you're lucky, the aneurysm can be reabsorbed. Do me at least one favor.
What?
Just sign this authorization to operate in case it does become acute.
Oh, no. I'm not signing any papers. Wouldn't it be a convenient way to get me out of the way, huh?
That isn't what I'm trying to do.
Oh, we won't get the chance, Barry. Okay, as long as I'm stuck in this morgue. Get out of here. Let me get some sleep. By the way, when do my son and my mother get home?
They should be at the house by now. Why?
Do they know about the prodigal's return yet?
No. It's something I still have to face.
Oh, yeah. I just bet you can hardly wait to tell them, huh?
Please, Craig. Let me do it in my own time. Let me prepare them a little first.
Oh, sure. I'll leave everything up to you.
Hello?
Mother, I want you to get ready for a shock. This is Craig.
Who? Craig?
Yes. Yes, your son, alive. I'm alive, but not for long, unless you help me.
I don't know what you're talking.
Just listen to me, Mom. Mom, they got me in the hospital, and they're planning to kill me. Help me, Mom. Help me. And if it's too late, don't let them get away with it.
An honest attempt to save a man's life, or at least to protect it, because of the man's fear and insecurity, now becomes something ominous and unpredictable. If his condition should suddenly become acute, who would sign the authorization for surgery? And if it should be unsuccessful, who would shoulder the blame? We'll find out when we return with Act 3. The world spins on its axis, and nothing can arrest the inevitable march of time. But inside that limit, there is no individual boundary. Now, a man returning out of nowhere is in the process of starting a chain of events that have neither a foreseeable future or a solution. An event Dr. Marion Trevor has had a difficult time explaining to her mother-in-law.
No doubt about it, Graham. Craig is alive.
I just can't believe it. My son. Why didn't you let me know right away?
I suppose I should have. I was just so confused about everything. And then to find out he was in bad health.
Oh, how bad is it?
It's very hard to explain, Grant. I think he should have an immediate operation.
Well, then why doesn't he listen to you? You're a doctor.
Because he doesn't trust me. He doesn't trust anyone. He's obsessed with the fact that because he tried to die before his time, or appeared to, that everyone else wants to take advantage of that.
Do you, Marion?
Oh, no. Please, Grant. Don't think that of me. You know, the best thing you could do for him.
What?
Convince him that he needs an operation.
Are you sure of that?
Aren't you? After all I told him.
I don't know. I thought I'd reestablished my life with my boy gone. Oh, I know it wasn't a good marriage for you, but how can I blame my own flesh and blood all the way? I know he wasn't good for you, and you wanted to be rid of him. It seemed that God had solved that problem. Now, it's all so different.
I don't know what to say. I thought you'd be on my side, Gran.
I don't know whose side I'm on. Just let's keep it from Stevie at the moment.
Well, there's no reason why he shouldn't be told.
Are you sure? Supposing Craig doesn't ever come home from the hospital. Isn't it better and simpler for Stevie just to believe, as he does now, that his father died before he was born?
This is ridiculous, really. Gran, we're talking as though Craig's second life, if you want to call it that, is going to be very short.
It had better not be.
What do you mean?
I'm afraid to say what I mean, but I know I've got to go and see my boy tonight.
You see what it is, Mom. She wants me dead.
Oh, that isn't so.
Oh, don't kid yourself. She doesn't even want my son to know I'm alive.
Now, be reasonable, Craig, son. This is something that's going to have to be broken to Stevie very carefully. He's a little boy. It's going to be hard for him to understand.
Okay. Let's forget the kid for the moment. First off is me. Now, look, I want you to promise me something, Ma.
What?
If anything happens to me, don't you let them get away with it. Doctors or no doctors. You'll know that they knocked me off just to get me out of the way.
Come. Oh, Marion, what's up?
A couple of things. Just wanted you to know that TV is all set up and ready to go. The nurse has a sterile microphone. Once she buttons that on, you can forget they're even there. Just go ahead like a normal closed-circuit viewing for the staff.
Fine. But what about you, honey? Is Hallam going to operate on your, Craig?
He had to postpone that. Dr. Hallam reported sick last night. Anyway, it was all up in the air. I couldn't get Craig to sign an authorization.
Brian.
Oh, what is it?
Emergency. Green light all the way. I'm sorry, Marion, but our mutual patient just exploded. You can hear his screams all the way down the hall. I have him on the way up. Critical emergency. Priority A. He's got to be operated on, Brian.
Did he sign the release?
Are you kidding? The guy's in a coma. Who can we get?
We'll have to postpone my resection. Mr. Brettler will keep. There's no rush.
Well, you can't operate on Marion. Well, there must be someone else.
It's an emergency. I'm stuck with it. Marion, you run traffic. Put Mr. Brettler on hold and rush the patient in. I'm half sterile now. Let's get him on the table so we're ready to go if we have to. Are we ready, Miss Abrams?
Except for the patient. He hasn't been prepped, Doctor.
So I see. Dr. Wilson, will you prep, please?
Now, look, Brian, I scrubbed up under protest. You're crazy to go ahead with this.
Why?
Because you haven't got a release.
His wife signed it.
His wife? If anything happens, you have your neck stuck out a mile, Brian.
Doctor, be careful. The microphone.
What?
I forgot we're on TV tube and wired for sound.
I imagine all extraneous remarks can be cut from the tape. Please prep, Doctor, while I explain the situation. Do I have the patient, Dr. Aiello?
All yours.
What's the blood pressure?
200/20.
Not so good. Still, there was bound to be hypertension.
How long are we going to be, Dr. Douglas?
We can't get out under 3 hours at a guess. Maybe longer. Can you hold him?
No comment. The quicker the better, though.
Let's see what we can do. Is the patient prepped, Dr. Wilson?
Almost ready.
Very good. For anyone observing this operation for the first time, let me explain a Lariche syndrome. The patient involved is at a highly critical stage, since a large thrombus or blood clot is cutting off the main circulation to the interior organs and the lower extremities. Corollary circulation is taken over to some extent, but not enough to prevent the danger of gangrene and possible loss of one or both legs. In addition, there is a major complication, which we shall discuss when the time comes. Ready, Dr. Wilson?
Yes, Doctor.
Good. Scrub nurse?
Yes, sir.
Skin knife. We will use a midline incision from the umbilicus to just short of the pubis. Retract, please. Scalpel. I am now going through the fascia. Retract again. Scalpel. As soon as the field is clear, we will expose the peritoneum. Bleeder there. Clamp it, please.
Sponge.
Doctor?
Thanks. Give you a better view.
Excellent. Yeah. There we are.
Retract, nurse.
Nail scissors. In just a second, we will be cutting the peritoneum and going into the abdominal cavity to find out just how serious the situation is. And now that the superimposed thrombus has been removed, we can see the poor condition of the aorta. The intima is almost completely overgrown by atheromatous plaques, which severely impede the flow of blood. The patient has been unable to walk more than short distances at a time. Other effects will have been poor function of the abdominal organs, including possible and probable impotence. To return the patient to a normal life, it will not be enough to close the artery. We must bypass this progressively deteriorating area.
Dr. Douglas.
I see it, Dr. Wilson.
Above the ligature, the artery is...
What we caught a glimpse of on the arteriograph was an aneurysm. Dissecting.
It's blowing up like a balloon, ready to pop.
We'll ligate above it. Stand by with suction. We've run into a complication which we did anticipate, but hoped would not develop. A break in the inside artery wall, letting the blood under pressure into the media. If this should rupture the outside wall, the patient could be lost. We are therefore isolating this section with a... I need your answer first, Dr. Aiello.
It's up to you, Dr. Howard. Do you want to take the risk? I'll try to hold him stable.
That's all I want to know.
Well, you're not going to try to complete the operation.
With a bypass, yes.
Well, the patient's in no condition to.
What else would you suggest?
Well, cellophane wrap the aneurysm and close.
Leaving the patient in the same condition as we found him?
Alive. If we continue, there's a chance of...
At least a calculated one.
Well, that's just the trouble. Brian, this isn't just any patient.
Who says?
I don't want to see you stick your neck out.
I should remind you again, we are essentially on candid camera. The operation will proceed. And in my judgment, we will make this man whole again. That's all that's involved here. Nurse, give me a clamp and stand by with suction. We're going to use a plastic bypass. Well, we did it, Marion. 3 days, and although he's not completely out of the woods, he's a new man.
Did a lot more than that.
You mean I ended us? You're going to go back to him?
No. This is something which is to do with neither of us.
What?
Oh, my darling. Where do you live except in the world of medicine?
In you, too?
All right. Narrow world. Want to know what's happening the rest of it?
Well, come on. I'm not that immured. The last few days, maybe, but...
The last few days are enough. Remember that Craig's operation by accident was on television.
Yes, but it was edited.
For TV. Not for one young, ambitious reporter who was hanging around because he happens to be dating one of our nurses. He has dreams of grandeur and got like 100 words accepted on UAP. The story had enough human drama to get picked up all along the line. I'm afraid we've become a 3-day sensation.
Us?
All the elements. Love, an interrupted marriage, a husband who turns up out of nowhere, supposedly dead. The incredible drama that the man who operates on him must be the one man who desires him dead and holds his life in his hands.
Oh, come on with the nonsense. Anyway, he's alive and well, and going to be. There's no suspense in that.
Right. And we're forgotten now, except...
Except what?
Except he is alive. And where do we go from here?
Yes?
Hello, buddy. Long time no hear from.
Who is this?
A friend who went to your funeral. He's really ginched. And he got made a fool of. Now, we know you're still around and where you are. Let's consider you're into us for like about $15,000.
I can't raise that much.
Well, you'd better
Look, you got to give me time.
Like 1 week, cousin. You don't come through, cut those new legs from under you.
Dear Marion, there are a lot of things I can do. Thanks to you and the man you love, I have legs in which I can try to run and hide. I can stay where I am and tough it out, but how far can the mob really reach? I guess that's one place I can't kid myself. The TV coverage of the operation was no big deal, but some lucky stranger who had a connection with the wire service got me publicity enough for the hard boys to find me. No, I was left with 2 choices. Tough it out or...
What have we got, Jerry?
Accident, Valley Road. Some guy wide open took off and tried to fly.
Alive?
No, Brian, DOA. Dead, for that matter, when they found him.
You sure? Burns?
No. This time he was more or less in one piece.
What does that mean?
A guy who's been down this alley before. Only this time he isn't coming back. A guy who should have been dead 5 years ago. And finally made it this time. A guy named Craig Trevor.
The first reaction is one of relief and joy for Brian and Marion, and for a marriage which once again has been arranged, and for the little boy named Steve, who will grow up with real parents, and for an old lady who doesn't have to mourn her son anew. The second is the waste of all the modern techniques which saved a man who wasn't worth saving. And the third is, thank God we have the techniques and the people dedicated to them, because the person who is saved might be you. I'll be back shortly.
How does your laxative work? Many brand name laxatives contain ingredients that expand in your stomach. That's how they work. We know a medicine that works differently. It's in the X-Lax pill. Overnight, the X-Lax pill gently stimulates your system's own regular rhythm. Stimulates your system for relief in the morning. No surprises, just relief in the morning. That's the X-Lax pill. Try it tonight with confidence. For occasional use only as directed. X-Lax pills.
A while ago, when I first started this story, I seem to remember I was quoting the Bible. If men strive and hurt a woman with child, and if mischief follow, then shalt thou give life for life. I think I've lived up to my promise. That's what this story was all about. Our cast included Ann Williams, Gordon Gould, Ralph Bell, Bryna Rayburn, and Bob Reddick. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Oh, there are the Ledgers. I've got to greet them. Get some champagne. You've got to drink to our 25th anniversary.
Well, I'll drink to that. I'll get some for us, Miriam. You circulate.
I don't remember who was there that night, what we ate or drank, or when we got home. All I could think of were those fantastic earrings of Helene's. I simply had to have them. It wasn't just a case of admiration. It was physical. I had to have those earrings the way a starving man has to have food. I knew Helene wouldn't dream of giving them to me, or even selling them to me. I had to think of a way of getting them, because those earrings had to be mine.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores and Buick Motor Division.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. We turn this time to a classic melodrama, an incredible chiller. I say incredible because it was written by a 19th century lady who seldom left her house. I speak, of course, of Charlotte Bronte, most famous of the three literary sisters whose strange brother, Patrick Branwell, was a prototype for some of the men in their novels. The day of the governess is past, but she was quite a fixture in the days when opulent mansions housed the wealthy, or the housekeeper and staff of servants who sometimes shared dark secrets.
What's the matter with you this morning, Miss Jane? You look peaked.
Another one of those terrible nightmares, Mrs. Fairfax.
Such things are omens. My dead husband has been rising from his grave to tell me no good will come to this house.
This house is the happiest home I have ever known.
Then why do you dream of death and destruction?
It must have been the storm. The moors were wild with thunder and lightning.
I'm begging you, Miss Jane. Get away from here. Leave Mr. Rochester and Thornfield Hall alone before it's too late.
Our mystery drama, Jane Eyre, has been adapted from the Charlotte Bronte classic especially for the Mystery Theater by Elizabeth Pennell and stars Patricia Elliott and Arnold Moss. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Now to meet our Victorian heroine. Jane Eyre has been hired as a teacher with one pupil in a mansion which dominates a remote English countryside, a setting much like that where the Bronte sisters lived and dreamed of adventure. As we begin, Jane has volunteered to post a letter for the housekeeper. The nearest village is 2 miles away, but she welcomes the opportunity to walk by herself across the moor. It is a January afternoon, and the ground is hard, the air still, and the road lonely. At the top of the hill, Jane pauses to enjoy the view. And suddenly, she is not alone.
First the dog, and then a man on horseback, galloping furiously. I had not noticed the icy patch on the road, nor had the rider, until too late. With a slithering crash, horse and rider went down.
What the deuce?
Are you injured, sir?
I'm not sure.
Let me help you.
Oh, stand to one side.
But you're hurt. I'll go for help.
No. I don't seem to have any broken bones, only this confounded ankle.
You can't stay here on this lonely road if you're unable to mount your horse.
Where do you come from?
Just below.
That house with the battlements?
Yes, sir.
Well, whose house is it?
Mr. Rochester's.
Do you know Mr. Rochester?
I have never seen him.
Well, who the devil are you?
I am the governess.
I see. Well, if you're not afraid, grab hold of my horse's bridle. Lead him over here to me.
I know little of horses.
Now, come here. Let me lean on you. That will do. Now hand me my whip. Thank you. Come along, pilots.
He rode off, and I continued down the road to the village by myself, wondering about this gruff stranger. For me, it had been quite an adventure, so I took my time getting back to the house. When I reached it, the housekeeper was in the entranceway.
Pilot, hush up.
Mrs. Fairfax, that dog.
Yes, he came with his master.
With whom?
Mr. Rochester. He arrived shortly after you went to post the letter.
That couldn't have been...
Mr. Rochester has had an accident. His horse fell, and his ankle is sprained.
Did he ask about me?
Miss Eyre, I have not yet had a chance to tell him about you. The surgeon has been sent for. next day, I was summoned by Mrs. Fairfax to be presented to the master of the house. He was unmistakably the same dour personage I had already encountered.
Sit down, Miss Eyre. I've examined Adele and find you've taken great pains with her.
She is a pleasant child.
I understand you've lived in my house for the past 3 months. And you came from...
From Lowood School.
Ah, yes. A charitable institution and a grim one, from all I've heard. How long were you there?
8 years.
You must have a sturdy constitution.
I welcome the opportunity to get away.
No doubt. Who are your parents?
I have none.
Or ever had, I suppose?
I don't remember them. I was left as an orphan with an aunt who hated me. The Lowood School was a joy compared to her house.
Any other relatives?
I've heard of an uncle on my father's side, but I doubt if he knows I exist. He lives in Madeira.
Who recommended that you come here?
I advertised, and Mrs. Fairfax answered my advertisement.
You have no friends, I presume?
None but the pupils and teachers of Lowood, and now those of you at Thornfield.
Mm-hmm. You've lived the life of a nun, but I must say it has not broken your spirit. How old are you?
18.
Old enough for some accomplishments. I saw some sketches in the schoolroom. Are there others?
I have a portfolio.
Send it to my room. And now I'm tired. You may go.
It's true that I do not frighten easily, and I was content as the days went by to be left with my pupil or to wander alone through that enormous house. One day, I climbed through a trapdoor onto the roof. Oh, a fine place for sketching. As I started down the 3rd floor staircase, this dreadful sound sent me running. Mrs. Fairfax! Mrs. Fairfax!
Yes, my dear.
I didn't know there was anyone upstairs.
Why, there's not. That wing of the house is quite empty.
But I heard someone laughing. Oh, such a terrible laugh.
Oh, that. It must be Grace Poole.
Grace Poole?
One of the servants. She acts quite unbalanced at times. But where have you been? Mr. Rochester wants to see you.
I found him seated by the fire, and as the light played over his stern features, his dark eyes had a softness out of keeping with his manner. He caught me off guard.
You examine me, Miss Eyre. Do you think me handsome?
No, sir.
What fault do you find with me?
Mr. Rochester, I shouldn't have answered that way.
Don't criticize me. Go ahead. Does my forehead not please you? Do you think I'm a fool?
Far from it.
Well, you look puzzled. And a puzzled air keeps those searching eyes from studying my face. I'm feeling gregarious and communicative tonight. Talk to me.
I have nothing to say.
Well, then I'll make you say something. From your point of view, I'm sure I'd be judged a sinner.
I do not make judgments.
Oh, you would if you knew how I've wasted all my years.
Why do you regret the past when there's a future to look forward to?
I look forward to nothing but misery.
But you have Adele and...
Indeed. I rue the day I became encumbered with that brat.
Well, then why did you make her your ward?
I'm a victim of circumstance. Children annoy me. Well, I told you I feel talkative. Wouldn't you like to know something about Adele?
If you wish to tell me. The child has no more memory of her parents than I do of mine.
Her mother was a dancer. I found her in Paris, a glorious creature with whom I fell madly in love. She played me for a fool from the beginning, taking my money, giving a heart to a handsome devil of an army officer by whom she had a child, and claimed the child was mine. But does that shock you, Miss Eyre?
No. But if the child was not yours, why do you feel responsible?
Because the infant was abandoned.
Which proves that you are a man of compassion.
Perhaps. But I have no feeling for that girl. The less I see of her, the better. And if you don't like my attitude, you're not compelled to stay here.
Oh, now you have shocked me. Adele is a lonely little orphan, forsaken by her mother and disowned by you. Already she leans on me as a friend, and I will do my best to comfort her. I stayed out of his way after that, hoping he would soon be leaving. Then one night, I was awakened. That terrible sound again, followed by a moan which came from just outside my door. With shaking hands, I put on my robe, opened the bedroom door, and... Who's there? Who is there? In the far distance, someone was climbing the stairs. And very faintly, a door closed. At my feet, on the matting of the floor, a candle burned in a low candlestick. I picked it up and walked along the corridor, drawn by the strong smell of smoke. A door, usually closed tight, was ajar. Mr. Rochester's bedroom, and the smoke was coming from there, billowing out and getting thicker. Mr. Rochester, wake up. The draperies at the head of his bed were on fire. I grabbed a pitcher from the washstand and...
What the devil?
A fire, sir. Get up quickly.
In the name of all the elves in Christendom, is that Jane Eyre? What have you done with me?
Your bed was on fire.
But what brought you to my bedroom?
There was someone in the hallway. Someone who cried out and then went upstairs.
I see. You said you saw no one but heard a cry.
Yes, I thought it must be that Grace Poole.
Exactly so. The unfortunate woman has nightmares.
I was relieved to learn next day that Mr. Rochester had taken off on one of his journeys. But when he returned, I saw quite a different side of his complex personality.
Oh, Miss Jane, it's nice to have music and laughter in the house.
I thought I heard singing last night. There are ladies staying here?
Mr. Rochester has brought several guests. There's Mr. Mason, Mrs. Eshton and her daughters, and I wish you could catch a glimpse of Lady Blanche Ingram.
What is she like?
A great beauty. What a fine couple they make. I'm hoping that what I've heard may be true.
And what is that?
That they will be married. Oh, Lady Blanche is years younger than Mr. Rochester, but so gay and charming. I tell you, life will be very different at Thornfield Hall.
What has come over me? As I lay in bed, my heart is filled with a great longing. Severely, I say to myself, tomorrow, Jane Eyre, look in the mirror and draw your own picture faithfully, without softening one defect, omit no harsh line, and write under it, portrait of a governess, disconnected, poor, and plain. In due course, I was introduced to the ladies who ignored me and Adele so completely that it was easy to stay out of their way. Then one night, as I sat alone in my room, there was such a commotion that I opened the door.
Mr. Mason needs help.
Rochester, for heaven's sake, come back to your rooms, all of you. Except for you, Jane Eyre.
What's happened?
I need you. Come this way. Take my hand. It's dark going up the stairs.
But, Mr. Rochester...
I trust you don't turn sick at the sight of blood.
I hope not, although I've never been tested.
Steady now. Through this doorway.
Could this be the disturbing Grace Poole at last? But I caught only the sight of a receding form, a woman in a gray sweater and long black dress. Our attention was focused on the bed, where the guest, Mr. Mason, lay with blood streaming from a gash on his head.
Quickly, Jane, hold that basin while I sponge his wounds.
She's a fiend incarnate. I won't live through the night.
Nonsense, man, nonsense. You've nothing but scratches.
She stabbed me. Barely missed my jugular vein. I'm bleeding to death.
Courage, Richard. You'll survive.
But my arm. She sank her teeth into it.
We'll get the doctor as soon as we can. Just be calm.
Calm? She sucked my blood and said she would drain my heart.
Surely after this murderous attack, Grace Poole would be removed from the household. But weeks later, I saw the retreating form of the woman in gray and black starting up the attic stairs, only while she was still on the stairway, from overhead, I heard...
How's that for a chilling turn of events? The upper floors of Thornfield Hall appear to be occupied by demons, not the least of which is the murderous Grace Poole. Why would such a servant be left to roam the corridors? And what brings on a laugh which now seems to be disembodied? I assure you that more harrowing developments lie ahead. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. The unfortunate Mr. Mason apparently made a quick recovery. In any event, the guests all departed as suddenly as they had come. And so did Mr. Rochester. I don't think I'd like to spend a night at Thornfield Hall, much less be confined there without knowing what was going on. But Jane Eyre was used to being rebuffed when she asked questions. And in spite of her strange environment, she had never enjoyed such a life of ease. Her pupil, though not especially bright, was eager to learn. And Jane spent the rest of the time with her sketchpad and books in the library.
Mr. Rochester has come home, Miss Jane. Oh, and it's all working out just the way I hoped it would. He is planning to marry.
Will they be living here?
Well, he can answer that himself. He has asked to see you out in the garden.
Thornfield is a pleasant place in summer, isn't it, Jane?
Oh, yes, sir.
You've made yourself quite at home here. I assume you're somewhat attached to this house.
Indeed, I am.
And although I can't understand why you seem to have acquired a certain regard for that foolish child Adele and even for simple Dame Fairfax.
In different ways, I have affection for them both.
And you would be sorry to part with them?
Yes.
Pity. But that's the way it is. The time always comes when one must move on.
But, sir, I'm very happy here.
Yeah, well, that's the extraordinary thing. It'll make parting more difficult.
You mean I must leave Thornfield?
I'm sorry, but you're dismissed as of tonight.
Is it because you are going to be married?
Exactly so.
Soon, sir?
Very soon.
But what about Adele?
I'll send her away to school, and you must get a new situation.
I will advertise immediately. But in the meantime, may I stay on until I have somewhere else to go?
I hope to be a bridegroom in about a month. But I'll find employment for you. In fact, my would-be mother-in-law has already heard of a place where they need a governess in Ireland.
That's a long way off, sir.
From what?
From England and from Thornfield and...
Well?
From you, sir.
It's very interesting that you should say that, Jane. Because when we're alone as we are now, and I'm close to you, I have a queer feeling that I would miss you very much if you should go away.
You will forget me very quickly.
You spoke to me once of the future. What do you look forward to?
Oh, I suppose in my hopeless dreams, I fancy myself as a mistress of my own school for girls.
Oh, Jane, Jane. Behind that prim facade, you're fire and ice. You mustn't.
Please, don't talk that way, sir. I wish you happiness in the course you have taken for your future.
What course?
Why, with the beautiful Miss Ingram, your bride.
I have no bride.
But you will have.
Oh, yes, I will. And she is standing now right beside me.
Mr. Rochester, please, let me go.
I am offering you my hand, my heart, and a share of all my possessions.
You are making a fool of me. And my only answer is to laugh in your face.
I ask you to pass through life at my side, to
be my second self and best companion.
You have already made your choice, and I can take no more cruelty.
Jane, I have no feeling for the beautiful Blanche no more than she has for me. Our affair is over. I came back to Thornfield to entreat you to accept me as a husband.
If your feelings for me are real, I will be grateful and devoted.
Grateful? Say it quickly. Say you'll marry me.
Mr. Rochester, if you are sincere...
Edward. My name is Edward. If you need an oath, I swear that I love you.
Then, sir, I will marry you.
That's not the way to accept my offer.
Dear Edward. Everything had changed. I was no longer plain Jane Eyre. Of course, I had known from the first moment that Edward Rochester was a man above all others. But in my wildest dreams, I had never dared hope I could be the object of that affectionate heart he tries so hard to keep buried. I still felt insignificant and blushed when he offered to buy me a trousseau and talked about jewels.
And a diamond necklace for my lady?
Oh, no, sir, please, I can't accept
But you're soon to be Jane Rochester, and that calls for finery for my beauty.
Oh, please, Mr. Rochester.
Who?
Edward. Mm-hmm. Don't call me things I am not. I am your plain, Quakerish governess.
You have beauty after my own heart, delicate, ethereal.
Oh, puny and insignificant, you mean. You are dreaming, or else... Oh, for pity's sake, don't sneer at me.
I will dress my Jane in satin and lace. And for her wedding, her head shall be covered with a priceless veil.
I was in a world of utter bliss until...
What you and Mr. Rochester are about to do is wrong.
We love one another.
He is old enough to be your father.
He's nothing like a father. And he looks so young.
You know nothing of men. And no good can come from a union with a gentleman of his station and a lonely governess.
I thought, Mrs. Fairfax, that you and I were friends.
Miss Jane, you must leave Thornfield Hall before it's too late.
But my Edward was more loving than ever, and I could put up with anything until...
Dearest Jane, last night you were so radiant. Now, what's happened on your wedding day to make you look so pale?
Last night, the most terrible nightmare of them all.
My dearest Jane, you're nervous, that's natural. But soon your mind will be at ease.
Only this time it was more than a nightmare. Something happened.
Well, then tell me about it, although that little head of yours is apt to conjure up all sorts of things.
But this was real. I knew that my door had opened, and a woman was standing in my bedroom. She held a candle and examined my wedding dress.
Well, it must have been that stupid Mrs. Fairfax.
No, not Mrs. Fairfax. A large woman with thick hair hanging down her back, in a white gown, or a sheet that looked like a shroud.
Did you see her face?
Not at first. Then she moved stealthily toward me, and the candlelight caught her features. Oh, hideous, savage, like a vampire. And as she leaned over me, I would have screamed in terror, except no sound would come. She blew out the flame and glided from the room.
A most unsettling dream. But after tonight, Jane, you'll have no more, I assure you.
But that's not all, sir.
Well, surely you didn't attempt to go after her.
I was so frightened, I believe I fainted. But when I woke, it was light. And oh, Mr. Rochester, my beautiful veil. It had been torn to shreds.
My poor Jane.
Oh, you see, sir, it wasn't a dream.
No, I suspect the vindictive Grace Poole.
Mrs. Fairfax would say it is an omen.
You and I, Jane, know how to dispense with omens. And soon we will be far away from here. I'll take you to Spain. We'll tour the world. Come, my dear. This is the happiest day of our lives. If either of you know any impediment why ye may not lawfully be joined together in matrimony, ye do now confess it.
Stop this mockery of a wedding.
Mason, how dare you?
I might say the same to you, sir.
Go on with the ceremony.
It cannot take place.
Pay no attention to this intruder. Go on, I say.
Let Mr. Mason speak.
This marriage is unlawful. It must not be consummated.
But why, Mr. Mason?
Because Mr. Rochester is already married. He has a wife.
Miss Jane, I warned you. I was trying to keep you from...
You should have told the girl.
Leave my innocent Jane out of this.
How can I?
Mason, I should knock your block off.
You won't touch me, and you know it. I'm convinced the girl knows nothing, and I've already been in touch with her uncle.
What do you know of my uncle?
I made inquiries through my solicitor, and I've seen your uncle in Madeira.
You've seen him? But then why hasn't he written to me?
He's very ill. But thank heaven he sent me back here in time to stop the wedding.
Mr. Mason, at the chapel, you accused Mr. Rochester of being...
He was prepared to become a bigamist.
He's right, Miss Jane.
Oh, please, I don't understand.
I thought she might be dead. But I found out last April that she was alive, all right.
Who, Mr. Mason?
My sister Bertha. Mr. Rochester's wife.
No, this can't be.
It's true, Jane. If you can call such perversity the truth.
But, Mr. Rochester, you cannot be married.
Bertha Mason is mad, and she came of a mad family.
There may be something in what you say. Yet the law decrees that an incompetent wife must be protected.
The law? For 15 years, I've done my duty. And for 12 years, she's been no wife to me.
Yet the bonds of marriage are sacred.
I would move heaven and earth to keep my treasured Jane from learning how low one can sink in deprivation. But now her eyes must be opened.
Mr. Rochester...
Lead the way, Mrs. Fairfax. Miss Jane must see for herself what has for so long been hidden on the 3rd floor of Thornfield Hall.
Grace Poole, unlock the door.
Go in first, Mason. Sometimes she responds to you.
What if she responds the way she did last time?
Go on, you coward. She's with her nurse.
Watch her, Grace. She's not to be trusted. Oh, it is. That's the woman who came to my room last night. Or can she be a human creature?
Careful, miss. She sees you. Wait until Mrs. Poole has her cornered. She is so cunning.
We'd better leave. I know how dangerous she can be.
And that, Jane Eyre, is what they call my wife.
Now we know the secret of that ghostly 3rd floor of Thornfield Hall. Picture, if you will, the scene Jane Eyre was forced to witness. The door was unlocked by the stolid Grace Poole, a somber matron in gray and black. But behind her, groveling on all fours, a wild creature with long hair hanging over her face, like some fearful beast of the jungle. We will mercifully close the door before continuing presently with Act 3. After the devastating events on what was to have been her wedding day, Jane Eyre said not a word, but went directly to her room. Mr. Mason made a sudden departure, and Mrs. Fairfax went about her duties as though nothing had happened. No one came to comfort the heartbroken Jane. And Rochester, he sat on a chair outside Jane's door while the hours passed in deathly silence.
I've been waiting here since yesterday.
And what, may I ask, are you waiting for?
For your tears. Grief and anger cannot be bottled up without destroying the soul.
I am way beyond tears.
And so am I, my dear. Remorse is the poison of life. Berate me. Tell me what you think of me now.
I feel nothing but sorrow for you and that creature up there.
But you have not heard my story. Nothing has been real in my life until I met you.
And now you would make me the victim.
No, never, Jane, never. This time there was to be a future for both of us.
How can you say that
When I was in my 20s, my father sent me to Jamaica. His business was not going well. And he and my brother made a deal with importers named Mason.
A deal for you to marry?
Well, I didn't know that was part of the contract. No one told me that £30,000 was paid for their daughter to marry an Englishman.
But you saw her. You must...
All I saw was an untamed island girl who charmed me with her caresses.
How could you?
She was a handsome woman then, Jane. Now, how was I to know that if it were not for me, she would be sent to the asylum where her mother was, or locked up in prison for some of these things that she had done?
But you lived with her.
Yes, I spent 4 years of hell trying to get medical help, but our case was hopeless. And when my brother and father died, I was left with Thornfield Hall and no one outside this house, except the doctor and Richard Mason, knew of her existence.
And that's why you're seldom here.
I cannot stand the solitude. Nothing has had any meaning, nothing, until you came, Jane.
And now I must leave you.
No, you can't. I'll take you anywhere you want to go. Do anything you say.
Then let me go in peace. I left Thornfield Hall in the dark of night and can scarce remember how I stumbled over the moor until I reached the village. It was almost dawn when I found a sleepy man with a carriage. I showed him what money I had and asked him to take me as far as it would go. He put me off at Whitcross.
You want a room at this hour of the morning?
No. I'm looking for employment.
No one needed here.
Do you know any place in the neighborhood where a servant is needed?
I can't say, but I doubt it.
What do most people do in this place?
Some are farm laborers. Some work at the needle factory and the foundry.
Do they employ women?
Nay, it's men's work.
Well, then what do the women do?
We're poor folk, Mum. And poor folk get along as best they can.
Where can I get some food?
Well, bed and board right on the premises if you can pay the price.
But I can't.
Well, then it's off with you.
But where can I go?
There's the Reverend Rivers out at Moorhouse.
How do I get there?
Take the road going that way, but it's a long walk.
The walk was endless, and a storm had come up. I pulled my thin coat around me. I was soaked to the skin. At last, a prison-like structure rose through the mist, and before I could reach the knocker, I collapsed on the doorstep.
Well, young lady, you finally come around.
This is Moorhouse?
Yes, and I'm St. John Rivers. And now you must tell me your name and how I can get in touch with your family.
My name is Jane Eyre, but I have no family.
No relatives at all?
An uncle. If you will give me pen and paper, I will write to him.
Where does he live?
In Madeira.
Oh, that's far away. Give me the name of someone nearby who can come and fetch you.
There's no one. Please, Mr. Rivers, you must help me. Although my heart was heavy, good fortune came my way.
Miss Eyre, you've been of such help at the mission. I don't know how we could have got along without you these past months.
And I'm happy to tell you, sir, that I now have a way to repay your kindness.
Oh, it's been repaid many times over.
No, I've heard from my uncle's executor. I'm soon to inherit what seems to be a vast sum of money.
Well, I'm happy for you, although I hope this does not mean that you'll be leaving us.
I want to share my inheritance with the mission. And then, what I've always wanted, my own girls' school. time in my life, I could make a choice, free to do what I wanted. But more than ever, I was troubled by my dreams. This time of a stern face with tender eyes, a rough yet gentle man who haunted my days and nights. His voice became more insistent. I heard it everywhere. Edward Rochester needed me, and no matter what the consequences, I must return to Thornfield Hall.
May I help you?
Do you know Thornfield Hall?
Oh, yes, I lived there.
Did you?
Oh, I was the late Mr. Rochester's butler.
The late? Is he dead?
Oh, I mean the present gentleman's, Mr. Edward's father.
Is Mr. Edward Rochester staying now at Thornfield Hall?
Oh, no, Mum. How could he be? The place is a total ruin.
Well, where is he then? I must see him.
Well, you're a stranger here. You don't know what's happened.
Tell me, please.
Well, you see, when old Mr. Rochester died, I was sent to work at Ferndale. And I was only called back to the hall after some curious events had taken place.
Go on.
Well, there was this little snip of a governess who started the whole thing.
What are you talking about?
Well, she deserted Mr. Rochester, you see, when he needed her most. Poor, lonely man that he was. When Mr. Rochester's ward was sent off to school and Mrs. Fairfax went to live with her sister, I was called back to look after Mr. Rochester.
Please, man, where is Mr. Rochester?
I like to tell things the way they should be told, straight through from beginning to end. Except for those two on the third floor there. Well, there was just me and Mr. Rochester in that big house. And it was the middle of the night.
I won't need anything more, John. Why don't you go to bed?
Well, I should think you'd do the same, sir. But if you're going to stay here, let me build up the fire.
No. I'd rather stare into the coals. I'll go to bed when I feel that sleep will come.
Oh, I could fix you a hot drink.
No, nothing, thank you.
Oh, good night then, sir.
What's the matter with you? Are you catching cold?
No. It's Mr. Rochester. There's smoke pouring down from the upper story.
Well, close the door. We'll break the window and take the outside stairway to the second floor.
The left wing of the house is on fire.
Where is Grace Poole?
Fast asleep, I imagine. Sometimes she takes a drop too much.
That's what I'm afraid of. And when Bertha gets loose, anything can happen.
Look, sir. Up there on the roof. Mrs. Rochester.
Good Lord. Bertha! Bertha!
She'll be consumed by the flames.
Let's get to her.
Oh, you can't, sir. Pitiful as it is, there's nothing you can do.
I must try. Bertha!
Sir, let her go!
Bertha!
She's jumped! Mr. Rochester, look out, sir! He tried to reach her. Oh, he tried, but it was no use.
She was dead.
As dead as the stones on the courtyard where her broken body lay. But it was Mr. Rochester I worried about.
He was injured?
Caught under a falling beam.
Oh, you assured me he is alive.
Oh, yes. He is alive. But many think he had best be dead.
But where is he? Is Mr. Rochester in England?
Aye, he's in England. He's not able to go much of anywhere now.
He was hurt that badly in the fire.
Oh, Mr. Rochester is completely blind.
I will pay you well to take me to this place where Mr. Rochester is staying.
Ferndale? Oh, I don't mind driving there. My sister works for Mr. Rochester, but, I doubt that he'll let anyone in the house.
You must persuade your sister to let me see him. Ask your sister to give me the tray. I will take it to Mr. Rochester.
Oh, I hope we're not doing wrong by letting you into his house. Well, if he orders you out, I'll drive you back to the inn.
Pilot, be quiet. What makes you so excited? Mary, is that you?
Mary is in the kitchen.
Who is that?
Pilot knows me.
But don't take advantage of these sightless eyes. That voice... No, it can't be. Speak again.
You called me, and I have found you.
Give me your hand. Oh, there's no mistake. Jane Eyre.
It is, sir.
Am I hideous, Jane?
Yes, Mr. Rochester. But then you always were, you know.
That's my spirited girl. Great heaven, Jane, how I've missed you. I gave up searching. Where have you been?
It's a long story, sir.
So you have found your independence. Would that I had found mine.
It is not what I expected.
Your own school, or off to India with your missionary. Which will you do?
Why, neither, sir. If you will let me stay and nurse you.
Oh, Jane, a nurse could never bind my wounds. What I need, I can no longer ask of my one true love.
Try me.
Not only these sightless eyes, but also this stump of a hand. The fire was her revenge, Jane.
No more talking about the past.
In spite of my infirmities, I don't need a nurse. I want a wife.
Ask me one more time, Mr. Rochester.
Edward, Jane, Edward. Our roles have changed. And you are now my master.
We are two sides of the same coin, Mr. Rochester. And no one can split it in two.
Perhaps it seems unreasonable that everything worked out so well for such a pair. But that's the way Miss Bronte wrote the story. Along with a number of coincidences we have not had the time to report. At the very end, Charlotte Bronte tells us that Rochester regained the sight of one eye, and that he and Jane lived happily ever after. I'll be back shortly. The Gothic novel was very popular in the 19th century, and it's back in style today. Women writers are still leading the field, just as they did in the Brontes' day. There seems to be renewed interest in ghostly mansions, orphan girls, and bold men, both dashing heroes and those with evil intent. I hope you agree that such fare makes good listening. Our cast included Patricia Elliott, Arnold Moss, Lloyd Battista, and Anne Petoniak. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Just a minute. Sorry, I'm late. Never mind that. Come in. Quick. You can see. See what? The outer space people. They are on now. Quick.
I don't know what you're talking about, Flo. But that's Margaret from Five in the Family. She's going upstairs to her bedroom. I recognize the house. It's the Graves' house.
No. It can't be. They were there. Clegor and Gundrick.
Who?
The ones who want to help, to warn us.
Funny names. What are they? New characters in the show?
No. They're space people from some... Grace, they were there. And now they're not.
No, Flo.
Grace, hold on to me. I think I must be going crazy.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. In the years 1906 through 1910, the world in general was at peace. A magic time. China, that sleeping giant, had gone through the Boxer Rebellion and now was temporarily quiescent. And in those halcyon years, the characters of this story lived, breathed, died, and were reborn. You find that statement a little puzzling? I don't blame you. But then, you see, this is a story of reincarnation.
Why must you wait so long?
Wait?
Through 2,000 years, the lotus flower blooms and dies and is born again. But I lie drowning while my ancestors cry in vain for me to join them.
I am in my own prison. How can I come to you?
Seek me out where I lie. But hurry. We have so little time to become immortal. Find me. Find me. Find me.
Our mystery drama, Legend of Phoenix Hill, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Howard Da Silva. It is sponsored in part by X-Lax and True Value Hardware Stores. I'll be back shortly with Act One. In the beginning of this century, here in America, the world was awakening to a new tempo, a new set of beliefs, horizons that had no limits. We'll forget Mr. Olds, Mr. Ford, the industrialists, and concentrate instead in the fields of academia. In particular, as this story unfolds, on the person of Dr. Samuel Arnold, professor of archaeology, and his adopted son, Lee, now 20 years old, and an honor student in the same subject as his adoptive father. Only somehow, suddenly, the chemistry between them has gone wrong.
You're being unreasonable, Lee.
Which goes double, Papa. That's my view of you.
Oh, don't be a child. This expedition is expensive. It can only afford experts and specialists.
They haven't any better credentials than I have.
All right, son. If you think you can prove that, give me a for instance.
Just give me time, and I'll prove to you how very important it is that I have to be along.
My name is Samuel Arnold. I hold the chair of archaeology at Windham University. On a most generous grant in this year of 1906, I am organizing a trip to Hunan in China in the belief that in the alluvial deposits there, we may unearth a wealth of artifacts from the great Han Dynasty, which flourished 2,000 years ago. It is an exciting project, and I am bubbling with excitement. An excitement not shared, by the way, by my wife, Jessie.
Sam, what happened?
Oh, Lee and I, we had a slight disagreement.
But I've never heard you two talk like that before.
No, Jessie, I suppose we haven't, but, well, the boy is not a boy anymore.
That doesn't give him the right to dictate to you.
But it does to his own opinion. He's just stretching his wings.
Oh, I know. I should be glad you're not taking him. Losing one of my boys is bad enough.
Oh, come on now, darling. It's not that bad. I'll be back inside of 6 months.
No, you better be. I'm going to miss you.
I'll miss you. And Lee.
You love him very much, don't you?
Like my right arm.
He's meant so much to both of us. Sam, I'm sorry I never was able to give you your own child.
You didn't have to. We've had Lee. And don't forget that in adopting him, we chose him. He's our boy. He's been a good boy. We've had 20 marvelous years with him.
Yes.
Would you deny that?
Oh, no. No, of course not. He's been a wonderful son in every way. Except
Except what?
a little part of him is remote. A place we could never reach.
I guess so. Not many people share each other the way you and I do, but there's no one of us who somewhere within himself doesn't walk a secret strand, listen to the music of alien seas.
Is that a quote?
Huh? No, I guess it isn't.
Sam, I don't know, but I think somehow you should take Lee along.
Darling, how can I justify a student on an expedition for which every first-ranked person in this field has offered himself? I have to judge each member of the team on what he can offer the whole.
I know, Sam. I understand. But somehow I don't know why. Something inside me tells me you've got to take Lee with you.
It was nonsense, of course. Or was it? So many times during all the years I have watched and been surprised by this incredible son of mine. His parents, as well as I could judge from the Adoption Bureau, were American citizens. But I've always sensed that one of them must have had an Oriental background. Two sources for my hunch. One, a sheerly ethological suggestion, a certain fold in the skin above the eyes, which gave them an Oriental cast. The other, I don't know how to explain that except to tell you that, well, to tell you the facts in this curious case as it developed. Lee, where have you been the last few days?
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know?
I'm not going to lie to you. I went to New York, and I had a lot of drinks, and somehow I found myself in Chinatown.
Where in Chinatown?
I don't know the address. I was just stumbling along, and suddenly there was this Chinese beside me, and he said, "You want to be happy. You come have pipe dream." And he took me inside.
To an opium den?
I guess so. It was all mixed up. I remember I was lying on a pad, and the whole world was swimming around me like I was in a fishbowl tank. And then, all of a sudden, there was this sound. And she was there.
Why must you wait so long?
Wait?
Through 2,000 years, the lotus flower blooms and dies and is born again. But I lie drowned while my ancestors cry in vain for me to join them.
I am in my own prison. How can I come to you?
Seek me out where I lie.
How can I find you?
Follow in your father's footsteps, and it will be made known.
But how?
Seek the magic mirror. It will tell you all. But come fast, fast, my lover. The body may last, but in this prison, my soul is a fading butterfly. Where have they blown us with the wind? To the edges of darkness and the empty void? We have so little time to remain immortal. Find me. Find me. Find me.
Papa, I tell you, it was weird. I woke right up in this little place, and they were having a fair, you know, stalls and games and balloons and all, and I wandered around a while, and then there was this one place, and it had, you know, old metal and brass and lamps and things like that. And there was another Chinese behind the counter, and this was what I bought.
Let me see it.
Here.
Where did you get this?
I'm telling you, I don't know. I just have it. And it's really important.
I wouldn't dispute you for the moment. You realize how ancient this must be?
I got a feeling.
And what it is?
Why do you think I shined it up?
It's a mirror. A metal one. Heaven knows how ancient. Convex face. Probably bronze.
And it's a little more than just a mirror, Papa.
What do you mean?
Before I show you, let me ask you again to take me with you to China.
Why?
Maybe I can show you why. Look in the mirror. What do you see?
What else? A dim, distorted vision of myself.
Okay. Then come with me.
All right, Lee. You lugged me here to the old dry well. Now what?
I don't honestly know, Papa. I'm only traveling on hunches and things I don't understand. Just let me follow this old superstition.
Drop a mirror into the well and pull it out. You'll find the girl you can't live without.
Mom used to quote that old song. I'm going to try it. Watch. Okay. Here's the mirror.
What is it?
You look, Papa.
I can't see anything.
You can't see that girl? In the mirror?
I wait. Save me. I wait. Save me.
Papa, did you see her?
I don't have my glasses. It's a poor image, shadowed and shaky. I'm sorry, son. What did you want me to see?
What has to be seen? Didn't you even hear her?
Hear her?
Oh, what's the use? You can't understand why I must be with you when you go to China.
Just convince me you would be of use, and I will take you.
Where will you know to go for the dig?
That's all mapped out.
What do you expect to find there?
Artifacts, utensils, evidence of a culture that goes back over 2 millennia.
You hope to find more than that.
Yes, son, I do. I've done some private research that suggests we might even find, preserved, some remains of actual people who lived B.C. in the Han Dynasty.
And I can tell you that you will. Not partially preserved, but wholly so.
After 2,000 years?
After 2,000 years.
How do you know?
The voices which have been with me all my life. What happened to me a few minutes ago is not surprising to me. Papa, level with me?
I've always tried to, Lee.
You and Mom adopted me nearly 20 years ago.
That's no secret.
But you still insist you know nothing of my background, who I am, where I came from.
That isn't exactly true. We had a general profile of your mother and very little of your father. The orphanage, as you know, tries to match parents and children on many levels. We felt, your mother and I, that we both had something to offer each other, you and us.
Have you ever been sorry?
I can speak for your mother as well as myself. Not for one single moment.
Not even now?
Now?
Now that I'm on your back to include me in the expedition.
I thought you understood and that was settled.
I thought maybe you understood that I didn't agree. I thought perhaps you were beginning to realize what I've grown into.
What's that?
Your contact with the past. Just let me try once more to let you understand I must be with you. For your sake as well as mine.
Son, please.
Just give me this one last chance. Now look. Now, before the water is dry. Can you see?
It's not possible, but there is a face. And such a face.
You saw?
I saw.
Then may I go with you?
Yes, son. You may go.
Thanks, Papa.
The question that haunts me is, will you come back?
A strange beginning to a very simple story. But it will not remain simple long. Let's spend a minute on adoption, which today is such a common and marvelous practice. Could Dr. and Mrs. Arnold have adopted today as strange a child as Lee has proven to be? No chance. But let us remember, this is 70 years ago, and many things were possible then. I shall return shortly with Act Two. In 1906, the two great methods of commercial travel were the railroad and the steamships. It was by railroad that Professor Samuel Arnold's expedition to China set out, crossing the American continent in May of that year, with 2 full cars of equipment to be transferred on the West Coast to a steamer. And on that railroad trip... Oh, no, it's Professor Arnold's story. Let him tell it himself.
May 9, 1906. We are finally off on a great adventure. The train is moving. We are on our way to China, and what marvels we may reveal, what miracles may happen are beyond comprehension. I'm as excited as a child, pleased about all the members of our adventure, save perhaps only one. The one iconoclast amongst us, that brilliant misanthrope by election and pathologist by profession, Dr. Hubert Stern. By heaven, I never thought we'd do it, but we're on our way.
And I should have my head examined.
Why, Hubert?
Getting involved in this Chinese pipe dream. It's really ludicrous.
I repeat it. Why?
Oh, I've no doubt you'll dig up your odds and ends, your shards, pottery, and the like, but any record or any evidence of human remains, that's impossible. Sam, the Chinese are not Egyptians or Mayans. They have absolutely no history of embalming or the preservation of bodies.
You will reincarnate a great deal more than that, Dr. Stern.
I beg your pardon? Who are you, young man?
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't believe you met my son, Dr. Stern. This is Lee.
Your son?
My adopted son.
How do you do, Doctor?
Oh, I do very well. But, may I ask what was the meaning of that strange remark you just made?
Just what I said, Doctor. I think we are going to find people who once lived during the Han Dynasty.
Oh, really? And I trust you're not prophesying alive.
No, sir. That is, not in the sense you mean. They will have been held in what you might call suspended animation.
Ah, remarkable. And how do you perceive all this?
I can't explain.
I should think not. How old are you?
Not quite 21, sir.
Well, that's even more remarkable. So young and so, now what would be the word of choice, huh? Precipient? Or perhaps just fanciful? Tell me, Sam, is your son accompanying us on this expedition?
He is.
Really? As a member?
Yes.
Not quite 21? Well, in what field is he accredited?
Lee is studying archaeology. But he is with me as my secretary. I am defraying whatever expenses he may incur.
Well, it's not a question of money, Professor Arnold. It's of opportunity and the honor to be part of this expedition.
Hubert, disregarding your naturally bileful nature for the moment, let me say that because of your eminence as a pathologist, I felt you must be along. For no other reason would I have wanted you. Now you imply there is no reason for your being here at all, that we will find nothing to interest you on this dig. So let me ask you a question. What the devil do you want to be along for?
I want to be along because it's my right, no matter what we find or don't. I certainly have infinitely more reason to be here than this young man who is still too wet behind the ears to know what he's talking about, even if he is your adopted son.
I may be young by your measurements, Dr. Stern, but in China, you may discover that you are the amateur.
Lee, no matter what the provocation, you will not be rude to a man of Dr. Stern's eminence.
I'm sorry, Father. The best thing for me to do is leave.
This is an unfortunate note on which to start out a great adventure.
It's hardly an adventure. It's a scientific expedition. But I have a strange feeling, quite unscientific, I assure you, that bringing that young man along is a mistake.
I don't think that's for you to decide.
Well, it may be, since my hunch is that he's destined to bring us bad luck.
April 19, 1906. We are at last in San Francisco, and the refurbished supplies and equipment lost in the train wreck on March 9th, scarcely after we had begun, are now on the dock waiting to be loaded on the ship. Everyone has taken the unfortunate delay very well. The loss of a month on our special calendar, with the exception of Dr. Stern, he unreasonably has marked Lee as a sort of Jonah, as though he was some threat to our plans.
Morning, Sam.
Morning, Hubert. Are you joining me?
Yes, if I may.
You look a little tired.
Not tired. Concerned.
About what?
Well, if you must know about the expedition. Sam, I can't explain this, but I'm asking you to send the boy home.
What for?
Well, I know he's your adopted son, but he shouldn't be on this trip. He carries disaster with him.
What are you talking about?
If I explained, I don't suppose you'd believe me. But if you persist, I warn you, we are headed for disastrous failure.
April 20, 1906, San Francisco. I've been unable to keep up my log for a couple of days. I'm heartily ashamed now that I laughed at that ridiculous little man, Dr. Hubert Stern. His prophecy has turned out to be true. This vital, throbbing port now lies in agonized ruins after the terrible earthquake that struck it the day before yesterday. Not that I think my son had anything to do with such an elemental force of nature. It is only that my conscience gnaws at me. What strange, mystical voice cried out a warning to Dr. Stern? And why was he so certain our mission was doomed? Dr. Stern is gone, crushed in the first tremor. And when the port will return to normal is anyone's guess. We are facing, at the very least, another long delay. I'm determined that's all it will be.
Captain says we should be making land soon, Papa.
Thank heaven. I don't like this weather.
Neither does the captain. The barometer's dropped out of sight. Looks like there's a typhoon on the way. Granddaddy of them all. Oh, but look!
I can see. That must be Hong Kong. I only hope we can make it before the storm hits. But we didn't. For that was September 19, 1906. And we were in the path of the biggest typhoon in recorded history. The wind slammed into us like a giant hand, sweeping up the ship like a cork and whirling it away clockwise from the coast and out into the China Sea. September 28, 1906. For the first time almost since we began this journey, my heart is beginning to lift. Today we watched the ship from which we were all rescued when the storm had blown itself out, towed into port, and made fast at the dock. By some miracle, waterlogged though she may be, she did not go down. And I'm awaiting now a report from our British contact here in Hong Kong as to how badly damaged our cargo is. Come in. Hello, Sir Reginald. What news?
Rather good, Sam, actually. Taking a little time, it's drying out, one thing and another, but I don't think we have to be too down in the mouth. Oh, by the way, Professor Arnold, allow me to introduce His Honor Huang Du Cheng.
I am most honored, most estimable Professor.
Thank you. How do you do?
Mr. Cheng is, what shall I say, mandarin or governor of the area where we all hope eventually to dig in Hunan.
Well, this is a pleasure. I'd expected to meet you on your own home ground. Surely it's a long trip here to Hong Kong from Saragossa.
A long trip, yes, but I felt an imperative one. I wish you to call off your expedition, Professor Arnold.
Call it off? Certainly not. Sir Reginald, I thought I had the assurances of the British government that...
Oh, no one's going back on his word or anything like that. The point is, the matter is more or less academic for the moment, don't you know?
No, I don't know. Why?
Well, with the delays, we've rather come a cropper. I mean, we've lost the good summer weather, and winter is hardly the time for a dig.
We still have a couple of reasonable months. Certainly enough time to make a start. The delays have been unfortunate, of course, but accidents of nature...
Excuse me, Professor, but we Chinese do not consider them accidents, and certainly not wholly of nature.
A train crash because of a river flooded and swept away the roadbed, the San Francisco earthquake, a monstrous typhoon. Surely you can't believe our expedition had anything to do with them.
I'm afraid we do, Professor.
What?
Our ancestors, we think, have spoken. They do not wish to be disturbed.
But good Lord, this is ancient superstition. We are scientists. You can't seriously believe, Mr. Chang, that there's any logical connection between the accidents we've weathered and our expedition.
At least one member of your expedition did, Dr. Stern. He felt there was a bad influence traveling with you.
How could you know about Hubert?
Oh, you may remember Dr. Stern visited China several years ago and made our acquaintance at that time. Before he died, he wrote to both of us about... Damn it, I'm sorry to bring this up, but about your son.
You can't think that the presence of a boy, not yet 21, is any way injurious to the success of our mission?
Let me please explain. First, I must recall to you a legend of our people. In the year of the peacock, or as reckoned in the Western world, the year 23 BC, exactly 2 millennia ago, the Sun Emperor in the Han Dynasty was Han Chu-Xiang. And the Emperor had a daughter of surpassing beauty who was called Mai Lung. According to custom, this princess was promised in marriage to the highest of the mandarins in the province of Hunan. But Mai Lung thirsted after a young warrior in the imperial guard, as he did for her. There was no hope for their love, so the night before the imperial wedding, hand in hand, the lovers climbed the 77 steps of the tower, the sacred temple, and hand in hand flung themselves to their death on the rocks below. The emperor, prostrated by sorrow, had the broken body of his daughter reclaimed and restored and buried in a tomb, so that her beauty would remain undimmed for twice 1,000 years.
I am aware of the legend. In part, that is why we are here, with the hope that by some miracle of the embalming art, we may find this ancient princess who lived 2,000 years ago.
And my answer to that is over my dead body. And not at least if your so-called son is part of that discovery.
So-called? Just because he is adopted? And why? What do you have against him?
The young warrior with whom Princess Mai Lung met her death was called Li Tseang. When he lay broken on the rocks, he was not yet dead. It is said he screamed aloud that in another world, another time, he would come back to reclaim his love. We believe, my countrymen and I, that your son Li is the reincarnation of that man. And we will not let him take our princess from us.
How many times has the questing desire of man to dig into the past run up against the equally strong desire for the superstitious to resist, deeming the past inviolable, not to be interfered with. And although the human urge is to add to knowledge, is it always in the human interest to explore things long buried? Or is it better to say with Longfellow, let the dead past bury its dead? I shall return shortly with Act 3. Whatever Henry Wadsworth Longfellow's feeling about leaving the dead undisturbed was, it is not shared by Professor Samuel Arnold. He has come to China to dig.
And to paraphrase a utility company slogan, dig he must. So, unwillingly, he has forced himself to a disagreeable task.
So what you're trying to tell me, Papa, is I'm out?
It's so ludicrous, I know, but we are on an alien shore when in Rome. I know this is important to you, an adventure, a call, a dream, even something more than that. But...
A lot more than that. Remember the mirror in the well? Remember the face?
Yes.
And remember you agreed that I was your contact with the past?
Oh, that was 1,000 lifetimes ago after what we've been through in the last few months. Son, if I try to take you with us, they will not grant permission for the expedition to leave. Answer me something, Lee. Why?
You mean, why me?
Yes. Who are you?
You know that better than I do. Except...
Except what? Go on.
Please don't misunderstand this, but I feel it was fated for me to come here at this time and at this place. And more than that, that somehow I am coming home.
The girl in the mirror?
Yes. That and 1,000 sense memories. Hard to explain.
Don't try.
You are going to take me after all?
No. I am more than ever determined to send you home. I am assailed by feelings I neither understand nor can cope with. I have to save you somehow from fate. And for your mother, who might never forgive me if I didn't. I'm arranging for your departure on the first boat I can book you on. 5 October, 1906. At last, we are on the site. A whole lifetime of anticipation, dreaming, speculating. I feel guilty about Lee, but I mustn't. I can't think of that for the moment. With Sir Reginald today, I scrambled all over Feng Huanshan, which means Phoenix Hill.
It's really quite incredible when you face it.
What?
That you are so convinced we will uncover human remains.
Why?
Because there is nothing in the Chinese culture as we know it to suggest that they knew anything about or care enough to preserve the human body.
Yes, I know.
Artifacts, yes. I hope and am convinced we will uncover those. But what makes you so sure we will uncover human remains?
I don't know. Write it off in American terms to what we call a hunch.
A little more than that, I should think. I should hope.
Yes, a good deal more than that. I can't explain, or rather I won't, except to say that the vision was my son's.
I say, it's too bad. What a pity you had to send him home.
I wonder if perhaps in human terms, it wasn't a blessing. 7 November, 1906. We have been digging now for a month, and it is only in the last few days that we have probed deep enough to expect results. But there are none to report. I find that I do not trust Chang. For some reason, I feel that he has deliberately misled us.
You have found nothing yet, Professor.
No. Hard to understand. The terrain is perfect. Soil, location, history.
Hey, say, Professor, you seem to have made a strike. Have a look at these.
Yes, clay figures. Yes, these could be. What else have you got?
One or two seals cut from jade or some other hard stone.
Yes, possibly.
And here, you've just uncovered a mortuary vessel, embellished with bronze forms and encircled by bands of hunting scenes in relief.
By heaven, we may have struck pay dirt at last. Come on, let's go have a look. 8 November, 1906. It has just turned midnight, and I am almost too exhausted to enter this in the log, but I must. Because now I am convinced that this expedition is doomed. Was doomed before we even started out. Oh, I'm not talking about any supernatural agency. The enemy is flesh and blood, and his name is Mandarin Chang. We dig furiously all day without turning up any artifacts, and by now, I know why. The artifacts were buried recently for us to discover. The dig, in other words, has been salted in an attempt to mislead us into thinking that we are digging at the right place. Why? And why is Chang attempting to delude us? Yes, who is it? All right, I'm coming. Lee, son, what are you doing here?
Wait till I close the door. Are we alone?
Yes, but now, where?
I didn't go home. It's as simple as that. I cashed in my ticket and used the money to come up here to Fen Huangsheng.
You disobeyed me.
Yes, because I knew what Chang would do to you.
How could you know?
My mirror told me.
Told you what?
In 3 more days, it will be my birthday. I have only till then to find Mei Lung, so that we can be united again at last. So that at last we can go together before the Son of Heaven and live forever in peace. Help me, Dad.
Help you? Do what?
She lies across the valley, but I ran out of money, and my coolies deserted me. The ground is freezing. I can't do it alone.
So we have been digging in the wrong place, made fools of by Chang. Why?
Because he's afraid of the truth.
What truth?
2,000 years ago, the Princess Mei Lung and I gave ourselves to each other in marriage in the sacred temple of the 77 Steps. But before we could run away together...
Seize him!
You are too late, Mandarin Chan. We are married.
Seize the priest, too. Take him outside, kill him, and burn the body.
No! No! Do not hurt him.
He knows too much. He has to die.
And Lee. Not Lee, too.
That depends on you. If you will marry me, I will let him go.
But I cannot. I am already married.
Only the boy, you, and myself know that. And my soldiers, they can be trusted to keep the secret. If you wish to save Lee Tse-tung, you must marry me. I will not lose this.
You cannot force me.
Take him. One of you help me with the girl.
Let me go. Let me go. Oh, when my father hears
Your father promised you to me, and I intend to have you.
Mei Lung, don't think of me. Think of yourself. To die is not so much. And you will join me one day. Don't sell yourself to him.
Drag him to the edge of the cliff. Go. Now, Mei Lung, make up your mind. You have no choice.
Yes. Yes, I do. I choose death rather than dishonor. Seek me out in heaven, my husband Lee. I love you.
Mei Lung! Send him after her. Throw him up. Mei Lung, I come!
The Mandarin was Chang's ancestor. He was able to cover up the murder. And all these years, the secret has been kept. It has lain buried in the coffin with Mei Lung.
How do you know all this?
The same way as I know where she lies. She told me through the mirror. This is how I found the right place. Holding the mirror by this cord around it and using it like a dowser uses a wand or a stick to find water. Watch and listen.
My darling, hurry. I have waited so long.
We all of us watched and listened in awe, heard the faraway voice, watched the burnished metal glow and shimmer in the dancing light of the flare, and swore that just for a moment we could see in it a face, young and of unsurpassed beauty, the face that 8 hours later stared up at us from where the Princess Mei Lung lay in what had been an airtight coffin, immersed in a bath of red liquid, 2,000 years old and as perfectly preserved as if she had gone to sleep only the night before.
I must say, I'm absolutely dumbfounded.
I might say I'm terrified. I have a terrible feeling that somehow we are not at the end of this.
If you mean Chang, I don't think he dares make a move against us, no matter how much he values his precious face.
Surely a 2,000-year-old legend can't matter all that much to him.
I don't know. That's why I gave young Lee a revolver. If he's going to insist on standing watch over the little princess all night, I thought it better your son should be armed.
My son? I wonder, is that really who he is?
Meet the
then I will lose you again.
So long as my body still lives, I cannot join my ancestor. If I cannot, then you can never join me. Lift me from where I lie. I want to go home.
If it must be. Goodbye, my heart.
Put me down. Now, my soul can escape the prison of my body. We will soon be together again.
So, here you are. But it will do you no good. Die, you fool!
You kill.
What happened, son?
Watch out. Chang has a gun.
He's dead.
And you, son? Are you?
As good as dead.
Good Lord. He's taken the princess out of the coffin. Help me get her back, Professor, before...
Too late. She's gone home. And I'm going to join her.
Lee.
Good Lord.
What is it?
The princess. Look at her. She's literally dissolving.
And my son, he's turning to ashes. They're both going back where they belong.
A curious tale, and one I'm sure many of you may scoff at and call hard to believe. Perhaps. Yet, only the other day, in northern Hubei province, the cradle of Chinese civilization, Chinese archaeologists discovered the body of a man buried and embalmed at least 2,000 years ago, with a complete set of teeth, elastic skin, movable joints, and intact internal organs, even to the thyroid, the organ which decomposes most easily. So, which is stranger, truth or fiction? I shall be back shortly. Death is nearly always tragic, particularly when it overtakes the young. But for those who believe in life after death, sometimes it is a welcome visitor. As George Santayana said, happiness is the only sanction of life. Where happiness fails, existence remains a mad and lamentable experience. Our cast included Howard Da Silva, Bob Caliban, Evie Juster, and Ian Martin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. What is a fairy tale? Suppose we say it's a beautiful little story that could never happen. For instance, Cinderella. Impossible. Why? Because of suddenly materializing fairy godmothers? No. Because of pumpkins that turn into coaches and vice versa? Definitely not. All of these are perfectly reasonable. What makes the story a fairy tale is the fact that royal princes do not marry kitchen maids in real life.
I want you out of this house at once.
Oh, please don't. I have no place to go.
That's no concern of mine. Get out before I throw you out.
I hate you.
Your feelings are of no account to me.
I wish you a fate worse than death.
I'm sure you do.
Oh, you're thinking a low, common, ignorant servant girl. What harm can she do? Well, I'll find a way. I swear to you, I'll find a way.
Our mystery drama, The Light That Failed, was especially adapted from the Rudyard Kipling classic for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Mason Adams and Tony Roberts. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule. I'll be back shortly with Act One. A story is many things to many people. The truth is that stories have lives of their very own. Sometimes the finished work may even baffle the author. Let us consider a work by Rudyard Kipling. If he were alive today, he might say, "What's going on here?" Well, Rudyard, what's going on is what you put in. However, we have taken the same poetic license with your story that you took with life. So, the time is 1882. The place is what used to be called the Anglo-Egyptian Sudan. The narrator is Gilbert Belling Torpenhow, a foreign correspondent for a string of British newspapers.
I first met Dick Heldar in what was supposed to be the safety of the interior of a hollow square. You know, that's how the troops line up to repel an attack from all sides. The war correspondents, the doctor, all the folk who were useless during combat found themselves in the middle. But the crazed and fanatic followers of the Mahdi had broken through at several points, and so all of us had to pick up weapons and fight for our lives. I was standing shoulder to shoulder with a young man about my own age, and both of us were hacking away with sabers for dear life. Look out! I got him on your left. I see him. Don't pull your arm back so far. What did you say? Duck! Above my arm. You exposed too much of yourself. Thanks. Look out! We'll get out. On your right! On your right! But I was too late. A huge tribesman, bleeding from a multitude of wounds, had brought a heavy sword down across the young man's head. But only because the native was mortally wounded had the sword turned in his hand so that the young man caught the flat of it instead of the edge.
Maisie.
Who's that, Maisie?
Thank you, Maisie, for the drink and for tying up my head. Oh. Huh? What?
You can thank me for the drink and the doctor for the bandage.
Where am I?
Where are you? Well, you're not back in dear old London, that's for certain.
Well, what happened?
You are in the Anglo-Egyptian Sudan, near a hellhole entitled Suakin.
What are you doing here?
Gilbert Belling Torpenhow, special correspondent of the Southern Newspaper Syndicate. Oh, is it? Well, could they have a war without the likes of me?
I suppose so.
You suppose so. Without me, your British public wouldn't know what was happening. And what they don't know doesn't exist. Ergo, quod erat demonstratum, or whatever. Without me, the war wouldn't exist.
Oh, you're the Gilbert Belling Torpenhow.
Guilty as charged, but you must call me Torp. And what shall I call you?
Dick Helder.
Well, you're not a soldier. You're not a correspondent. What are you doing out here?
I'm an artist.
Well, then, why aren't you back in a studio in London drinking champagne with nude models?
I want to paint the war. Oh, I hope my head's going to stay on. I wonder if I can get out.
Well, the doctor says you shouldn't try for a while.
Oh, there. Oh, it's still there.
What?
My bag. Look inside. You'll find some sketches.
I looked, and I saw, for the first time,
I was the first to see the war sketches of Dick Helder. I'm not a critic, far from it. But what I saw, I knew was good. Not just good, but great. The man was a genius. Because this was the war. This was the truth. A star shell bursting above the camp. A slave now being captured by a British gunboat. A single soldier lying dead in the moonlight with his throat cut. Dozens, scores of sketches, drawings, watercolors, sanguines. It was the war and the men who made it. At rest, at work, drinking, fighting, killing, and being killed. Yes, this was the war. I would write 1,000 words to describe imperfectly what he could delineate with a single stroke of a pen or a brush.
Well, what do you think?
I've seen worse. Do you have any money?
No, not too much.
My syndicate may be interested in taking on a war artist.
Would they?
I don't suppose you care much what you get.
Well, money is really very unimportant.
Well, fine, because they'll pay practically nothing. They'll take advantage of you.
What I want is my first chance.
Well, I'll see what I can do. As soon as I could, I wired the syndicate. I've got a man here, great artist. And they replied, with their usual open-hearted generosity, we'll take him on trial, expenses only, send all his sketches.
I knew I'd get my chance.
Sorry it's a little money.
Oh, if I come through this business alive, they'll sweat for it. They'll all sweat for it.
All?
Everybody.
What's everybody got to do with it?
I've worked for nothing all my life.
Your life has only begun.
Sometimes I feel as though I've lived forever. Since the beginning of time, I feel that old.
You don't look it.
As I'll show them, everybody. And I must have lots of money.
Why?
Well, because it's no good without it. Money. That's what counts.
And what about art?
You worry about art, and I'll worry about money. And between us, we'll carry on to victory. I owe you a favor.
The assignment from my syndicate? It may turn out to be a terrible disservice.
Oh, no.
Look, let's not talk about favors. In all that cutting and hacking during the last attack, we saved each other more times than we can count. What? Where are you going?
To the telegraph office.
And what for?
I shan't tell you. You'd object.
To what?
To what I intend to do. You're a man of scruples.
And you're not?
I am an artist.
Which means what?
I do what has to be done. You have a bottle of whiskey your uncle sent you from London.
The doctor says it's too soon after your cloud across the head for you to think of whiskey.
It isn't for me. It's for someone else. I don't ask for who, because I shall not tell you.
Well, then you can't have the bottle. I won't aid or abet you in committing what I know is going to be a sin. It will be something sinful, won't it?
Well, you would consider it sinful, I suppose. But you could prevent me from committing another sin, that of robbery, because if you don't give me the whiskey, I shall steal it from your kit.
Oh, no, you won't, because I intend to guard it day and night.
Oh, you're no match for me, Torp. You see, I was raised in a foster home by a Mrs. Jennett.
Jennett? Isn't a Jennett a kind of a donkey?
Yes. She had the mind and the morals of a female donkey, too. And when she hit you felt as if you were kicked by one. She was very economical. So Maisie and
Maisie, I've heard that name before.
Another little foster girl. We helped each other survive by stealing food under Mrs. Jennett's nose.
And what happened to Maisie?
I could probably steal that bottle of whiskey from your kit while you're looking at me.
All right, take it.
I'm doing this for you.
I shudder to think of it. A rather odd one, that Dick Helder. But he was a genius. And that sort has to be human. And Maisie. Who was Maisie? Hers was the name that he kept repeating while he was delirious. Well, I'd get that out of him eventually. But now for the present problem. Why did he want to bring a bottle of whiskey to the telegraph office? I decided to see for myself.
Hello, Torp. Just in time. He's out cold.
Why did you want to get the telegraph operator drunk?
So I could get these.
What's that?
Papers. Trelawney's dispatches. The exclusive interview with Lord Kitchener. We're in luck. Our friend on the floor hasn't sent him yet. Read him.
That's not really ethical.
Oh, it's not ethical, or it's not really ethical.
Well, they belong to Trelawney.
Oh, what right has Trelawney to an exclusive interview with the Commander-in-Chief? What right has Trelawney to be here in the first place? Why,
The man can hardly write his name.
But still,
It's only because Trelawney Sr. is a high muck-a-muck in the War Office. Influence.
I can't steal it and say Kitchener gave me the interview.
No, but you can read it, you can make sense of it, you can extract the facts from it, and you can send it out as your impressions of the progress of the war.
Oh, now, Dick.
And Kitchener will say, who is this Torpenhow with his fantastic insight into my very own brain?
You tempt me.
If Trelawney were actually a war correspondent, if he deserved to be considered a writer. Besides, all's fair in love and war.
I confess I didn't need too much more convincing. I thoroughly despised Malcolm Trelawney. I must say the article that appeared under my byline the following week was the making of me as a correspondent. Till this point, I was young and promising. Now, I had arrived. I was mature, a great practitioner of my art, and, heaven forgive me, I ate it up. But this isn't my story. It's Dick Heldar's. So, the war ended. We were all sent home. Dick had also achieved fame. His war sketches had caught the public fancy. We took rooms together in Mayfair.
I shall have my share of the rent before the week's out.
Wish you wouldn't worry about it. You have a reputation. You can sell anything you do from here on. You'll make a fortune.
I already have a fortune.
You do?
All those sketches. Close to 150. They're mine. I can sell them immediately.
Well, Dick.
Well, Dick, what? I already can count on 15,000 pounds. What do you think 15,000 is too optimistic?
No, it may even be on the low side.
Well, then what are you talking about? It's probably some acquaintance or other stopping in for a drink. Yes, sir.
You do live on a high floor.
7 stories high, but 7 is a lucky number.
My stars, I must say so. Have I the honor of addressing Mr. Dick Heldar?
Well, the honor is dubious. Enter.
My name is Hubertus Valdemar. I am the head of the Southern Newspaper Syndicate.
Oh, a man I most devoutly wish to see. Have a chair, Mr. Valdemar.
Valdemar, V-A-L...
Yes, that's what I said, Valdemar. This is Mr. Torpenhow.
Ah, yes. I also admire Mr. Torpenhow. I am here, Mr. Heldar, to discuss our future business relationships.
Well, any future relationship must necessarily be more expensive than the past.
Oh, you'll find us most generous.
I hope so. I haven't up until now. Incidentally, be good enough to send my sketches to this address.
Your sketches?
By actual count, 150.
Oh, Mr. Heldar, that cannot be done.
It cannot?
Since there was no specified agreement at the outset, the sketches become syndicate property as a matter of course.
Those sketches belong to me.
But a legal evaluation...
The devil with your legality, Mr. Valdemar.
Valdemar.
You paid me the lowest rate in the world. Nothing. You can't keep those sketches. Good Lord, man, they're all I have. Talk. Can he do it?
Well, it's a rather cold-blooded steal on his part, but yes, Dick, he can do it.
I'll have his blood first.
Careful, Dick. Remember, we're not back in the Sudan.
Sir, you will give me back my pictures.
I believe it's time I was on my way.
Sit down.
How dare you take your hands off me?
Dick, you can't simply...
I don't know quite what to do with you. Of course, you're a thief, and you ought to be whipped.
Take your hands off me. I'll shout for help.
You're 7 stories high. My goodness, Torp, you wouldn't believe the fat on this one. You were going to steal those things from me, which are as my heart's blood. You, who don't know when you will die.
Die?
Write a note to your office. Order them to give Mr. Torpenhow my sketches, every one of them.
You have no right to steal.
Oh, no, only you do. Write the note, or I shall strip off your hide.
Dick, you can't do that.
Oh, can't I? Watch closely. I learned how.
I can't let you do that.
Do you want to fight me for it, Torp?
Dick.
Should one of us be compelled to kill the other just because of this thieving jackal?
Who knows? But it's precisely on such random, unforeseen twists of fate that sudden violence and death flare up without warning. We're accustomed to considering the artist as a creator, but in Dick Heldar, do we see the artist as the killer? Both Dick and Torp are young men who have been subject to the searing acids of deadly hand-to-hand combat. What does this do to the soul? I'll continue with Act 2 shortly. To whom does the work of art belong? To the man who made it, or to the man who bought it? This is a question that has occasioned considerable grief in this world, and is about to add a bit more as we resume our drama. Dick Heldar, the painter, wants his pictures. Mr. Valdemar, the publisher, claims he bought them. An old argument. But a razor-sharp knife has appeared in Dick's hand, and we may have a new solution to the problem.
He'll kill me. This maniac. He'll kill me.
I must remind you once again, Dick, we're not back in the Sudan.
Oh, we're always in the Sudan, Torp. Here the violence is better bred, hidden deeper, camouflaged more cleverly. But where is the real difference? Torp is a friend. You have to help me.
I can't help you kill him.
Oh, I can do that alone quite nicely, thank you.
Don't kill me. Don't kill me.
Oh, of course not. Hand him the pen and paper, Torp. Now, Mr. Valdemar, you will write a note to your office and order them to give Mr. Torpenhow my sketches.
He didn't say a word. He looked deep into Dick's eyes, and there he saw death. He picked up the pen with a hand that was remarkably steady, considering the circumstance. He wrote the note. I took a cab to the Southern Newspaper Syndicate's office. I gave it to some functionary or other, and I shortly received a gigantic portfolio. I brought it back to the flat.
Now, I do hope this will be a lesson to you, Mr. Valdemar. And should you ever worry me later with any nonsensical actions for a thought or whatever, believe me, I'll catch you, manhandle you, and you will die. Now go. Vanish. Disappear. Out. Be sure I have seen the last of you, Mr. Valdemar.
Valdemar!
What a lawless breed these people are. Think of the hideous blackness of that man's mind. Have you all the sketches, Torp?
Exactly 147.
Well, that's close enough.
Dick, I must say, you begin well.
He was interfering with me, Torp. Well, what did the money mean to him? He's a man of wealth. But this is my work. It's everything to me, and he was going to steal them. I'm sorry now I didn't hit him. I should have killed him.
The commissions began coming in so quickly, Dick could hardly keep track of them. The ladies, especially the ladies, couldn't get enough of him. He had that way of making their eyes gaze forth in a kind of dreamy reverie. Yes, every female wants to be known as a woman of mystery. And with one sure stroke, Dick could give them a most unfathomable air. I caught him finally on one of the rare nights when he wasn't being lionized somewhere. Well, how does success taste, Dick?
Good. No, delicious. I want more. More. The lean years are past, gone for good, but never to be forgotten. Oh, I shall wallow in these fat ones.
Careful, my friend. That way lies bad work.
Oh, I love the power, the fun, the fuss, and above all, I love the money. Even though the people who make the fuss and pay the money are a queer gang. An amazingly queer lot.
Well, I should think you have enough money now.
Oh, no. Nowhere near enough.
Well, then, Dick, you must tell me, what is enough?
There are those men who have money, and then there are those men who have a fortune.
And why would you want a fortune?
For her.
For whom?
For Maisie.
Oh, the mysterious Maisie.
She won't have me until I'm fabulously wealthy and famous.
Well, you're famous at any rate.
Well, just a little. We need the test of time for that.
And where is Maisie?
I don't know. We were both boarded children at Mrs. Jennett's. I fell in love with her.
Did she fall in love with you?
She said she would, in time. If I became rich and famous, then she would seek me out.
I'm surprised she hasn't so far.
Well, that's because I'm neither rich enough nor famous enough.
And how will you know when that will be?
Simple. on the day she seeks me out. Meanwhile, I must try harder and harder.
Tell me something about Maisie.
She's an angel.
And why aren't you good enough for her now?
So, you don't understand.
All right then. Tell me this. Maisie, does she really exist? I couldn't get a rise out of him. He was doing what he wanted to do, turning out paintings as if he were a printing press. But it was a bubble that soon must burst. His work was becoming inferior. But you couldn't tell him anything. At least I couldn't. But finally, somebody did. Someone who never dreamed he was an expert on art. Someone I can only refer to as the unknown soldier. The way of it was this. We were out for a stroll, and we paused before the window of a print shop. There was a reproduction, a good one, of a painting by Dick, one that he had done in the Sudan. It was the wild, whirling rush of a field battery going into action under fire. As we gazed at it, I could hear a voice. And from the corner of my eye, I saw 2 artillery soldiers, and one was saying to the other,
"Oh, they've chucked off the lead horse. He's tore up awful. But they're making good time with the others. That lead driver drives better than you, Tom. See how cunning he's nursing his horse. See how his foot's braced against the iron. He's all right. And the beggar what drew that picture, he knows what's what, he does. Let's go in and buy it for the mess."
The picture won the complete approval of the sternest critics in the world. For a long moment, Dick looked at it, and then he cleared his throat. He had been moved in a way that I hadn't seen since the Sudan. We walked home in silence. When we arrived at our entranceway, there was a girl standing at the door. She had blonde hair, a cheap little sailor hat, and a rather soiled blue and white dress. She stood there and gazed at us. Suddenly, Dick shouted, "Maisie! Maisie! What are you saying, Dick? You mean this is Maisie?"
Oh, here now. Who do you take me for?
Maisie, you've come to me. Oh, no. It's not Maisie.
Dick.
She looks exactly like Maisie. Who are you, girl? Who are you?
She's going to faint, Dick. Don't let her fall.
What are we going to do with her?
Perhaps we'd better bring her upstairs.
A girl of her sort.
What sort?
Well, isn't it obvious? And she must be drunk.
No, I'd say she's hungry. She's starved.
Oh, still, it's out of the question. All right. Yes, bring her up. She'll model for me. Yes, this is going to be my masterpiece. I won't title it. But Maisie will see it and know who it's meant to be. Torp, this girl was sent from heaven. I must put her on canvas.
Are you feeling better?
Oh, yes, thank you. There aren't many gentlemen that are as kind as you are. Thank you.
When did you leave service?
Oh, well, how'd you know I was in service?
Well, you're scarred and chapped hands.
Oh, I didn't like it.
Turn your face to the window.
What for?
Because I say so. Listen to me. I'm an artist. I want to draw your head.
What for?
Because it's pretty.
Huh?
That's why you shall come here 3 times a week, and just for sitting still, I shall give you 3 quid each Friday.
Just for sitting still? Nothing else?
What's your name?
Oh, Bessie. Bessie Broke. Sternbroke, if you like. Oh, what's your name? Oh, but there, no man ever gave me his real one yet.
And the next time you come, Bessie, you needn't wear that paint. I have all the colors you're likely to need. Now, here's a sovereign to keep you.
A sovereign? From me?
Yes. And you'll be here tomorrow. Understand? Now, off with you.
Yes, sir. Oh, yes, sir.
You think she'll be back?
Of course. She smells money. And Torp, you're not to think of her as a woman. She's my model. Nothing more.
Oh, yes, sir. I will, sir. I said earlier that this is Dick Heldar's story. Well, it is. But part of it is mine. Bessie came back the next day, unpainted, clean. And when she found out that all she was expected to do was merely pose, a new light came into her eyes. And finally, one day she said,
"Oh, it's too much money for sitting and doing nothing."
You just sit there quietly now.
Oh, can't I be doing something with my hands?
You keep them folded in your lap.
I know. I meant your socks. Yours and Mr. Torpenhow's.
And that's where it all began. She not only mended our socks, she did our clothes, she dusted the rooms. Indeed, she hated to go home. She kept finding things to do. Dick treated her like dirt. That is, he never noticed her, except as a model. But I couldn't help noticing how attractive she really was. How tender, how sympathetic. Dick would finish painting and go for a walk, but I would be in my room, writing. She would knock timidly and come in, ask me questions. So wanted to improve herself. And something was happening. Happening to me. She was only a girl from the slums, no breeding, no education, yet I couldn't help thinking that no other girl had ever really moved me. She sensed it. One day we were alone in the house. She brought me my socks, and as she handed them to me, and her fingers brushed against mine, before I knew it, she was in my arms. We were holding each other tightly, and we kissed. Bessie.
Oh, sir. Sir, it isn't right for me to let you, but I can't help it. You're so kind.
Bessie, I do feel great affection for you.
Oh, sir.
But, Bessie, I could never...
Mr. Torpenhow, I'm not asking you to marry me. I know my place, but couldn't you take and live with me till your very own Miss Right comes along? I'm only Miss Wrong, I know. I could never be anything else, but... Oh, I'd work my hands to the bone for you. I'm not ugly to look at, you know. But I'm so lonely. Oh, please, say you will.
Oh, come in here. I need you.
It's Dick.
Oh, what does he want?
He wants to see me.
Oh, tell him you'll see him later. Oh, don't do now. Please, he'll ruin it. That's what he'll do, ruin it.
Oh, Bessie, my dear, I'll be right back.
No, wait.
Oh, what kind of foolishness is going on in here?
What the devil right of you to interfere?
From your own common sense tell you it's impossible. For heaven's sake, Torp, whatever got into you?
Dick, I oughtn't to have seen her moving about in these rooms like a housewife. It gives a lonely man ideas.
Yes, and you've got to get rid of those ideas. Do you know how?
Oh, Dick, I wish I did.
Well, you're going to Germany to do a series on the army maneuvers tonight. Now, you can't stay and resist the devil. Success requires flight. Immediately. Pack your bag.
Mr. Torpenhow, you're not leaving.
Yes, he has a special assignment.
I'm asking him.
And I'm answering.
Oh, please.
You may leave now, Bessie. Be back here tomorrow at 11 sharp.
I hate you.
And your feelings are of no account to me.
You'll pay for what you've done to me.
Bessie, I do have to leave. I do.
Oh, you took away my only chance for happiness, Mr. Heldar. But you'll pay. Oh, you're thinking, she's only a low and common girl. What can she do to a gentleman like me? But I'll find something. I'll do something. Something worse than death.
It doesn't matter who or what the woman is. If she threatens vengeance, take her seriously. For women excel at this particular game. And before the third act is over, she will have found her revenge. A diabolical revenge that will be something worse than death. Let's all prepare for it. And I shall return with it in just a few moments. A fate worse than death. What could be a fate worse than death? That depends on who you are. Before we speculate further, let us remember that the threat has been made by a very insignificant low-class servant girl. And while these distinctions may be blurred or even non-existent in our democratic society, our story takes place in Victorian England. And here is our storyteller, once again, Gilbert Torpenhow.
Well, of course it was madness on my part. Complete madness, a sudden seizure. How could I possibly marry a girl like Bessie? After a few days, I returned home. I didn't know what to expect. But there was Bessie posing as if nothing had happened. And there was Dick painting as usual. Dick, it's magnificent.
Quiet. I have to catch this little shot.
I can't be quiet. I can't. This is Bessie.
Oh, no. No, it's Maisie. It's Maisie.
You haven't painted like this since the Sudan. You didn't paint like this even in the Sudan. This is a masterpiece.
Oh, confound you, Torp. You've broken my concentration. Hello, Bessie.
Hello, Bessie.
Be here 11 sharp tomorrow, you hear?
Doesn't say much, does she?
No. And it's a blessed relief.
Oh, how she must hate us both.
Doesn't matter.
So, you like it? Oh, this picture will make you.
I thought I was made already.
I mean, as a real artist, not just a realistic painter of war pictures or a smooth society hack, but an artist.
I will be an artist on the day that Maisie sees that picture. Because that's the day she'll come to see me. And she'll be mine.
I hope so, Dick.
Damn.
What is it?
For a moment, I thought I had a veil across my eyes.
A veil?
Oh, it's just the flimsiest gauze-like veil. Probably indigestion. Indigestion does that.
Hadn't you better see a doctor?
I don't have time.
Nonsense, man. You must make time. He would never have gone on his own, so I made an appointment with a doctor, a specialist. After much argument, I finally dragged him to the man's office. He was a very cheerful doctor. He chirped like a sparrow.
Well, Mr. Heldar, you know we all need a bit of patching now and then. Like a ship. Exactly like the ship. We must be kept ship-shape. What?
I think, Doctor, I have neglected the warnings of the stomach too long. Hence these spots before my eyes.
Oh, is that what you think?
Absolutely.
Here I was under the impression that you came to find out what I think.
Yes, by all means. Go ahead.
Thank you. This wound, this blow you received in the fighting in the Sudan.
Oh, that hasn't bothered me in years.
Well, there was damage to the optic nerve and the bright, hot light of the tropics.
Doctor, if there is a verdict, I want it immediately.
Well?
I am a painter. I have no time to waste. Tell me.
Well, there has been steady, irreversible deterioration of the optic nerve.
And I'm going blind.
Yes.
Absolutely, completely, totally blind.
Yes.
How long do I have?
If you avoid all strain and anxiety, perhaps a year. You must stop painting. The strain of the close work it requires.
I see. I must stop painting in order to keep my sight a little bit longer.
Yes.
What good is my sight if I can't paint?
All the way home, we didn't say a word. We simply didn't talk about it. We couldn't. When we arrived at the flat, Bessie was waiting as usual, silent as usual. Dick picked up his brushes and began to work. Are you almost finished with it, Dick?
Oh, yes. Yes, I have just enough time for that.
It's simply a great piece of work, Dick.
Oh, these past few weeks, it seems I've never seen color so clearly. And line so sharply. I suppose it's like a candle which burns out. Just before the end, it sputters and flares for a brief instant. This is my brief moment.
Beautiful. It's beautiful. And it's Bessie.
No. It's Maisie. She'll see it. That's what I live for now.
He painted for a few moments longer, and then he put down his brushes. His face had become lined with fatigue. Now I noticed the lines about his eyes. He tired so easily. He stood staring at nothing for a moment, and then...
It'll be enough for today. Bessie, I want you back here tomorrow morning at 11 sharp. Talk. I think I'll lie down before dinner.
How have you been, Bessie?
Huh? As well as can be expected.
I wonder that you came back after the shabby way both Mr. Heldar and I have treated you.
Well, the wages are good. Girl in my position can't afford to be particular. He's going blind, ain't he?
Yes.
Well, he can thank me for it. Or curse me for it.
You?
I wished it on him. And I prayed for it to happen to him. What else could be a fate worse than death for an artist? I went to church and on my knees I prayed for it.
I'm sorry to disappoint you, Bessie. It wasn't your doing.
How do you know?
I was there when it happened, in the Sudan. A blow across the head. Damaged the optic nerve.
Oh, yes? Well, I'll think of something else.
You had better go, Bessie. I saw her standing there furious. Her face was ugly. Whatever the spell was she might have cast over me, it was broken, and for all time I was free of her. And soon, in a day or 2 or 3, Dick would be finished with the painting, and he would be free of her, too. I must tell you what happened. A week later, I was writing in my room when I heard him call to me.
Torp, come in here, quick. Look, Torp. Look, it's finished. It's really finished.
Oh, Dick, it is marvelous. It's your masterpiece. Oh, the colors.
Tell me about the color.
See for yourself. They're remarkably brilliant.
I can't see for myself. I can't.
Dick.
I'm blind, Torp. I'm completely blind. I drew the last stroke of a brush as I signed my name, and the light left my eyes. The light failed. It failed me.
Oh, Dick, how can I?
No tears. Only blindness. We've seen worse, haven't we, old friend? Will you sort of guide me to my room and help me to lie down? I'm not used to being without my eyes. Just yet. Oh, Bessie. We're finished. Torp, write her a check for £20.
£20?
Yes. She was a good model. Come, I have the checkbook in my room. Goodbye, Bessie.
Goodbye, Mr. Heldar.
Come, Thorpe. I must lie down, man. So tired. Oh, that's it, Thorpe. Oh, I can stretch out. It's so good to know it's done. Now, look, tomorrow, you're to take it to the Stetson Gallery.
Yes, of course, Dick.
Word of it will get to Maisie.
I'm sure.
And cover the picture.
Yes.
Oh, wake me for dinner. We must celebrate. Champagne.
Yes, of course. I left him sleeping on his bed and walked back into the studio. I stood in the doorway and looked at the painting. For just a moment, an isolated moment, I refused to believe what I was seeing. She was standing there with a bottle of turpentine in one hand and a palette knife in the other. She was throwing the turpentine onto the picture and scraping away with the knife. And then, like one awake suddenly from a trance, I ran to her. But it was too late. Even as I grabbed her hands and knocked away the bottle and the knife, I could see the painting was formless, scarred, a muddle of crazy colors. I was ready to kill her.
You raise a hand to me, and I'll scream.
Scream away, you slut!
I'll scream what I've done to his precious picture. He'd like that, wouldn't he?
Why, you...
He was never found out, right? Never.
How could you do
Why
that?
not? I said I wished him a fate worse than death. Well, maybe he don't know it, but he's got it. He's got it.
And what have you got, you poor demented creature?
Oh, you call
What'll become of you now? You'll go back to the gutter.
He said you was to give me £20.
Yes, I will. And when that's done...
I'll find another gentleman.
Will you?
I'll still have my looks.
Do you? Look at yourself in the mirror. Go ahead. Look.
Oh no. What happened? What happened to me?
What happened to the picture? A twisted, ugly mask. Who'd want you now for anything at all? You'll die in the gutter.
Oh, no, I didn't mean to. I was so... Please.
Dick, look out. You'll stumble over that chair. Here, let me hold your arm.
It's Maisie. She's here, isn't she? Maisie, you've come. I know it. As soon as the picture was finished, you'd come. You couldn't keep away.
Dick, let me help you sit down.
Maisie. Oh, where's Maisie? I've just heard her voice in here. Maisie, what do you think of your portrait? Maisie.
Dick,
No. Let her think. Let her regard it. That's what you have to do with a picture. Regard it. Oh, Maisie, when we were children at Mrs. Jennett's, I helped you. And now you will help me. Oh, my darling. I have enough money. Enough to keep us happy for the rest of our lives. Maisie, I'll be so good to you. And you'll be so good to me. Maisie, speak to me. Say you will. Say it. Say that you've come to me. At last. Oh, Maisie, I've waited a lifetime for you. I'd all but given up hope. But I knew if I poured out my soul over this portrait, you would come to me. Tell me you've come to me. Tell me.
Yes, Dick. I've come to you.
Taking everything into consideration, would you say we've had a happy ending? It's a complex situation, almost as complicated as happiness itself. However, one thing we do seem to provide, and that is the old saying, love is blind. I shall return shortly. We said this would be a fairy tale, and it is. The handsome prince, and Dick was certainly handsome, and a prince, of painting, at any rate. He did marry the little servant girl. At least I think they married. Living together, unblessed by clergy, was in those days a scandal. I don't know how things worked out. After all, you have imagination, too. Our cast included Tony Roberts, Mason Adams, Bryna Rayburn, and Jackson Beck. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
You see those bright green spots scattered thickly over it?
Yes. Yes, they seem more fertile than the rest.
Well, you might say that, yes. But in reality, that's the great Grimpen Mire. One false step for man or beast, and you die slowly and agonizingly in the quicksand. An awful place, Doctor. And yet, I find my way to the very heart of it safely.
Why would you want to go to such a place?
That's where the rarest plants and butterflies are. And I have the wit to reach them.
Good Lord, what was that?
The natives say it's the hound of the Baskervilles calling for its prey.
You don't believe that, do you?
Perhaps it's the mud settling in the bog.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by X-Lax.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. I remember when I was in high school, I studied a poem which struck terror to my heart. I still recall the opening lines, which went, I fled him down the nights and down the days. I fled him down the arches of the years. I fled him down the labyrinthine ways of my own mind. Some of you will recognize the author as Francis Thompson and the poem as The Hound of Heaven. And it's still terrifying. But think how much more fearful it would be if the hound you were fleeing from was a hound of hell.
Good Lord! What's that?
I don't know, Sir Henry. Some sound they have on the moor, I think.
Don't coddle me, Watson. When the people of the moor hear that cry, what do they say it is?
They say it's the cry of the hound of the Baskervilles, seeking its prey.
Our mystery drama, The Hound of the Baskervilles, was especially adapted from the Sherlock Holmes classic for the Mystery Theater by Murray Burnett and stars Kevin McCarthy. It is sponsored in part by General Electric Citizen Band Radios and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. The mantle of immortality is elusive and unpredictable. Two fictional characters, created at the turn of the century by Arthur Conan Doyle, have become undying legends. So strong is the public belief in their existence that the City of London recently granted the owner of the premises at 221B Baker Street the right to change the number of that address permanently in order to avoid the hordes of tourists flocking to see the actual living quarters of Sherlock Holmes and his colleague, Dr. Watson. Our story today starts in those very rooms in the year 1902.
My training as a medical man made me an early riser. Sherlock Holmes wasn't. On this morning, my friend was at the breakfast table while I was intently examining a cane that had been left behind by a visitor who had missed us last night.
Well, Watson, what do you make of it? You've been looking at the cane for some time. Since we've been so unfortunate as to miss the owner and have no notion of his errand, this accidental souvenir carries some importance. Let me hear you construct the man by an examination of it.
Well, very well, Holmes. Really, it's child's play to read that the man's name is James Mortimer, that he's a physician. But I would go further and say he's an elderly country practitioner who does a great deal of his visiting on foot because the end of this stick is very heavily worn down.
Excellent, Watson.
Now, the stick was given to him by the Friends of the CCH, which I take to be the Something Hunt, a local group to whom he's possibly given some assistance. Now, has anything escaped me?
Now, here, let me have a look at it, Watson.
Well, I trust there's nothing of importance I've overlooked.
No, Watson. This man is certainly a country practitioner who walks a great deal.
Then I was right.
To that extent. But since we know that the man is a doctor, is it likely that presentation to him would come from a hospital rather than a hunt? And when we see the initials CCH, does not Charing Cross Hospital leap to the mind? Can we not also infer that such a presentation would be made at the time he left? Perhaps to practice in the country. And since the date is on the stick, and it's only 5 years ago, it's highly unlikely that an elderly, well-established physician would go into country practice. So, we now have a young fellow, amiable, unambitious, and possessor of a favorite dog, which I should say is larger than a terrier and smaller than a mastiff.
Come, Holmes. Well, the dog is too much.
No, not at all. If you'll observe these tooth marks in the middle of the stick, where the dog has been accustomed to carry it. The dog's jaw is too broad for a terrier and not quite broad enough for a mastiff. It may well be... It is a curly-haired spaniel.
My dear Holmes, how can you possibly be so sure of that?
For the very simple reason that I see the dog itself on our doorstep. And there is the ring of its owner, and we shall soon discover why he has come to see us.
The appearance of our visitor was a surprise to me because although Holmes had correctly deduced his age, his back was already bowed, and he walked with a forward thrust of his head. As he entered, his eyes fell upon the stick in Holmes's hand, and he ran to it with an exclamation of joy.
Ah, I'm so very glad. I wouldn't want to lose that stick for the world.
Presentation, I see.
Yes, indeed.
From Charing Cross Hospital?
From some friends there on the occasion of my marriage.
Ah, dear, that's bad.
I beg your pardon. Why was that bad?
Well, only that you've disarranged our little deductions. We had surmised that you left the hospital.
Oh, and so I did. Immediately upon my marriage.
Ah.
It was necessary to make a home for my wife.
Well, we weren't so far wrong after all. Now, Dr. Mortimer, I think it wise if you'll tell me what the exact nature of the problem is in which you ask my assistance.
And then, to my astonishment, the physician took a worn and ancient manuscript from his pocket and read to us a most horrifying tale concerning the manor of Baskerville, located in Devonshire, and the origin of a curse on the Baskerville line. The manuscript told of the abduction of a young girl on Michaelmas Eve and locking her up in Baskerville Hall. The girl, being both courageous and ingenious, dared to escape from an upper floor by clambering down the ivy and then setting off across the moors towards her home.
Upon discovering that the maiden had indeed escaped, Hugo Baskerville became as one possessed, and he cried aloud before his companions that very night he would render his body and soul to the powers of evil if he might overtake the girl with the hounds he would set upon her.
Excuse the interruption, Doctor, but you're certain of the authenticity of this document?
Oh, absolutely, Mr. Holmes. It's in the form of a letter from the third Hugo Baskerville to his sons, explaining why they should fear going out on the moors at night.
I see. I presume that manuscript gives a reason.
No, it most certainly does. The Hound. The Hound of the Baskervilles. If you let me continue. Hugo's companions, riding after him across the moors, came upon a night shepherd, a man so crazed with fear that he could scarce speak. He told the riders that he'd not only seen the maid running for her very life, but also Sir Hugo on his black mare and running mute behind him, such a hound of hell as God forbid should ever be at my heels. When I come to the close, Mr. Holmes, it says here that 3 riders came upon the body of the maid, dead from fatigue and fear, and also the body of Sir Hugo Baskerville, with a great black beast, larger than any mortal hound, ravening at Sir Hugo's throat with its jaw dripping blood. Well, such is the tale, my sons, of the coming of the Hound, which is said to have plagued the Baskerville family so sorely ever since. Well, Mr. Holmes, would you find it interesting?
Only to a collector of fairy tales.
Well, then how would you classify this newspaper account in the Devon County Chronicle of 3 weeks ago?
3 weeks ago. Regrettable death of Charles Baskerville. Body found at Fane Dew Alley of Baskerville Hall. Pronounced dead by his friend and physician, James Mortimer. That's you. Coroner's verdict, cardiac exhaustion. Despite some strange aspects of the death... Well, now, Dr. Mortimer, everything seems straightforward, but evidently you entertain some doubts in the matter. Something you didn't state to the press or at the inquest?
Yes, Mr. Holmes. When I first saw the body, Sir Charles lay upon his face, his arms out, fingers dug deep into the ground, and his features convulsed into such a grimace of terror that I, his best friend and physician, hardly recognized him.
Dear me. No physical injuries?
None. But although Harrison, the caretaker who found the body, said he saw no traces at all upon the ground, I did, Mr. Holmes, I did.
Footprints?
Footprints.
A man's or a woman's?
Neither. They were the tracks of a gigantic hound.
And your reason for withholding this information at the inquest?
Because the people of the countryside do not share your opinion about the curse hanging over the Baskerville family. Sir Charles himself believed in it, and I certainly had no wish to add fuel to the flames. Besides...
Yes?
Well, there's a realm in which the most acute and most experienced of detectives is helpless.
You mean the supernatural? Well, I confine my investigations to this world, and I cannot understand why you are now consulting me.
But I came to ask your advice about what I should do with the heir, the new Sir Henry Baskerville, who arrives in Waterloo Station in exactly 1 hour.
Meet him, take him to a good hotel, and both of you come back here tomorrow at noon.
Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, this is Sir Henry Baskerville.
How do you do? I'm all at sea. I have been ever since I got the news of my uncle's death and my inheritance. I had no idea Uncle Charles was so well fixed.
Dr. Mortimer, as the executor of the estate, can you tell us, are there any other claimants?
No, sir. And then this morning, I find this note at my hotel, and one of my brand new boots is missing.
May I see the note?
Of course. Dime novel stuff, if you ask me.
As you value your life or reason, keep away from the moor. We must all agree there's nothing supernatural about this. Now, the missing boot?
A brand new pair. I bought them just yesterday. Left them outside my hotel door to be polished, and one of them's gone this morning. I can only tell you that there is no devil in hell and no man upon earth who can prevent me from going to the home of my own people.
And so it was arranged that on Saturday I was to accompany Sir Henry and take up residence with him at Baskerville Hall, because Holmes was insistent that someone be with Sir Henry at all times. When Holmes and I called to pick up Sir Henry at his hotel Saturday, we found the young baronet in a rage.
I won't be played for a sucker in this hotel.
You still haven't located your boot, Sir Henry?
But this is a different one. What? I got the other one back, and now I'm missing an old black one. I'm beginning to think this hotel is nothing but a den of thieves.
I think it's very odd and damnably dangerous.
Mr. Holmes, if you know something, you should inform us so that we may...
Dr. Mortimer, I know only that you were concerned about the safety of Sir Henry, and quite rightly so. I also know that someone knew that you were in this hotel and saw fit to warn you to keep away from Baskerville Hall and the moor. And we all know that there were extremely suspicious circumstances surrounding the death of Sir Charles Baskerville. I therefore suggest that anything out of the ordinary, such as the curious incidents with the boots, must be taken very seriously.
Surely you must be joking about the boots, Holmes. I fail to
My
see...
dear Watson, did you bring your revolver as I asked?
Well, of course.
Good. Carry it at all times.
Well, I confess, your instructions are making me nervous.
They should have precisely the opposite effect. Now, Dr. Mortimer, as executor of Sir Charles' will, you know the exact amount of the estate. Is it considerable?
Well, I should say that a sum in excess of £740,000 is indeed considerable.
Dear me. That is a stake for which a man might well play a desperate game. In the event something happens to Sir Henry, who stands to inherit?
A distant cousin named James Desmond. And if you have any suspicions in that direction, let me inform you, he's a clergyman in his 70s.
Thank you. Now, Watson, I want complete and daily reports from you. When the crisis arises, as it surely will, I will direct you how to act. Now, gentlemen, goodbye and Godspeed.
Ever since I was old enough to read, I have delighted in the adventures of Sherlock Holmes and his bumbling but lovable colleague, Dr. Watson. The game is afoot, and we'll be back shortly with Act Two. One of our most successful writers of modern detective stories once made a terrible pun, but a perceptive comment on Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's stories about Sherlock Holmes. It went this way: be they ever so humble,
There's no police like Holmes. I agree wholeheartedly. And now we have the pleasure of rejoining Dr. Watson, Sir Henry Baskerville, and Dr. James Mortimer in the wagonette, carrying them and their luggage across the moors on the way to Baskerville Hall.
Hello, look at that, Sir Henry and Watson. I believe it's a mounted soldier with a rifle. Pull up, driver. Pull up.
Not to worry, sir. He's on the watch for a convict escaped from Princeton. The farmers here don't like him. He's a man that will stop at nothing. It's Selden, the Notting Hill murderer. I gave an involuntary shudder. It was a case Holmes had taken an interest in because of the ferocity of the man, Selden, who escaped the death penalty only because his atrocious conduct had led to doubts about his sanity. As I shivered, the wagon swept onto a long driveway where stood a huge building with mullioned windows. Standing in front of the large, heavy door was an angular woman with deep-set eyes which blazed with fanatic fire.
Welcome to Baskerville Hall, Sir Henry. I'm Mrs. Harrison, the caretaker's wife. My husband will be here shortly. He joins with me in wishing you a long, happy life and in begging you to avoid the moor, particularly in those hours of darkness when the powers of evil are exalted.
The very next morning, I set out to explore the moor by daylight. As I walked along a gray and lonely road, wishing that Holmes were here to help me, my thoughts were interrupted by a man calling my name.
Dr. Watson! Dr. Watson!
Yes, sir?
I'm Stapleton. I just live down the moor at Merripit House. Most of the folks around here call me an eccentric because of my hobby. I'm a naturalist.
I can see that from your net and box. But how do you know me?
Oh, no mystery about that. You passed Dr. Mortimer's house a short way back. He pointed you out to me as you passed. As our road lay the same way, I thought I'd overtake you and introduce myself. How is Sir Henry? None the worse for his journey, I trust?
Well, he's very well, thank you.
Not afraid of living down here after the sad death of Sir Charles?
That is of some concern to you, sir.
Well, it means a great deal to the countryside to have a wealthy man such as Sir Henry with us. Well, I'm glad to hear he has no superstitious fears of the fiend dog, which is supposed to haunt the family.
I don't believe he has. How do you stand on the matter?
I'm a scientist. But it's extraordinary how credulous the farmers are. Any number of them are ready to swear they've seen such a creature on the moor.
And you haven't?
Of course not. Although I have no doubt the story led to Sir Charles's tragic end.
Indeed. Why do you think that?
Well, Sir Charles had a vivid imagination and a diseased heart. His nerves were so on edge that the appearance of any dog at all at night near the yew alley might well have triggered a fatal heart attack. You agree?
Well, I've come to no conclusions.
Quite so. Well, if you care to come along with me to Merripit House, I'll introduce you to my sister.
Well, that's very kind of you.
Tell me what you think of the moor.
Well, this morning's my first venture on it. But that large plain to the north looks like a fine place for a gallop on a horse.
That thought has already cost several lives, Dr. Watson.
What? That seems hard to believe.
You see those bright green spots scattered thickly over it?
Yes. Yes, they seem more fertile than the rest.
Well, you might say that. But in reality, that's the great Grimpen Mire. One false step for man or beast, and you die slowly and agonizingly in the quicksand. An awful place, Doctor. And yet, I find my way to the very heart of it safely.
Why would you want to go to such a place?
That's where the rarest plants and butterflies are. And I have the wit to reach them.
Good Lord, what was that?
The natives say it's the hound of the Baskervilles calling for its prey.
Well, you don't believe that, do you?
Perhaps it's the mud settling in the bog. Excuse me, but unless I'm mistaken, there's a purple hair streak. very rare. I'll join you at Merripit House. You can't miss it.
Stapleton was off with amazing speed and agility. To my dismay, the creature fluttered straight for the great mire. But Stapleton never paused for a moment. I stood watching him and then turned to find a woman near me upon the path. Slim, elegant, with a sensitive mouth and dark, eager eyes.
Go back. Go straight back to London. Instantly. Instantly.
What? Why? I mean, why should I go back?
I cannot explain, but do what I ask. Go back and never set foot on this moor again.
But I have just only come.
Can't you tell when a warning is for your own good? Get away from this place immediately.
But, ma'am,
Don't say a word.
Hello, Beryl.
Well, Jack, you're very warm and out of breath, I see. What was it this time?
Purple hair streak. Seldom found in the late autumn. Pity I missed him. You've introduced yourselves, I see.
Yes, sir. I was telling Sir Henry that it was rather late for him to see the true beauties of the moor.
You think he's Sir Henry Baskerville?
Of course.
Oh, no, ma'am. I'm only a humble commoner. My name is Dr. Watson.
Oh, we've been talking at cross purposes.
Well, you've not had very much time for talk.
Well, I merely mean that I talked as if Dr. Watson were a resident instead of a visitor.
I chose this out-of-the-way spot to settle down in, Doctor, because it offers an unlimited field of work in the areas of botany and zoology. Dr. Mortimer is a learned man, and Sir Charles was also an admirable companion. We knew him well, missed him. Of course, we miss our boys, too, don't we, Beryl?
Most certainly.
Your boys?
Yes, I had a school in the North Country. However, serious epidemic broke out and 3 of the boys died. School never recovered from the blow.
Well, I feel I should be getting back to the hall.
Well, as you wish. Do you think we'd be intruding if Beryl and I were to call this afternoon and make the acquaintance of Sir Henry?
I'm sure Sir Henry would be delighted. I set off rapidly upon the same path by which we'd come. But there must have been some shortcut, because before I'd reached the road, I was astounded to see Miss Stapleton sitting upon a rock by the side of the track.
Oh, I've run all the way in order to cut you off, Dr. Watson, and to tell you to forget what I said. I must not stop, or my brother will miss me.
Now, hold on a moment, please. Sir Henry's welfare is a close concern of mine. Why were you so eager he should leave here?
Well, my brother and I were very much shocked by the death of Sir Charles. We all know the story of the Hound, and I felt he should be warned.
But the Hound's story is nonsense.
No, I happen to believe it. Now, I must go back.
No, just one more question. Why did you not wish your brother to know about the warning?
My brother's most anxious to have the hall inhabited. He thinks it is for the good of the people here. He'd have been angry if he knew I'd urged Sir Henry to leave.
My dear Holmes, I am writing to report that I have solved one riddle, only unfortunately to come up with another. You may recall my mentioning to you that I believed I heard a woman sobbing during the first night I spent at Baskerville Hall. I mentioned this to Sir Henry, and we agreed that if I heard anything this night, I should wake him and we would investigate together. Along about 2 o'clock in the morning, I heard stealthy footsteps going past my door. I was out of bed in a flash and waited until they'd passed. I went to Sir Henry's room and tapped softly our prearranged signal.
Yes? You heard something, Watson?
Footsteps.
Those sobbing?
No. The footsteps passed my door and went down the corridor. I see that it turns left. Where does it end?
At a window overlooking the moors.
The steps went in that direction. Oh, softly now.
What? Why, it's Mrs. Harrison. What in the world is she doing?
She's holding a candle against the window and peering out. Her face is pressed almost against the glass.
And crying bitterly. Come on, Watson. We'll get to the bottom of this. All right, Mrs. Harrison.
Tell us what you're doing up here.
Oh, Sir Henry, I was just going round to see that the windows were fastened.
On the second floor?
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. I check all the windows at night.
And that makes you cry?
Well, I was doing no harm, sir. I was just holding a candle to the window.
She must have been signaling someone.
Oh, no, sir.
There it is, Sir Henry. An answering signal from the moor.
No, sir. It's nothing. It's nothing at all, sir.
Move that candle across the window, Watson. That's it. There. Mrs. Harrison. You see, the other light moves also. Now, speak up. What is the meaning of all this?
Oh, please believe me, Sir Henry. It has nothing to do with you. It's a personal matter.
So you say. I know your family has been employed by mine for more than 50 years, but I'm not in Baskerville Hall a week before I find you deep in some dark plot against me.
Oh, no, sir, not against you, not you. You see, sir, my unhappy brother is starving on the moor. I cannot let him perish on my very doorstep. This light is a signal that food is ready for him, and his light is to show me and my husband the spot to which to bring it.
Good Lord. Then your brother is...
Yes. The escaped convict, Selden. The evil Notting Hill murderer. He is my brother.
We took the weeping unfortunate woman to her husband and left her. Sir Henry insisted on accompanying me on the moor to assist me in capturing this dangerous criminal. I had my revolver and Sir Henry a hunting crop. The moor was pitch black, but we easily picked out the pinpoint of light where the fellow was waiting. Mind the footing, Sir Henry. A pity we can't show a light.
I think we should bear more to the right. There's his light. Watson. What's that?
I don't know. A sound they have on the moor. I heard it once before.
Don't coddle me, Watson. That was the cry of a hound.
They say it's the cry of the Hound of the Baskervilles.
You believe that, Watson?
No, but I think that we should forget our expedition.
No, by thunder, whatever that cry was, it came from far away, near the mire. We must continue and get that convict.
I don't think that's wise. I urge you to return to the hall.
You don't believe in this hellhound, and neither do I. Come on, man.
Well, I'm charged with your safety. Holmes would never forgive me if something happened to you while you were in
While we stand here jawing, our man will get away. Now, come on.
No, I cannot allow it.
You can't prevent it.
Well, either you come back to the hall with me now, willingly, or I shall be forced to knock you down and carry you back. Now, which shall it be?
Each of us carries within us the seeds of our own destruction. It would appear that Sir Henry Baskerville was no different. His pride was driving him to disregard the advice of those who were there to protect him. We'll be back with Act 3 and his decision in just a little while. People have varying thresholds of fear. For example, I have no particular fear of heights, but a friend of mine hugs the wall if he finds himself on a terrace more than 3 floors up. As for me, I shudder at the thought of being hunted down by a pack of dogs, whereas an experienced woodsman might not find that so terrifying. However, I think even an experienced hunter might, well, find the baying of a fiend dog, a hound from hell, a soul-shattering experience.
There it is again, Sir Henry. I don't know what it is, but you're walking back to the safety of the hall with me, or I shall knock you down and carry you.
And allow this murderous convict to escape.
And that, my dear Holmes, you must acknowledge, solves one mystery. The other, I frankly don't understand. It seems Sir Henry is much taken with Beryl Stapleton, who is indeed handsome. She talks of nothing but his leaving Baskerville Hall, and he suspects her brother, Stapleton, of being subject to fits of insanity. I repeat to you what he told me of yesterday's conversation.
Please, Sir Henry, why won't you listen to one who means you well and leave this place?
I will. If you come with me. We can be married anywhere you say.
Oh,
and
heaven save us both. I have no defense against your stupidity.
This kind of behavior must come to a stop, sir. How dare you offer attentions to a lady which are obviously distasteful to her?
Now, hold on a second, Stapleton. I'm not ashamed of how I feel about your sister. I was hoping she might honor me by becoming my wife. And if you can find anything dishonorable in that, then you can go to the devil.
Oh, my sentiments exactly, sir. Come, Beryl. We're going home.
You can imagine that Stapleton's conduct left both Sir Henry and I completely bewildered. And another thing. I'm sure there is another man on the moor. I swear I caught a glimpse of him when Sir Henry and I were out there searching for Selden, the convict.
I ask you, Sir Henry, not to report what I told you to the police.
The man is a public danger.
My husband and I have made arrangements for him to go to South America. If you don't inform the police, he can lie safely on the moor until the ship sails. That is, if he can stay out of the way of the other man who hides on the moor.
What other man? Whom are you talking about?
Gently, Watson.
I only know what my brother told me. There's another man in hiding out there. My brother says he seems to be playing some game of his own.
Did he say where he saw this man?
Around the old stone huts where the old folk used to live. About my brother, Sir Henry. Are you going to inform the police?
What do you say, Watson?
Well, if he were safely out of the country, it would relieve the taxpayers of a burden.
Oh, Lord bless you, sir. Oh, thank you, sir. I swear he'll go and you will never hear from him again.
And Holmes, no sooner had we gotten done with Mrs. Harrison than Stapleton was upon us with an explanation of his strange behavior of the other day.
I would ask you to let bygones be bygones and understand my sister is everything in my life. We've always been together.
Yes, but surely you must have thought that someday a beautiful woman like Beryl would naturally...
Marry? Leave me alone? Oh, of course. But when I was faced with a reality, it came as such a shock that I really wasn't responsible for what I said or did.
I understand completely.
That relieves me greatly because, in that case, I'm going to ask a favor of you.
Yes?
Give me some time to become accustomed to the situation.
Well, how do you mean?
I will withdraw all opposition if you give me 3 months before claiming her love. After that time, I shall have prepared myself for losing her. But if she's willing, she can become your wife.
I myself was determined to discover the identity of the other man hiding on the moor. And early that evening, I went to examine the abandoned stone huts where Mrs. Harrison said her brother believed the man to be lurking. I approached one of the huts, closed my hand over the butt of my revolver, and entered quickly. The place was empty, but there were distinct evidences that it was being used. As I looked around the remains of a meal, I heard a stone click. Then a figure loomed in the doorway.
Good lovely evening, my dear Watson. I really think you'll be more comfortable outside than in.
Holmes! I was never happier to see anyone in my life.
Oh, I'm more astonished, eh? Please, be careful with that revolver.
Oh, I thought you were busy working in London.
That was what I wished you to think. By keeping you in the dark, I've been able to pursue my inquiries freely. And I've uncovered some information which will lead us to the villain.
And all my reports have been wasted.
Not at all, not at all. I have them with me, and they helped me immeasurably. For instance, they've led me to the vital bit of information. The vital bit of information, my friend. The lady passing as Jack Stapleton's sister is really his wife.
Good heavens, Holmes. Are you sure?
Thanks to you, Watson. In all the pack of lies that Stapleton told you, he dropped one grain of truth. He was once a schoolmaster in the north of England. A check of scholastic agencies turned up the evidence I just passed on to you.
But why? Why this deception?
Because he foresaw that she would be much more useful to him in her character as a free woman.
But what does it all mean, Holmes? What is Stapleton after?
It's murder, Watson. Refined, cold-blooded, deliberate murder. But my nets are closing in on him, even as his are closing on Sir Henry. Another day or two at the joust, and we'll have him.
Good Lord, Holmes. The hound.
Which way did it come from?
There, near the black door.
Come, Watson. You must not be too late. Not now. Faster, Watson. Faster. He's beaten us, Watson. We're too late. Fool that I was to hold my hand. And you, Watson, see what comes of abandoning your charge. Come on. Up there. Up there against the slope. Come on.
Wait. It's Sir Henry. I recognize the tweed jacket.
No. No, Watson, no. Oh, the man has a beard. It's not Sir Henry. It's Selden. It's Selden the convict, wearing Sir Henry's clothes, no doubt furnished him by his sister.
Dr. Watson. If you're the last man I should have expected to see on the moor at this time of night. What's this? Somebody hurt? Don't tell me it's Sir Henry.
It's Selden, the escaped convict who appears to have fallen and broken his neck. What brings you onto the moor at this hour, sir?
I heard a cry. You heard it too, I expect.
Yes.
You hear anything else beside a cry?
No.
Well, that's very comforting coming from Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Well, you seem to be very quick at identification, Mr. Stapleton.
Well, you also, Mr. Holmes. Now that you're on the scene, perhaps you've made some discoveries.
No, only that this tragedy will make an unpleasant memory for me to take back to London tomorrow night.
You return tomorrow?
That's my intention.
Does that mean you already have a solution to the strange events which have been troubling all of us here on the moor?
No. Any investigator needs facts, not legends or rumors. No, on the whole, this has not been a satisfactory case.
I couldn't believe that Holmes meant to leave the scene, and when I questioned him, he quickly set my mind at rest. He was laying a trap for that cunning Stapleton, and he needed also to have Sir Henry believe he wouldn't be on the scene. The following morning at breakfast...
Good morning, gentlemen. I see you've already helped yourselves from the sideboard.
I'm afraid I've made some rather heavy inroads on the bacon. It's exactly the way I like it. Tell me, tonight you dine with our friends, the Stapletons.
Yes. I hope you and Watson will join me. I'm sure you'll be welcome.
I'm sorry, but Watson and I must go to London.
London?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I hope you and Watson are going to see me through this business.
My dear fellow, what I'm going to say next will try your trust in me even more sorely. But I beg of you to do as I ask.
What's that?
After you dine, walk back to the hall across the moor.
What? Isn't that the very thing you told me never to do?
I'm asking you to believe me when I say you'll be perfectly safe. But it's essential that you do it.
Of course, Holmes and I would be hiding along his path to Baskerville Hall, but we did not tell him that.
Careful, Watson. Oh, look over at the Grimpen Mire. Isn't that fog hanging over there?
It is indeed, Holmes.
Damnation. And it's moving towards us. Our success and even Sir Henry's life hang on his coming out before the fog is over the path. Oh, thank heaven. He's coming now, whistling in the dark. And I can't say I blame him. Get after him, Watson. Get your revolver.
Good Lord, Holmes. What is it? A creature from hell.
Watson, shoot.
The creature that lay lifeless on the path as Holmes and I stood over it was part bloodhound, part mastiff, and large as a small lioness. Even in the stillness of death, the huge jaws seemed to be dripping with a bluish flame, and the eyes ringed with fire. A white-faced Sir Henry staggered back to us.
What in heaven's name is that creature?
The family ghost, and it's dead. Whatever it is.
Yes, but the fire.
Phosphorus. Look. Now my fingers seem on fire.
Holmes, it's a cunning preparation because it has no odor. Thus it didn't interfere with the brute's power of scent.
And now we must bring the man behind the brute to book. He's undoubtedly been warned by the shots that the game is up. And he's headed back to Merripit House and his wife.
Wife? You mean his sister? And surely it isn't Stapleton, but...
Sir Henry, I meant what I said. Beryl Stapleton is his wife. And his name isn't Stapleton. Since he's your younger cousin. The black sheep who didn't die in Central America, as we've been told.
What? I can't believe it. It can't be.
The door's open. I'll wait till the bird has flown, but let's go in and see.
There you are, Holmes. The villain's tied and gagged her. One moment, Beryl. Easy does it. There.
Oh, Henry, I tried to warn you. You see what he did to me?
There'll be time for explanations later, madame. But where is he?
Where is he? Burning in hell, I hope. Dying slowly in the quicksand of the mire.
He knows a path. He told me so.
The path, yes. The path to his safe place in the center where he kept the great hound. I helped place the guiding wands. But yesterday, I changed them. And in tonight's fog, he'll not notice.
Stapleton's body was never found. Some days later, when Holmes and I were back in the Baker Street flat, I asked, there's one thing that still puzzles me. That business about the boots. What did Stapleton want with two different boots?
Oh, the first boot he stole was brand new, and therefore useless to him because he needed a boot with Sir Henry's scent for the hound.
Amazing, Holmes.
Elementary, my dear Watson.
What is even more amazing is the fact that Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, the man who created the greatest detective of all time, a man whose cool, incisive reasoning served as a model for hundreds of lesser detectives, was himself a dupe of the spiritualists. He was constantly fooled and defrauded by mediums and was laughed at by the world for relaying a message from Houdini's dead mother to Houdini. Only the message was in English, a language Houdini's mother never knew. I'll be back shortly. The record shows that Doyle, tired of writing Sherlock Holmes stories, and attempted to kill off his popular detective by having him thrown over the Reichenbach Falls. Popular demand, however, forced a reluctant Doyle to bring Holmes back. Our cast included Kevin McCarthy, Lloyd Battista, Carol Teitel, Robert Dryden, and Court Benson. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. In 1917, the Russian Revolution was unleashed.
Finally, it engulfed Mother Russia and stained half a continent red. But whatever changes it wrought, it changed little in the Russian soul itself. The people under the star were very like the people today. As Gogol himself said, all the civil servants can talk about is their government office. Everything seems to have been crushed under a great weight. Everyone is drowned by the trivial, meaningless labors at which he must spend his useless life. This is the story of that old Russia.
And you, an officer of the law, are trying to tell me this specter of a man tried to snatch the coat off your back?
That's how it seemed, General. You see, just at that moment, I was taking a pinch of snuff, and in the middle of it, I had to sneeze. And after I did, he was gone. He just up and disappeared.
Our mystery drama, The Overcoat, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Hans Conried. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and by General Electric Citizen Band Radios. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Today it is called Leningrad. Then it was known as St. Petersburg, a city that Pushkin called a graveyard of dreams, that Gogol described as an amazingly quiet place. The people seem more dead than alive. And that obsessed all later Russian writers with its intangibility, its mists, and its white nights. A mystifying and mysterious city where the individual loses all identity. And in this city lived, or should we say existed, a man whose name... No. Let his story be told by the people who knew him.
You never heard of Akaky Akakievich? Then you don't know Petersburg. But then, of course, even if you had heard of him, you didn't know him, as I did. He boarded with me, 20 years? Something like that. Hard to remember. He was shortish, one would say, rather pockmarked and with reddish hair. He had a small, bald patch in front and wrinkles on his cheeks, but he always paid promptly, even if all he had was the garret room.
Good evening, Madame Bushka.
Oh, good evening, Counselor. It is cold out?
Oh, yes, I think. I didn't notice.
Oh, your coat needs mending.
Where?
There's a tear under the arm, big enough to stick your head through.
So there is. I must do something about it.
I have some thread. I can patch it for you.
Yeah, so much trouble. And I have, as you see, important work to do.
I see by all your papers. You must watch your health. Look, I have some tea in the samovar. You could have a glass while you wait for me to fix that rent.
Rent? Oh, that reminds me. Today I have it for you.
Oh, well, come in a moment. I'll give you a receipt.
Oh, I wouldn't want to take advantage of your hospitality. The receipt I could get in the morning.
And your coat?
Well, I could take it to Petrovich the tailor.
Oh, Robert. One small favor I couldn't do for you.
I have no way of returning it.
Did I ask? Come in, then, and take off your coat. I look at him as I sew this old bunch of rags he calls a coat, and I wonder. He has taken the tea, but he is in an agony of embarrassment because I've taken him out of his world. You're not drinking your tea.
Oh, yes. Well, it was just a little hot.
Oh, and maybe not enough sugar.
Oh, yes, enough. More than enough. I'm not used to sugar.
As you will. Well, you always bring so much work home.
Well, there's always so much to be done.
Oh. What is it you do at the department?
I copy.
Oh? Copy what?
Why, all kinds of documents.
Such as?
I wouldn't have the faintest notion. There isn't time to read them, you see.
Oh, I see. You are from the Ukraine, Counselor?
Yes.
Basmashkin. That's why I asked.
Well, it means, well, a bashmaki is a shoe.
I know.
You are not from the Ukraine?
No, from Georgia.
Oh.
Was your father a shoemaker?
Oh, no. Why?
Because of your name.
Oh, no, that was because my grandfather, went around in boots, and they had them sold just 3 times a year.
But you don't have boots.
Oh, no, I have shoes. But then everyone calls me Akaki Akievich.
Yes, I know.
You're thinking that is a strange name.
I didn't say so.
Oh, well, some people even say far-fetched. But really, I couldn't have been called anything else. You see, here is how it was. If you want to hear.
Oh, I might as well. I haven't finished your coat yet.
Very well. You see, I was born on March the 22nd at night, if my memory serves me right.
That would be more up to your mother's memory, perhaps.
You could be right. She was the wife of a civil servant, you see.
Ah.
My father was in the civil service.
I should think so.
My mother was offered a choice of 3 names. Mokia, Sosia, or Chodosat, after the martyr. Oh, no, she thought to herself, such awful names they are going in for these days. We'd better call him after his father. He was an Akaki, so let his son be an Akaki as well. Akaki Akakievich. That's how it came about.
An amazing story. And finished just at the moment your coat is. But you know what, Akaki Akakievich? For that's what I must make bold to call you now. It won't do. It just won't do.
My name?
No, your coat. I've pulled it together, but it's not going to hold together for long. With winter coming on, you're going to have to get a new one. He walked out, shaking his head and looking at his coat vaguely. I wondered if he could see that around the back and over the shoulders the material was so worn that it was as thin as cheesecloth. Probably not. And he had forgotten to drink his tea. I could see him now lighting his candle and sitting down to gulp some cabbage soup, some beef and onions, tasting nothing. Just as he walked on the street without ever seeing anything. Why did I waste time thinking about him? Because a woman could see how lost he was. And I was sorry for him. He needed a coat, which he would never buy himself. Of course, I didn't know then it was an office joke.
Good morning, Your Excellency, Mr. Podochin.
Good morning, Ivan Ivanovich.
Pray allow me to open your office door for you, Excellency.
In a minute. What is that thing that always hangs there?
Hangs where?
On the coat tree.
Oh, that. That's Akaki Akakievich's dressing gown.
I fail to see what's so funny. Is what?
Well, it's just a little joke here in the office, sir, because of the way it looks. Actually, it's his overcoat.
That moth-eaten bunch of rags? Where is the Akakievich?
He's at the, well, you know, Excellency, he had to, leave the room.
Why, that thing is an eyesore. We'll have to do something about it. Well, back to work. And ask Akakievich to step in and see me when he returns. Come in.
Send for me, Your Excellency, Mr. Podochin, sir.
Ah, yes. Well, close the door, man.
Oh, yes, sir.
And come over here and sit down.
I couldn't. I wouldn't feel right. I just stand, Your Excellency.
Well, suit yourself. It's about, how long have you worked here at the department, Akakievich?
Oh, dear me, no. I don't think I quite know. Before you took over, Excellency.
You've been here that long?
Oh, yes.
It's strange. I never quite noticed you.
I was here with Director Suslov and Director Korvalyov.
Good heavens, you must have been here at least 20 years.
Oh, I suppose that would be it, Excellency. Give or take a year, one or the other.
And your title is?
I'm a titular counselor, Excellency.
Clerk.
That's another way of saying it.
Your salary?
400 rubles.
A year?
To be precise, per annum.
Good Heavens. Oh, what do you do?
I copy, sir.
Copy.
Copy.
Is that all?
Yes, Excellency.
Well, perhaps we can find you something a little more interesting and challenging.
Oh, please don't, Excellency.
You're not interested in advancement?
No, it isn't that. It's just that...
Come on, man. Spit it out.
I'm not happy that way.
Just copying makes you happy?
Oh, yes, Excellency. I love my work. It's my whole life. I take things home, extra things from the office to copy. And if there isn't enough work, then often I just copy for my own pleasure. Especially if it's something addressed to someone newly appointed or important personage.
I never heard anything like this in my life. And where do you find these precious documents to important personages?
Oh, dear, anywhere at all. The newspaper, an old book, it doesn't matter. Would that be all, Excellency?
Huh? Oh, yes. That's, it's certainly about all I can take for one day.
Thank you, Excellency.
Oh, by the way, about your dressing gown.
My dressing?
Well, I mean that garment hanging out there that pretends to be a coat. Something will simply have to be done about it. I mean, it's falling apart. One can see through it. I can't have it hanging there. Gives the place a bad tone. Doesn't speak well for the department.
Yes, Excellency. I was thinking of taking it to the tailor for repairing.
Repairing? If he sticks a needle into it, it'll dissolve into dust. What you want is a new one. Yes, that's it. Treat yourself to a present. Akakievich, you get yourself a new coat.
What did the old crab want, Akaki?
He wants me to get a new coat.
Is that all? Fine. I think it's a good idea.
But I can't afford it.
Oh, nonsense. Anyone can afford a new coat. Anyway, you haven't any choice.
What do you mean?
You don't want to get sacked, do you? Find yourself without a job?
He wouldn't do that. Not His Excellency. Not a prince of a man like His Excellency. I'll have Petrovich the tailor. He'll fix it like new.
You better face the truth, Akakievich. Better get a new coat, or you're out.
No. I've been here so long. It's my life. Oh, he wouldn't. He knows I work hard. He's a kind man.
Kind? You could sit here till your whole behind was one big bunion, and all you'd get in reward for your labors would be a badge in your buttonhole. I tell you, you'd better get that coat.
I don't have the money.
Better get it. Get it from your 70-year-old landlady for a wedding gift. She's rich.
What wedding gift?
Why, isn't she going to marry you? We were all sure she was sweet on you.
Why do you torment me so? Leave me alone. I'm your brother.
You won't be long if you don't get that overcoat. Get it.
Poor, inarticulate, incomplete Akaki. A natural butt for jokes. A mouse of a man, too small and harmless to twit and taunt. And yet, by that very token, a ready prey to feed the precarious security of other small men. The coat was a joke. Or was it? I shall return shortly with Act 2. The chief clerk in the bureau where Akaki worked didn't think of himself as an unkind man. All he loved was a good joke. And since Akaki was a living joke, he was fair game, wasn't he? Except that today, well, the whole business of the coat had gone maybe too far. It upset Ivan's dinner enough to have him resolve that he wouldn't wait till the next day to reassure Akaki that his job didn't actually depend on him getting a new coat he couldn't afford. He would go to Akaki's lodgings that same night.
Yes, good evening. You are Mrs. Bushko, the landlady?
Yes, but we have no rooms. All filled up.
Oh, your pardon, I'm not looking for rooms. I am Ivan Ivanovich Anenkov.
Akakievich, superior at the Bureau.
Oh, it is I who must ask your pardon, Excellency. Oh, please enter.
Oh, thank you. But not Excellency, just Counselor.
Oh, well, as you prefer, of course. You wish to see Mr. Bazmachkin?
Who?
Akaki Akakievich.
Oh, yes. Well, I never knew his surname. Could you direct me to his quarters?
Oh, he is not in.
Devil, you say. I thought he seldom went abroad.
That is God's truth, but tonight was special, you see.
Aha. Then you know where he's gone.
Of course. To Petrovich, the tailor.
Oh, dear. Would you know why?
Well, I am not one to gossip, but yes, I think he has gone about his overcoat.
To Petrovich?
If you need a new garment, why not?
I suppose, but only if you catch him on church holiday when he's nearly human from drinking corn brandy. Is today a church holiday by chance?
No, it is not.
So much the worse for Akaki. To face that old one-eyed devil sitting like a pasha cross-legged on his table.
We must offer a prayer, for certainly Akaki cannot afford a new coat.
Well, then why has he gone to the tailor?
To get the old one fixed, one would suppose.
Oh, of course.
What Akaki really needs is a new coat.
Yes? Excuse me. Mrs. Petrovich was busy in the kitchen, so I just walked in.
Well, you just walked into my workroom. Let's have what you want, quick.
It was my overcoat.
What overcoat?
This one here.
That's an overcoat.
Dusty, perhaps, but quite.
Let me see it.
I was hoping most of it is still... it seems to me it could be just a small job.
No.
No?
It can't be mended. If I can't, nobody can. It's a mess.
Yeah, but I thought perhaps some patches.
I have patches, plenty of them, but I can't sew them together. The coat is rotten. Touch a needle to it and it falls apart into pieces already.
But the pieces, couldn't you just patch them up again?
No. Too far gone. Only one answer for you.
What?
You must have a new one.
Well, if I had a new one, how would I mean...
How much would it cost?
Yes.
You can reckon on 3 50-ruble notes. Or more.
150 rubles for an overcoat?
Yes, and then it wouldn't be too much to write home about. It should have a fur collar, martin, and a silk-lined hood, but then we are talking about 200 or more.
But if my old one could just be repaired...
Don't waste time talking about it. Forget it. You must have a new one.
I can't afford a new coat.
Somehow you can. In Petersburg, during the white, cold season of days and nights, everyone must. Or else they die. Don't you have any savings?
Just my pig bank.
Your what?
It's a habit, you see. For every ruble I spend, I have this little bank with a slit in the back, and into it I put a half kopeck. I've been doing it most of my life.
It must be a very heavy bank and big.
No. Every 6 months I pull the cork and change the kopecks to silver to put away in my sock. It adds up over the years.
To how much?
Oh, to nothing like the price you ask.
Well, how much?
Oh, yeah, about 40 rubles. Couldn't you make me one for 40 rubles?
Are you out of your mind? Am I to starve, too? I told you the price.
Yeah, but all those rubles... Supposing
what?
Supposing, Mr. Petrovich, I was to give you the 40 rubles I've saved so that we could buy the cloth, and then I was to pay you the rest as soon as I had the money.
What are you saying? Oh, could I do such a thing? And at the rate you save, how could I wait for the rest of my money?
Oh, but I would change my habit to save, you see.
Oh.
I could cut down on my spending. No tea in the evening, do without a candle. I could do my copying in my landlady's room. I'm sure she'd let me. I could walk over the cobblestones on tiptoe to save my shoes. Watch how much laundry. After I came home, I could take off everything and just wear my dressing robe.
Why?
Why, if I don't wear my underclothing, it will last longer. I don't even have to eat every night. I could pay you off at the rest of the year, maybe even 6 months, depending on my bonus.
Are you mad? What am I to do in the meanwhile? Starve?
No, that wouldn't be fair. I tell you what, if you can make the coat for me for, say, 80 rubles, I will give you the 40 and my bonus. And if that isn't enough, my next salary payment, I will starve if I have to. Only I must have my overcoat.
Think about it. But let me tell you one thing.
Yes?
I won't consider it when you come back unless you bring me, without my wife seeing you, a glass of corn brandy.
You sent for me, Excellency?
Huh? Oh, yes, Ivanovich, come in.
Yes, Excellency.
And shut the door.
Of course.
The holidays are not so far away. We must prepare the bonus list. Now, sit down.
Such a pleasure, Excellency.
To sit down?
No, sir. I was thinking of the list.
Oh, that, yes, well. It has not been the best of years. There will be some disappointments, no doubt.
Not anyone to let go, Excellency?
Oh, don't be silly, Ivanovich. No one in a government job is ever let go. Unless, of course, the government changes, which doesn't seem likely. Still, some years are, forgetting that for the moment. By the way, what on earth has come over that wretched little Akakievich the last few days? As I've passed his desk on recent mornings, and, well, I'm quite sure he never did it before, but he's humming.
Well, yes, that's because, you see, he's happy.
Happy? What's he got to be happy about?
Why, his overcoat.
That dish rag. It's one of the things I wanted to talk to you about. That dressing gown, that miserable floor mop. It depresses me. I can't stand to look at it hanging there.
You won't have to. He is having it altered by a tailor.
Ah, yes. Well, that's a relief. I can't have those rags hanging here during the holidays. He'd better fix it by then, or winter will be over.
Yes, sir.
That's not too much to hope, is it?
No, Excellency. If he can afford to pay for it. Petrovich, the tailor, that one-eyed bandit, gives no credit. And without the bonus, Your Excellency will pardon me, but I know Akaki is counting on that.
The bonus, yes. Well, we shall see. But it'll be no more than last year, mind you. No more. Besides, one must wait for the holidays for that.
I know Petrovich, Excellency, will also have to wait for the coat for that.
Who's that? Oh, you're cocky again?
I just want to see how the overcoat is coming along.
Coming along? How could it come along? Have you brought me more money?
Oh, no, Mr. Petrovich. I've given you all I had to buy the cloth and the lining. You said...
I know what I said. And I have the cloth here, and it is cut, and the lining, the best calico. That is paid for. But where is the money to pay for the stitching and the sewing and the quilting?
Well, if you could just get it ready so when my bonus comes along.
No credit. Supposing the bonus doesn't come to
Oh, it will. It has to. But if you must, here, I will pay you all I have on account. If you'll only... Oh, please, I want my coat.
No cash, no code.
I forgot.
What?
I have something for you. A glass of corn brandy, you ask.
Why didn't you say sooner, man? Give it here. Good. And my wife didn't see you bring it.
Oh, no. I waited till she wasn't looking. Nobody notices me much anyway.
Better.
Would you continue? I mean, would you consider, to sew? I know it is much to ask, if only...
Come and get it out. I haven't all day.
Well, would you continue to sew if I brought you some corn brandy each time I came? Say,
3 times a week, supposedly for a fitting, until I could pay you the whole price.
Akaki. It's the first sensible thing I ever heard you say. Perhaps I am foolish, but a man can be a dolt and still be honest. Once in my life I could trust someone, no? The brandy is warm in my belly. Why not? What is one coat? He will have to pay to get it. He has the money. All men are liars. And after all, what a fuss about one coat. You would think his life depended on it.
A foreboding statement. If Petrovich the tailor only knew it, as if his life depended on it. For you can see, perhaps it does. The coat has become Akaki, and Akaki the coat. In his preoccupation, it has become his life. I shall return shortly with Act 3. For months now, Akaki has subsisted almost literally on peasant bread and water. His samovar simmers no more. Meat is a dream of the past, and only an occasional bowl of cabbage soup gives him energy to continue. The only force that keeps him going is his dream of the overcoat, which is slowly taking shape on the table of Petrovich the tailor. Akaki is deeply in debt to his landlady, which necessitates his sneaking in and out of the house till, this time, he's caught.
Ah, there you are. I've been trying to catch you for weeks, sneaking in and out.
If it's about the rent.
Oh, about the rent, perhaps, but not altogether.
I'm only waiting for the bonus.
All right, the rent let us put aside. 20 years you paid me steady every month. Is a person to have no concern for another person? Sometimes we must take things on trust.
Madame Bushko, please believe me, somehow I will catch up.
Oh, so you will catch up, maybe. I wouldn't drop dead. What worries me more, you could.
Excuse me?
Now, don't try to fool your landlady. You don't eat anymore.
Oh, that's by choice. For my health. Some business concern. And as to the rent, you need have no worries.
Oh, the rent I worry about. A woman widowed all alone, why not? But it is not that. It's you, Akaki. Come, I will make you a good meal and we'll talk.
Oh, not tonight, Madame Bushko. I'm due at Petrovich the tailor. The overcoat. I have the money, Petrovich.
The money. And the brandy.
The what? Oh, yes, here.
Then we can really celebrate. And I will bring you the coat first thing in the morning.
Okay.
Only the collar is left to finish.
Could it be Martin?
Let us not reach too far, Akaki. At these prices. But I have something no one will ever know from the real thing. See? Cat fur.
Cat fur? Cat fur? Oh, he feels so soft, so rich.
You shall have the coat complete with the collar first thing tomorrow.
Well, what is going on here? What is all the excitement? Back to work.
Yes, Excellency. We're sorry if we disturbed you. It's Akaki Akakevich.
Oh, what about him?
For once in a year, we're all rich. And Akaki has used his bonus to throw away the old dressing gown and have himself made a new overcoat.
Oh, you, Akakevich. Let me see.
Is it not a work of art, Excellency? You see, here, the seams and the collar. What fur would you guess? And the lining? Quilted.
All this fuss about an overcoat. What kind of a government bureau is this that it can waste its time in trifles? Yes, very nice, Akakevich. And don't let me ever see that old one. As for the rest of you, back to the important work that must be done.
Important work. That is to laugh.
Why? Isn't that what we do?
processing papers. Duplicating what 6 to 10 other clerks do just as well. It's a living. What else? The only thing that makes it bearable are what few occasions we have for a holiday. And now, we have occasion for another.
Oh, but we just had one.
A khakis holiday. You finally got your coat. Aren't you going to give a party because of that?
A party? But you...
Don't you think he should?
Yeah, sure. But I don't have any money left. Everything I had went for this.
Well, then I shall give the party. Everyone to my house tonight to celebrate Akaki and his new coat. Come, Akaki. You join the rest of us.
Oh, I'm not much for dancing.
Well, then you can drink.
I'm not much for drinking. Makes me dizzy.
Oh, tonight you should be dizzy. You drink the vodka here.
Oh, I'm afraid to. It's such a long way home.
You have your overcoat to keep you warm. Must you cradle it in your lap as if someone was going to take it from you?
I was just feeling the fur. Cat fur. Let your hand see how smooth.
No, you let your throat feel how smooth is this vodka. Drink up and join the rest of us. Hey, let's drink to Akaki Akakevich and his coat with a soft fur collar.
It was the greatest moment of my life. But they shouldn't have let me drink so much. Or I shouldn't have, because now I'm stumbling through the white mist of a Petersburg night. It is cold, numbing cold. But inside my overcoat, I'm warm for the first time in my life. Through the drifting snow, I can see someone now. And also for the first time in my life, I am at peace with my fellow man. I can summon up enough resolve to ask this person where I am. Except that I misjudge a little and bump into him.
All right, cousin. Isn't the pavement wide enough without you having to crawl up my nose?
I'm sorry. I didn't see you were taking snow.
What else to keep the nose freezing against the cold?
Best thing is an overcoat. Good night, kind sir.
Hold a minute. An overcoat, you said.
Did I? Just a manner of speaking, expression.
Oh, but, cousin, I understand. That's a handsome overcoat you're wearing.
You like it?
More and more since we're alone. You'd be surprised how much, for it is about to become what I see as my overcoat. Now, give it to me.
Heaven preserve us. What is amiss at this time of night?
I've been robbed. He took my overcoat.
Come in first. Come in by my fire and talk. Now, what happened?
Well, a man, he came out of the Petersburg mist and he tore my overcoat, my lovely overcoat, my beautiful overcoat from my shoulder. Help! Help!
No need to cry for help. Now, who was the man?
I don't know.
Then we must find out.
How?
You must go to the police.
The police? What attention would they give to me? Just a lowly clerk. They would make a deposition and that would be it.
If you just went into the station. But that is no way to do it.
Well, how else?
Don't waste your time below. You must go to an important personage.
Important personage? But who?
Oh, a police inspector, perhaps.
Oh, yeah, that's a good idea.
But not any police inspector.
Yes, of course. The district one.
No. The Inspector General. The most important personage is always the answer, whether you can reach him or not. And if you do, remember, he is your servant.
The Inspector General? My servant?
What is a government for?
I don't know.
It has to be for something. All I know is, when you have to deal with it, never start from the bottom. Start from the top.
Well, this trivial affair should never have come to an important personage like me. But in spite of all, somehow,
This hysterical minor servant had broken through and was all over me.
He ripped my coat off me, stole my coat, my overcoat.
What has that to do with me?
I must have it back. All my life savings, still some debts. How is it all to be taken care of?
There are channels through which you
I
go.
have no time for channels. I'm freezing to death.
May I suggest, if you go to the right department,
You know what department is for freezing to death and for losing everything you ever had? I want justice. I want my overcoat.
Your overcoat is one thing. Justice is something else. I can't do anything immediately about your overcoat, but I can set machinery in motion.
Will it get me back my overcoat?
I don't know. All I can counsel is patience, and I really don't have time to spend with this nonsense. What were you doing out so late on the street?
I was coming home from a friend's a party.
Aha. Drunk, no doubt? Well, that in itself is not a crime, but...
No, please, listen to me. You don't understand. For months I starved myself to buy this overcoat, and the very first day I wore it was stolen from me.
By your carelessness in being abroad so late.
Because it was a party.
We are wasting time. Now let me suggest the proper channels. First, you must make out a report, longhand, in triplicate, to be presented to the proper...
Looking back on it, I suppose we were all to blame somewhere. Oh, Akaki came back for a few days to the bureau wearing the old dressing gown in the dead of winter, feverish, refusing to talk to anyone. Well, this is life. We had our own problems and no time for his. Till suddenly, he didn't show up for 3 days. And I had to go around to his lodgings to check on him. I got there in the nick of time. That is, if I wanted to catch him still alive.
Oh, I'm glad you came, Excellency.
Counselor.
Counselor, I've sent for the priest. I think he's in extremis.
Not that bad.
You know our Petersburg. Without protection this time of year, the cold gets in the lungs and, well, there it is. He is dying. You wish to go in and see him?
Oh, thank you, madame. I will. Akaki?
Who's there? Who's there?
Ivan Ivanovich. Come to see you.
Then I'm dying.
No.
If anyone comes to see me away from the office, I am dying.
Now, Akaki...
It doesn't matter. But where is my overcoat?
Your coat? Well, now as to that, I don't know.
Until I find it, I will never.
Never what?
Die. Never die.
They left it all to me, of course, the men, after he died. No one cared all that much. I have to admit, not even myself. He was there for a while, and suddenly he was gone. So many people in the world like that. But not Akaki, not so easily. For most of us, it was only a note in the paper, but for the important personage, it meant a good deal more.
Why, the devil you say. The Lincoln Bridge ripped the overcoat off the man and faded away into the mist, eh? Well, don't worry. We shall take steps. And you, an officer of the law, are trying to tell me this Spectre tried to snatch the coat off your back?
Well, that's how it seemed, General.
But you fought him back?
In a manner of speaking, you might say.
Well, what does that mean?
Well, he caught me in the cold and the mist and all. And, you see, just at that moment, I was taking a pinch of snuff and...
And?
In the middle of it, I had to sneeze.
And after I did, he was gone. Like I'd blown him clear into the Naval River. He just up and disappeared.
Well, I do wish I could say that had been the last of Akaky Akakievich. But between you and me, I can't. I have a sweet little bundle the other side of town. Karolina Ivanovna, who holds my hand and makes me feel young again. But I will never go near Karolina again. Just last night, crossing the Obukhov Bridge, he came at me out of the mist, and before I knew it...
My overcoat! My overcoat! Since you would not find it, I found it for myself.
It was over an hour and a half before I got home to bed, frozen stiff. And for almost a week I have stayed there, sweating out the pneumonia it brought on me, and the memory of that ghost. Yes, but I must say, he seems to be satisfied. My coat evidently fitted. For we have heard no more, any of us, from the ghost of Akaky Akakievich.
Oh, there are still stories. Legends die hard. That Akaky roams the streets of St. Petersburg, snatching at people's coats to keep him warm through the wet and misty winter. But gradually they died out. Not surprising. The city became Petrograd, and then Leningrad. Different times, different cultures. And although it is still possible to freeze to death in Leningrad, they are not the same people for Akaky to haunt. So maybe he does rest in peace. I shall be back shortly. It is an interesting footnote that the overcoat within our time was taken up by the Soviets as the fountainhead of social sympathetic writing. I prefer to think of it as a little more universal than that. Whatever status symbols we achieve through things are transitory. Whatever we gain in life, or for that matter in death, lasts only in proportion to whatever we have to give, emotionally, intellectually, spiritually. Our cast included Hans Conried, Bryna Rayburn, Ian Martin, Bob Dryden, and Leon Janney. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
The drink tastes awful, but I try to finish it. Thoughts of Helen dart in and out of my brain, little flashes of piercing light gone before I can identify them. Helen's face when I met her. So young, just 18. Helen's face twisted with pain later on. I hear her screaming at me and me screaming back. But that was all a long time ago. And now I'm sitting in this bar with this drink. Well, I'm not much good with people these days.
Want me to leave you alone?
No. I appreciate... give me another drink, will you?
You sure about that?
Yeah, I think so.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. There is documentation to prove that a person's hair can turn white because of a terrifying experience. It has also been proven that a person can actually die of fright, although that eventuality is more likely to occur if the person already has a weak heart, as did Major John Sholto in the Sherlock Holmes classic tale, The Sign of the Four.
Come closer, Thaddeus. I don't think I have much time left before I die. Bend down closer. I want to whisper to you the place where I've hidden the treasure. That's it. A little more. Huh? That face! The face at the window! Don't let him in! Keep him away from me!
Our mystery drama, The Sign of the Four, was adapted from the Sherlock Holmes classic especially for the Mystery Theater by Murray Burnett and stars Kevin McCarthy. It is sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule, and X-Lax. I'll be back shortly with Act One. A famous poem goes, London is a man's town with power in the air. Paris is a lady's town with flowers in her hair. It's a lovely fancy, but London is also a town full of ghosts. The wives of Henry VIII wailing in the Tower, the echoes of the voices of William Pitt, Cromwell, and Edmund Burke in the House of Parliament. And, of course, the lean figure of Sherlock Holmes in his deerstalker hat, prowling the streets in search of a criminal. Our story today starts in the famous bachelor quarters of Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson at 221B Baker Street.
Miss Mary Morstan, please have a seat and tell me what brings you to me.
I have come to you, Mr. Holmes, because I can hardly imagine anything more strange, more utterly inexplicable than the situation in which I find myself.
Capital. You hear that, Watson? State your case, if you please.
Well, nearly 10 years ago, on the 3rd of December, 1878, my father, who was a senior captain of a regiment, came home from India on leave and disappeared without a trace.
You notified the police?
Oh, of course. When I came to his hotel, I learned that he had left the night before and had not returned. I called the police immediately.
His luggage?
Remained intact at the hotel. The police were very thorough, but a search produced no clue at all.
Had he any friends in London?
One. A retired fellow officer in the same regiment, Major John Sholto. We communicated with him, of course, but he hadn't even known my father was in England.
Singular.
Well, I haven't come to the most singular part. A year later, on my birthday, May 4th, I received through the post a small cardboard box, which, when I opened it, contained a single, large, lustrous pearl. Since then, every year on my birthday, I receive an identical box containing a similar pearl and no clue as to the sender. I took them to an expert who pronounced them to be both rare and valuable. But I brought them. You can see for yourself.
Better and better. But surely something else has happened to bring you to me today.
Just this morning, I received this letter. Perhaps you'll read it for yourself.
Thank you. Be at the third pillar from left outside Lyceum Theater tonight at 7 o'clock. If you are distrustful, bring 2 friends. You are a wronged woman and shall have justice. Do not bring police. If you do, all will be in vain. Your unknown friend. Now, this is really a pretty little mystery. What do you intend to do, Miss Morstan?
That's exactly what I want to ask you. What should I do?
We shall most certainly go. You and I and Dr. Watson.
My notes show that the charming Miss Morstan, Holmes, and myself were on hand at the dot of 7 and were met by a coachman who, after ascertaining that none of us was from the police, took us up in the coach and whipped up his horse.
Mr. Holmes, do you have any idea where we are going?
Well, I imagine to meet the man who sent you the pearls and wrote the letter. I've examined the handwriting and find there can be no question but that the same person was responsible. Responsible for both, yes. Watson, you look closely at the address in the note. What do you make of this fellow's scribble?
Oh, well, it's legible and regular, even though he's tried to disguise it. A man of business habits and some force of character.
No, my dear chap.
Huh?
Look at his long letters. They hardly rise above the common herd. The D might be an A and the I an E. Men of character always differentiate their long letters, however illegibly they may write. There's also vacillation in his K's and self-esteem in his capitals. We'll soon see if my diagnosis is correct, because I believe we're almost at our destination. Let us descend.
Your servant, Miss Morstan. Your servant, gentlemen. Pray, step into my little sanctum. Please make yourselves comfortable. I am Thaddeus Sholto, and you, of course, are Miss Morstan. And these gentlemen?
Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson.
Doctor, have you your stethoscope? Well, might I ask you to listen to my heart for a moment? I have grave doubts about my mitral valve. If you'd be so kind.
And there, in that strange small room with the glossy tapestries, richly mounted paintings, and two great tiger skins on the floor, I listened to the strange little man's heart and found nothing amiss except that he was in an ecstasy of fear, for he shivered from head to foot.
Well, Doctor, what do you find?
Well, you've no cause for uneasiness. Appears to be normal.
Excuse my anxiety, Miss Morstan, but I'm a great sufferer, and I've long had suspicions about that valve, and I'm delighted to hear that they're unwarranted. Had your father, Miss Morstan, refrained from throwing a strain upon his heart, he might have been alive today.
Oh, I was afraid he was dead. Perhaps, sir, you can tell me how he died.
So I shall at once. My father, as you may have guessed, was Major John Sholto, a dear friend of your father, Miss Morstan. Now, 11 years ago, he retired and came to live at Pondicherry Lodge in Upper Norwood. Now, my brother and I were his sole relatives, my mother having died in India. All that we knew was that our father was rich and lived both in luxury and fear. He never went out alone and employed 2 prize fighters as bodyguards. Well, we'd become quite accustomed to it until the arrival of a letter from India early in 1882. He fainted at the breakfast table, and from that day, he sickened to his death. At the end of April, we were informed that there was no hope, and he wished to make a last communication to us. I shall try to repeat his own words.
At this supreme moment, I have much on my conscience. First, I lied to you, my sons, when I said I knew nothing about Morstan's death. I knew all about it. But I swear it was none of my doing.
Please, Father, please don't excite yourself.
No matter now. Morstan and I, through a remarkable chain of circumstances, came into possession of a fabulous treasure. I brought it to England upon my retirement. When Morstan got leave, he came straight here to claim his share. It's a little water.
Father, you don't have to tell us any of this. Save your strength.
I must right the wrong I've done Morstan's girl. You see, that night he and I quarreled over the division of the Agra treasure. He'd always had a weak heart, which he'd concealed from people for years. He sprang out of his chair in a paroxysm of anger, fell backwards suddenly, hitting his head on the desk. And when I stooped over him, to my horror, I found he was dead.
But why keep his death a secret?
Because my own faithful servant for 20 years, Lal Chowda, wouldn't believe me. He said he'd heard us quarreling, but that I should have no fear. He'd dispose of the body. No one would be the wiser.
Oh, surely, Father, that was most unwise. Why did you
You're
ever...
a fool, Thaddeus. I told Lyle the truth, and he didn't believe me. Now, if my own faithful servant thought I'd killed Boston, what would the police have thought? No, that was right. What was wrong was in keeping Mostyn's share of the treasure.
And you want us to right this wrong?
Yes, but I must tell you where I've hidden the treasure. You will then make restitution. Put your ear down close to my mouth. My strength is... Keep him out! The face at the window! For the Lord's sake, keep him out!
My brother and I rushed to the window, but we were only in time to catch a glimpse of a wild, cruel-eyed, hairy face before it disappeared. When we returned, our father was dead.
Who's there?
I, McMurdo. Surely you know my knock by this time.
Would seem your brother Bartholomew also protects himself against intruders.
Evening, Mr. Thaddeus. But who be the others? I've had no orders about them.
I distinctly told my brother last night I was bringing friends.
But I ain't been out of his rooms all day, Mr. Thaddeus, and I have no orders. I can let you in, but your friends must stay where they are.
If I guarantee them, that should be good enough for you. Now, you can't keep a young lady waiting out on a cold night like this.
Very sorry, Mr. Thaddeus.
Mr. McMurdo, I don't think you can have forgotten me. Don't you remember that amateur who fought 3 rounds with you in Allison's rooms? The night of the benefit, 2 years back.
Not Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Indeed.
Broad Street.
McMurdo won't keep us out in the cold now, I'm sure.
In you come, sir. You and your friends. Who's to tell, Mr. Thaddeus? Glad to see you. The master ain't ate a thing all day. I brought him up a tray and knocked. He didn't even answer.
But I don't understand any of it. Bartholomew was expecting us.
I suggest we go up to your brother, Mr. Sholto.
There's something amiss with Bartholomew. My nerves can't stand this.
Quiet. Let's see if we can rouse him. Open up. Open up, Mr. Sholto. It's your brother and some friends. Bolt it. Watson, put your eye to the keyhole and let us know what you see.
Good Lord, Holmes. There's something devilish in there. What's to be done?
The door must come down. Give me a hand.
Right. The scene which met our eyes was so bizarre it might well have come straight out of the Grand Guignol. The room had been fitted up as a chemical laboratory with glass stoppered bottles, Bunsen burners, and other scientific paraphernalia. Bartholomew Sholto sat in a wooden chair by a large table in the center of the room. One glance showed that he was dead, with a ghastly, inscrutable smile on his face.
Look here, Watson. What do you make of this?
Appears to be a thorn stuck in the skin just above the ear.
Precisely. You may pluck it out, but be careful, for it's poisoned.
Oh, dear.
And read what's scrawled upon that torn sheet of paper.
The sign of the four. In heaven's name, what does it mean, Holmes?
Murder, Watson. Murder, vengeance. I have but to supply only 2 more links to have an entirely connected case.
Only 2 more links, and the puzzle will fall in place? Watson has 100 questions, and I'm sure that you have an equal number that you'd like answered. They will be, as we follow the clues with Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson, when we continue with Act 2 in just a few minutes. From time immemorial, men have sought buried treasure. Few have found it, and many have died in the search. Fabulous riches seem to be a Pandora's box, which unleashes the human passions of greed, deceit, and treachery, which ultimately lead to death. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson are examining the room in which Bartholomew Sholto met his dreadful death.
Now, Watson, we have a half hour before the police come. Let us make good use of it. In the first place, how did these folks come, and how did they go?
Folk? You mean there was more than one?
Well, surely. Now, let us first examine the window. Window locked on inside. No hinges. We open it. No water pipe near. Roof quite out of reach. Yet a man is mounted by the window. It rained little last night, and here is the print of a foot upon the sill. And here is a circular muddy mark. And there again on the floor by the table. You see, Watson?
Well, that's not a footmark.
Well, it's something much more valuable. The impression of a wooden stump.
Oh, come, Holmes. You never make me believe a wooden-legged man climbed up the wall and...
Come here a minute. Now look out the window. Could any able-bodied man scale that sheer brick wall?
Well, absolutely impossible.
Agreed. But suppose you had a friend up here who lowered you this good stout rope that I see over there in the corner. Then I think, if you were an active man, you might swarm up, wooden leg and all, and then get away in the same fashion. Your ally would then lock the window from the inside after drawing up the rope.
Well, it seems possible, but how can you be so certain?
Well, you notice I examined the rope, from which I deduced that our wooden-legged man, though a fair climber, wasn't a professional sailor. His hands were far from horny. If you look closely, especially towards the end of the rope, you'll see that he slipped down so fast, he took a good deal of skin off his hands.
All right, but what about this mysterious ally? How did he get in?
Capital, Watson, capital. You've hit upon the singular aspect of the case, although there are parallels in India. But if you look around the house and the grounds, you'll find the solution.
Aside from the fact that it looks as if all the moles in England have been let loose about the place, I see nothing to help us.
Once again, you've hit upon it, Watson. The holes, of course, were dug in the course of the search for the treasure, which was ultimately found in the secret room above here, between this room and the garret.
Ah, of course. He came through the hole in the ceiling by way of the roof.
Of course he did. And now it behooves us to extend our investigation to the secret room in which the treasure was found. Here you are, Watson. A trap door which leads out to the roof. This, then, is the way number one entered. Aha, look, on the floor, we shall find other traces of his individuality. The print of a small, naked foot.
Good Lord, Holmes. A child has done this horrible thing?
Oh, nonsense, Watson. Now, this was something I should have foreseen. My memory failed me momentarily. Well, there's nothing more to be learned here.
Well, but, Holmes, if it wasn't a child, what was it?
Well, you know my methods, Watson. Apply them.
Well,
Hello up there! Who are you and what are you doing?
Constabulary, we'd best go down and explain our presence.
Why, it's Mr. Sherlock Holmes, the theorist.
Mr. Athelney Jones.
The same, sir. But there's no room for theories here. By his own admission, Sholto was with his brother last night. And the brother died of some fit or other, and Sholto walked off with the treasure. And how does that strike you?
On which the dead man got up and locked the door on the inside.
But we mustn't lose sight of the facts. This Thaddeus Sholto was his brother. There was an argument. The brother is dead. The jewels are gone.
Well, you're not quite in possession of all the facts, Inspector. This splinter of wood, which I have every reason to believe to be poisoned, was in the man's scalp. You can see the mark? This card, inscribed as you see it, was on the table, and beside it lay this rather curious stone-headed instrument.
There's no difficulty there. The house is full of Indian curiosities. If the splinter's poisonous, Thaddeus could well have made use of it. And the only question remaining is, how did he get out? I've got it. The hole in the ceiling. It must lead to the roof. You were up there, sir. Is there
a trapdoor, which could be opened, which leads on to the roof.
Well, then I have my case. I'm going to charge Thaddeus Sholto.
Well, I must warn you, Inspector, that you're moving too fast too soon.
With all due respect to your theories, Mr. Holmes, I'm satisfied that I have all I need.
Well, then you would have no interest in the name and description of one of the two men who were in this room last night.
I'm a police officer, Mr. Holmes. And if that's a joke, it's in very bad taste.
His name is Jonathan Small. He's poorly educated, small, active. He's lost his right leg and wears a wooden stump which is worn away on the inner side. His left boot has a coarse, square-toed sole with an iron band around the heel. He's middle-aged, much sunburned, and has been a convict, and there's a good deal of skin missing from the palms of his hands.
Well, it beats me how you come up with all these things, Mr. Holmes. But I admit, you make it sound mighty convincing. How about the other man?
The other man, Inspector, is a rather curious person. I hope to be able to introduce you to the pair of them before you drag poor Mr. Sholto into court.
Holmes sent me to see Mary Morstan safely home and meet him back at Baker Street. There was little conversation on the ride back to her lodgings in the cab. I accepted her offer of tea.
Dr. Watson, I'm truly sorry that I seem to have dragged you into a nightmare.
Oh, my dear girl, don't apologize. Holmes and I, we've investigated some pretty rough cases, and besides, had you not come to us, we should never have met.
It's kind of you to say that.
Kindness has nothing to do with it. Mary, I mean Miss Morstan.
Well, you may call me Mary.
Mary, I...
Yes?
Well, I was going to say that you need have no fear. Holmes will get to the bottom of this.
With your help.
Oh, sure. Holmes is kind enough to say that I act as a sort of catalyst to him, but...
I'm sure it's true. But you said something before about the case bringing us together. Was that important to you?
Well, I should say... Well, you know that, don't you, Mary?
Well, I thought so, but... Well, you seem changed.
Well, you know, Holmes will surely recover the treasure. That will make you a very rich young lady.
Oh, I'm not thinking about that.
Well, I am.
Why?
Because it's important. Very.
Not to me. And I shouldn't have thought that you were the type to be so concerned with money. At least you didn't appear that way when we first met.
Yes, well, the situation was a bit different then, wasn't it?
How?
Well, for one thing, I had no idea you'd turn out to be such a wealthy woman.
And why should that matter?
Well, hang it all, Mary. If you can't see how it matters, I can't possibly explain it to you. So, well, I wish you a very good night. I left Miss Morstan's lodgings in a foul mood and went directly to our rooms at Baker Street and then to bed. I was awakened very early the next morning by the curious sound of what I was sure was a dog barking. I thought I must have dreamed it, because I knew Holmes would never have a dog in our lodgings. And then Holmes rapped on the door and called out sharply.
I need you, my dear chap. Get dressed. And be sure to put on a pair of stout walking shoes.
I was out of bed, washed and dressed speedily, and upon entering the study, saw that I hadn't dreamed the dog. What's this, Holmes?
Well, even you, my dear chap, can see that this is a dog. His name is Toby. He's probably the best tracker in London, and today we're going to use him to lead us to Jonathan Small.
Well, with all due respect to Toby's nose, Holmes, how in the world do you expect a dog to track a scent which is at least 24 hours old?
I ask you to sniff this handkerchief.
Huh?
Well?
There's a distinctly tarry smell about it.
Exactly. Now, in my investigations at Pondicherry Lodge last night, I ascertained that our small man had stepped onto some creosote on the edge of the window. If you can smell it, I have no doubt that Toby here will have even less difficulty in tracking. So, let's be off to Pondicherry Lodge and start our hunt.
Just as the sun was rising, I found myself with Holmes on the grounds of Pondicherry Lodge. Holmes began to circle around the house, looking, as he put it...
for a likely spot where our small man descended. Yeah, it would have to be someplace that's climbable. Uh-huh. Here. There's a water spout that seems pretty firm. What do you say, Watson?
I can't budge it, Holmes.
So it should certainly have held the small man's weight. And here's a water barrel. Here, bring Toby over here, will you? And I'll let him get a whiff of this handkerchief, and then we shall see what happens. Here you are, Toby. Smell it. Smell it. Ah, he's on the trail, Watson.
Toby led us across the grounds and over to the boundary wall, whining eagerly. He led us to a break from which we could see people had clambered over the wall. Holmes climbed up. I handed Toby up to him, joined him, and then we dropped down to the other side.
We're in luck. There's been no rain. The scent's still very strong. Toby should have no trouble. Hello. What's this?
Well, appears to be a cigarette case.
Yeah, something much more deadly, I suspect. You see these hellish things, Watson?
Yes. They're the same as the thorn we found in Bartholomew Shelter.
Exactly. And mind you don't prick yourself. I'd sooner face a bullet myself. All right, old boy, all right. We're with you.
Well, we're fortunate that one of those devils put his foot in creosote, eh, Holmes?
Chance has given us an easy way of tracing them, but I have enough knowledge to enable me to trace them in 4 different ways. This is just the simplest.
I marvel at the way you obtain your results. How, for example, could you describe the wooden-legged man to Inspector Jones with such confidence?
There's no miracle there, my dear fellow. As soon as we heard of the existence of a treasure, everything became obvious. Think, Watson. 2 officers assigned to India. It was child's play to ascertain from the War Office that they were in command of a convict guard. Now, you recall the piece of paper belonging to Captain Morstan that Miss Morstan showed us on the way to Pondicherry Lodge?
Well, it was some old map.
Yes, precisely. The sort of map used to locate a treasure, and it was signed Jonathan Small and 3 other non-English names.
The sign of the 4.
Excellent, Watson. Now, think back on how Major Sholto died.
Well, his heart gave out.
Yes, but why, man? What caused it?
Thaddeus told us he saw a face at the window. It frightened him.
Exactly. Now, doesn't it follow that a man who deprived his own partner of a treasure would also deprive a convict of his share and would then live in fear in the event that the convict escaped? Actual fear of his life.
But Holmes, you said it wasn't Small who killed Bartholomew. His associate.
Right so. Did you take a pistol with you?
Well, I had my stick.
Well, I'll leave the wooden-leg man to you, but if the associate turns nasty, I shall shoot him dead.
We seem to be approaching their hiding place.
Undoubtedly. Keep a sharp eye out.
They seem to have taken refuge in a lumber yard. There's the little beast taking us. Holmes, what does this mean?
It means, my dear Watson, that Toby's nose is infallible.
Huh?
That barrel on which he's jumped so proudly is a barrel full of creosote.
In the famous Conan Doyle story, A Scandal in Bohemia, Sherlock Holmes was outwitted for the first time in his life by a woman, Irene Adler, who Holmes ever after referred to as the woman. Now it appears that the great detective has been misled by a dog. We'll return with Act 3 in just a few minutes. The legendary pot of gold at the end of the rainbow is old stuff. And I dare say most of us have chased it at one time or another, only to have the sought-after treasure turn out to be worthless. However, I doubt if any of us have had the unfortunate experience of Sherlock Holmes and his friend Dr. Watson, who, believing they'd found the hiding place of a pair of criminals and a cache of fabulous jewels, found instead only a barrel of creosote.
It's obvious what happened, Watson. If you remember the place where our good friend Toby seemed to lose the trail, that must have been where 2 trails crossed. Toby just chose the wrong one. We're fortunate that it's not too far back. Come, let's retrace our steps.
And so it proved. Taken back to where he'd been running in circles, Toby happily set off on another trail, which led us through Belmont Place and Prince's Street right down to the water's edge, where there was a small wooden wharf. Toby led us to the very edge, where he stood whining, looking out on the dark current beyond.
We've run out of luck, Watson. They've taken to a boat here.
Well, that's that then, eh? They've gotten clean away.
Not necessarily. Look at that sign.
Mordecai Smith. Boats for hire by the hour of the day, including the steam launch Aurora.
And we see from the pile of folk on the jetty that the Aurora is indeed a steam launch, and that she isn't here. Come, Watson. You just keep Toby quiet while I see if anyone's in the shack.
Yes?
I'd like to speak to Mordecai Smith.
Oh, I'm sorry to say, sir, my man's away. I've been away since yesterday morning, sir. And truth to tell, I'm beginning to feel frightened about him.
I wanted to hire his steam launch.
Oh, I bless you, sir. It's in the steam launch that he's gone. And that's what puzzles me, for I know there ain't enough coals in it that would take it to Woolwich and back.
Well, mightn't he have bought some at a wharf down the river?
Oh, it weren't his way, sir. Besides, I didn't like that wooden-legged man with his ugly face and outlandish talk.
You say a wooden-legged man?
Oh, yes, sir. A brown, monkey-faced chap. It was him that roused my man yesternight. And what's more, there was steam up in the launch. Oh, I tell you straight, sir, I'm upset with worry.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Smith, because I wanted a steam launch, and I've heard good reports of the Aurora. She's green with a yellow line and very broad in the beam.
Oh, then it can't be the Aurora you're after, sir.
Ah.
She's as trim a little thing as any on the river. And she's been fresh painted black with 2 red streaks.
I was all for engaging a launch and setting off downriver to track the Aurora. But Holmes pointed out what a colossal task that would be. Therefore, after returning Toby to his grateful owner, we found ourselves in the office of Athelney Jones at Scotland Yard.
Mr. Holmes, I'm very happy to tell you I've got the whole lot of them in jail now.
The whole lot?
Yes. The brother Thaddeus, that prizefighter McMurdo, and the Indian servant Lal something or other. And there's no question that they were in it together.
How did you arrive at that interesting conclusion?
Well, you helped by showing me that there had to be 2 people. And what more likely than those 2 who were always in the house?
Well, haven't you overlooked the fact that they were loyal servants of the murdered man?
Oh, according to Thaddeus, Mr. Holmes. He wanted to lead us up the garden path, you see.
And the motive?
The missing treasure, of course. The murdered man was, by all accounts, a tight-fisted skinflint who didn't want to give up his share of the treasure to his partner. And he must have been the same way with his servants. The treasure's the key, Mr. Holmes. Mark me words.
I agree with you. But I gave you the name of the man I believe responsible.
And you're sticking to that? Well, we shall see, Mr. Holmes. We shall see. What brought you here, then?
I'm here to ask a favor. I'd like a missing steam launch located. It's the sort of job you people here at Scotland Yard do so well.
A steam launch? Don't tell me one of your clients mislaid his launch.
I won't. I believe it's connected with the Sholto killing.
How?
I think the criminals used it to effect their escape.
All that day and the morning of the next, Holmes fretted, complaining about the fact that Scotland Yard had been unable to locate the Aurora.
The whole river has been searched on either side with no success. It's too much. If there's no word today, I'll be forced to believe they've scuttled the craft. But there aren't too many logical objections to that. I put an advertisement in the agony column of the Times, and if we hear nothing today, I'll have to take to the river myself.
Well, I shall accompany you.
No. You'd be much more useful if you stay here as my representative.
Well, but Holmes...
No need to argue, for it may not come to that. We may yet have news today.
But we heard nothing. And the following day, Holmes left before I was up. I lounged around the flat all day, hoping there was no flaw in my companion's reasoning. And at 3 o'clock, there was a knock on the door.
Good day, sir. Mr. Holmes is out, I understand.
Yes, Inspector. I don't know when he'll be back. But if you'd care to take a chair and try one of these cigars.
Thank you. I don't mind if I do. Your friend, Mr. Sherlock Holmes, is a wonderful man, sir. I had this wire from him this morning. Here's the message.
Go to Baker Street at once. If I have not returned, wait for me. I'm close on the track. You can come with us tonight if you want to be in at the finish.
What do you make of it?
Well, sounds hopeful.
Are you expecting someone?
Perhaps an answer to Holmes' advertisement. Excuse me. Yes, my man? What is it?
Well, now, sir, you must give an old cart like me time to catch his breath after these stairs.
Oh, yes?
Is Mr. Sherlock Holmes here?
No, but come in.
I'm acting for him. You can give me the message.
Nay, it was only to himself I was to tell it.
But I tell you, I'm his representative. Was it about the Aurora? Mordecai Smith's boat?
I know where it is, and I knows where the men she's after are, and I knows where the treasure is. I knows all about it.
Well, then, tell me. I shall let him know.
It was to him I was to tell it.
I'm a police officer. You have important information, and we shall keep you, whether you like it or not, until our friend returns.
Pretty sort of treatment, this. I come here to see a gentleman, and you two seize me and treat me in this fashion.
Oh, now. I promise you shan't lose a penny for your loss of time. Just sit over there on the sofa, and you won't have to wait long.
All right. We'll see.
Well, now, Inspector, where were we?
As I was just about to say that I think Mr. Sherlock Holmes would have made a most promising police officer.
Oh, here, your cigar's gone out. Allow me to relight it.
Well, I think that you might offer me a cigar, too.
Holmes! Where's the old man?
Here he is. Wig, whiskers, eyebrows, and all.
Good Lord.
I hardly expected my disguise to stand a test like this.
Oh, you are a rogue, sir.
The case is all but solved. You may have all the official credit, but I insist on certain conditions. Agreed?
Entirely, if we're successful.
We shall be. First, I want your fastest police boat. A steam launch at the Westminster Stairs at 7 o'clock tonight.
Easily managed.
We shall need 2 staunch men in case of resistance.
We shall have them.
And when we capture the men, we'll get the treasure.
Here's our launch, Mr. Holmes, right on the dot.
Go, have that green light taken off the side. We don't want to have it spotted as a police launch.
See to it, men. Come aboard, gentlemen. Where to, Mr. Holmes?
To the tower. Stop opposite Jacobson's yard.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Holmes, are you going to tell us how you located the Aurora?
Deduction, Watson. Pure deduction. I knew that if Scotland Yard reported she hadn't put in at any wharf or slip along the river, she hadn't. Therefore, where would one hide a steam launch which didn't have enough coal to go very far? Well, I might very well hand the launch over to some boat builder to make some trifling repair. She would then be removed to his yard and effectively concealed.
Well, that seems a very simple solution.
It's always the simple things which are overlooked. I drew 14 blanks until I learned that the Aurora had been handed over to Jacobson's yard for a repair to her rudder. A needless one, I might add. And that she would be called for at 8 o'clock sharp tonight.
But where are they going?
Either to Gravesend or the Downs, to board some ship that will take them out of the country.
Well, you've worked it out all very neatly. But if the affair were in my hands, I'd have some policemen in Jacobson's and nab them when they came down.
Which would be never. This man's small as a shrewd article. He'd undoubtedly send someone ahead to make sure that there was no one lurking around the yard.
Well, and now we wait, huh?
Exactly. And the minute we sight her, we go after her.
It's after 8, Holmes.
And there's the Aurora. And going like the very devil. Get after her. The launch with the yellow light.
By heavens, she's a flyer. I think we're gaining.
Oh, I'm sure of it. Oh, we'll be up with her in a very few minutes. And Holmes, that is a child on the deck.
You should have consulted the encyclopedia, my dear Watson, about the aborigines of the Andaman Islands, who are reported to be the smallest race on Earth, as well as the fiercest and most intractable.
We're near enough to hail them. Ahoy, Aurora!
Down, man!
This is the police!
Down to your right!
You hit him, Holmes!
Yes. That little savage won't blow any more of his poison darts.
I thought we'd found all of them in the pouch.
All except the one he carried in his blowpipe.
They turned. They're heading for shore, but they're on the ground.
Stand clear. Swing about and mind her stern.
The Aurora had run aground on a mudbank. The wooden-legged man, mouthing curses, sprang ashore, but his stump sank in the mud. He was easily captured. The treasure chest was intact on the deck of the Aurora, and in a very short time, I brought it to Mary Morstan. The chest wasn't heavy, but my heart was.
You weren't hurt? Oh, Dr. Watson, I'm glad to see you're all right.
Oh,
You came through with flying colors. And here's your treasure. Well, aren't you going to open it?
It's strange, but the treasure seems to mean more to you than it does to me.
Well, I'd rather say that it means a lot to both of us. You need some help with the lid there.
Thank you. Why, it's empty.
It can't be. It's impossible.
Would you see who that is, please?
Oh, yes, certainly. Oh, Holmes, do you know that the treasure is gone?
Yes.
Well, do you know where it is?
At the bottom of the Thames, where Small threw the gems, piece by piece, during the chase.
Oh, dear. Wouldn't it have been simpler for him just to chuck the chest overboard?
Well, that was a compliment to me. He told us that any man smart enough to track him would be smart enough to fish up a whole chest from the bottom of the river.
Well, that means that Mary will never get...
Well, I think she'll get something she treasures a lot more, Watson, if you'll ask her to be your wife.
And so Doyle married Watson off to Mary Morstan, and they lived happily ever after. But Doyle didn't. He found that having Watson, a married man, interfered with his being able to accompany Holmes on his cases. He regretted ever having created the character. But, being a true English gentleman, he never killed Mary off, but was forever sending her on vacations to allow Watson to move back with Holmes. I'll be back shortly.
Here in my hand is a little capsule. It's Contact. It contains enough cold medicine to help relieve cold symptoms caused by every known virus. Think about that the next time you're sick. Sneezing, dripping, all clogged up. Then let us help you with real medicine, like Contact. We're number one in the whole world.
Give your cold to Contact. Real medicine for real cold.
Take only as directed.
I guess I'm lucky. My family's always been healthy. Oh, a touch of constipation now and then. But we've got X-Lax for that.
When you need a laxative, shouldn't your first choice be the one more families buy than any other? That's today's X-Lax. Families like the chocolated taste. You'll like the way X-Lax works, gently overnight for relief in the morning. Next time, make gentle chocolated X-Lax your first choice for occasional use only as directed.
We've always been healthy, and X-Lax is part of that.
One of the most intriguing elements of the Sherlock Holmes stories was the fabulously provocative titles of cases that Holmes had worked on, but which Watson never chronicled. Years later, Doyle's son and John Dixon Carr collaborated on writing some to fit the titles. But the most tantalizing title of all has never been attempted. That title is The Adventure of Ricoletti of the Clubfoot and His Abominable Wife. Now, there's a title that conjures up all sorts of deviltry. Maybe one of our Mystery Theater writers will come up with a story to fit it. Our cast included Kevin McCarthy, Court Benson, Jackson Beck, Earl Hammond, and Joan Shea. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. This tale isn't for the easily scared or the faint of heart. It's a full-blooded ghost story and introduces once again that intrepid voyager into the unknown seas of the supernatural and the occult, who always manages to return with a pragmatic explanation of what seems to be the inexplicable. Mr. Flaxman Lowe.
Now, my dear Gigi, you must show me this haunted house.
It's raining too hard to go there now, Uncle Flaxman. But look out the window. There it is. Even in the rain, it's lovely. So peaceful and sort of beckoning by day. But I'm afraid that some terrible, malign, dreadful ghost lurks there by night that kills and kills to keep it for its own.
Well, if that is, my dear, then we must exorcise it. But first, we must find out what it is.
Our mystery drama, The Shining Man, was based on the short story by E. and H. Herron and written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Bob Caliban and Morgan Fairchild. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and General Electric Citizen Band radios. I'll be back shortly with Act One. I don't know about you, but to me, it seems a pity that haunted houses have gone out of style. Perhaps it has to do with the uncompromising utilitarianism of modern houses. After all, what self-respecting ghost would feel at home without a turret room, a sliding panel or two, and a host of shadowed and twisted corners? So to enjoy our story, let's retrace our steps back to the turn of the century, when walls were wainscoted, ceilings were high and ornate, and the clanking of chains and groans from the grave were enhanced instead of smothered by insulation and acoustic tile.
Oh, I hope he's on this train, Uncle Flax. He was due last night, and he wasn't on the morning train.
Well, whatever held him up, it must have been a very important something indeed to keep my nephew Donald away from your side for so long.
It doesn't matter anymore. There he is. John?
Oh, darling Gigi. It's been 1,000 years.
A million without you. Was the trip worth leaving me abandoned here in London?
Oh, just wait till you hear. Hello, Uncle.
Hello, Don. Did you take the position?
I did. You are now looking at the brand new headmaster of the Girvan Academy for Boys. Not only that, but I found us a house.
Oh, I knew the trip would be worthwhile. I just knew it.
Congratulations, my boy.
Oh, I must talk to you about the house, too, Uncle Flax.
Oh, there's time enough for that at home tonight. Now, the matter of financing...
No, nothing to do with that. Look, I'll explain later.
Well, whatever it is, you know you can count on me.
My name is Don Campbell. I'm of Scottish and English descent, but I was educated in Canada and America, where I met and married my wife. Gigi was an orphan, like me, and in 1900, being at that time unemployed, we were overjoyed to accept an invitation from my only relative, Mr. Flaxman Lowe, to visit him in London. While there, I suspect through my uncle's pulling a few strings, I had been offered an interview for a job as headmaster of Girvan Academy in Scotland.
The job sounds marvelous, Don. But I know you. Why do you keep avoiding talking about the house?
But that's marvelous, too.
But do we need a house? Surely it couldn't have been too difficult to rent something furnished.
But the house is furnished, too. And Gigi, it was too good a thing to pass up. The bargain of all time.
Well, what sort of bargain? What sort of house?
Well, it's kind of hard to describe. It's really stunning. High on a ridge. And the view is stupendous. Connor Old House, it's called. When you look at it from outside, you'll fall in love with it just as I did.
And the inside?
Well, it's been empty for quite a few years, and, well, there's work to be done there. I've already arranged with the agent to hire a man to clean it up. And the price includes the furniture.
Don, are you trying to tell me you've bought this house without my ever even seeing it?
Well, not exactly bought. Just a down payment. Oh, but, darling, I tell you, it was such an incredible bargain.
Why is this house such an incredible bargain?
Well, I suppose because it's supposed to be haunted.
Oh, that's great.
Well, Gigi, I couldn't pass up an absolute steal like this. I can't describe to you how lovely Connor Old House is. Clothed in ivy, on the highest hill within its horizon, with the green grass tumbling down to the cliffs and the dunes and the endless sea beyond.
And the ghosts you spoke of?
Oh, local superstition. And if they bother us by groaning and clanking about, well, there's always Uncle Flax. As a parapsychologist, they're his life work, and he can blow them away just like the mists.
Are you so sure?
Brandy, Uncle Flax?
Yes, thank you. You're not joining me?
No, thanks. Well, I only got you away from Gigi so I'd have a chance to talk to you about the house.
All right. What's troubling you?
The house is supposed to be haunted.
By whom?
What they call the Shining Man.
The Shining Man?
Uh-huh.
What does that mean?
Oh, a lot of talk, gibberish, but I honestly don't know. I think a trick of the moon on the windows reflecting, something like that.
I see. Who was the former owner?
Sir James Mackay, who had retired from abroad, Central Africa, I think. He lived there with his daughter and a gigantic black who apparently was devoted to him for saving his life in Africa.
Why did they leave?
Well, they didn't. The daughter, it seemed, had contracted some virulent disease from her African sojourn, and she died while her father was on some business in London.
And the father?
The shock of finding his daughter dead on his return was too great for him, and he settled into a sort of melancholy and eventually died.
It's not a very pretty history. What happened to the slave?
Slave?
Yes, the black man.
I didn't say he was a slave.
Oh, yes, that's right, you didn't. What happened to him, anyway?
Oh, I don't know. Well, let me see. In the local gossip, there was something about Sir James accusing him of being responsible for the girl's death, but, well, it never came to anything because the black had disappeared, and not long after, Sir James was found on the living room couch, dead of apoplexy, his face covered with horrible livid patches.
And this is the home to which you expect to take that pretty young American wife of yours?
Oh, don't be ridiculous, Uncle Flaxman. The tragedies of others have nothing to do with us. A house is not a person. It can't affect us. And even if there are any malign influence hovering around, well, I have the best protection in the world, don't I?
Oh, yes? What is that?
You. Aren't you the foremost ghost detective in the world? If we run into trouble, can't I coax you to tilt a couple of tables or at least exorcise any demons if they're wandering about?
My dear boy, you know I am always at your service, but I wouldn't joke about the unknown, Don. Why this house instead of any other?
Because it's the only one I can afford. And I've already made a down payment. So, there we were, Gigi and I, with all our worldly belongings off for Scotland as soon as we could pack. Of course, I should have stopped to write first and waited for a reply, but that isn't my way. I had made a decision. Why waste time? Especially since London was expensive and almost all my money had gone for the payment on the house. And it would be a month before I could expect my salary at the academy to begin. We had to take the train north to Ayr, and then debark and retrace our steps south some 30 miles to Girvan, the nearest town to what I now thought of our home. It was a good 25 miles by road, and it was after dark on a blustery, drizzly evening when we arrived at Lanark Inn, where I had stayed before. Happily, the landlord remembered me and had accommodations.
Hey, hello there, Mr. Campbell. It's good to see you again. Will you be staying?
Oh, just for a night or so, Mr. McTavish. With my wife.
Well, bid you good welcome, too, Mrs. Campbell. Oh, but you're a bonny lass, and I can't blame Mr. Campbell for making you his own. But you look a wee bit chill. Now, come on, Ben, and you'll warm yourself by the fire, the two of you.
Mr. McTavish was as good as his word. Not only did he have a fire, but he had some warming beer, and with it, some heavenly steak and kidney pie.
So, what brings you back to Girvan, Mr. Campbell?
I'm back to stay, Mr. McTavish.
All right. And where would that be?
At our new home. I'm going to buy Connor Oldhouse.
Yeah.
Oh, my husband can't wait to take possession. If it had been daylight, it'd have moved right in.
I'd move in right now if I were sure it had been aired and cleaned thoroughly. Mr. Niven, the agent, wouldn't still be around town, would he?
Oh, no, he's away home long before twilight. He lives quite far down the road.
Oh, well, I'd rather see the house by daylight first anyway. We can move in tomorrow.
No, I wouldn't haste too much till you've had a word with Tommy Niven.
Well, of course, we have to see him first. I'll be up at the crack of dawn waiting in his office till he comes in.
Well, I don't think in the morning he'll be by. He'll be over to Contraire, I would think, to the funeral.
What funeral?
Well, you see, it was this lad he engaged from the village here to clean up Connor Oldhouse.
Yes, I commissioned him to do that. Well, what about him?
Well, it's not all that easy to get folks hereabouts to go near Connor Oldhouse, even in the daylight, after all that's happened there.
You mean Sir James and his daughter and their unfortunate deaths?
Aye, and then over all that there's
the shining man?
Aye, him. Oh, and in front of the lady, I didn't want to...
Oh, that's quite all right, Mr. McTavish. Donna's told me all about the history of the house. It's sort of exciting, but, well, I don't really believe in ghosts. I'm not scared.
That's my way.
Hey, I don't know but what I'd be a wee bit canny if I were in your shoes. It wasn't only the doctor and his daughter. But there was what happened to the tinker as well, and poor Slow Jock.
Oh, no, wait a minute. Who's the tinker?
And who's poor Slow Jock?
Well, here, one at a time. The tinker was a nobody, a tramp, or a bum, I think you'd be calling him in the States. And a couple of years back, he moved himself in. It looked to be as if he lived in the kitchen, quite comfortable and happy for a few days. But then he moved into the library, and they found him on the library couch. Sir James's couch, that was. Stark, raving mad and at death's door, and his face all over with great black marks like he'd been in a peat bog.
He just had a dirty face. He probably got caught in the rain and went into Connor Oldhouse for shelter and died quietly of pneumonia.
Raving with the DTs, just like poor Jock.
What happened to him?
Oh, only the good Lord could maybe answer that. But he was just like the tinker, lying on the couch. Only he was dead. Oh, and an expression on his face only old Clootie himself could have written there.
Old Clootie?
The devil. Well, don't tell me Jock's face was blackened, too.
Just like the others. Oh, here, now, I hope I'm not upsetting you.
Oh, no, nothing of the sort. Just the right thing to make us sleep like tops.
Well, the toddy should take care of that. But, I just thought you ought to be warned.
Come to bed, Don. Why are you watching out the window?
Oh, nothing. It started to rain. Typical Scottish business.
It's going to be a storm.
No, I don't.
What is it? Don, what did you see?
I didn't see anything. Go back to bed, Gigi.
Don, you're looking towards our house, aren't you? Connor House, I mean.
Yes. Well, I mean, that's the general direction, but it's...
I see it. I see what you saw.
What?
A light. Glimmering like a huge June bug, only It's shaped like a man. Oh, dear Lord, it is haunted, just as the innkeeper said. Look, Don, look, it's the shining man.
Now, wouldn't you say that's a fair beginning for a story of a haunted house? What is it that Gigi has seen, or thinks she saw? Some trick of refraction of the light from the inn windows against the misting drizzle of the rain? Or a real light carried by a real person who has no business in Connor Old House? I shall return shortly with Act 2. From ghoulies and ghosties and long-leggedy beasties and things that go bump in the night, good Lord deliver us. An old Scottish saying, and one that shivered through Gigi's mind that night, trickling in icy waves down her spine, till at last Don coaxed her to sleep. But with the coming of morning, all the night fears seemed ridiculous, particularly in the face of Thomas Niven's cheerful scorn. The real estate agent was a giant of a man, an all-Scotland rugby player who boomed and beamed and bubbled with good cheer. Oh, pack of Tommy rot, the whole thing. Old wives' tales and gossips gabbling, eh? That tramp was sheer coincidence, and Sir James and his daughter, well, that was tragedy, if you will, but nothing supernatural about it.
Oh, what about this boy, Jock, Mr. Niven?
Oh, yes, well, Jock. Now, there I do blame myself, Mr. Campbell. I should have realized that the boy wasn't up to the job. Never send a boy on a man's errand, eh?
Was he really so young?
Not in years, Mrs. Campbell. A man grown, in body, that is. But he was a touch, well, you know, not quite right in the head. Mark you, that would never have interfered with the clean-up job. It was just the sort of thing for him under ordinary circumstances, and he and his mother could always use the money.
You say ordinary circumstances. I thought you were telling us that there's nothing extraordinary
about Connor Oldhouse? No, I don't believe there is.
Well, then what caused the poor fellow's death?
Oh, I don't know, Mrs. Campbell.
It couldn't have been the shining man, could it?
Oh, good heavens. They've gotten to you with that old gibberish, have they? Well, whatever you've heard, forget it. There is no such thing.
I'm afraid there is.
What?
I saw it.
We both saw it last night.
Where?
Well, he seemed to be in Connor Oldhouse.
Oh, and you were looking from the village?
From our window at the inn, yes.
And this would be after dark?
Yes.
Oh, yes, well, I've seen that myself. Whenever it's misting very heavily. That was no ghost you saw, Mr. and Mrs. Campbell. That was Ignis Fatuus, Friar's Lanthorn, if you wish.
What?
What we call will-o'-the-wisp, honey. Caused by swamp gas, I think.
Yes, just the way of it. Sulfurated hydrogen, actually, rising from rotting vegetation and such, and spontaneously ignited in spite of the damp, so that it glows in the dark.
Well, you think that's what the boy saw and that it frightened him to death?
Oh, yes, very like.
What did the doctors say caused his death?
Sheer physical fright, acting on an already faulty brain. I say hello, that's overdue. It's been on the way for a couple of days. I'm afraid we're in for a bit of bad weather. Shouldn't bother you too much, though, since I'm sorry to say the house isn't ready to receive you as yet. I haven't been able to find anyone else to get over there.
Mr. Niven, before we take any further action, perhaps I should let my wife see the property.
Well, now, look, you're not thinking of backing out on me, man. Great heavens, you have the bargain of the century in that house.
What I'm beginning to wonder is, why?
Oh, I can tell you that. Idle tongue, sheer and simple. How I picked it up myself.
You mean the house is yours? But you didn't tell me that, Don.
I didn't know, dear. I thought Mr. Niven was only acting as an agent for the original owner.
Oh, well, you see, actually, I bought it from Sir James' estate for my grandmother and put it in her name before she died. Never had the chance to move in. So it has stood empty the last 2 years. I will say, however, that if you're considering backing out on the sale, in my opinion, you'd be a fool, young man.
Well, it isn't the house, Mr. Niven. It's its reputation.
Well, then, Mrs. Campbell, I tell you what I'll do. I do feel a little put out that I didn't have it ready for you, as I promised you and your husband. So,
as soon as the rain lets up, since I can't find anyone else, I'll go out and clean the house myself.
Well, I shouldn't think a man would want...
Oh, my dear girl, I'm a sailor, and you've only to look at my boat to see what a first-class housekeeper I am. I promise you she'll be shining like a new pin. And not only that, but I'll want to set your mind at rest. I'll spend the night there, too, and show you there isn't a single solitary thing to fear in Connor Roadhouse.
I will admit that I had misgivings. I'd even partially allayed them by sending a wire that morning before we had gone to Mr. Niven's office, asking my Uncle Flaxman to come up to Girvan, post-haste, by the next train. But Mr. Niven was so obviously physically powerful that I pushed them aside. If I had known the terror that awaited him and us, I would never... But that is only hindsight. In no time, it was the afternoon of the next day, and Uncle Flax had arrived, and we were briefing him on all that happened in the tap room.
Oh, dear. Just listen to that rain. Kitty, I'm really very anxious to have a look at this strange house of yours.
You don't think it really can be haunted, do you? I mean, you can prove it isn't, can't you?
Well, I don't know, Gigi. It may very well be.
But I thought you were a ghost detective. I mean, an investigator who proved that they were fakes. All your famous cases.
Oh, not all, my dear. Most, perhaps, but certainly not all.
Are you trying to tell me that there really are such things as ghosts?
I think there is such a thing as the human soul, dear girl. A spirit that has its own life independent of the body. I've seen too much evidence of it in my investigations not to believe in it. But it does not necessarily follow that there is some lost soul haunting Connor Roadhouse.
I don't know. Now you're really beginning to scare me. I'm really afraid, terribly afraid, that there's some awful, malign, dreadful thing that lurks there by night that doesn't want anyone disturbing it, that kills to keep it for its own.
Well, if there is, my dear, then we must exorcise it. But first, we must find out what it is.
In spite of the weather, we would have tried to go over to Connor Roadhouse that afternoon, but the driver refused to take his horse out again in that torrential rain. And by the time the rain had slacked off, it was too late, for the long Scottish twilight was beginning to fall. Gigi was lying down before supper when I came downstairs to find my uncle gazing out the window through the peculiar half-light.
Donald, come here.
Yes, Uncle.
Over toward the house. You see that? That light patch in the darkness?
Where?
Framed by the house as though it came from one of the windows.
Yes. Yes, I see it.
The darker it gets, the more that light glows. It seems to be taking on shape. Is that what you saw last night?
Yes, I think so, but could that be a candle or lamplight from the house?
No, the color is wrong. It's not soft and yellow, and there's no flicker, just a steady blue efflorescence.
You think it might be Will-o'-the-Wisp?
No, it's too steady. Hello. There goes some lamplight. Moving from room to room, it seems.
And the other glow is gone.
It doesn't like the real light, it would seem.
Well, what do you think, Uncle?
Without any facts to go on, very little. I only wonder. But I do know 3 things.
What, sir?
First, that it is too dark for us to venture out there tonight. Second, that when we do, we will not take Gigi with us. And third, we had better leave tomorrow at crack of dawn.
With the first rays of light, and with Gigi still fast asleep, we were off by carriage for the long drive to the ridge. When we pulled up in the cobblestone yard in front of Connor Roadhouse, it was as silent as a tomb. Only the gulls screaming out to sea.
Could your Mr. Niven have left already? You suppose he missed him?
Well, I don't see how. He came out here by carriage, so... Well, he'd have had to use the road. We'd have passed him. It came from the stables. He must still be there.
That horse sounds frightened. Come along, Don. You've been in the house before. Now, you take it. I'll take the stables.
left me. I hurried up the stairs of the porte cochere, and after testing the handle, swung open the heavy hall door. The gloom of the wet dawning and the heavy smell of stagnant air filled the great hall as I looked around its dreary emptiness. The silence inside the house was oppressive. I called Mr. Niven's name, but the noise only echoed through the house, jarring on the stillness. I walked, almost timidly, to the middle of the hall, my footsteps silent on the carpet of accumulated layer upon layer of dust. Wherever Niven had been cleaning, he certainly hadn't started here. I felt a wave of panic spiral up from my stomach, and I called his name again. Mr. Niven? Mr. Niven?
Don. It's all right. It's all right. It's only me. No sign of him here.
No. You didn't find anything at the stable?
Oh, just a poor horse, bathed in a lather of sweat, shy of the blink of an eye. Something's happened to scare him, but not in the stable.
Oh, here it seems. I don't see how Niven can be in this house.
Oh, why?
Well, you can see the dust everywhere. And my footsteps. No sign of any others.
He's here in this house.
How do you know?
I can sense it, and the vibrations are bad. Come, which way are the living quarters?
This way.
Including the library?
Right through this door. He seems to be stuck. Oh, there. Good Lord. Oh, that smell.
The smell of death. Let me pass.
No, Uncle. No, don't.
Come, help me. I've found your Mr. Niven, I think.
Oh.
Is this he?
Yes. Is he dead?
No, I don't think so, but we've got to get him out of here and home before he is.
What happened to him?
I don't know, but whatever it was, he was trying to run from it when he fell against the inside of the door. Come, my boy, if we're to save his life, we must get him out of here.
I hope you're not listening to this alone. Not that I want to scare you. Yet. After all, we still have no idea what else was inside that room that drove a strong, healthy athlete in the prime of life to the edge of death, do we? For that matter, we don't even know if it is still here. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. Brillig, and the slidey toes did gyre and gimble in the wave. All mimsy were the borogoves, and the mom rats outgrabe. Beware the jabberwock, my son, the jaws that bite, the claws that catch. Beware the jujubird, and shun the frumious bandersnatch. I mention this quote from Lewis Carroll, not because it means anything, which it doesn't, but because it suggests evil incarnate and crawling things calculated to send a shudder to the roots.
The indescribable, fetid odor from that haunted room was so stifling and smothering that it almost overpowered my Uncle Flax and me as we struggled to carry the big, heavy, inert body of Niven from the room. We half dragged him through the door to the relief of fresh air and the carriage outside. How is he, Uncle?
In a rather bad way. He needs medical attention as soon as possible.
Hey, giddy up! Giddy up! Go on! You think he was scared to death? Like the poor guy he sent up to clean the house before?
Not to death, since he's still alive, but something has given him a shock, all right. A profound shock.
Something? You mean the place is haunted?
I didn't say that.
But you meant it.
Perhaps, in a sense.
What do you mean, a sense? When we opened the door and that awful stench poured out, you said it was the smell of death.
A figure of speech. But I'm afraid only time will tell. Now, hurry now. Get back to the inn.
Oh, Mr. McTavish, what's going on? Where is my husband?
Oh, he's scrubbing from top to toe with lye soap, as Mr. Lowe himself did first.
And my uncle?
Well, after he carried all the clothes out and started them burning, he went back to the bedside of Mr. Niven.
Burn the clothes? Well, what was the matter with the clothes?
Oh, I don't know. Contaminated somehow from that evil house of warlocks and ghoulies.
John, darling, are you all right?
Well, I feel a little as if I'd been skinned alive. Otherwise, yes, it's
What
fine.
do you mean, skinned alive?
Scrubbing in that strong laundry soap.
Is that all? Oh. Can I touch you now?
Oh, darling, I want you to hold me and never let me go.
Oh. Now tell me what happened. What about our house?
Our house? Now, I wish the damn thing had burned to the ground before I ever saw it. That's what I wish had happened.
Mr. Niven, do you think you can tell me the rest of what happened now that you're feeling a little better?
I could try, but I didn't know. Where was I? Who did you say you were?
My name is Flaxman Lowe. Now, you started cleaning the back of the house, the kitchen, the dining room, the pantry, the living room, so on.
Yes, it was daytime, but I got there later than I'd hoped.
I understand. So suddenly, night was upon you, and you lit a lamp, eh?
Yes.
So after you lit the lamp, you went into the library, right?
Yes. I went into... Oh, that awful smell hit me and turned me sick to the pit of my stomach. I must have passed out.
How do you suppose you got to the door where we found you?
I woke up again, and the lamp had gone out, but there was this ghastly light. I don't want to remember that damn house. Why didn't I burn it the day I bought it?
And when he came to, Mr. Niven told me the lamp had gone out, but suddenly he was aware that the darkness was clearing. A feeble light was filtering down through it from above. He looked up at the ceiling and saw there an irregular patch of pale phosphorescent luminescence which grew gradually brighter and brighter.
The shining man.
And he had the impression that through the radiance above, someone was looking down on him. And through the thickening atmosphere of drowsy horror, choking and revolted by the growing odor, he looked up again.
To see what?
To see the brightness dim and dark smears show through it, all running together into something that swelled out and downward like a fat, green, white, evil face from which great drops of black, dripping fluid fell like rain.
Oh, good Lord.
And suddenly, fear and loathing broke his chains enough for him to run to the door, where he plunged forward into a dark, red vacancy to remember no more.
So the place is haunted. By whom and why?
Yes, Uncle, why? And who is the shining man? Why does his ghost haunt Connor Old House?
I can only answer two of those questions.
Which?
I mean, I can guess the answers. Who it is and that he is no ghost. As to proving it and the why, that will have to wait until tomorrow. So, here we are again, back at the library.
Yeah, at least it smells a little better today.
Nevertheless, put your handkerchief over your mouth and nose, as I'm doing, before we enter it. Now, come over to the couch.
Why the handkerchief?
Oh, it's simply that I believe the dust in this room to be poisonous. Niven inhaled too much of it, hence his condition. It is literally piled up around the couch here.
Uncle, look. Above on the ceiling, a long, discolored stain. You see that?
Yes. So I should have expected. I think that explains everything.
A blood stain on the ceiling explains everything? What do you mean? Oh, wait a minute. Look.
What?
You see those tracks? A cat has been walking over this sofa. Can you explain that? And what do you mean about the blood stain?
My dear boy, the stain on the ceiling has nothing to do with blood. It is simply a patch of mold and fungus. As for what you call cat's footsteps, look at them more carefully, and you will see they look more like raindrops.
Raindrops? In a perfectly watertight room where the dust is so dry the slightest movement makes it rise like smoke?
Ah, the dust. When we came to fetch Niven, I noticed how green and fine it was, and how enormous an accumulation of it there was in this room. Why? Because this dust is like the powder in a puffball, formed of minute spores.
And that's why it's poisonous?
Well, I have no doubt that from this dust, as we shall call it, within a few days, a specimen of fungus could be cultivated, which would prove to be African in origin.
But if the dust is so dangerous, aren't we running the risk?
Well, not if we don't inhale too much. And last night, incidentally, I saw that Niven's coat was covered with it, and that above the collar and along the upper part of the sleeve, as though they had dropped from above, was a spatter of gummy marks which corresponded to these so-called raindrops.
What else would you call them?
Oh, drops from the stain on the ceiling, caused by the unnamed fungus I mentioned, which decays as it matures, liquefying into a dark mucilage which drops down, diffusing a repulsive smell, which disappears as it dries and leaves only the dust of the spores. And those raindrops are most certainly what killed the boy, the tinker, and Sir James and his daughter.
How?
Well, I would guess that the fungus is singularly malignant, acting through the skin to the brain, and then interpenetrating all the tissues of the body with terrible rapidity, and causing a violent and horrible death.
Which Mr. Niven escaped because the drops touched only his clothing and not his skin.
Exactly.
Oh, I see. But what about the light? The ghost must have caused all this.
Why don't we go upstairs and perhaps we can find out.
Look, Uncle. Look. The light.
Yes, son, I see it.
Now it's gone. It just quivered for a moment as though...
Where would you say it came from?
From that dark end of the hall.
Between those two doors? Yes, that's where I saw it.
But where could it have gone to?
What actually come from? Which room? You take the left, I'll take the right.
We searched both of the rooms with a fine-tooth comb, but there was no sign of anything. Then Uncle Flaxman had a brilliant idea. We paced off the width of each room inside, then the total yardage outside in the hall. Between the rooms was a common wall which must, by our measurements, be some 3 feet wide, but no door in either to a closet. In the hall, we looked at the seemingly solid wall between the doors. Then Uncle Flaxman said,
"Close your room door while I close mine, Don."
"Right, Uncle."
Now that it's shadowed again in here, back up toward the stairwell. Ah, you see that?
A glimmer of light as though it were behind the solid wall.
Which means the wall can't be solid. Come here. Hollow.
Well, there must be some sort of secret room or closet there. Let me see. Uncle.
What is it?
There's some sort of a catch here to the upper panel.
Probably a means of opening it to ventilate the space between the walls. Try it, my boy, try it.
I have it. Oh, that smell again.
And look.
Good Lord. What is it?
I fancy it is the body of the missing black man who was supposed to have worshipped his master and his mistress.
Black? But he's white. What's that shining white stuff all over him?
A fungus? The fungus. The shining man, whose phosphorescent glow on damp evenings sometimes shone through the little window at the end of the closet and scared everyone in the countryside half to death. Not a ghost,
but just a poor man who met a terrible death in a coffin of his own making.
Oh, Don, how horrible. Who was he, anyway?
Sir James Mackay's faithful servant.
Ah, but remember, I said slave, and I think not so faithful.
What do you mean, Uncle?
I have always intended to devote myself to the study of obeah.
Obeah? What is that?
Voodoo, the fetish-worshipping religion of sorcery and conjuration. In the dead man's hands were the remains of two crude figures, a man and a woman, coated with the fungus.
You mean he was responsible for the deaths of Sir James and his daughter?
Or for wishing his gods to take vengeance on them for the virtual slavery in which he had been held all his life. Poetic irony, isn't it, that the monster he called into being in the end was the means of his own destruction?
Oh, that house. I could never live in it now.
Don't worry, darling. We never will. What should be done about it, Uncle?
It should be burnt to ashes, just as we did our clothes. It's the only way the spirit of evil will ever be exorcised from Connor Old House. That same night, Connor Old House went up in a pillar of smoke, its funeral pyre lighting the Scottish night. Interesting that earlier that same evening, Mr. Niven, now recovered, had left the inn for his home. Don Campbell had ridden alone to the post office for a letter which didn't arrive, and Mr. Lowe had gone for a long ramble to blow the cobwebs away, as he said. But who or what caused the fire, no one will ever know. I'll be back shortly.
Being in show business.
Mr. Flaxman Lowe has proved and demonstrated that the shining man in Connor Old House was not supernatural, that he wasn't a ghost. When is a ghost not a ghost? All I know is that fungus-swathed corpse, desiccated and decayed, but still propped upright in its narrow tomb, will haunt me the rest of my life. Our cast included Bob Caliban, Morgan Fairchild, Ralph Bell, and Ian Martin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by General Electric Citizen Band Radios and Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. It's no secret that compulsive gamblers are every bit as sick as alcoholics or drug addicts. Gambling is a fever that consumes them as surely as whiskey or heroin. However, even the most habitual and devoted of gamblers might well hesitate when the gamble literally means his life or death.
Come on, man. Choose. I'm giving you more of a chance than you gave Lucy. Now, you've got a 50-50 chance. Now, one capsule is harmless, on my word of honor. The other means death. Now, I'm giving you a choice. First chance. You might even have the pleasure of watching me die.
Our mystery drama, A Study in Scarlet, was adapted from the Sir Arthur Conan Doyle classic, especially for the Mystery Theater by Murray Burnett, and stars Kevin McCarthy. It is sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Word association games provide amusement for many people. They're even employed by psychologists to diagnose aptitudes and attitudes. For example, Scarlett O'Hara brings to mind Rhett Butler, while Romeo immediately suggests Juliet. Sherlock Holmes, Dr. Watson. It's possible that many of you wondered how Sherlock and Dr. Watson first met and decided that they would make good roommates.
Well, Doctor, you've seen the flat, and I am Sherlock Holmes.
I said the flat seems comfortable, and, well, as far as you, Mr. Holmes, are concerned, I imagine we'll have to let time tell us if we're going to get along with each other.
Capital thinking, my dear sir.
Yes.
And let me tell you at once that I shall require the use of this sitting room only when I see my clients. They may come at odd hours, but you'd certainly understand that, being yourself a physician and lately come from Afghanistan.
Well, who told you that, sir?
Our mutual friend Wallaby told me you were a doctor, but I deduced that you were recently in Afghanistan.
Mr. Holmes, I've no wish to be rude, and certainly not on such short acquaintance, but I cannot have believed...
I was told that you were a doctor, but you carry yourself with an air of a military man. Army doctor. Just come from the tropics because his face is dark, but his wrist's fair. Left arm injured because he holds it slightly stiff in an unnatural position. Where in the tropics could an English army doctor have received such a wound? Clearly in Afghanistan.
It sounds simple when you explain it, but I find it rather astonishing.
Elementary, my dear fellow. Elementary.
As the days wore on, I found Holmes a singularly easy man to live with. Quiet in his way, with regular habits, but with no seeming system for work. Indeed, I didn't discover what work he was engaged in until one morning in March, when I rose somewhat earlier than was my custom, and at breakfast read an article with the somewhat ambitious title of The Book of Life. What utter nonsense. Never read such rubbish in my life.
What is?
This article evidently written by some armchair lounger who solves riddles by sitting safely in his own study. I should like to see him clapped down in a third-class railway carriage and asked to name the trades of his fellow travelers. I'd lay 1,000 to 1 against him.
No, you would lose your money. As for that article, I wrote it myself. Yes, I specialize in observation and deduction, which has set me up in my trade. I am a consulting detective.
What's that?
Well, to put it succinctly, I step in when government and private detectives are at fault.
The very next day, when a letter came by special messenger, it was signed Inspector Lestrade of Scotland Yard, and asked my roommate to come, if possible, to 3 Lauriston Gardens off the Brixton Road. Holmes asked me along, and in a very short time we alighted from a cab at the address.
No, we're fortunate that it rained so heavily last night. But come along. I see Lestrade waiting at the door.
It's nice of you to come right along, Mr. Holmes, but who is...
This is my friend and colleague, Dr. Watson. If you don't object...
Oh, any friend of yours is always welcome.
Thank you.
Now, come this way and I'll show you the room.
By the by, Lestrade, did you come here in a cab?
No, sir, no. Now, as you can see, this house was to let. All the other rooms were locked, and here the only item of furniture is the dining room table. And that, as you can see, is occupied by the corpse.
I assume you've already examined the body. Is there no wound?
No wound at all, Mr. Holmes. And yet we have these great gouts and splashes of blood all over.
Then the blood must belong to the murderer, if a murder has been committed.
If a murder was committed? Well, look at the man's face, the distortion of his limbs.
Yes,
horrible.
Yes, Watson, I've noted all those things. But tell me, Lestrade, did you move the corpse at all?
Oh, no more than was necessary for the purposes of examination.
Well, then you can have the body taken to the mortuary. There's nothing more to be learned from it.
Right. All right, you two, you can take the body out. I say, look at that. There's been a woman there. That's a woman's wedding ring which just fell from the body. As if this wasn't already complicated enough.
What did you find in the pockets?
Oh, a gold watch, gold pin with a strange device, looks like some kind of a cube, a Russian leather card case, card printed reading Enoch J. Drebber of Cleveland, 2 letters to one E. J. Drebber and one to Joseph Stangerson.
Address?
American Exchange, Strand. They refer to steamship sailings. Yes, it's clear that this unfortunate man was about to return to New York.
And this other man, Stangerson, have you made any inquiries about him?
Oh, of course, Mr. Holmes. But you haven't seen yet what I consider is crucial. Now, it's over here in the corner, against the wall. And you can't see it unless you strike a match.
In the particular corner illuminated by the flaring match, part of the wallpaper had been peeled away, and there, scrawled in blood-red letters, was a single word, R-A-C-H-E, Rush.
Ah, Mr. Holmes, what do you think of that?
A fascinating discovery. I've not had time to examine this room yet, but with your permission, I'll do so now.
Would it disturb you if I were to reconstruct how the word came to be there and what it means?
Oh, by no means. I'd be interested to hear your theory, Lestrade.
Well, first, why was this corner chosen to write upon? Because, Mr. Holmes, if you'll observe that candle on the mantelpiece...
I see it.
Now, that must have been lit at the time, and that made this corner the brightest spot in the room.
Excellent, Lestrade. I congratulate you.
And the murderer wrote with his or her own blood. Now, you see this smear where it has trickled down the wall?
My dear Lestrade, you're outdoing yourself. I agree.
Well, that disposes of the idea of suicide, right?
Absolutely. It was murder. But now that you've found the writing and done so brilliantly, what do you construe it to mean?
Well, simply that the dead man was going to write the female name, Rachel, but was interrupted before he or she had time to finish. Oh, you mark my words, Mr. Holmes. When this case comes to be cleared up, we'll find out that a woman named Rachel had something to do with it.
Interesting and partially accurate. First, you're correct. It was murder. Secondly, the murderer was a man. He's more than 6 feet tall, in the prime of life, and he has small feet for a man of his height. He wore coarse, square-toed boots and smoked a Trichinopoly cigar.
One moment, sir. I can't get it all down. It's too fast.
Oh, yes. He came here with his victim in a 4-wheeled cab, which was drawn by a horse with 3 old shoes and 1 new one on his off foreleg. In all probability, the murderer has a florid complexion, and the fingernails of his right hand were remarkably long. Now, these few indications may be of some assistance to you?
Oh, yes, of course. I must thank you, but Mr. Holmes, if the man was murdered, how was it done? Poison? But how? I mean, did he...
One other thing, Lestrade. Rosh is the German word for revenge. So don't waste any time looking for a woman named Rachel.
Holmes, you're not at all as sure of those particulars you gave Lestrade as you seem to be.
Well, there is no room for error. If you take the trouble to observe, you'd reach the same conclusions. On arriving, I saw the cab had made 2 ruts with its wheels close to the curb.
Yeah.
You know about last night's rain? There were also marks of the horse's hooves. Plain for all to see.
Oh, yes, sir.
Lestrade said that he had not come by cab, so it must have brought those 2 individuals to the house.
Well, that seems simple enough, but the description of the man, his height...
My dear doctor, when a man writes on a wall, he doesn't lean down or reach up. He writes at eye level.
Oh, yes.
Now that writing was over 6 feet from the ground. Child's play, doctor.
I must confess you make it seem that way, but his age...
Well, if a man can stride 4.5 feet without the smallest effort, he can't be approaching senility. That was the breadth of a puddle in the garden walk that Square-Toes had hopped over. Patent leather black boots had gone round.
But Holmes, that would mean that these 2...
Came in the same cab.
Right.
Were as friendly as possible until they got inside the house.
Well, I still can't understand about the fingernails and the cigar.
The writing on the wall was done by a man's fingernail, dipped in blood.
Oh, I see.
The wall plaster was slightly scratched, which wouldn't have been the case if the man's nails had been trimmed. And as for the cigar, I've made a special study of cigar ashes, written a monograph on the subject. And the ash that I picked up from the floor could only have come from a Trichinopoly cigar.
I was pleased to see that I wasn't the only man who was astounded by the deductive reasoning processes of my friend Holmes. We'd gone to see Constable Reds, who'd found the body.
What I particularly want to know is, was the street empty when you went out to call for help?
Well, it was, as far as anybody that could be of any good goes.
What do you mean?
I've seen many a drunk chap in my time, but never anyone so bleeding drunk as that cove.
How was he dressed?
Brown overcoat.
Had he a whip in his hand?
No.
You must have left it behind. You didn't happen to see or hear a cab after that?
I was tending to my business.
You should rather say that you were letting the man who holds the clue to this mystery slip through your fingers. Come along, Doctor.
Well, Holmes, I'm afraid I'm as much in the dark as the constable. If this man is the second party in the mystery, why should he return so soon to the scene of the crime?
The ring, Doctor. The wedding ring.
Oh.
If we have no other way of catching him, we can always bait our line with the ring.
Some 2 centuries before, Hamlet had cried, "The play's the thing wherein I'll catch the conscience of the king." Now, Sherlock Holmes has informed Dr. Watson that the ring will catch the man who scrawled the German word Rache in blood across the wall of the murder room. Act 2 will tell us whether he's right. We all use our friends in one way or another. Sometimes some of us use friendship in a way that stretches the ties almost to the breaking point. But I'll venture to say that no one ever used a friend as often and as recklessly as Sherlock Holmes used Dr. Watson, and still retained his friendship and loyalty. For example, here we pick up the friends in the familiar apartment on Baker Street, where Watson is waiting for Holmes, who has disappeared.
My dear doctor, I must apologize for running off, but I've had a great deal to do. I had this advertisement sent to every paper this morning. Here. Read it in the Lost and Found column.
In Brixton Road this morning, a plain gold wedding ring. Apply Dr. Watson to 1B Baker Street between 8 and 9 this evening.
Excuse me, my using your name, but I fear that some of these dunderheads might recognize mine.
Oh, that's quite all right. But what if someone applies? I had no ring.
Oh, yes, you have. This will do very well. It's almost a facsimile.
And who do you expect to answer this advertisement?
I've already told you. The man in the brown coat, or he will send an accomplice.
Well, I still don't understand why he wrote the word rash on the wall.
Simply a blind to put the police on the wrong track. It was not written by a German because, while the A was printed somewhat after the German fashion, a real German invariably prints in Latin characters. So this was done by a clumsy imitator who overdid his part. Unless I'm very wrong, this will be our man now.
Come in.
Good evening, gentlemen. Good evening.
Good evening, madam.
Well, it's this advert has brought me. Now, as to this gold wedding ring in the Brixton Road, it belongs to my girl, Sally. Has been married only this time 12 months, to which her husband is steward aboard a Union boat. And what he'd say if he comes home and her without a ring is more than I can think.
Yes. Well, is this her ring, madam?
The Lord be thanked. Sally will be a glad girl this night. That's the ring.
Where are you going, Holmes?
I must follow her. She's obviously an accomplice. No, Watson, she'll lead me to the man I want.
After Holmes left, I had no other callers, and I sat puffing at my pipe while 10 and then 11 o'clock passed with no word from him. It was close upon midnight when I heard his latchkey. Well, Holmes, how did it go?
Doctor, you must promise me not to tell this to Lestrade because he'd never let me forget it.
What is it? What did she do?
I ran out after her and had no trouble keeping up, as she'd gone only a little way before she began to limp and show every sign of exhaustion. Presently, she came to a halt and hailed a four-wheeler which was passing, and she clambered in, and I managed to perch myself behind. And I heard her sing out 13 Duncan Street, Houndsditch. Away we rattled. And just before the driver pulled up there, I hopped off and began lounging about down the street.
I say.
Well, I shall never forget that cab driver's face as he opened the door and waited expectantly, waited for the passenger who never came out.
Well, you don't mean to say that tottering, feeble old woman was able to get out of the cab while it was in motion without either you or...
Old woman be damned. We were the old women to be taken in by that disguise. What? It was a young man, and he must have been an incomparable actor. And now we must look elsewhere to find our man and our answer.
My dear Holmes, congratulate me. I have solved the whole thing.
You mean you're on the right track?
The right track? Why, I have the man under lock and key.
And the man's name is?
Arthur Charpentier, Sub-Lieutenant in Her Majesty's Navy.
Well, I'm waiting to hear what sets you on the right track.
Well, of course, the prime difficulty was in tracing the antecedents of this American. Now, Mr. Holmes, do you remember the hat we found beside the dead man?
Mm-hmm. John Underwood & Sons, 129 Camberwell Road.
Well, I had no idea you'd noticed that. Have you been there?
No.
Oh. Well, anyway, I never neglect a chance, no matter how small. I went there and checked over his books and discovered that he'd sold the hat to a Mr. Drebber residing at Charpentier's boarding establishment, Torquay Terrace.
Very, very smart.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Holmes. Needless to say, I hurried right around to Torquay Terrace, and it was there I found the answer to the whole business. Well, not from Mrs. Charpentier, who runs the establishment, but from her daughter, a pretty young thing who speaks only the truth. Finally, her mother, seeing that the daughter was determined to answer my questions, resigned herself to it. And the girl told me the following story.
Mr. Drebber has been with us nearly 3 weeks. He and his secretary, Mr. Stangerson. I like Mr. Stangerson, who was a quiet man. But I'm sorry to say that Mr. Drebber was a coarse, brutish sort of fellow who drank all the time and too much.
And?
And that's why my mother asked him to leave.
Because he was drinking too much, eh?
And because when he did, he was rude to me.
Rude?
Well, you know, sir, not respectful. So we were all glad when Mother told him he must leave, and he and Mr. Stangerson went off.
On the day he was killed?
Yes.
And that was the last you saw of him?
No, he came back. He claimed he missed his train. He had a lot to drink, and then right there in front of my mother.
Well, now, it's all right, miss. This won't get into the papers, I promise.
He asked me to go away with him, told me not to pay any attention to the old girl, said he'd plenty of money, and swore that I'd live like a princess. Well, Mother told me to leave the room, and when I tried, he grabbed me. And that's when my brother came in.
And then?
There was a struggle and shouting, and Arthur's very fond of me, you see, and I hid my face in my hands. Well, the next thing I know, Arthur came back laughing with a stick in his hand. He said to me, "Don't worry about that fellow, sis. He won't trouble you anymore." And I think I'll just keep an eye on him and see what he does with himself.
And when did your brother come back?
I don't know.
You've no idea at all?
I only know that I went to bed. Arthur had a latchkey, and he must have let himself in with that. Very late.
And what's your theory, Lestrade?
My theory is that he followed Drebber as far as Brixton Road. Now, he still had the cudgel with him, as sister told me about that. In Brixton Road, a fresh altercation arose and Charpentier hit him and killed him. Oh, perhaps unintentionally. And then, seeing what he'd done, he dragged the body into the untenanted house. The writing, the candle, and the ring are all so many tricks to throw us off the scent.
Come in. I assume that note is for you, Inspector Lestrade.
Oh, give it here, please. Good Lord. This is from Gregson. He says Stangerson's dead, been found murdered in his room at Halliday's Hotel.
I cannot understand it. I certainly should have had word by now.
Word about what, Holmes?
Marriage, Watson, marriage.
Oh.
Yes, I believe that the answer to both of those murders lies back in Cleveland, Ohio. An answer which I'm impatiently awaiting.
And if it's not forthcoming?
Excellent question, Watson. We can spend this waiting time profitably, trying to track down our criminal.
We cabbed to Soho, to a rather shabby building housing a number of theatrical agents.
Watson, well, I've just seen Jack Lysandra, a theatrical agent friend of mine, and I've asked him if he knew of any young actors who specialized in character parts, particularly old ladies.
From the look in your eyes, I deduced that he did, eh?
Capital, Watson. You'll make a detective yet.
Oh.
He not only knew the fellow, name of Royce Bardi, but he gave me his address, and it's just around the corner here. Hello, what's this? Lestrade here.
Well, it beats me, Mr. Holmes, how you do it, but you turn up almost as quickly as we do.
Well,
how did you get the news?
Believe me, Lestrade, I don't know what you're talking about. I've just come along with Dr. Watson to see an actor by the name of Royce Bardi.
Well, that's exactly what I mean. I've just come from Mr. Bardi's flat. We were called when the landlady went in and found out he's disappeared. And she also found a word scrawled on the wall.
And the word was Roche.
Now, don't tell me you and her.
My word of honor, Lestrade. But I do think that we ought to go into that pub over there and put our heads together over this latest development.
Now, tell me, Mr. Holmes, what put you on to Bardi, and how did you know about that word on the wall?
First, please, have you had an answer to your telegram to America?
Oh, yes. They know of Mr. Drebber, but there's nothing against him. And so that proved to be a dead end. He's not a criminal.
I never thought he was.
Now, how about Bardi, Mr. Holmes?
Well, I connected him with the case because of the wedding ring we found when we moved Drebber's body.
Oh, what in the world would he have to do with that?
It's my belief that he was used as a cat's paw, a messenger employed by the murderer to recover the ring.
Oh, but even if that's true, why would he now disappear? Oh, hold on a minute. Perhaps we have another murder on our hands, eh? Is that possible, Mr. Holmes?
No, we are quite done with murders on this case, Lestrade.
What makes you so certain?
Because once again the killer has tried to throw us off the trail. He's a clever man. And once he realized that I had deduced that Bardi was used as a messenger, he must have paid him to clear out. The word Roche is just another attempt to throw us off the trail.
Now, you say all this without asking me anything about the Stangerson murder.
I ask you only one thing about it. How was he killed?
With a dagger.
Well, that's a bit of a blow.
And I hope this won't be another. What do you think was written on the wall? Written in blood, above the bed of the murdered man.
The word Roche, of course. But I still need one more thing before my case is complete.
As an avid reader of detective stories, I've always felt some resentment when the detective proudly announces that his case is complete, and, of course, I haven't the slightest idea in the world what the solution is. However, I must say that of all the fictional detectives who use this device, Holmes irritates me the least. Perhaps because I know his explanation will be lucid and not make a fool of the reader. We'll be back with that solution in just a few minutes. The pen pen is mightier than the sword. A cliche quote by now, but of course it's a cliche because it's so true. For example, Genghis Khan, Attila, Alexander, Napoleon, and Hitler all tried to conquer the world. They all failed. Whereas there's no country in our world where Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson are unknown. The words from the pen of Sir Arthur Conan Doyle have been translated in every language spoken today.
Mr. Holmes, here I am sitting in your flat talking, when I have the strong feeling I should be out hot on the trail of this body who disappeared.
Well, if you feel Barty's so important, Inspector, I'll answer any question you want to put to him.
Well, if you don't mind, sir, I'd rather be talking to the man myself.
No, I assure you, Lestrade, I'll give you almost word for word what Barty would say if he were sitting in this chair.
Well, now, I might just take you up on that.
Hmm?
All right, Barty. Why did you do a bunk?
It was a great lark, and my pal asked me to do him this favor. He paid me to take a little vacation.
I see. And was it also his idea to write that word on the wall?
Absolutely. That was part of the game, you see. He told me he was playing a fancy trick on some of his old pals, sort of a practical joke, and I went along with it. Anything wrong with that, Inspector?
Can you tell me your pal's name?
Oh, of course. Jefferson Hope.
When Holmes uttered the name, Lestrade's jaw dropped and his eyes bulged. I must say that I'm sure I had the same reaction. I simply couldn't contain myself. I say, Holmes, if you knew that, well then...
I'm sorry. I've neglected to inform you, my dear doctor, that I received the answer I've been waiting for from America.
Ah, and that gave you the name?
Most assuredly.
But what kind of question did you ask that America sent you the name of the killer?
I asked if there were any unusual circumstances surrounding the marriage of Enoch Drebber. Remember the ring, Lestrade?
Oh, yes, but...
The murderer evidently felt it was so important he was willing to risk capture to come back and get it. He also sent Barty after it.
Well, I see that, but I still
The
don't...
telegram that I received from America told me that Drebber had applied for the protection of the law against an old rival in love named Jefferson Hope. And that shortly after he made the application, he, Drebber, had left for Europe, and Hope had also disappeared from Cleveland.
Oh, I take my hat off to you, Mr. Holmes. But you must admit that was a very lucky hit. Well, now that I have the name of the criminal and also a description...
A description? From whom? And how did you get it?
Oh, well, a milkman on an early delivery was leaving bottles in the back of Halliday's hotel when he noticed that a ladder, which was usually on the ground, was raised against a second-story window, which was open. He actually saw a man descend the ladder, but the man came down so openly that he just believed that he was some workman.
And the description?
Well, the milkman didn't take careful note, but he thought that the man was tallish, red-faced, and wore a brown overcoat.
Right, Sheriff. Exactly as you said he'd look, Holmes.
Of course. Tell me, Lestrade, didn't you find anything else strange in the room?
Oh, nothing of any importance. A novel with which he'd read himself to sleep was lying upon the bed and his pipe on a chair beside him. There was a glass of water on the table, and on the windowsill a small box containing a couple of pills.
The last link. Could you lay your hand on those pills?
Well, I have them, but I must say I don't attach any great importance to them.
May I have them? Thank you. Now, Doctor, are these ordinary pills?
Well, certainly not. I've rarely seen anything like them. From their lightness and transparency, I should imagine they're water-soluble.
Precisely so. Now, Doctor, would you mind going down and fetching that poor little devil of a terrier which has been sick so long and which the landlady asked you to put out of its pain yesterday?
Well, I fetched the dog. Well, he was indeed in a bad way, and I brought him tenderly back to the flat.
Put the animal comfortably on a cushion there, Doctor. And now, I will cut one of these pills in two. One half we will save, and the other I'll place in this wine glass, which has a teaspoonful of water at the bottom. See how easily it dissolves.
Well, this may all be very interesting, Mr. Holmes, but I don't see what it has to do with the death of Joseph Stangerson.
Patience, Lestrade, patience. I'll add a little milk to make it palatable. And I'm sure that we will find that the dog laps it up readily enough.
And now what?
In a minute. We shall see. These girls act very quickly.
Oh, they do? Not from what I can see.
That can't be a coincidence. These very pills which I suspect killed Zebra are found after the death of Stangerson, and yet they're inert. Ah, of course. Now I have it. Doctor, give me the other pill.
When I handed him the pill, he quickly cut it in two, added milk after the pill dissolved, and presented it to the terrier. Oh, the dog's tongue seemed hardly to have been moistened in it before he gave a convulsive shiver and lay rigid and lifeless, out of its suffering.
All right, Mr. Holmes. You've been proved right again. But I still don't see how this will bring me any closer to this Jefferson Hope. Thanks to you, I have a name and a description. So if I could get cracking on this now, it shouldn't be too long before you hear that I have the fellow in custody.
Good luck, Inspector. But I wonder if you'd humor me by lending me your handcuffs. You never know but what I might run across this Jefferson Hope before you do.
Well, I've learned not to argue with you, Mr. Holmes. Here they are.
Thank you.
And please don't forget to return them if you don't use them.
Lestrade bustled off. I wondered why on earth Holmes had borrowed a pair of handcuffs. My curiosity could no longer be restrained when Holmes came into the living room carrying a pair of boxes and a small portmanteau. Well, surely, Holmes, you're not thinking of taking a trip at this time?
No, I've always found it well to be prepared for anything at a moment's notice. That might be the man I'm expecting now. Come in.
I didn't know you were expecting anyone.
Your cab's at the door downstairs, gentlemen.
Very good. Perhaps you'd be so kind as to give me a hand with these boxes. See that they're strapped up securely?
Oh, yes, of course, sir.
Mm-hmm. Here, let me give you a hand.
Damnation.
What devil's trick is
Help, Watson. Watson, he has the strength of an ox.
Hang on to his arms, Holmes.
Well, Doctor, allow me to introduce you to Mr. Jefferson Hope, the murderer of Enoch Drebber and Joseph Stangerson.
If you gents are reckoning on taking me to the police station, you're welcome to use my cab.
That's a very generous offer.
On the other hand, I'd be happy to tell you gentlemen all about everything right here and now, because I'm never going to trial.
And I must say you're an impudently cool...
Oh, hell no. You got me wrong. I heard your friend here called you doctor. You a medical man?
Yes, I am.
Well, then you put your hands right here on my chest. That's it.
Well, you have an aortic aneurysm.
That's what they call it. The doctor who saw me last week told me it's bound to burst before too many days pass.
What's your opinion, Watson? Is there immediate danger?
Oh, my dear, there most certainly is.
You're Sherlock Holmes, aren't you?
Yes.
Well, you kept in my trail with caution. Well, now that you know I'm a dying man, you can be sure I'm not lying when I tell you that those two men were guilty of the death of two human beings. A father and a daughter. You ever hear of the Dicers Club?
Never.
No surprise. It's in America. It's a club of gamblers. Trevor and Stangerson were charter members. My darling Lucy's father joined later. It was a black day for all of us when he joined.
His name?
John Ferrier. He was a storekeeper out west, and I was a trapper and scout. Oh, he had a lovely daughter named Lucy. And we fell in love. Her father approved. But by this time, he was doomed because he joined the Dicers. It was all up for him.
Well, how do you mean?
Well, I used to enjoy playing a hand or two of poker now and then, but I tell you, Doctor, there's some people who become crazed with the gambling fever.
Oh, yes?
Yes, and John Ferrier was one of them. He could no more stop gambling than breathing. And he lost everything. His store, his savings. And finally, his daughter Lucy.
Well, don't tell me that a father gambled his daughter.
Oh, no, Doctor. John Ferrier was a fine man, despite that one overriding fault. No. He never stooped to that. No. It was Lucy who suggested it.
A bargain, you mean?
A devil's bargain. You see, Ferrier was badly in debt to both Drebber and Stangerson, and they were threatening him with jail. Debtor's prison.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Lucy couldn't stand the idea of her father in prison, and she well knew both of them were gone on her. In fact, before I came along, they wouldn't leave her alone. Her father had to forbid them the house.
But it was she who went to them and suggested...
Promised to marry one of them if they'd forgive her father's debt. Mr. Holmes, those devils, they worked out a scheme. Drebber worked it out. He went through a false marriage ceremony, and they shared her, the two of them. I swore... Well, never mind. I kept my oath.
And what happened to Ferrier and Lucy?
John shot himself. Lucy, she died of shame and a broken heart. Only 2 months after they tricked her.
And you have been tracking them ever since?
Ever since I took that false marriage ring from her dead finger. For 8 long years I've been on that trail, and they've been on the run. Took every penny I had. When we got to London, I was flat broke. I applied at a cab owner's office and got a job right away because of my experience with horses. Well, after years of dogging their footsteps night and day, my chance came when they missed the Liverpool train that night. For the first time in 8 years, they separated. And when they missed the train, Drebber insisted he had business of his own and would meet Stangerson back on the train platform at 11.
Then how did Stangerson come to be found at Halliday's Hotel?
Stangerson realized Drebber was drunk and said that if Drebber didn't show up at the station, they'd meet at the hotel.
And Drebber took your cab from the station?
Hardly likely, Watson. If Hope was close enough to have overheard their conversation on the platform, he'd hardly have been able to get back to his cab in time for Drebber to have hailed him.
That's exactly right, Mr. Holmes. But I followed him, and darned if he didn't go right back to the boarding house he just left. He wasn't inside more than 5 minutes before he was out again. A young man had him by the neck and practically threw him down the steps and into the street. You ever come near this house again, I'll flash you. Well, Drebber picked himself up and staggered over to my cab, jumped in, and said...
Halliday's hotel, driver. Unless you see a pub on the way, and stop and I'll get myself a whiskey.
I tell you, sir, my heart jumped with joy when I had him inside my
But
cab.
you still have the problem of getting him to the house in Brixton Road.
Oh, I never doubted I would.
Driver. Hey, driver. See if you can find another pub. I need a... Driver, where are we?
We're here, sir. Let me give you a hand.
It's wet. Cold. I need a drink. Damn, it is dark in here.
We'll soon have a light. With this candle. There. Now, Enoch Drebber, who am I? Who? Maybe this wedding ring will help you guess. Oh, you look at it, man.
Jefferson Hope.
Now, either you or I will not see tomorrow's sun.
Oh, well, would you murder me then?
Hold on, please. You will select your punishment. Here are 2 pills. Now, I swear upon my poor dead darling Lucy that one of them is harmless. And one, deadly poison.
No.
Here's justice for you, Drebber. You're a dicer, huh? Go on, now, you choose first. Choose.
And if I won't?
I'll slice you to bits until you beg for mercy. Now, take one of these. Go on. Choose.
No, wait. All right, I'll take this. No, this one.
Swallow it, man. Swallow it.
No, it's good.
Yeah, that's the way it was, gentlemen. The truth. I'd been so excited, I'd first noticed the blood streaming from my nose. I wrote rash on the wall, just to throw you off.
And Stangerson wouldn't gamble. Was that why he was stabbed?
He wouldn't submit to God's judgment. He knew he'd lose. Ow. Excuse me, gentlemen.
dear God. His aneurysm?
Yes, it burst.
Well, when the start arrives, he'll be deprived of his trial, but not his triumph, if you will allow him to use your notes, Doctor.
Well, happily, since they give you all the credit.
No, I somehow don't think that that's the way it'll be reported. But that's the way both of us will gain mutual satisfaction.
The publication of this story, A Study in Scarlet, marked the birth of the greatest detective figure in fiction. It not only launched the career of Arthur Conan Doyle as a writer, but also laid the foundation for the ascent of the mystery story into the realms of the respectable. I'll be back with what Doyle really thought of famed detectives Dupin and Lecoq after these messages.
This spring, reward your walls for their fine support of the ceiling with a new coat of True Test paint from True Value Hardware Stores. Hi, Pat Summerall to tell you, during their interior paint sale, True Value Hardware Stores offer True Test interior paints at special prices. For example, True Test Easy Care Latex Flat Enamel, the wash and wear child-proof paint, comes in white and 44 decorator colors for just $8.97 a gallon. Or you can choose True Test Satin Hue Interior Flat Latex, the washable finish for walls and ceilings in white and 44 colors for just $7.97 a gallon. And get True Test Marble Luster Latex Semi-Gloss, the ideal paint for woodwork in colors to match Satin Hue Flat for only $8.97 a gallon. See the complete selection of True Test interior paints on sale at special prices during the interior paint sale going on now through April the 2nd, exclusively at participating True Value Hardware Stores. True Value, that's more than just a name. Remember, it's their way of doing business.
From all that has been written and said about Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, he seemed to be a likable and modest man. However, the opinions he expressed about Poe's famous detective Dupin and Gaboriau's Lecoq showed him to be not without vanity. Of Dupin, Holmes said, "Now, in my opinion, Dupin was a very inferior fellow. He had some analytical genius, no doubt, but he was by no means the phenomenon Poe appeared to imagine. He was even stronger about Lecoq, whom he termed a miserable bungler who made me positively ill. To Doyle, as to the world, there was only one Sherlock Holmes." Our cast included Kevin McCarthy, Mary Jane Higby, Court Benson, Earl Hammond, and Ian Martin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
You have fever, Tuan. You stay quiet. Fever will burn away. I will take palm wine to men. You do not leave house, Tuan.
Why should we have anything to fear from our own men?
Let me point out something I have said before. I am the agent in charge here, and you are my assistant.
The person in charge is McCullough, don't try to deny it.
You will not call me ridiculous in front of a servant. I won't stand for that kind of insubordination. If it happens once more...
Yes, what will you do?
I'll discharge you.
You mean throw me out of our castle on stilts? This vermin-infested hutch of a platform? You're welcome to the whole place. I'll head downstream to the coast.
Well, you may do what you please, but you won't survive a day in the jungle.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and True Value Hardware Stores. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents...
Oops.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall, waiting to explore with you what is often puzzling and always slightly beyond rational understanding. This story is real, and what happened goes back almost 100 years when Joseph Conrad recorded it. Then, even more so than now, the word Congo had acquired sobering connotation. Sobering indeed, as a commercial trader was to discover.
Chaos. Wake up. Wake up, man.
Well, what is it?
Listen. What do the drums mean?
How should I know? Go back to bed, Carl.
I can't sleep. I'll ask my coach.
You stay inside the house. That's an order, Carlia. I don't want to lose you.
Our mystery story, The Warriors from Loanda, is adapted from a story by Joseph Conrad and was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Roy Windsor. It stars Bob Dryden and William Griffiths. It is sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule, and X-Lax. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Man is gregarious. He likes the company of others. When men are deprived of human companionship, they undergo subtle changes. They hold conversations only with themselves. Solitary confinement is brutal punishment. It requires strong nerves to endure it. Mental change causes physical change, and a man released from isolation looks different and sounds different. Keep that in mind as we meet the director of the Dutch Great Trading Company. He is saying goodbye to Caertz and Collier aboard his steamer.
Have you any questions, Caertz?
No, Herr Director.
You are in charge. Collier takes his orders from you. Is that understood, Collier?
Yes, Herr Director.
This is not Amsterdam. It is the Congo. The jungle is dangerous and enveloping. I have left you with 10 men, all employed by the company, but responsible to you. They will keep the trading post clear. Mikola and his wife have survived here for years. He keeps the storehouse with its cloth and trinkets for barter.
I will rely on him.
The responsibility of the post is yours. We expect you to collect ivory. The company is generous with rewards for agents who are industrious. I am proceeding upriver. I will not return for 6 months.
By then, Herr Director, I will have filled the storehouse with tusks.
Good. You have ample food, and if you treat Gabila's tribe with decency and consideration, his hunters will bring you game and produce. Is there anything more?
No, Herr Director, we understand perfectly.
Then I will say goodbye.
We will step ashore.
Goodbye, Herr Director.
Well, Collier.
Oh, he's wonderful.
I feel like an overlord. A raised house with a veranda that overlooks the Congo. 10 men to do the work. Mikola and his wife to manage the storehouse. What more could we want?
And the ivory tusks everywhere in exchange for a piece of cloth or a trinket.
6 months, Collier. 6 months, and we will be rich.
You'll be rich.
Your turn will come. And after you've made your fortune, I will meet your boat in Amsterdam, and we'll celebrate our wonderful adventure in Africa.
Look how the sun casts a bar of gold across the river. Surface doesn't seem to move. I haven't seen Mikola since... Oh, he's coming down to us.
Well, Macola, we have been admiring the view.
You must be careful, Tuan. It is a dangerous river.
Ah?
The crocodile is very swift. You see there? What looks like a branch. It does not move downstream. Crocodile. You turn your back and he is upon you. That is why our house is on stilts. We fear the crocodile more than any other animals in the jungle.
Just how do we go about the bartering, Macola? I don't speak the native language. I suppose I could manage the sign language.
I speak the tongues. The natives come with tusks. I speak with them. You make the decision, Tuan.
The director says that Gibola, is that right, Gibola?
Yes, he is chief of a local tribe. Very friendly.
Does he supply tusks?
No, Tuan. His people hunt only for food and have a village. They do not wander through the jungle. It is the wandering tribes who hunt for ivory, and they bring the tusks to our trading post.
And they exchange ivory for cloth and trinkets?
Knives, bells, beads. We have many things.
Extraordinary.
The director speaks to me about the 10 men, Tuan.
Oh, he did? And what did the director have to say?
Tuan, it is very hot here. Men must be made to work. If they plant seeds, you will have plenty of produce. Over there was a clearing for growing vegetable.
There? Good heavens, it's a thicket.
Do you say there was a garden there?
Agent before you had men clear the land.
He also had the house built, didn't he?
Yes, Tuan. He was artist. He spent many hours painting on canvas.
Kids, look up there on the hill behind our house, close to that huge banyan tree.
A cross. A tilted cross. Is that where the first agent was buried, Macola?
Yes, Tuan.
Chewed up by a crocodile, Macola?
No, Tuan. Of fever.
Well?
They are no better than first agents I have to bury in ground.
Oh, do you like these men?
They seem nice men.
You should be the agent.
Perhaps one day. But the director pays me well. We will see.
The Congo is not good for these men who come from where it is cold and where heavy fog creeps over the shore and the land has no sun.
This is our land, and the land is their enemy.
Glass, the sunset. Day after day after day after day. Like a cauldron of red-hot metal pouring over the black jungle. That silent, deadly river. Tights, I think I shall go mad, Gaius.
Only a month now, Galia. The steamer will be along in a month. If it weren't for my daughter, Mary, you wouldn't catch me here.
If it hadn't been for that brother-in-law of mine, maybe I'd still be in the army. Or any place but here. He got me this appointment knowing I'd be miserable in the heart of this blasted continent.
Did your brother-in-law persuade you that you'd make your fortune as a trader? Did he urge you to leave the army? No?
That's neither here nor there.
I see.
What do you see? Were you discharged from the administration of telegraphs? Is that why you're here?
No. I left to earn a dowry for my daughter. She's 17. She's all I have. Mary lives with my sister. My wife is dead. When I have saved enough for her dowry...
You'll never have it. You were supposed to collect ivory. The supply is pitiful. The trading station looks abandoned and the men do nothing.
That will do. Shall I remind you, Collier, that I am the agent and that you are my assistant?
Yes, sir.
What will you tell the director when he asks to see the ivory? And asks about the garden and the fencing and the new landing stage that the men wouldn't work?
Hold your tongue, Carl.
If you weren't in charge...
Yeah, but I am, and don't you forget it. Now get down to McCullough's hut and tell him to come here to the house.
Well, look down there, Kyle.
Huh?
I've never seen them before. In front of the storehouse of McCall and his wife.
Fierce-looking devils, aren't they? I wonder where the tribe comes from. I better go down.
No, wait. McCall's wife is coming up here. McCall seems to be quarreling with her leader, pacing back and forth and gesturing. They don't appear to be friendly.
McCall sends me, Tuan.
Oh?
Well, speak up, woman. What is it?
McCall says you are not to leave house. They are dangerous men, Tuan.
Get your revolver, Carl.
No, Tuan. They also have guns.
I will not have McCullough threatened.
He will barter with them. Do not go down there.
They have brought tusks.
Well?
Oh, they are fierce men, Tuan.
Well, who are they? Where do they come from?
From the coast, from LOANDA. They are warriors. McCullough will talk with them, but you stay here. The natives from LOANDA are dangerous.
I won't be intimidated by ignorance.
I think you will be, Cats. I will. Against 10 men armed with spears and guns? They'd leave us dead. Now, director wouldn't like that, would he?
Shut up. Now, when McCullough has gotten rid of them, tell him to come up here.
He will come up here, Tuan.
I should thank you, Cats. Not that I would have obeyed you.
When I give an order...
But you didn't, because you're afraid to go down there. So am I. But I admit it.
The men are leaving.
And McCullough has gone into his hut. Look, there's his wife coming up from the shore. She circled the clearing. She's a fight, too.
We should always carry our revolvers with us. I intend to.
You cannot, McCullough. The director will be angry.
He will never know. I cannot stand up to the men from LOANDA. They threaten all of us. They have guns.
But the trader and the assistant...
There will be no trouble.
Oh, they will know.
That may be. I am loyal to Great Trading Company, but also to you, to the children. The warriors threaten to kill us.
Oh, is it to be done?
I have arranged it in my head. It is better you do not know. Better for them, too.
100 years ago, the jungles of Africa were impenetrable. It truly was the dark continent. 2 men are isolated there. What happens to them will unfold when I return shortly with Act 2. From the beginning of recorded time, man has been driven to explore and to plunder for survival. And from England, Belgium, the Netherlands, explorers lay claim to the riches in undeveloped regions. And they were followed by traders, such as Cairds and Collier, who manned outposts on jungle rivers to barter for ivory. 2 isolated men who await McCullough and his explanation about those unfamiliar warriors from LOANDA.
Takes his own good time, doesn't he?
The sun's going down. That's a blessing. It's positively balmy. Can't be more than 95 degrees. Perhaps we should go for a swim.
You're a fool. Congo gives me the shivers.
For heaven's sake.
Huh?
What is it?
Isn't that smoke?
Huh?
See there, off the right. Isn't that smoke rising above the trees?
Yes, it is. 3 columns of it. Makola?
Yes? Just 1 carrot, yes?
What's that over there?
Smoke?
Yeah, I can see that.
Fire. Village is burned.
Shouldn't we take our men and try to help?
No. It is too late.
Is that Gibola's village?
I do not know. It is close by.
And you don't care? Gibola's our friend.
Let's call out the men, Kayats.
Ring the gong.
No, Herr Gertz. When villages are burned, natives have been driven out. No one will be there.
Who drove them out?
Could be the LOANDA.
The blighters who were here late this afternoon?
They are bad men.
Did they threaten you, Makola?
We argue about tusks.
Oh. They have ivory?
Very much. Do you get more ivory?
Yeah, certainly. We haven't collected very much in the past 5 months. Of course I want ivory, as much as they have.
Then I arrange for it. The director will be pleased.
I should hope so.
Director also asked about fencing and new landing stage.
The men he left with me simply won't work.
Well, maybe, Tuan, if you show them good time, tomorrow they will work. Give them party tonight.
What a wonderful idea. You to give them a party for doing nothing. Isn't that novel?
Palm wine has gone sour. I give it to them and they enjoy themselves. Tomorrow they will work.
Well, go ahead. Why not?
You stay in house, yes? It is dangerous.
You stay with me, Collier. One of them might go off his head. That's an order.
Oh, you and your orders. Ridiculous.
You have fever, Tuan. You stay quiet. Fever will burn away. I will take palm wine to men. You do not leave house, Tuan.
Why should we have anything to fear from our own men?
Let me point out something I have said before. I am the agent in charge here, and you are my assistant.
The person in charge is Makola, and don't try to deny it.
You will not call me ridiculous in front of a servant. I won't stand for that kind of insubordination. If it happens once more...
Yes, what will you do?
I'll discharge you.
You mean throw me out of our castle on stilts? This vermin-infested hutch of a platform? You're welcome to the whole place. I'll head downstream to the coast.
Well, you may do what you please, but you won't survive a day in the jungle. I've warned you, Collier. Now go to bed. Take your quinine and go to bed.
You may go to hell.
It couldn't be worse than this.
Chaos, wake up. There's trouble in the camp.
Who? What is it? Well, go back to bed.
That's a yell for help. Go down there. Take your revolver.
No, it's just one of the men drunk on the palm wine.
Do you hear that? Go down there, Chaos. That's one of our men.
Makola!
You're in charge here. That's what you tell me all the time. What kind of man are you?
Intelligent enough not to risk my life for a dead native.
And I'm dizzy.
Fever. Forget what you heard and go back to sleep. We will find out in the morning.
Oh, I have to go to the camp.
No, do what you please, but remember the cross on the hill.
He died of fever.
That's right. Do you prefer a bullet? You're up, Collier. You look better.
Where are the men?
Well, they will straggle down shortly. I'll call again.
Oh, there's Makola.
Come up here, and Makola.
He doesn't appear to be excited. Maybe he didn't hear the gunshot.
When did you wake me up?
It was almost 3 o'clock.
Yes, Tuan Gertz.
Where are the men?
They went last night with the coast people, the LOANDA.
What? They deserted?
They go away, Tuan.
But they can't. They're company men, employed by great trading companies.
They were no good.
The director will be furious.
You will like the ivory.
Ivory?
Down there, Kayats. In front of the storehouse.
What? Good Lord. I never saw such a collection. The LOANDA returned and...
You say barter with them, and they have many tusks. You wish to see it, one?
Good work, McCullough. I will certainly mention this to the director. Wonderful. Are you coming, Collier?
Oh, yes, I'm all right.
You should stay in bed here, Tuan Collier. You have fever. The sun is hot.
First, I must see the ivory. That's why we came to this desolate place.
Beautiful. I never saw such tusks, McCullough.
I will weigh and store for the director.
What did you have to give for it, McCullough?
No regular trade. They bring ivory. I tell them to take what they want. The LOANDA need carriers very badly. Our men were no good here, Tuan. No trade, no entry in books. All correct.
You gave them our men? You exchanged the company men for these tusks? You sold them into slavery?
The men were no good to us.
Oh, you scoundrel. What a vile thing to do, sell our men for ivory. The director will hear about this, I swear it. I've never heard of a more despicable act. You have no more duties here, McCullough. You and your family are to leave at once.
You are very red, Herr Kurtz. If you are so irritable in the sun, you will get fever and die, like our first chief.
We will return to the coast, to my people, McCullough.
No.
You heard Herr Kayers.
He spoke out of anger.
It was wrong to sell the men.
No. The chief of the LOANDA would accept nothing else. If I do not agree, he and his men kill us, take everything. We have the ivory and we are alive. Do not worry about Herr Kurtz. He will not drive us away.
Oh, what will the two men do now for food?
They have rice, things in tins. The steamer will be here soon.
Oh, let us travel with the director down to the coast, McCullough. I no longer feel safe on this outpost.
Where have you been?
I went up to the camp.
You're mad. Have you no sense? You have fever. You're weak. Do you want to die?
I found one of Gebola's men lying dead in front of one of the workmen's huts.
What?
The way I see it, McCullough carried the palm wine up to the workmen. They got drunk and fell asleep. That's when that tribe from LOANDA pounced upon them and carried them off. One of the men from Gebola's village was there and stayed sober. He protested. I was shot and killed. What will you do now?
We can't touch the ivory, of course.
What a frightful thing to have done. Made slaves in exchange for animal tusks. It's very wrong, Chaos.
They were walking down from the house, McCullough.
Of course. Now you will see.
Talia found one of Gebola's men lying dead in front of a workman's hut. You tell Gebola to have him removed.
Yes, Tuan.
What do you intend to do with these tusks?
The sun is very strong here for tusks. I must weigh them, place them in storehouse. They are very heavy.
Oh, that really is a splendid collection.
The LOANDA are great hunters, Tuan.
Yeah, and marauders.
No, when I have restored them. I will go to Gibola as you have ordered.
I will help you, Macola. Oh, one man could not carry so big a task.
I can't see a woman doing that work. Can't. All right, if I give them a hand.
We'll do as you please.
You are not well, Tuan Collier.
Oh, the fever will break. Can't leave these beautiful pieces of ivory in the sun.
You will kill yourself.
No matter. I've given up. I don't expect to leave this place alive.
6 months.
Remember when we first put ashore?
Well, perhaps tomorrow the steamer will come.
Oh, that's a great store of ivory cats. It's a shame. We should get credit for it.
I have been giving that a good deal of thought.
You need some credit. The clearing is overrun with rank grass, the fences.
That will do.
6 months, and you haven't accomplished a thing. The station's a disgrace. No ivory. You've lost the company of workmen. You've discharged Macola, but he's still here. I'm sick and tired of listening to you talk about position. Why don't you face it, Cayets? We're like two blind men in a dark room.
But I intend to emerge from that dark room. With credit. You will be dead.
Credit?
Yeah. Credit for the ivory.
You said you wouldn't touch it.
I've changed my mind. Selling the workmen into slavery was despicable. Macola did that. I'm still horrified by it. But the men he sold to the LOANDA were company men. They worked for the company. They were paid for their work. So the ivory is company ivory.
I see. And Macola and his wife?
He, too, is a company man. If 10 workmen choose to desert...
Preferring to become carriers for the LOANDA? Yes, I begin to see. Well, you're not an absolute fool after all, Cayets.
As compensation, the LOANDA brought us a fortune in ivory.
The men were worthless to us and to themselves.
Yeah, we've done them a favor, and the LOANDA have rewarded us.
The logic is peculiar.
Well, who will know the truth? The director has seen worse things done on the quiet, believe me.
I do, and I'm relieved.
Earlier, I mentioned the effect that solitary confinement can have on a man. We will soon discover the fate of Cayets and Collier when I return with Act 3. We're unfolding a story written by Joseph Conrad, who in the year 1890 commanded a small Belgian Congo steamboat. He contracted fever, dysentery, and in his words, everything became repellent to him. Men and things, but especially men. From that experience, he wrote this story about the disintegration of a trader and his assistant. 3 more weeks have passed, and Macola's wife is concerned.
The 2 men quarrel and break things, Macola. I have heard them.
Stay away from their house. They have revolvers. They are no longer responsible for what they do.
Oh, they are starving.
They have rice.
But nothing else. Gabola's people do not bring game or fruit. They are weak and they are starving.
I do not care. I have no respect for them. They do not belong here.
Have pity on them.
No. Leave them alone. Time will tell against them. The steamer is late. The director is busy with other stations. I do not know when he will arrive.
The men will be dead.
Then Gibola's wish will be granted.
We need food. We're rot of fever and starvation. You sit there. You're in charge of this pest hole. Do something, Kayat.
The steamer
For all you know, the steamer's passed us by. We have to do something.
I have ivory for the director.
Ivory. Blast the ivory. And the jungle. Burn it down, exterminate the natives, set fire to the whole continent.
Oh, you are crazy.
You sit there moaning over that picture of your men.
I warn you, Kaya.
Free me. Free me from this place. Free me. I'm so sick.
The solitude. It is absolute. Everything has gone out of me. Images of home. Gone. Those I loved recede into the distance. Become indistinct. The great silence of the wilderness, its hopelessness, envelops me. I've lost the will to resist. Death stalks us, and I have no will to resist. No will. Talia? You're alive.
Get away from me.
You've slept all day.
Good.
Get up now. Don't lie there and rot. I fixed supper.
I can't choke down any more ice.
There's coffee.
Then bring out the sugar. What are you holding it for?
Only a few lumps left.
Well, bring it out.
It's for when we are sick.
Sick? I'm sick to death. Bring out the sugar or I'll strangle you to death.
I forbid you to speak to me that way.
You what?
I'm your chief.
Chief? Who's chief? There's no chief here. There's nothing here but you and me. Fetch the sugar, you blundering idiot.
Shut up, Kaya. I dismiss you. You miserable scoundrel.
You flabby, good-for-nothing civilian.
Put down that stool.
Make me.
Stop it.
Come back here. Open that door. Open it, you coward.
He's mad. Revolver. Where is my revolver? I have to control my nerves.
If you don't bring out that sugar, I'll break the doors down. I'll show you who's master.
I have to get out of here. The window. Drop to the ground and run for the river. Past McCullough's hut and the storehouse. Run. My legs. This morning I couldn't walk a yard without groaning. Run. Run for my life. He's mad.
I'm waiting for you, kids. You can't escape. Better jump in the river. You come near the house, I'll kill you. Come on now. You're out there someplace and I'm waiting for you.
What is this all about? This madness? What did we quarrel about? Sugar. A lump of sugar. How preposterous. I will remain hidden behind the house.
Where are your tails? I'm coming for you.
I hear him. Which way do I run? To the left or to the right?
Yes, you are.
I'm hit. My shoulder. He'll fire again. I don't hear him. Kalia! Macola!
Yes, Tuan, yes.
Help! I can hardly walk.
help me to the front of the house.
Yes,
Please,
yes, Tuan. Here, hold my arm.
He tried to kill me. Get me back to the porch. A lump of sugar. Civilized men quarreling and killing over a lump of sugar. Thank you, McCullough. Yeah. What? What's that?
It's Herr Collier. He's been shot and killed.
But my shoulder. The gunshot. Let me. He's dead, McCullough.
Yes, Tuan.
I don't understand. He came round, threatening to kill me. We collided in the dark, and there was a shot. And my shoulder...
You are not shot, Tuan.
Isn't that wonderful?
I will see to Herr Collier, Tuan.
That miserable brute, that pompous, lazy, insolent misfit, he's dead. I'm well rid of him. Threatening me. He didn't learn very much in the army about obedience. There was mutiny. The director will understand.
Tuan, is this your revolver?
Yes. Yes, that is mine.
There is only one revolver, Tuan. Where is his?
I don't know. He came after me to shoot me.
I will look.
Now, what will I do? Bury him, I suppose. Order McCullough to build a cross. Place him next to the first agent. I killed him. Killed in self-defense.
Tuan, I did not find the revolver near Herr Collier. It was in his room. This is his revolver.
I shot an unarmed man.
Herr Collier died of fever, Tuan. Yes, I think he died of fever. Bury him tomorrow. For tonight we leave him on the porch.
I am dreaming. Collier is dead. What difference does that make? Thousands die every day. I'm at peace with myself. What if I, and not Collier, was dead? But I'm not. I must wake up. The mist is all around me, penetrating, silent, white, deadly, carrying my guilt through the jungle, calling me to justice, calling me. Help! 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 Help!
He's gone mad.
He runs wildly to the shore.
The steamer. Kids! Kids!
He's gone. He runs into the jungle. Oh, how do we explain what happened to Herr Kerr?
He went mad from fever, ran into the forest. Both men are gone. That is all the director will need to know.
And we go downriver to the coast with the director?
Yes. The company sends stupid men to the station. I want no more of them. They offend the natives. We do not collect enough ivory.
You have a great store of ivory, McCullough.
Thanks to the LOANDA.
And to the workmen who are now their slaves.
Come aboard, McCullough. Tie your canoe to the ladder. Well, I'm pleased to see you.
I am honored, Herr Director.
May I ask where Kayertz is? And that assistant whose name I've forgotten?
Collier.
Ah, yes, of course. Well?
They are dead, Herr Director.
Ah. The usual, McCullough?
Fever. Herr Collier died of fever. He is buried.
And the agent?
Herr Kayertz became wild in the head and ran into the jungle.
Madness. He cannot survive. And this station, has the work been done?
No, Sir Director.
I feared as much. Imbeciles.
The company men did not work. Last full moon, they leave station. They join LOANDA's. This unlucky station, Tuan.
Well, there's nothing wrong with the station. It's the fools the company sends me to man them. Any ivory?
You come ashore to see.
Nicola, it's a marvelous collection. Heaven's name, how did you collect such superb tusks?
I barter for it, sir.
Yes, well, you bartered well. I see you still have half the supplies I left with you. What tribe brought you this wonderful collection?
LOANDA.
Ah, I understand. And it was with the LOANDAs that the workmen went?
Yes, sir.
Amusing. We think alike, Nicola.
Yes, sir.
Both of us have a shrewd understanding of real values. I think that you could become an outstanding agent for a great trading company. I'll have my men load the ivory aboard. Then you and I will talk further?
Yes, sir.
Strangers in a foreign land, isolated and destitute. Kayerts and Collier gave up respectable positions to become ivory traders in the middle of equatorial Africa. Unqualified, they degenerated so swiftly that in 6 months they died, both violently. Greed drove great trading company, and greed drove the two men. Only a heartless man, such as a director, or a shrewd man like Nicola, can survive the challenges of exploitation. I shall be back shortly. Conrad wrote this tragic story in 1895. The days of colonial exploitation have ended. Those who hunt and sell ivory are no longer cheated with gifts of cheap cloths, glittering beads, and trinkets. Now they get value for what they sell. This is advancement of a sort. And the dignity we formerly accorded only to each other is now, we hope, accorded to all mankind. Our cast included Robert Dryden, William Griffiths, Joe Silver, and Joan Arliss. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. No man, said the historian, lives without jostling and being jostled. In all ways, he has to elbow himself through the world, giving and receiving offense. Is that what it's all about? Jostling, hustling, elbowing, shoving? A series of never-ending confrontations? In many ways, it seems to be true. And yet, we are told the meek shall inherit the earth. Ah, what a world we live in.
so filled with contradictions and infinite possibilities.
Melisande, I had to see you.
But it's dangerous for us to be seen together.
It doesn't matter now. She knows the whole story.
Edward, you have to be calm.
Calm. I tell you, she's got us.
Well, I don't care how bad it looks. There is a way out.
No, she's got us. The old lady has got us dead.
Oh, you're wrong. She's got us alive. Dead? She hasn't got us at all.
Our mystery drama, The Coldest Killer, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Joan Lovejoy and Bob Reddick. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and X-Lax. I'll be back shortly with Act One. We die only once, and for such a long time. And so you would think that there would be nothing casual about death. Seemingly, we ought to go to any length to avoid it. But we're getting ahead of our story. In the beginning, we have Joseph Nafferton and Edward Coffin, lifelong friends. Now in their late 30s, closer than ever. As a matter of fact, partners in business. And they're having dinner together, as usual. A happy party of three. Joe, Edward, and Melisande Nafferton, Joe's wife.
No dessert for me. Well, that's the first sensible thing you said all night, Joe.
You tried to get Joe to go on a diet again.
No, somebody has to do it. Really, that somebody should be you.
Oh, I've given up.
Oh, but it's your wifely duty, Melisande.
I think my wifely duty is to be pleasing and loving to my husband.
Which she is.
And if you're constantly badgering and nagging at a man to do the right thing, you are well on your way to becoming a shrew.
And now, the reason I'm not having dessert tonight is, A, I don't have time, and B, I'll have it later.
Later?
Oh, I have a boys' club thing tonight. Again? It's a special tonight. They're giving me an award.
And you didn't tell me?
You didn't ask us to come. Well, how would it sound? Come to the boys' club tonight and watch me get an award.
But I'd want to go and see you get a medal.
Well, it isn't exactly a medal. More of a citation. Well, why didn't you tell me? I'd have canceled my duplicate bridge session. Well, that's just it. After all, Edward, bridge is like a religion to you. And this is just some little boys' club thing.
Joe, you give your time, your energy, and your money to help these kids. Now, when a gesture of appreciation is being made, you call it nothing. Well, I'm going to phone Aunt Emma and tell her I can't stop by and see her tonight.
Oh, but she's sick.
Aunt Em? Oh, she's always sick.
I'll get out of my bridge. No, please. Listen, there's no need. It'll just be coffee, cake, and ice cream, and some dull speeches.
Oh, but Joe...
This award business is the least important, and the most important thing is the kids. To light one little candle in the darkness, Mel. It's more important that you visit your Aunt Emma tonight. And, Edward, you really don't want to miss your bridge game.
Well, you seem determined to go by yourself.
Well, it's just that...
If I were a jealous, suspicious wife, which I am not, I might suspect an ulterior motive.
What do you mean?
Why do you want to be alone? Is there really a boys' club awards meeting tonight?
Now, Melissa...
A meeting, yes. But with a blonde, brunette, or redhead.
Not even in a joke. I can vouch for Joe.
So can I.
Well, the thing starts at 8, and it's almost that now. It's on the south side. Can you drop Melisande off, Edward? Sure.
Will it be in the papers?
Well, I don't think so. Why should it be in the papers? It isn't as if I killed anybody. Well, I'll see you at home, Melisande. Good night, Edward. Now, why do you think he doesn't want you or me at that meeting? Anything fishy, do you suppose?
Oh, hardly. As far as Joe is concerned, what you see is what there is. He's extremely modest. He doesn't like to be the center of attention. If you or I were there, he'd really be embarrassed.
Well, darling, it's a bonus.
A bonus?
Well, I didn't figure we'd have a chance to be together tonight.
So, why don't we leave here right now and make the most of it?
Who? Well, certainly. Have her come right in, Miss Knight. Ah, Mrs. Nafferton.
Won't you sit down?
Thank you.
Joseph isn't here. He left to attend the Chamber of Commerce luncheon.
I am aware of that, Mr. Coffin. I am not here to see my son.
Oh? Well, what can I do for you?
Shall I come to the point?
Well, I can't imagine what point you have in mind, but please do.
If I may use current slang, which I detest, but which is nevertheless highly expressive, leave town.
I beg your pardon?
Why? Because you didn't hear what I said? Or because you do not choose to understand it?
Leave town?
I find that the most satisfactory solution to the problem.
Problem?
Two problems, actually, Mr. Coffin. First, you and Melisande have been, I must use the old-fashioned word, betraying Joe.
Oh, Mrs. Knapp.
Don't interrupt. I have a report from private detectives.
Private detectives?
You keep interrupting, and for no purpose. Is that water in the pitcher on your desk fresh?
Well, certainly.
May I trouble you for a cupful, please? I find it necessary to take a pill.
Of course.
Thank you.
Well, you become all excited, and with your heart condition, that certainly is unwise.
My pills are designed to control my condition. Thank you.
Well, still, you should not needlessly...
Shall we proceed?
Well, you must take care of your heart.
Why should you be concerned? After all, to you and to my son's wife, I am a nasty, meddlesome old witch.
Oh, now, Mrs. Knapp.
Oh, yes. But to return to matters of substance. My detectives can furnish a list of places, times, motels, etc., etc. Proof positive. Proof of your dalliance with your partner's wife. Do you wish to deny it?
Where are we headed?
Into, I fear, even deeper and more troubled waters, Mr. Coffin. In addition to your many attainments, you are also, I see, a student of history.
Oh, you flatter me.
You have constructed a Potemkin village.
Now you lost me.
The Russian Empress, Catherine the Great, had a prime minister named Potemkin.
Is he somehow involved in our little problem?
Only as he served as your inspiration. It seems that he and his friends were, as you would put it, robbing the Empress blind. Therefore, he decided to convince her that the nation was happy and prosperous.
Mrs. Navaton, I wish you would come to the point.
This is the point. And he said to her, Your Majesty, let me show you how wisely your money is being spent, how prosperous your people are. Come, let us tour the realm.
Well, surely this can have no bearing on what...
He prepared for that trip, Potemkin did.
Now I know why Joe's father died. You talked him to death.
All along the route, he constructed villages. Prosperous-looking villages, only they weren't really villages. The homes and buildings that lined the road the length of Russia were false fronts, like Hollywood movie sets.
But you still haven't told me...
And so have you. You have constructed Potemkin villages.
What are you talking...
You know what I'm talking about, Mr. Coffin. My son cares only about manufacturing, engineering, turning out those stupid plastic containers, the marketing, the distribution, the finances. Bore him. He leaves that all to you.
Let any accountant examine the books of our firm.
Oh, that is bravado. Why, you have set up 4 warehouses, north, south, east, and west. Each is a Potemkin building.
Now, that is...
A lie? Well, they're false fronts. They neither receive nor ship merchandise. But you charge rent and salaries and expenses on the books. I notice you don't interrupt me now. And, Mr. Coffin, it all goes into your own pocket. You have been systematically looting this company for years. Fraud, deliberate fraud, embezzlement.
Very well. What do you propose to do?
And I haven't come to the worst of it. You and Melisande, you have been making plans to murder Joseph.
Why would I want to kill Joseph? It doesn't make sense.
Unfortunately, it makes a very grim kind of sense.
From your point of view, he's the goose that lays the golden egg.
Not indefinitely. You see, Mr. Coffin, the money is running out. Strong and profitable as the company was, it could not endure your depredations forever. Joe isn't aware of that. But the day of reckoning must soon be at hand.
How would killing Joe help?
Insurance. Insurance for both you and Melisande. Melisande, as Joe's grieving widow, would be consoled by $250,000. And you and Joe have key man insurance taken out on each other.
Now, look, Mrs. Natterton, we never could even attempt
Do you think you could ever collect insurance if the facts in my possession were presented to the insurance company? Why, you and Melisande would go to jail for life.
All right, Mrs. Natterton. You have all the cards. What do you propose to deal?
I have an airline ticket for you, and some money, and a typewritten note. Read it.
But I have no...
Read it. I shall turn my findings over to the police.
Dear Joe, we stumble in the darkness. Suddenly, we see a ray of light, which reveals our true destiny. I feel I must go off to an undeveloped place and help those less fortunate than myself. Perhaps unconsciously, I absorbed it all from you. Goodbye, Joe, and God bless you.
Now sign that, please.
But
You have no choice.
But...
Your plane leaves at 6 o'clock.
But Mrs. Natterton...
We'll put this in the mail. It will be on my son's desk Monday morning. Sign, please, Mr. Coffin. Ah. Thank you. And now, Edward, I bid you not au revoir, but farewell. Edward?
What are you doing here, Melisande?
I thought it best not to see you at the office.
She's got us, Mel. She's got us.
Don't say that. We'll think of something.
What? For crying out loud, what?
You have to be calm.
Calm?
Calmer than you have ever been in all your life.
Melisande, she's got us.
I don't care how bad it looks. There has to be some way out.
In that bag of hers were all the papers, all the documents that could send me to jail. I would be disgraced, ruined for life.
Did you sign the note?
I had to.
There's no real harm done if Joe never sees it.
But I'll have to see it.
You just get into the office earlier than he does and get to the mail first.
But what is the good of it? If the old lady finds out that I haven't left the country, she'll reveal everything.
Not necessarily.
How can you say that? She's got us. The old lady has got us dead.
Ah, that's where you're wrong. She's only got us alive. Dead, she doesn't have anything at all.
What are you saying, Melisande? What are you saying?
Oh, come now, Edward. You know what she's saying. And if you don't, every man, woman, and child in our audience could tell you. We play fair on this show. When somebody has to be done in to advance our plot, why, we do them in. And furthermore, the graduate students in our little seminars here already know how it's going to be done. Every clue was in plain view. I shall return shortly with Act Two. Hatred comes from the heart, contempt from the head. And neither feeling is quite within our control. Well, now, a man who is having an affair with his best friend's wife is surely a man who has plenty of hatred and contempt. And so, for that matter, does the wife. And when you get enough hatred and contempt going for you, the natural result is usually murder, isn't it?
What are you saying, Melisande?
Mrs. Nafferton has to go.
Go? You don't mean murder?
Yes. She has to be killed.
Well, how can
You say it so calmly.
I'm merely stating a fact. There's no point in getting emotional about it.
But to kill somebody...
We've already decided we have to kill Joe.
Well...
We have no choice. If we kill Joe and leave her alive, she'll go to the police. We'll have killed Joe for nothing.
Listen to us. This conversation, people like us don't have conversations like this. Conversations about committing murder, not law-abiding people like us.
But we're not law-abiding people, Edward. We have already violated a clear majority of the Ten Commandments, not to mention how many man-made statutes.
But to kill an old lady...
It's easier.
I never realized you could talk this way, Melisande.
She's old. She's sick. We'd be depriving her of very little.
Well, I'm against it.
Does that mean you'd rather end everything between you and me?
Well, you know I don't want to do that.
I know there's only one way for us to continue to be together, and you won't take it.
Melisande.
Yes. You were about to say.
But how? How?
How?
We haven't even figured a way to kill Joe, and now this.
Oh, this. This is going to be very simple.
Simple?
Absolutely no trouble at all. She has a very severe heart condition. The slightest shock, stress, or strain could trigger an incident. You know that?
Yes, I know that.
Well, she's fortunate. She keeps her condition well controlled with her special medication. I don't know exactly what it is, but it's a pill.
I still don't understand.
She carries a vial of those pills constantly in her handbag.
Well?
Suppose we could substitute other pills.
Poison.
Sugar. This nonsense about poison. Don't be a fool. If there's an autopsy, do you want it to reveal poison? No. Sugar. Instead of the real thing. And it will appear that one of the attacks just carried her off, despite her pills.
But, Mel...
These things do happen. And we are in the clear.
But how do we substitute the sugar pills?
Oh, I've already taken care of that.
You've what?
I've already made the substitution.
You have? How? When?
Mother Nafferton invited me over for lunch today. She informed me of her plan for you and me. At that split second, I knew it would have to be done.
But when?
Fortune, as the saying goes, favors the brave. She was called to the telephone. That instant, I took the vial from her purse and emptied the pills into my own.
But where did you get sugar pills with which to replace them?
My darling, don't I always carry a little bottle of saccharin tablets?
Now, if anything should trigger another attack, and she takes one of what she thinks is her pills, it won't...
Precisely. It won't do her a bit of good. But it will do us all the good in the world.
Then all we have to do is wait for an attack.
No. No, we can't afford to wait. She may be days, weeks, even months without it.
Well, what can we do?
We can give her one.
Now, what are you talking about?
We'll go to her and make sure she has one.
Well, that's murder.
Of course.
Well, why do we have to go?
I want you to have your share in this murder. I switched the pills. You will do the rest.
But I don't know what to do.
I'll spell it out on the way home. Hello, Mother Nafferton.
Well, Melisande. And Edward?
How do you do, Mrs. Nafferton?
Your plane leaves within the hour. It wasn't necessary for you to say goodbye.
Oh, he hasn't come to say goodbye.
He hasn't?
No. Well, tell her why you've come, Edward.
Well,
Go ahead. Tell her, Edward. Tell her or you're through.
All right. I'm not going.
You're not going?
No, I'm not going.
I told you what would happen.
Well, I don't believe you.
Well, you think I'm bluffing?
Every step of the way.
Well, I could call my attorney right now.
I'll dial the number for you.
The moment I place these facts in his possession...
Well, what are you waiting for?
Well, you face jail.
And what do you face? Ruin me. Go ahead, ruin me.
I will.
Please, please, Mother Naverton. You cannot afford this excitement.
You keep out of this. If it weren't for you, you're the Jezebel, the harlot who's ruined both of them. You bewitched one and seduced the other.
Expose me. Expose her. Flaunt our sins and my crimes for the world to see. Will your darling Joe thank you for it, love you for it? Don't you think he knows?
No.
Yes, in his heart he knows.
That isn't true.
He is nothing but a worthless, timid weakling.
Don't you dare talk that way about my son.
And it's your fault. It's how you raised him.
Get out. Get out.
I dare you,
I'm
Kelly.
going to call the police.
Well, let me do it for
I
you.
will. Water. Get me some water.
There's a pitcher on the table, Edward, and a glass. Right here. Let me...
I don't want any help from you. I get my pills myself. My pills. There. Now, I feel better in a minute. Oh, it should stop. The pain should stop immediately. It should stop. Melisande, call Dr. Spurlock. Call Dr. Spurlock.
Is she dead?
Yes.
How can you tell?
The old bag, she was dead before she hit the floor.
What do we do now?
Edward, you were magnificent. You killed her.
We killed her.
Always remember that, Edward. Always remember that.
Now, what do we do?
Well, my darling mother-in-law has had one of her attacks. I'd better call Dr. Spurlock.
Melisande, I happen to remember. Dr. Spurlock is also the coroner for this county.
She died of a heart attack. Oh, I'd better take care of the pills.
The pills?
Well, in the very unlikely event that Dr. Spurlock might look at the bottle, I'd better put the real ones back.
You think of everything, Melisande.
In the game we're playing now, Edward, we have to think of everything. Be ready for anything. And overlook nothing. She suddenly started gasping for breath. She was in pain.
Was she able to take a pill?
Oh, yes, Doctor. Edward got her a glass of water, and she took the pill out of the vial in her bag, and she drank it down.
And then what happened?
Well, she closed her eyes, and she sighs, the way she usually does. Did. And we thought that would be the end of it, the way it usually was.
Yes?
But this time, instead of getting better immediately, she seemed to get worse, and she just died.
Melisande, are you sure she took a pill?
Oh, yes. We saw her, didn't we, Edward?
Absolutely.
You say she took the pill from this little vial?
Yes, Doctor. Why?
It's funny. These pills have a slightly bitter odor. You can always smell it on the breath for several minutes after the patient takes them. But I couldn't detect any such odor of it on her. How long after she took a pill was it till you called me?
It was almost immediately, Doctor. That's how fast it happened. And you were here less than 10 minutes later.
Yes. Well, in that time, the odor could have dissipated.
Are you going to perform an autopsy, Doctor?
An autopsy? Whatever for? She was a very sick old lady, and she obviously died of a massive heart attack. Autopsy? What do you think this is, a detective story?
Shall you need us for anything else, Doctor?
No. This must have been a traumatic experience for both of you. Edward, why don't you take her out for a breath of fresh air?
We got away with it.
Did we?
Well, of course. We did everything just right. You heard what Dr. Spurlock said. She died of a heart attack. And that's it. Ended. Finished. Case closed.
You know, for the very first time, I'm letting myself believe it.
Believe what?
That we can do it. That we can carry the whole thing off.
Well, now we'd better get ready for Joe.
Joe.
Edward, the company can't last another 6 months. All we have going for us is that insurance.
It won't be as easy as this one was.
The best way to do it is to do it.
What do you mean?
With a gun.
A gun?
At night, late. Shoot him.
Well, I couldn't do that.
Take his watch, his ring, and wallet. The police will write it off as a robbery.
What's the idea of a gun? What'll I do if it won't go off, if I miss him?
Look, the best way is the most simple way. All we have to do is make it look like a robbery.
But it won't work.
Edward, I know you're frightened.
Maybe, but I'm also being smart. Let me tell you something about the police.
You don't know anything about the police.
Whenever a man dies in suspicious circumstances, do you know who the police suspect automatically? His wife, his business associates.
But we have to kill him. We have no choice.
It can't be murder.
How else can we kill him?
Maybe it could appear to be an accident.
What kind of an accident?
Well, I don't know. Wait a minute. I know how it has to be done. I know the only safe, sure, and successful way to kill Joseph.
You realize, of course, he's talking about his best friend and her beloved husband. What people we have in this world. And these folks have already gotten away with one murder. Is there no justice? No retribution? Well, there's a third act, and I shall deliver it shortly. Practice, they say, makes perfect. Or if you want the original quote, practice is the best instructor. Well, obviously, practice improves practically everyone. Tennis players, golfers, piano players, doctors. Oh, yes, doctors. They practice all the time. But what does practice do for murderers?
We'll get someone else to do it.
Are you talking about a hired killer?
That's the way it's usually done, isn't it?
By whom?
By people who need to have a murder committed.
But do you realize that such a man could blackmail us for the rest of our lives?
How? It's a job. We pay him, and that's the end of it. How could he blackmail us? He'd have to admit his own guilt. No, I've thought this out very carefully. It's the only way that makes sense.
But you yourself said when a man dies in suspicious circumstances, the police are bound to suspect his wife and friend.
Ah, but since neither you or I will have to be there to pull the trigger, we can arrange to be somewhere else.
You really are quite inventive. All right, let's arrange for this thing immediately.
Arrange?
Yes, let's hire someone. I'm convinced it's a splendid idea.
Yes. Well...
What's the matter?
Well, it's a splendid idea, all right. And nothing is the matter, in theory.
Then what is the problem? All we have to do is get a hired killer.
Yes, I understand. But how do we hire one?
Well, the underworld is full of them.
Yes, but where is the underworld?
Well, it's all around you. Gambling, loan sharking, protection rackets. It's even taken over respectable businesses.
But how do I find it? What I'm trying to say is we've got a practical problem. We want to hire a killer. We can't advertise in the classifieds.
Well, we just...
Just what? Ask around? Go looking in some shady dive? Approach some villainous-looking character?
Are you telling me it's impossible to hire a killer?
I'm telling you we don't know how to go about it. But we have no other way. The business insurance policy Joe and I have on each other is only good if the business is ongoing. In 6 months, we'll be bankrupt.
All right. The idea of having someone else do it is basically good. Now, if we can't get someone to do it, why can't we get someone to be blamed for doing it?
You mean to, frame somebody?
That's as good a word as any.
Well, once again, who?
Doesn't Joe have any enemies?
Enemies? I can't think of anyone who doesn't like him.
Oh, that's impossible. Somebody has to dislike him.
Well, look at you and me. We're going to kill him, but even we like him.
Well, we have to kill him somehow. And it has to be done right away.
I like the club at this hour of the morning.
Yes, it is nice, Joe.
You know what I like best about it? No one's here. The pool is empty. You can play tennis without anyone getting edgy about you taking extra time on the court. And the locker room is nice and quiet.
Well, I always thought you liked to be with a lot of people.
Maybe I've changed. Ever since Mom died. Well, now what do you say we have a drink?
Well, let me call Pete.
No, he's never around when you need him.
Pete? Hey, Pete.
He's probably goofing off somewhere.
No, he's around somewhere. Joe, what's wrong?
I don't know. Losing Mom took something out of me.
Like what?
Oh, like I used to do a lot of things because I figured Mom would like them. I got all involved with community projects and stuff like that.
And you seem to enjoy them.
I didn't really. I don't enjoy them now. They all feel like a waste of time.
Didn't you say light one little candle in the darkness?
You know what happens to that one little candle? The wind blows it out.
I understand how you feel. Empty because of your mother.
No. No, I'm going back to being me. Thinking about myself, my wife, my business. I've been neglecting them. Shamefully, Eddie. I don't even know what shape we're in.
Well, we're in pretty good shape.
Oh, it's a disgrace. We've had those new warehouses. I've never even been to see them. We ought to go on a trip next week.
Okay.
You shoulder too much of the load. From now on, I'm doing my share.
Well, you don't really have to
You
feel...
gentlemen called me?
Oh, Pete. Yeah, we called you about 5 minutes ago.
Well, Mr. Napperton, I was in the kitchen.
No, it wasn't 5 minutes ago, Joe. Pete, the usual for Mr. Napperton and me.
You can skip me, Pete.
Is something wrong, Mr. Napperton?
You're going to make drinks? Look at your hands. Those fingernails.
Well, Joe, part of Pete's job is to shine everyone's shoes, too.
I wash my hands
All
before
right,
I
all
make
right,
drinks.
take off.
Please, Mr. Napperton, don't be sore at me.
Will you get out of here?
If I'm doing something wrong, let me know. The gentlemen are starting to come in.
You're bothering me.
But if they hear you yelling at me, they'll figure I've done something wrong and I might get fired.
Look, I don't want to be annoyed.
Something wrong here, Mr. Napperton?
But can't you, as the club steward, see to it that we get some intelligent attendants?
Well, of course. I'm sorry you're so upset. Pete, you're through here at the end of the week.
You mean I'm fired?
That's right.
Yeah, but I need a job.
Well, I'm sorry.
Well, sorry, I got a wife and kids to feed. Mr. Napperton, I hope you're satisfied with yourself.
That's enough, Pete.
You phony, with all your good works.
Now, Pete, don't bother to finish the week. Get your money and leave.
You don't deserve to live. Why,
Look out, look out. That's all right, gentlemen. I've got him.
I'd like to kill him.
You ain't gonna kill nobody.
Let go of my arm.
You walk nice and easy and keep your mouth shut, and then I'll let go of your arm.
I don't know what got into me. It's just that for so long I've just tolerated all kinds of... Well, I've given so much of myself to others.
Well, that's no reason to go to the other extreme.
Well, it's just that Pete has always offended me with his dirty hands. I was always afraid to complain because he'd be fired. Well, it's not my problem, it's his.
Well, why don't you forget it? Better still, stretch out, have a nap. This is the best time of day for him.
Damn it, if he's so worried about his wife and kids, he should learn to wash his hands.
Don't you see? It's another perfect setup. Just like we had with Mother Napperton.
What do you mean?
Like the pills, the kind of thing that just falls into your lap. We have the ready-made patsy.
Pete.
He has the motive. He was heard to threaten Joe.
But how...
Ah. Now you're asking how. First, ask where. I'll answer. In the clubhouse. At 10 in the morning, when the place is practically deserted.
But Pete will have to be seen there, and he's being fired.
No problem. I'll get him there.
How?
Leave it to me. Now, for the murder weapon.
A gun?
Guns scare the daylights out of me. Besides, no one should hear the shot.
Well, then what can you use?
A weapon that will never be found. That's the beauty of it.
What do you mean, it will never be found?
I read about this in a couple of stories. You make a dagger, a sharp, pointed instrument out of liquid carbon dioxide.
What?
Dry ice.
Dry ice?
I bought a small cylinder of CO2 gas. Okay? When you release it, it forms a solid kind of snow that you can mold into a pointed stick. A sharp, pointed stick.
But why? Why not use a knife?
Because you stab him with this, it enters the body, and then it melts and disappears.
Oh, I see. Well, will it stay hard enough while you're in the clubhouse? It's warm in the locker room.
I'll carry it in my bag, the one I use for my tennis things. Only I'll have the bag packed with more dry ice.
Dagger made of dry ice. Can it work?
It has to work. No way to ever find what the weapon was.
And Pete?
The fact that they'll never find the weapon will only make them grill him harder. Make them more positive he's lying when he claims to be innocent.
But you still have to get him to the clubhouse.
That's no problem at all.
Hello?
Pete? This is Edward Coffin. Would you come back to work at the club?
Well, I've been fired, Mr. Coffin.
Well, Mr. Naverton was sick about what he did to you. He couldn't sleep all night. He's not been well since his mother's death.
Yes, sir.
He feels he owes you an apology. Could you come by the clubhouse this morning at 10 o'clock? Mr. Naverton will fix everything up.
Well, thank you, Mr. Coffin. Thank you. You just saved my life.
Not a bad game.
Well, I think you overextended yourself, Joe.
Yeah. Well, I think I'll stretch out on the bench and just grab a nap.
Go ahead.
Well, don't let me sleep more than 20 minutes, will you?
No, I won't.
You're a good friend, Eddie. Best friend a guy could have.
Joe? Joe? I'm not going to wake you in 20 minutes. Nobody is ever going to be able to wake you again.
Hi, Mr. Coffin, the usual.
All right.
Mr. Naverton been along soon?
I don't know. He likes a little nap after playing. He'll be along in a couple of minutes.
Hey, Pete, what are you doing here? I thought I told you...
Mr. Naverton. He says he wants to see me. He says maybe we can work something out.
Well, Pete, he's back in the locker room. You might tell him to hurry if he wants to ride back to the office with me.
Oh, yes. I will. I will.
What got Mr. Naverton so sore, Pete, anyway?
Just nerves, I guess. I wonder what's keeping Joe Naverton. Listen, I have to make a phone call. Would you mind going back there?
Oh, sure thing.
Any minute now. We'll hear a yell that could awaken the dead. If such a thing were possible.
Police! Police! Someone call the police. Mr. Naverton's been murdered.
A late news bulletin. Pete Mulray, clubhouse handyman, wanted for the murder of Joseph J. Naverton, has been captured by the police. The accused insists he is innocent. That Mr. Naverton was already dead when he found him in the clubhouse. Asked why he ran away, Mulray said he lost his head and feared he would be accused of the crime. Mulray was heard to threaten Mr. Naverton's life the day before. The police are still searching for the murder weapon. Well, now, that's a neatly tied package.
I never realized it would be so easy. He was fast asleep. I took the pointy little dry ice rod out of the bag and just stabbed it into his heart without even thinking. The part that went in broke off. The other part I put back in the bag, and that's all.
You expecting someone?
No, I'll see. Why, Dr. Spurlock.
May we come in? Edward, Melisande. May I present Police Lieutenant Dreyfus, homicide.
Homicide?
He's here to arrest you for the murder of Joseph Naverton.
What?
A shame we can't have you also for the murder of Mrs. Naverton, his mother. But we could never prove that.
What are you talking about?
You said she took that heart pill. She never did. But there was nothing I could do about it. But here we've got you, if you'll excuse a bad pun, cold. Why didn't you use an ordinary knife? No, you had to be fancy.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Dry ice. You're a fool. Tissue that's been pierced by ice shows a different traumatic pattern than tissue pierced by steel. You can tell it's been frozen.
Well, I deny it. I don't know what
You thought you had some super device, some foolproof way.
But Pete Mulray killed him for revenge.
I asked Lieutenant Dreyfus here to get a warrant to search this place. Edward, do you know what he found? A cylinder of CO2 gas. Why, Edward? Why would he find liquid CO2 in your house? You're not required to say anything. But does a happy explanation occur to you?
No, sir. Not even an unhappy explanation occurred to him. They were very quiet, Edward and Melisande. What a fumbling, stumbling pair they were. But isn't that all to the good? After all, if all murderers were clever, none of them would ever be caught. I'll be back shortly. So much of what we believe is fashioned by the popular literature of our day. And so crime and punishment are usually images of reality. In many cases, fantastic shadows of the actual thing. The truth is, if you're an average person who wants to commit a murder, you would hardly know how to go about it in real life. And if you imitated art, well, just remember, the gimmicks you read about in books and see on the screen and hear on this program are parts of crimes that have already been solved. Our cast included Joan Lovejoy, Bob Reddick, Lloyd Batista, Joan Shea, and Gilbert Mack. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. How the poets like to talk about the disastrous intervention of the completely unexpected. A sudden gust of wind, a flash of light, the unforeseen, the accidental. We're playthings, puppets dancing in the wind. But although we pay the piper, do we really call the tune?
You must pay those people, Paul. You must.
Relax, baby. I have every intention of paying.
Tomorrow. Do it tomorrow.
Absolutely. I'm getting the money tonight. Come on, relax. It's only $9,000.
No, it's 10. It was 9 last week. Every week you delay costs you $1,000.
Our mystery drama, Death is Blue, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Francis Sternhagen. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and True Value Hardware Stores. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
It is a magic moment. You are at your Buick dealers, about to drive home in your brand new Buick LeSabre. It's lean and trimmed, classic lines. It looks quite unlike any full-size Buick you can remember. You get in. A heady new car smell surrounds you. Your LeSabre feels the way it looks, tight. You turn the wheel a little. No wasted motion in this car. Big brushed metallic gauges look back at you. That V6 engine is doing great. You rub your hand on the seat. 6 people could be really comfortable in here. You swing into your driveway. Your wife, the kids, the dog, everyone but the parakeet descends in the car and gets in. Off you go to nowhere in particular. Life and your new LeSabre are great. Maybe the dog shouldn't sit on the seats.
Those times when everything seems to go just perfectly, but it doesn't last long. Something, somewhere, somehow arises, and things go back to being normal again. Let us begin in the office of Julia Hoffman. Who's Julia Hoffman? Well, she's a private detective. Well, not a private eye like Dashiell Hammett's Sam Spade, or Raymond Chandler's Philip Marlowe, or even Earl Stanley Gardner's Perry Mason. But she has her points, Ms. Hoffman.
The gentleman's name was Edward Everett Bascom III, and he looked it. He was between 35 and 40, tall, rather handsome, in a somewhat dissipated way. A splendid physique was beginning to show the ravages of good food, strong drink, and easy living. He was extremely nervous and very much ill at ease. But those are the kind of people we get.
May I inquire your fee?
Of course. $150 a day.
$150?
Plus expenses.
Well, isn't that rather high?
You would pay an automobile mechanic or a plumber between $15 and $20 an hour. Which is more important, your kitchen sink, your car, or the problem you have brought into my office?
I need your help.
Exactly how may I help you, Mr. Bascom?
It's a delicate matter. It involves my sister, Matilda Bascom, my spinster sister.
Yes.
She's about to make an awful mistake.
Yes?
A tragic mistake.
By doing what, Mr. Bascom?
By getting married.
I take it you don't want her to get married.
Not to Paul Darrow.
You spell that?
Darrieux.
And what's wrong with Mr. Darrow?
He's a liar, a thief, a scoundrel.
You have proof?
Miss Hoffman, he has to be.
Why?
Well, this is the delicate part. I have here a photograph of my sister, an 8x10 portrait so that you may see her clearly.
Yes?
It's in color, you notice.
So?
Speaking forthrightly, could she appeal to a man?
Obviously she has.
Miss Hoffman is after my sister's money.
Why do you insist?
Isn't it obvious? Oh, don't get me wrong, Miss Hoffman. She's my older sister. I adore her, but I face reality.
And what is reality?
Reality is that she is not an attractive girl. I mean, woman. She's almost 40. And she's very plain. The birthmark, that hideous birthmark.
Hideous?
Well, I'm trying to speak frankly.
I hope you never said that word to your sister.
I would die first. I'm being, as I said, frank.
You may be overdoing it.
You can see that blue birthmark. It covers her entire forehead and practically half her right cheek.
And it offends you.
It doesn't offend me. I'm just stating a fact.
Well, obviously it does offend you.
Well, I cannot pretend it doesn't exist.
What is it that you require of me?
I want you to prove that Paul Darrow is after her money. That Paul Darrow is either a criminal or possesses a criminal record. I want you to prove that to her.
Mr. Bascom, how much money does she have?
Each of us inherited $500,000 from our father.
I see. Do you still have your $500,000?
Is this question germane to our discussion?
Do you?
Well, no. I've had some reverses of a temporary nature.
But she still has all of hers.
Yes. Now, Miss Hoffman, I assure you I'm not thinking about the money.
You're not?
I love my sister. I want more than anything in this world to see her happily married, fulfilling her destiny as a woman. But I'm realistic. And therefore, I want you to get printed proof of the fact that Paul Darrow is or was a criminal.
Do you have a picture of Mr. Darrow?
Yes, he's given several to Matilda.
I assume your sister lives with you.
She does.
And does Mr. Darrow ever visit your home?
Much too often.
Good. Then you may even be able to secure a fingerprint. Now then, why spend money to hire me when you can quite easily handle the entire affair yourself?
Myself?
Gather as much information as you can about Mr. Darrow. Go to the district attorney. Tell him you have reason to believe that your sister is about to be victimized by a suspected confidence operator.
But
His office will do all the work.
I don't know the district attorney. I couldn't ask for a favor.
Your taxes pay his salary. You're entitled to it. That's exactly how I'd go about it. Mr. Bascom, I'm trying to tell you that the district attorney and every other officer of the government is your paid servant. You need not hire intermediaries.
It's more than that. Well, it's a matter of presenting the facts to Matilda.
Presenting them? Why should that be a problem?
Well, I thought a professional detective who is also a woman would have the proper tactful approach.
In other words, since you are unable to behave like a brother, you want to hire me to act like a sister.
Could you start immediately? She's so infatuated, she may decide to run away with him at any time.
Every now and then, one just drops into your lap. This makes up for the ones that fall on your head. But it was so easy, so unbelievably simple. Let's see, Mr. Bascom came into my office with his problem at 9:30 in the morning. At 10:15, I was in the office of an assistant district attorney. At 10:16, he said to me,
Julia, that's pretty Paul Darrow. What's he up to this time?
he wants to get married.
I bet she's rich.
Rich enough.
And ugly.
No woman is really ugly, Tom. Just unfulfilled.
You know, he's a specialist.
In what?
Separating women from their money.
Is there a sheet on him?
Oh, as long as your slender, lovely arm.
At 11:15, I phoned Mr. Edward Everett Bascom.
Yes, Miss Hoffman?
I have the information you asked for.
Proof? Proof of that man's criminal record?
Yes, Mr. Bascom. Proof.
So soon? When can you bring it to me?
Anytime you say.
Now.
At 11:45, I was in the Bascom living room. I showed Mr. Bascom the dossier on Paul Darrow. He was overjoyed. He didn't even grimace when he wrote out my check. And then the door opened. She came into the room. She was tall like he was, well-built like he was. She resembled him so closely, it was obvious they were brother and sister. She had the kind of face which makes a man handsome and a woman plain. And, of course, the birthmark. It covered her forehead and most of her right cheek. It was a violent, angry, livid blue.
You wanted to see me, Ed?
Yes, Matilda. May I present Miss Julia Hoffman?
How do you do? How do you do?
Miss Hoffman is a detective.
Oh, I do hope there's nothing wrong.
A private detective.
Oh, I see. Am I to assume that you hired her in my best interests?
Well, yes, Matilda.
Then would you excuse yourself and leave me alone with Miss Hoffman?
Well,
I'm sure you already know what she's come to tell me.
Yes, but
I would like to speak with Miss Hoffman privately.
All right. Of course.
In that envelope, Miss Hoffman, I'm sure you have proof that my fiancé has a criminal record.
Then you know about it.
Of course.
He's been in jail once, 10 years ago. Sold a widow's stock in a non-existent corporation. He's been connected with several confidence schemes since.
I'm aware of all of them.
He claims to be a salesman, but in fact, he has no visible means of support.
That's not true. His support is quite visible. It's me.
Miss Bascom, I was hired to present you with certain facts. I have done so. I will leave these papers here.
Thank you. But I intend to marry Paul Darrow in any event. Would you like to know why?
Obviously, you're in love with him.
Exactly. You understand that. Why can't my brother?
All your brother can see is a man who's out to steal your money.
Oh, but that's true enough. Well, I don't object to it.
Why not?
Because he's going to give me my money's worth. Do you understand?
Yes.
I believe you really and truly do. I like you, Miss Hoffman. You're a kind, sensitive woman. I watched you as I walked into the room. I watched the expression on your face. I'm an expert at watching people's first reaction to me. Your face was frank, open, friendly, as if there were nothing at all wrong with me. But there isn't. Oh, there is. I have this absolutely hideous birthmark, this dreadful blue...
Miss Bascom, if it's so traumatic, you could have it removed.
This is an age of medical miracles, but not for everyone. Not for me. No, I've learned to live with it. Not live, exist. I became reconciled to doing without companionship, love, the things that make life worthwhile. You understand?
Yes.
And then Paul Darrow happened along. And a whole new world opened up for me. He wants to marry me. Now, you may ask, would he wish to marry me? Would he even look at me if I were poor? And I answer, certainly not.
A marriage without love.
Oh, that's a platitude. That's a slogan. You can sympathize with my condition, but you cannot know how it feels to live inside my skin. I'm repulsive, Miss Hoffman, but I'm a woman and I want love.
Even if you have to buy it.
On any terms, Miss Hoffman. But love, for you, Miss Hoffman, is the love of the poets and the philosophers and the dreamers. Love can come to you at any time, in any place, in any chance encounter. Love, for me, is whatever I can get, whenever and wherever I can get it. And besides...
Besides?
I have so much love to give. I've been hemmed in, shut off, repressed for so long that I will love him with all of my being, the way no one has ever loved him. And he may even fall in love with me.
I wish you the very best, Miss Bascom.
Well, no, I mean, I don't think that will happen. What will happen? He'll squander my money, and when it's gone, he'll leave me.
And you still feel it's worth it?
Oh, yes, oh, yes. May I ask you a favor?
Of course.
I have very few friends. Well, actually, none at all. And I was wondering, may I ask you to be the maid of honor at my wedding?
Well,
I'd pay you for your time.
Oh, now, please, Miss Bascom, please don't spoil it.
You're all invited to the wedding. Who knows what kind of wedding this could turn out to be? Certainly, you must admit it differs from most weddings, since both parties are entering upon this matrimonial venture with their eyes wide open. All we know about the bridegroom so far is that he specializes in separating women from their money. One way or another, this may turn out to be a very short marriage. I shall return in a few moments with Act 2. Marriage has many pains, but celibacy has few pleasures. So said Samuel Johnson. The reason we quote Mr. Johnson here is because he was married to a grotesquely homely woman, and yet he truly adored her. We're about to meet a gentleman, Mr. Paul Darrow, on his wedding day. He, too, is about to marry a woman who may be considered unattractive. and it will be interesting to see how he will cope, if that's the word. The story is being told by a private detective named Julia Hoffman.
And so they were married. It was a small affair held in the bride's home, where she was reluctantly given away by her brother. I thought she looked positively radiant. The groom, Paul Darrow, was a slender, handsome man. To me, he looked like a confidence operator. But then again, I'm a detective, and we do tend to take a dim view of things and people. It's an occupational hazard. We're not always right.
Miss Hoffman,
Congratulations, Mr. Darrow.
you disapprove of me, don't you?
And you know why.
Yes. You're a detective, and you checked me out.
You're a hunter of women, Mr. Darrow. And what chance did vulnerable, defenseless Matilda have against you?
Not at all.
Then we understand each other.
No, not completely. If all I wanted was Matilda's money, I could do better elsewhere.
Really?
Oh, she's comfortably well off, but she's not fabulously wealthy. Do you understand?
No.
At first, it was all a play for her money. But then...
Let me finish. You gazed into her eyes. An emotion you never knew before took possession of your heart, your mind, your soul. For the first time in your life, in your wasted, misspent life, you fell in love.
Yes, that says it.
I'm disappointed. I would imagine you'd have a better line than that.
The truth of the matter is I don't. What you just said, the old tired, for the first time, my darling, I know love, true love, that old chestnut. That's the way it is.
What are you trying to tell me, Mr. Darrow?
That I'm in love with her. Oh, yes, it defies logic and all understanding. But I am in love with her.
Are you telling me, Mr. Darrow, that the leopard has changed his spots?
I have been redeemed by Matilda Bascom.
Is that a fact?
Oh, you're a most charming and attractive woman, Miss Hoffman, but you're a cop. And you have the mentality of a cop, the cynical, suspicious, skeptical attitude of a cop. Once a thief, always a thief. That is your motto, isn't it?
Well, it may sound hard and even unfair, but unfortunately, it's supported by the record.
Oh, there you are. Oh, I hope you two get to know each other, like each other. Julia, isn't he wonderful?
Well, he certainly fills me with wonder. A detective, by the very nature of the job, sees people at their worst, and after a while, begins to suspect the worst in everybody. Why? Why couldn't I give Paul Darrow the benefit of the doubt? At least I should be grateful to him. Right or wrong, I was becoming cynical, suspicious, skeptical. It certainly was doing nothing to improve me as a human being. Paul and Matilda Darrow went off to live in a house at North Beach. Matilda kept inviting me out there. But one thing and another kept coming up. Almost a year had gone by when, guess who walked into my office about guess what?
He's about to drain her of every last cent she has in the world.
You know this for a fact.
Miss Hoffman, I wouldn't come here to buy your valuable time if I didn't know it for a fact.
And what is the fact?
I received a call from her broker, Emil Morgan. Emil's upset, as he should be, as I am. She told him to cash in $100,000 worth of municipal bonds.
Mm-hmm.
He asked her why. She said she wanted the money. He asked her why she wanted so much cash. She wouldn't tell him. So, I asked her. She said Paul had an excellent business opportunity. She used the word excellent, not me.
Well,
what do you mean, well? Isn't it obvious? He's simply going to steal that money from her.
Probably.
Well, how can you sit there and say probably?
What else is there to say about it?
But, well, she should be...
She should be what?
Well, told about it.
She knows about it. She's even more aware of this man's basic character than you are.
How do you know?
She told me.
She told me, too.
Then let's face reality, Mr. Bascom. She has taken a flyer in romance. She knows she's buying worthless stock. She knows she's buying the glitter and not the gold. But she's getting a terrific dividend of happiness while it lasts.
Oh, that's nonsense.
I can see her point. Well, not necessarily agree with it, but see it and understand
Well,
it.
just because you're a woman, Miss Hoffman, don't think you have a monopoly when it comes to understanding a woman's emotions.
Mr. Bascom, why is this a matter for a private detective? What can I tell Matilda about her husband that she doesn't already know?
You can tell her that he's got another woman.
Does he?
He must.
Can you state that as a fact?
Absolutely.
Well, who is she?
I don't know who she is. I only know she exists.
How do you know?
She has to. He has to have another woman.
But you have no evidence.
Evidence. All right. That's why I've come to you.
Why are you so sure?
Because I know the Paul Deroes of this world. I know them very well. It's quite possible that Paul Deroe was truly in love with my sister.
You admit it.
That was a year ago, but by now he is tired of her. It has nothing to do with her disfigurement, that awful blue birthmark. Even if she were Miss America, she'd begin to bore him. So find out who the other woman is. Get me the evidence.
You'd be amazed, or would you, how much of this work is cut and dried. Get me the evidence. How? As they say in the movies, put a tail on Paul Darrow. In the beginning of my career, I myself would be the tail. But now, however, I hire people. Yes?
It's Jerry here. I got your boy, Junior.
Where?
Little joint on West 3rd.
Alone?
With a babe.
What kind?
I don't know, but this dame is stacked.
Do they know each other well?
Julia, they can't seem to keep their hands off each other. Know what I mean? It's disgusting. Can't they do all that in private?
The joint on West 3rd was a quiet, dimly lit place where people went in order to be alone together. There was a piano bar, and the man played pretty, dreamy music. Most couples sat around in booths and concentrated their conversations on each other. Paul Darrow and his attractive female companion were too taken up with themselves to notice me. I slipped into an empty booth directly behind them.
Oh, baby, there's nothing to worry about.
I know, sugar. It's just I don't see you enough.
I know. But I have to go home.
Home?
And it won't be for too much longer.
Oh, that's what you said last month.
You can't leave the goose while she still lays golden eggs.
Oh, you were supposed to have your hands on that money last week.
Well, baby, it has to be done with finesse.
Why? Why not just grab the money and walk out? Well, you have to get that money. You have to.
I'm aware of it.
I don't think so, honey. You already owe some of that dough.
Oh, I know. It's only $9,000.
That was last week. This week it's 10. I told you, those guys have a wild way of figuring interest.
The bonds are due to be delivered tomorrow.
Grab them and run.
And here's a photograph of the two of them.
There can be no doubt about their relationship. How did you get this picture?
That's not important.
Oh, but it is. It shows her darling husband practically making love to this woman in public.
True. Now, do you know what I suggest you do?
You don't have to. I know exactly what I'm going to do with it. I'm going to drive out to North Beach first thing in the morning.
Take my advice. Burn the picture.
Burn it?
Forget it.
Are you insane? I intend to expose this man for what he is.
He'll do that himself when he runs away with her money.
What do you mean when he runs away with her money?
Paul Darrow is a desperate man. He's in the hands of the loan shark.
That's his problem.
If he doesn't pay off, they'll kill him.
I'll shed no tears.
But Matilda will.
I know my sister now. She'll take anything from him except another woman. She'll throw him out.
And she'll hate you for the rest of her life. This is a lesson she has to learn for herself. The only lessons of lasting value are the ones we pay for. $100,000 is a good price.
I can't believe you're serious.
You know I'm right.
Are you saying that we should permit this man to steal $100,000?
He worked for his money.
I can't believe we're having this kind of a conversation. I will not let that man take $100,000 from my sister.
You haven't been listening. I told you Paul Darrow is a desperate man. His life is on the line here. If she refuses him, he's capable of turning on her. He could kill her for that money.
What are you saying?
Believe me, Mr. Bascom. I know your every instinct rebels against it, but don't interfere. Don't risk her life. Pay the price, and you're both out of it.
Pay the price. Suddenly, we're able to place a figure on the value of a human life. And the advice is practical. But can Edward Everett Bascom take it? It certainly goes against the grain to permit a swindle. Can he be depended on to swallow his pride, choke down his anger, and eat his words? I don't know. I shall return shortly with Act 3. Truly good advice is seldom welcome, and those who need it most appreciate it least. Private Detective Julia Hoffman is in the business of giving advice. She has just delivered some very hard-to-take counsel to a gentleman who has been resisting her every step of the way.
You know I'm right. Her safety should be the first consideration.
And we're just going to let this fellow walk out with $100,000?
Yes, and he's gone forever.
And so what's going to happen?
From what I understand, her broker can't stall her off any longer. He'll have to deliver the cash for the bonds tomorrow or the next day.
And then?
You know, and then. She'll give him the money, presumably to invest in his new business.
And he'll walk out the door with it, never to be seen again.
That's correct.
Well, that goes against the grain, but... All right. You're correct. I won't say a word to her. Let's be rid of him. One way or another, let's be rid of him.
That was on a Tuesday afternoon. On Tuesday evening, I spoke to Matilda on the telephone.
Julia, what a pleasant surprise.
How are things, Matilda?
Oh, wonderful.
I'm glad to hear that.
I'm happy, Julia. Really and truly happy.
Then that's all that counts. How is Paul?
Oh, he's marvelous.
Good.
He's all excited and optimistic.
Really?
Yes, he got a chance to buy into a fabulous business.
And you're going to give him the money for it.
What else is my money for?
What else, indeed?
Now, Julia, I know you're skeptical about Paul.
Well...
But he's changed. Maybe marriage has changed, and maybe I changed him. But he's a new Paul, a different Paul. Oh, Julia, how is it possible to be so happy?
I never spoke to her again. 5 days later, I was called in to see the district attorney.
You knew Matilda Darrow, didn't you?
Knew Matilda?
She's dead. Murdered.
No.
Yeah, brother's been trying to reach her all week. Couldn't get her on the phone, so this morning he drove out to her place in North Beach. She's gone.
Gone? But that doesn't mean she's dead.
There was a struggle. He found bloodstains.
You're sure?
Gone also an envelope with bearer bonds worth $100,000. Gone also friend husband. In the Frascati sports car she'd bought him for his birthday.
How was she killed?
Oh, that we don't know. We don't have the body. A neighbor, Mrs. Manson, said that at twilight yesterday she saw Mr. Darrow carrying a huge sack down to the dock.
A huge sack? And she wasn't suspicious?
Of what? They have a cabin cruiser. At that time, she thought Darrow could have been taking supplies down to the boat.
And that's all you've got?
Well, this Mrs. Matson heard the boat go out. About an hour later, she heard it come back. She saw Darrow hurrying toward the house. She called out a greeting, but he just disregarded her. He seemed very nervous.
He didn't have the sack?
No, what we can assume is he weighted it down, took it out a ways, and dropped it overboard, where it can never be found.
It sounds right.
Of course. That's what we have to assume. If we can find Mr. Paul Darrow and he tells us a more convincing story, well, that's what happened. What did you know about Paul Darrow, Julia?
He's into the loan sharks.
Ah, then he had to have the money.
Yes, but why did he have to kill her? She was willing to give it to him. Unless...
Unless what?
I have to see somebody.
But I didn't tell her.
Then why did she refuse to give him the money?
I don't know.
The only thing that could make her angry enough would be if she found him unfaithful.
But I didn't tell her.
How do I know?
Because we agreed, you and I.
I don't trust you. You saw that 100,000 flying out the window, and it was too much for you.
I swear to you that I...
You didn't tell her. I didn't tell her. Then how did she find out?
I don't know, but I do know this. I want that animal found and brought to justice. I inherit what's left of her estate, and it's quite a bit. I'll spend every penny hunting that murderer down.
Mr. Bascom, let's back off and look at this thing from another perspective. How do we know you didn't kill her?
Me?
I spoke with her broker, Mr. Morgan. Unlike yours, which has been senselessly squandered, her estate has been carefully tended. It's grown to almost $1 million. You are the sole heir. This is an entirely reasonable conjecture. You could have killed her.
If I killed her, why did her husband disappear?
What do you want him to do? Who'd believe him with his record? He's running for his life.
Are you saying that I murdered my own sister?
I'm saying there are a number of possibilities.
But do you believe it?
At this point, I don't know what to believe. Can you tell me, Mrs. Matson...
What's it feel like to be a woman detective?
When was the last time you saw Matilda Darrow alive?
That's what I always wanted to be. But in my day, we didn't have this here women's lib. I seen her alive must have been 5 days ago.
5 days ago.
You get to use a gun. Or are you one of them brainy ones? You see, their house is separated from ours by them hedges, but when I'm sitting upstairs in my sewing room, I can see over to their property. They like to walk down across the lawn a lot to their dock, especially her.
But you say you haven't seen her in 5 days. When was the last time you saw him?
Right up to the other morning. The morning her brother come on out and called the police.
She was last seen on Friday night. Had Mr. Darrow been here all week?
Oh, yeah. He'd been keeping more or less to himself. He'd come out every afternoon, take a quick walk down to the dock.
It's been raining all week, hasn't it?
A little rain wouldn't stop him.
Thank you, Mrs. Matson.
Have you uncovered something?
Not yet.
Yes?
Miss Doralee Spurich?
The same.
May I come in?
Why?
Would you like to win $1 million?
What do I have to buy?
Nothing.
Who do I have to kill?
No one.
Come in. Let's hear your line, anyhow. So, how do I win $1 million?
First, tell me, what's $1 million worth?
No, you have to do the talking.
Is it worth your life?
Oh, sure.
Then I offer you the equivalent of $1 million.
What's this?
Where's Paul Darrow?
Who?
No, we can't waste time.
No, you look here.
You look here. Who? I don't know what you're talking about. All these things waste time. Look at this picture. At every detail from every angle. Mr. Paul Darrow is wanted for the murder of his wife. If you conceal or withhold any information concerning Mr. Darrow, you become an accessory, and it can mean life imprisonment.
But Austin...
I haven't finished. On the other hand, since I have my own way of knowing that you really didn't assist Mr. Darrow in the actual murder, why do you even have to be brought into it? Who has to know that you and Mr. Darrow have been intimate?
That's a lie.
Is it? Really? And recently. Now, where is he?
I don't know. And that's the truth.
Now, tell me more about the truth.
Okay. He was set to take his wife for $100,000. The sharks were swimming around him, so he was going to pick it up last week. And then he and I, we would take off.
Where?
Europe. The works. England, Paris, Rome. We'd have enough to live it up for a while. Well, he was supposed to pick up the dough Friday night and meet me here Saturday morning. He never showed.
Maybe he ran out on you.
I don't think so.
You mean your pride won't let you think so?
I think they killed him.
Who?
The sharks.
Why? He only owed them $10,000.
How do you know it was 10,000?
I know things. Why kill him? He had the money to pay off.
Maybe he had too much money. Maybe they saw the size of that roll and they figured, why not grab it all? So he's under cement, under a garbage dump. Oh, he was a great guy when he had it.
Tom?
Yeah, Junior?
Anything new in the DA's office on the Darrow case?
No, we haven't been able to take a single step forward. Except for your angle on the loan sharks. We've run that down. It's true, he could be gone that way.
So he killed her for the money, and the sharks killed him for the money. Is that the way it could wind up?
Well, all the pieces would fit together neatly. Don't you buy it?
Could I have your permission to search the house at North Beach?
Oh, what do you expect to find?
You never know until you look.
Hello there, Miss Hoffman.
Oh, it's you, Mrs. Matson.
I noticed you poking around out here in the garbage.
Well, I'm wondering why there's so much of it.
These 2-3 cans full. You should come over and see mine. This is nothing.
Well, don't they collect garbage around here?
They do when they ain't on strike.
Oh. Well, how long have they been out?
Oh, 3 weeks.
3 weeks?
I noticed you took them 2 things out of the garbage can. Are they clues? That handkerchief and that thing that looks like a little round plastic disc. Are they clues?
Miss Hoffman.
May I come in?
Yes, of course. Is there anything new?
Yes.
What? Tell me.
Suppose you tell me.
Well, what can I tell you?
To begin with, where is your sister?
My sister, what are you talking...
You want to listen to my theory? It goes as follows. She discovered that Paul was cheating. She confronted him. What I don't know is, did she become so enraged at his infidelity that she killed him? Or did he become so enraged at the thought that she wasn't going to give him the money that he attacked her and she killed him in self-defense? Which was it?
Miss Hoffman, I won't hear any more of this.
Well, you might as well hear it all. I would prefer to think she was the one who got angry first. Anyhow, it was a struggle to the death. She killed him.
This is the most monstrous accusation.
It was a fit. It was frenzy. I don't even say she's not entitled to it. When it was over, she became panicky. She called you.
Are you saying that I...
Oh, come on. Don't be ashamed of it. You worked out this plan.
You have no proof that she knew about his infidelity?
His handkerchief. This lipstick smudge. It wasn't hers. She doesn't wear any. You made sure to throw it in the garbage.
No, just a minute. For 5 days, after I could no longer reach my sister, he was seen walking about the grounds. By Mrs. Matson, the neighbor. She saw him.
From a distance. She saw your sister, Matilda, wearing Paul's clothes.
She saw Paul carrying that sack down to the dock.
Again, from a distance. In the rain.
But that birthmark, that livid blue birthmark, it's visible, noticeable from any distance.
The birthmark was hidden.
How could you hide that birthmark?
You see? I found a few of these in the garbage, too.
What are those?
These little discs. You know what they are. You brought them to her. To help her. This is a little container of that hypoallergenic theatrical makeup. Light flesh color. That's how she covered the birthmark. Mrs. Matson, seeing what she thought was the figure of a man, naturally assumed what you wanted her to assume, that it was Paul Darrow. That Paul Darrow was the one who was alive.
You can't prove any of this. What are you going to do with that handkerchief, that little disc?
I thought about that. It was thrown in the garbage. Ordinarily, it should never have been found. But there was a strike. Now, if I get rid of it, Could I be accused of destroying evidence? What evidence? The police were all through the garbage. If it was considered evidence, they would have picked it up, wouldn't they? Well, it's your sister's garbage, still one of her possessions. Since you inherit her estate, I leave it with you.
Miss Hoffman,
Maybe what I just said has absolutely no basis in fact. I do know that the police are content with matters as they stand. If my theory is correct, you will have to spend the rest of your life caring for, protecting your sister. Assuming she's alive. At any rate, I have no official standing. I see no purpose in pursuing the matter further.
Miss Hoffman, I want to say that...
No, Mr. Bascom. Neither you nor I must ever say another word.
And they didn't. And so, we don't know. We really don't know who killed whom. That is, we don't know officially. This story took place some years ago, and neither Matilda nor Paul were ever seen again. The official version is that Paul killed her, and the mob killed Paul. The mob. It really does come in handy sometimes, doesn't it? I'll be back in just a few minutes. People set such store by beauty, and yet some of the greatest women in history were either homely or possessed a very special kind of beauty. Joan of Arc was a scrawny, half-starved peasant. Even her flattering portraits show Queen Elizabeth I of England as pinch-faced and half-bald. Helen of Troy, by today's standards, she'd be rather fat. So it goes. Our cast included Frances Sternhagen, Marion Seldes, Bryna Rayburn, Ralph Bell, and Ian Martin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores and Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. If you bet on horses, it really doesn't matter what you bet. $2, $5, $50, or all the way up to the $1,000 wagers of big-time gamblers. Sooner or later, you have to lose. And if you keep on bucking chances, you end up betting your life.
And now, running a good race his first time out is Charlie's Dreamboat. But my own whirlwind is pouring it on, opening more and more daylight. Hold it. Hold it. My own whirlwind is pulling up lame. I repeat, my own whirlwind is pulling up lame.
Hey, don't you want to know what happened to the pony, Doug?
Right at the moment, I'm more interested in what happened to me. 7 races, the favorite runs out of the money. You know what I am, Stretch? I'm dead.
Our mystery drama, You Bet Your Life, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Paul Hecht and Morgan Fairchild. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and General Electric Citizen Band radios. I'll be back shortly with Act One. There's an old racetrack joke. The reformer says, "All I know is horses don't bet on people." And the bettor replies, "They would if they knew how much fun it is. Not so funny. Today, we do bet on people. Basketball players, football players, baseball, tennis. It's big business. Computerized. The old-fashioned lure is still the horse race. And to the man who wants to do his own arithmetic, it is still the magical vagaries of handicapping and hunch. Pony fever is the disease that haunts his blood.
Doug Hart, Louie. I want to get some bets down. So shoot. First race, no bets. Second, Mirabelle Pretty across the board, $20. Third, Dynamite all the way, $30. Fourth, the Filly, Evergreen Pleasure, 20 on the nose. Fourth and fifth, no bets. Sixth, me and my shadow to win, big 50.
Got it, Doug. Hey, I thought you'd taken the play.
Well, you know how it is, Louie. Circumstances alter cases.
Your wife know you're back with a pony?
No. Hey, what business is that of yours?
Nothing. Just like me and her, we was like classmates. You know that?
She never told me.
You ever tell her Fat Louis Metzger was your bookie?
No. Look, Louie, I don't want her to know.
That's all right, Doug. I ain't all that interested in publicity, neither. I got your bets. Now, you sure you want me to lay them?
I gotta, Louie. I just gotta. I need to score.
That's just when you shouldn't bet.
Look, if you won't take my bets, I'll have to go somewhere else.
Forget it. You want to be a sucker, why should I pass you up? You're covered like you asked. I just hope you don't take a bath.
I shouldn't gamble. Well, come right down to it, nobody should, I guess. Not me, anyways. I'm a born loser. Then I met Liz, and through her and a friend of her family's, this Mr. Fawcett, I got the job at the bank, and we got married. I don't know how a girl like Liz ever gave a guy like me a tumble. I guess she never would have if she'd known about me and the horses.
Doug, that you?
Yeah, Liz, honey. Home from the wars.
From the races is more like it.
What do you mean, huh?
Oh, come on, Doug. I know what time the bank closes as well as you do.
We had a computer error. We were all stuck in the cage till they could balance the books.
The bank, you mean?
What else?
I was thinking about our books.
Oh, look, Liz, I'm a little tired. Could we talk about this later?
Doug, I think we ought to talk about it now. Isn't it about time we faced the problem?
What problem?
You're gambling.
Oh, that. You mean a little flyer here and there on the track?
I mean a day-to-day little flyer. Which daily double did you blow today?
Liz, I had this one wired. Shamrock waltzed home in the third at 7-1, and Eelgrass was a shoo-in in the sixth. I should have cleared nearly $3,000.
But you didn't.
Could I know the jockey would have a heart attack?
No.
So, there's your answer.
No, not my answer. My answer is you don't make the bet in the first place for just that reason.
What reason?
You don't know what's going to happen. That's why gambling doesn't make any sense.
But that's why it does make sense, honey. Don't you see? If a person knew what was going to happen, there wouldn't be any point.
Why?
Why? Because it wouldn't be a gamble then.
You don't expect to win.
Sure I do.
Then why wouldn't you want to know you were going to win before you bet?
Come on. What bet would there be? The whole thing is you got to take the risk.
Knowing you could lose.
There wouldn't be any risk if that wasn't figured.
Or maybe, like someone told me when I found out you were gambling, you want to lose.
Who told you that?
That doesn't matter. Do you?
What?
Want to lose.
Are you kidding? Why would I want to lose?
That's what I keep asking myself. Oh, Doug, what are you trying to do to us?
Are you trying to say it's my fault?
No, I didn't say it was anyone's fault.
Yeah, but that's what you meant.
I didn't mean anything. I just thought we both ought to see a doctor.
Doctor? What for?
Well, there must be some reason we can't have a child. Since we both want one so much, mustn't there?
We've seen a doctor. Look, I'm just trying to say it's my fault. Because I play a few dollars every week on the horses.
A few dollars?
Well, okay, maybe more than I ought. We're not starving. I win a few, I lose a few.
You win a few, you lose a lot. Honey, can't you see what it's doing to us? You're pushing it right to the edge.
The edge of what?
Doug, I love you. And I want us to share everything. But this way, the way it is, it's just no good. I don't want to be the man of the house.
What does that mean?
Doug, face it, just once. We live on my salary.
I got more take-home pay than you.
If you took it home.
But I am trying to build a future for us. Now, one of these days, I'll hit it big. I just had a run of bad luck.
We don't need to hit it big. And we sure don't need the bad luck. Why don't you just quit?
You wouldn't ask me to quit a loser.
I would. If you mean the racetrack.
I laid off the weekend bets and blew the dough on another long shot. I went to see a psychiatrist. She had a real screwy name, Dr. Erica Obscott. But she was all right.
I don't think we have to waste the time, Mr. Hart.
You mean you don't want to find out what's the matter with me?
I don't know that anything is the matter with you any more than most of us.
You mean I'm not sick?
Well, that depends on the definition.
That's an answer?
Let me clarify. Any compulsion is a sickness, insofar as it cannot be controlled. Some people drink to excess, others smoke. Some have personality disorders that intrude on normal living.
But I'm not like that. Look, I just like to lay a little bet now and again.
Now and again?
Well, like if you don't keep it up, it breaks the rhythm. I mean, like you got to play the odds.
Every day?
Yeah, well, that's how it goes.
And you don't consider that a compulsion?
No. I could quit any time I want.
So why don't you?
Because I don't want to.
Is it more important to you than having a child?
Of course not.
Then why don't you?
What? Wait, what has that got to do with having a kid?
Well, I don't know. It just might have some bearing is all. But since it's no problem, why don't you quit and find out?
So I did. I quit cold right in the middle of a system I was sure was ready to pay off. And if I ever had any idea of going back, that was washed out 2 months later when Liz told me...
You've got to treat me very careful from now on.
Well, don't I always?
We won't go into that. Lately, yes. I haven't got any cause for complaint.
Come on, Liz. I was just off for a while.
I know, but now you're back on. I want you to stay that way. I'm going to keep you that way. Can I?
Well, you can have me any way you want me.
Oh, that's easy. Just like you've been the past 2 months. Away from the betting.
Well, that's how you want it.
Isn't that how you want it?
Sure, hon.
Aren't you happy?
Sure, of course. If it's all that important.
You mean you miss it?
Well, I got to level. There's some kicks around. Like, well, waiting every day, hoping for a big payoff.
And that's what you don't have now.
Well...
Supposing I was to tell you that since you gave up your first love for me...
Hey, wait a minute.
No, let me finish. Since you gave up betting on the horses, you have made what I hope is a better parlay. Oh, well, I don't know the language. You may not be headed for a big winner. But there's one thing you sure are headed for. You're going to be a father.
What? Liz, you mean
I'm pregnant, Doug. Now, isn't that a better winner than you ever hoped for?
Which, of course, it was. And I had the monkey off my back. I forgot the horses. I didn't have to make any bets until... Suddenly, I ran out of the money again in an area I couldn't have handicapped. My boss, Mr. Fawcett, called me in.
Your meritorious service to the bank is fully recognized, and we have every wish to reward it.
Oh, that's all right. I'm just doing what comes natural.
Yes, of course. No doubt. Still, with the prevailing economic storm signals, we have no other option but to let you go.
You mean I'm unemployed?
That is a fair statement of your position.
No pension.
Unfortunately, you've not been with us long enough to qualify.
How about severance pay?
Unfortunately, you've not been with us
long enough to qualify. Yeah, forget it. So this is it, huh?
Well, as you phrase it, this is the parting.
You mean I'm fired?
Well, I would prefer to say that you've been...
Look, let's lay it on the line, Fawcett. Me first, I quit. And I meant it. Honest, I meant it as much as I have ever meant anything in my life. Who needed his lousy job? But then staring me in the face was a life without it. A life that included Liz and a baby that was coming and my need for some kind of income.
And then I ran into Stretch Collins, an ex-jockey and old friend in the also-ran bar.
Hey, so, how've they been running?
Not so good.
Well, you're lucky, kid.
Oh, me?
Sure. You got a home and a good girl. Better than most.
Not enough, Stretch. I'm out of a job. I got to score somewhere.
Yeah.
Well, if there's anyone knows it, I figured you, Stretch. I could bankroll us if you had the key.
Don't tempt me, Doug. I wouldn't want us both to be sorry.
If I can't find a way to make ends meet, that's all I'm going to be.
Hey, you're that desperate?
I'm that desperate. I got no other way to make the bread for me and my wife and my kid.
Okay. You know, in my spot, I ain't all that so hungry. I just like to sit and see if it might prove out. How much capital you got to lay on the line?
Well, our joint bank account, a little over 1,000.
That all?
Yeah, that's all.
Forget it.
Why?
Well, you play chalk, you got to have unlimited resources behind you.
Chalk?
Yeah, I'd bet the favorites. Follow the line. Oh, you can't lose. Now, you don't win big, you just win steady.
Enough on a stake of 1,000 to make around my salary at the bank?
What'd they spring for there?
Yeah, $175 a week.
Peanuts. Any good week, you could triple that. All things being equal.
All things being equal. I'm not trying to excuse myself, but if I'd known where I was going, I never would have called Louis to start laying bets again. Especially so near to Liz's time. But you see, by then I was so desperate I had no choice. I was ready to bet my life. Funny. The way it turned out, it was more like Liz's life I was betting.
Are we all so different from Doug Hart at that? Don't we all have our secret drives, ambitions, compulsions? Is the only difference that we don't succumb to them? We hold them in check? And who is to say we are right? If we let go, what would the consequences be? Well, let's see what they were for Doug when I return shortly with Act Two. How long can you keep up a masquerade? When someone trusts you, almost forever. But the key word there is almost. If you live a lie, you live every day with a possibility of the truth coming to light. Even if the lie is only temporary and to protect someone else, it just isn't worth the risk, as Doug Hart is going to find out.
Oh, great. Who turned the toaster to the light? The bread isn't even warm.
Doug,
Yeah.
what's going on here?
Oh, just making breakfast, Liz.
Why'd you let me sleep?
Well, I didn't want to wake you.
Something's burning.
Oh, that's my egg.
Oh, I'll get them. Doug, what are these, scrambled?
Well, they started out to be fried, but I goofed, so I had to kind of muddle them around.
Uh-huh. What is this that you're cooking them in?
The bacon grease.
That black stuff?
Yeah, well, the bacon got kind of burned while I was getting the coffee.
Yeah, kind of. So you muddled the eggs around. Yeah. You know what you're going to end up with?
No, what?
A dark brown, streaky omelet. Why didn't you wake me?
Oh, in your condition, I didn't want my wife bending over a hot stove.
In my condition, the only way I can bend over is backwards. Just the same. Let me take over from here on in, okay?
Hey, you're going to have a baby. That's more important than my breakfast.
The baby is a couple of weeks away. Your breakfast you have to eat today.
It's not that important.
You think I'd send my husband off to work without a good meal in his stomach?
Look, hon, it's about work.
Oh, something else burning.
Oh, Murd, that's me again. That's a toast.
Yeah, well, that's easy to fix.
Yeah, if it was all that easy.
Oh, what?
Oh, no.
So stop mumbling, sit down, and let me take care of you.
Yeah, I'm the one who should be taking care of you.
You've already done that, husband.
You know what I mean.
Don't worry, your turn will come. Once your daughter arrives, I'm going to sit back and let you take care.
What do you mean, daughter? You mean son?
Just leave this up to me, please. We are going to have a girl.
I'll lay you odds it's a boy.
Don't say that.
You don't want a boy?
That isn't the point. It was just what you said. Dad, no more gambling, you promise?
No, look, I was just kidding. Liz.
I know, but you still scare me.
Don't give it a thought. My gambling days are over. I only ride sure things from here on in. You, me, and the kid.
I know. I trust you. It's just that lately you seem so jumpy. There's nothing to worry about anymore.
No, of course not.
Nothing wrong at the bank.
Better not be.
Okay. Then let's get you off to work. I'm sorry if your breakfast is a little singed around the corner.
That doesn't matter, so long as we are. Peace.
So sit down. Let me feed you.
I'm the one who should be feeding you. I don't like to see you on your feet so much.
Don't worry. Look, the slightest twinge, and I'll call you at the bank.
No, don't call me there.
Why not?
Well, you know what a creep old Foxy Fawcett is. He doesn't like his tellers getting personal calls.
Well, surely he couldn't object to a little emergency like your wife having to be rushed to the hospital.
You don't know him.
You just said I did.
Yeah, you know what I mean. Look, I'll leave you a number where you can reach me directly. You okay?
Okay. It's what I wish I was able to do all the time.
Huh? What do you mean?
Reach you. Somehow the last few weeks I don't know. I don't seem to be able to. We don't seem to connect. You're just away. I keep losing you.
No. Not me. Liz, don't ever say that. Hey, we're not losers. We're going to be winners all the way. I should have told her the truth, but how could I? It was almost her time, and I didn't want to worry her. After the baby, then I could tell her. And show her how well I was doing with Stretch's help. All I had to do was be careful. Ride with the percentages. Wasn't big money, but it was steady. I had it all figured out. Sure, I did. The one thing I didn't figure was that Liz would find out for herself. All because of that big mouth Phyllis Kaufman who lives next door.
Hi, Phyllis. Hi, Liz. I brought back your meat grinder. Okay to come in and sneak a morning cuppa?
Sure. I just cleaned up the dishes and I was going to heat up the pot for myself. Let's go in the kitchen.
How you feeling, Liz?
Just great. Couldn't be better. Here, why don't you sit down? I'll pour.
Okay. You know, you're lucky. When I'm that well, it's as bad as I feel. Death warmed over. No cream, no sugar. I just take it flat. Thanks. Tell me, what's your secret?
Wouldn't you like to know? Now, that's between me and my doctor up to now.
When do you do?
End of the month. Look, this is enough about me. How's Hank?
Hank? Oh. My husband's like Limburger cheese. You like it, you got to learn to live with it. Oh, it took me a few years, but I make it now without tears. Your hubby home?
Are you kidding? At 9:30 in the morning? He's long gone for the bank.
Oh? What bank?
Neighbor's savings, like always. Are you sure you don't want some cream or sugar?
Just black. I'm dieting again. Oh, that's funny.
Dieting?
Nothing funny about that, ever. It's my life story. No, I meant about Doug. I thought he'd left Neighbors.
Left it?
Yeah. Well, I was in there yesterday. I asked for him, and they told me he'd left over a month ago to start a new business of his own.
Well, that's crazy. Doug's still with the bank.
Oh, I guess somebody made a mistake. Gee, if I spoke out of turn, I mean, if he got fired or anything.
No, don't worry about that. He didn't get fired. Well, he still brings home the same salary every week and puts it right here in my hot little hand.
Oh, look, honey, I didn't mean to make any waves. I lied about Doug. I never get anything straight. I was just feeling real good because I thought for once somebody in this development had gone to bigger and better things.
Better things?
Well, like if Doug had left the bank, you know, with you expecting and all, wouldn't that figure? I never thought for a minute they might have tied the can. Oh, I mean, well, like you say, he's still there and everything's hunky-dunky. Oh, murder. Why don't I just take my big mouth and shove some coffee in it instead of my foot?
Well, dear me, Mrs. Hart, isn't it?
That's right, Mr. Fawcett.
This is an unexpected pleasure. We haven't seen very much of you since your husband left us. Now, have we?
Since my husband... No, I'm afraid not.
Such a fortunate thing that events coincided so happily.
Events?
It's always so unpleasant to have to, well, neighbors were sorry to lose him. Fine, young man, fine. But to look on the bright side, how fortunate it was that he had already planned to leave. Under other circumstances, we'd have been most sorry to see him make the change. Most sorry.
I was sorry to find out he'd made the change myself.
Of course, one understands a young man's ambition and drive is so important with a family on the way. If you'll forgive my mentioning it.
Yes, it's a little hard to overlook.
But I'm sure you didn't come to visit us at the bank just to indulge in idle chatter. What can I do for you, Mrs. Hart?
Well, I just wanted to find out. I just wanted to check our bank balance.
No, I can tell you that without checking because Mr. Hart closed out the account before he left.
He drew out all the money?
Yes. But it was a joint account, you know.
Yes, I know.
But I thought you knew about his leaving us and all about the new business venture.
Well, by now, there's no use trying to pretend to you that I do. Do you have any idea what it is?
Well, I'm afraid not. I tried to find out, but he didn't disclose his plans. I wish he had consulted me because, well, quite frankly, I felt that a capital venture at this juncture in his life was ill-advised.
He didn't give you any idea?
No, and I didn't like to press. I wish I could tell you more.
Oh, I think you've told me plenty. Thank you, Mr. Fawcett.
Always glad to be of service. And may I express the hope that whatever your husband is doing, that it's the right gamble for a prospective father?
I've got the feeling that's just what it is. A gamble.
Of course, I didn't know all this at the time, luckily, because over at my friend Stretch Collins' apartment, listening to the track announcer calling the afternoon races at Belfort, I had enough bad news of my own to handle.
Into the stretch. It's the favorite, my own Whirlwind on the rail,
Oh,
pulling away
Whirlwind,
from
go.
the field as his rider goes to the
this
whip.
one to win.
Oh, he'll show them heels, Doug. No one's going to run up his back now.
I better not. It's been a bad day, Stretch. I've got to pull this one out of the hat. This last race.
Wait a minute.
Hold it.
My own Whirlwind is pulling up
What is
lame. I repeat, my own Whirlwind is pulling up lame. Looks like a tendon. He's out of the race now as Mr. Mephistopheles, Stampede, and Charlie's Dreamboat go thundering by on the outside, neck and...
Hey, don't you want to know what happened to the pony, Doug?
Yeah, right at this moment, I'm more interested in what happened to me. 7 races, 7 in a row. The favorite runs out of the money on me.
Well, you get days like that. But you ain't gone to the cleaners all the way yet, have you?
Another day like today, I'll be flat. Tomorrow, they got to run to form. They just got to. Here, I better pay up.
Well, I hate to take the dough, Doug, but when you know how it is. I already called in the bet to Louis.
Yeah, I know how it is.
No, I don't think you do. Now, look, we've been buddies since we went to school, right? Now, why don't you let me hand you a real hot tip?
I could use one.
Okay, here it is. Now, you take your bloody nose and you get out.
I can't, Stretch. I need the money for my kid. Jeez, kid. I better get on home. Can I use your pad tomorrow, same time?
Well, if you got to be a hard nose. You know, you dropped quite a bundle today. How do you explain that to the little woman?
I don't. She doesn't know what I'm doing.
You think you do?
I'd better, before I run out of the money, too. Famous last words. She doesn't know what I'm doing. Because by now, of course, Liz did. As I found out as soon as I got home.
Doug, please don't lie to me.
I'm not lying.
I know you've lost your job, and you took our money out of the bank, and a good guess is you're taking it over to Stretch Collins so he can bet it for you.
Stretch isn't a bookie.
Well, he has something to do with horses and the track.
Honey, Louis is the bookie. Stretch is just a good friend. He's helping.
To gamble?
No.
Then what?
Look, it's a system. Have you any complaints? I've been bringing home the same salary I got from the bank every week for the last month. Ever since I left.
Why didn't you tell me they'd let you go?
Honey, I didn't want to upset you. Not now. And I had to do something. Look, trust me, please. It's working out. I'm making a living for it.
Gambling.
It's not gambling. Look, this is a system, I'm telling you. It's like investing in the market. If you do it right, you can't lose.
I don't care about that. I just want you to stop.
I can't, Liz.
You mean you won't?
I mean I can't.
That's what I'm afraid of, Doug. It's a sickness. Don't you see that? Please stop.
I can't. Now, don't you see? I'm only doing it for you and the kid.
No one in the world has more excuses, rationalizations than the addict. Whatever his addiction is, he's the last person to understand that he's hooked. It's all as insubstantial as a spider web. A metaphor that is apt because he is caught. No matter what the addiction, the addict is a born loser. I shall return shortly with Act 3. It's been a strange night for the Harts. A sleepless, haunted one for Liz. A drugged sleep of self-defense for Doug. But now the endless night is over. And with morning, Doug drags himself from the neurotic sleep, which has not refreshed him, to watch a pale and exhausted Liz at last finding some fitful rest of her own. He has dressed quickly and surreptitiously stolen downstairs and is about to leave the house when...
Doug?
Oh, hi, darling.
You were going to sneak out on me.
I thought you were still asleep.
After last night. Close the door.
Darling, please, let's not drag over
We've got to. You were going over to Stretch Collins, weren't you?
Like I explained, I have to.
Why?
I told you. I'm 500 of our 1,000 in the hole. I gotta make that back and get in the black again.
Another day like yesterday, and you could lose it all.
It couldn't happen. There couldn't be another day like that. Not playing chalk.
Oh, don't give me that racetrack lingo.
But I explained what it meant. Look, honey, it's so simple. I'm not trying to make any big kills or get rich quick. I'm just trying to make a living for us.
No one makes a living out of betting.
I've been doing it for the last month.
Just a run of luck?
No, sir. No. Sober, careful calculations. Now, honest, Liz, I've actually been making more money every week than I did at the bank.
Until yesterday, when you lost $500.
That was yesterday. Today I'll get it back.
How?
It is a sheer matter of mathematics. When a horse is established as a favorite, he has to run in the money most of the time. So you bet him to win, place, and show. If he wins, you take all three. If he places, he pays off twice. Even if he only shows, you don't get hurt too much. And in the long run, day in, day out, you got to make money.
And what about the short run?
What do you mean, the short run?
Suppose you went through all your money. You didn't have any more to bet.
Liz, I'm not betting long shots. Why don't you trust me?
I will. If you'll quit right now.
I can't, Liz. I can't. Not until I'm even. Now, don't ask me to let you and my son down.
You mean your daughter?
Okay. That's one bet I'll be happy to lose out on, but I got to make up on the others.
No way I can stop you.
It's for all of us to get back what I've lost.
You know what I hope?
What?
I hope you do lose. Maybe it's the only way you'll ever get over being sick.
Losing won't help any, Liz. But if I do, I won't be back.
Okay, Doug. You can gamble, but I'm not going to. Not with all our lives. If you can't stop yourself, I will.
Yeah.
Is this Stretch Collins?
Who wants to know?
This is Liz Campbell.
Who?
You remember me from school. I married Doug Hart.
If you're looking for Doug, he ain't here.
I know he isn't, but he will be, Stretch.
Look, I didn't say that
You can't fool me. I know your voice. Especially on the phone. You used to call me often enough.
Oh, well, that was when I was still riding and I had something to offer a girl.
Stretch, you could offer this girl something now.
What?
Don't take any more bets from Doug.
Look, Liz, I tried to head him off, but if he's got money and he wants to lay it, I can't turn him down. Like, I don't make books. I only run for, for the guy who does. See, I start turning down betters. I get my head handed to me in the basket.
Then please, ask the bookie to turn him down.
Honest, Louie? You've got to be kidding.
Well, then tell me how to reach him. I'll ask him.
Liz, I can't. This is a rough guy. Well, anyways, it won't do no good. Doug would find another parlor. You know, once a guy has the fever, and nothing stops him.
Not even for old time's sake?
Oh, honest, I can't help you. And don't kid yourself. You can't help him either.
Is Honest Louie, by any chance, the same fat Louie Metzger we all went to school with?
I didn't say that.
I know, you practically did. And I bet it is. And I think just for once I'll play my hunch. Where can I find him?
Now, look, I can't tell you a thing like that.
You don't have to, Stretch. Just promise me one thing.
What?
Don't tell Doug I called you. Please?
Once again, although I was the guilty party, I didn't know what was going on. I only knew the nightmare I was living through, perhaps deserved, but devastating enough to be like the end of my life. And what was worst of all, I didn't know yet how desperate it was to become, and the awful, incredible thing I was about to do that might mean the end of my life and Liz's.
And Butternut Hollow takes the big money with Kelso's Nightmare and Sweet Prince Charlie to place and show. So this fifth race today has followed the amazing pattern of the whole card yesterday, an astonishing reversal of form which has seen a favorite run consistently out of the money in 12 successive heats.
Oh, boy, I have never seen anything like it, Doug.
Just doesn't figure. What am I going to do now?
Well, you take your lumps.
I can't, Stretch. I'm flat broke. Unless I can get it back on the last race. Look, we both know Highwayman is a lead pipe cinch. I got to get a bet down on him.
Well, if you got the long green.
No, look, he can't lose. What's he going off, huh?
2-1.
Yeah, you see, that's perfect. I can get my 1,000 back, and then I'll quit. Call it in, Stretch.
$1,000? You got the do-re-mi to cover?
You know I don't carry that kind of cash.
Well, I can also guess you don't have it. No, I'm sorry, pal. But no cash, no bet.
I'll give you a check.
No, not me, you don't. I broke my legs falling off a horse, and I don't want them broken again.
Look, it can't lose. If I don't win, I'm lost anyway. Stretch, call it in for me.
Doug, I don't want any part of this. You got to see that. Now, I'm going out to make some collections. You want to call that bet in, you call it in yourself. And if you want to know what I think, win or lose, I hope Louie don't cover you.
So I was left to make the decision. Make a bet I couldn't cover, but that if I won would put me on Clear Street. But if I lost, I might end up in a river somewhere with concrete boots. Sure, we all went to school together, but me and Fat Louie never cut it that good. One thing was sure. I didn't have that much time to make up my mind. So.
Hello. Oh, Doug. Sure. Yeah, you got time. How much? Hold it, huh? Louie. Hey, Louie, I got a hot one here. You better handle it.
What do you got?
Doug H. wants to lay a big C on Highwayman to win.
Stretch got the dough in hand?
He ain't there. Out making collections. You want to take the bet?
What do we got to post time?
10 minutes.
Okay, let me talk to him. Yeah, get that with you, Doug.
Yeah, sure. Hello.
Doug. Doug, this is Louie. Hey, you good for the big C?
Of course.
Sure, I know. Yeah, we're all big friends. So I'll buy you a check. Yeah. Look, you got 10 minutes to make it here by post time or no bet. Well, that's your problem, cousin. I got enough of my own. Huh? Okay. You push me, I'll cover it. You just get it here, and you got honest Louis' word.
Who's that?
It could be Stretch.
Or the cops.
Take a gander through the peephole, huh?
It's a dame.
A dame?
When I should let her in?
Let me see. Why, that's... Miss Campbell, what are you doing here?
I had a fine time tracking you down, Louis. Those 5 flights of stairs.
Come in. Oh, Liz, you're still the pick of the crop. Long time, Liz. Hey, what do you want with me?
Louis, I don't know how to say it, but like you can see, I'm having a baby.
Oh, now, wait a minute. We ain't dated since high school.
No, don't get me wrong. All I meant was I'm married, Louis.
Hey, that's nice.
To Doug Hart. You remember him?
Oh, why, sure, Doug. Yeah, Doug Hart, sure.
That's why, for old time's sake, I wanted to ask you not to let him...
Not to let him what? Hey, Liz, what's the matter? You all right?
Yes. No, it's the baby.
What?
I think it's coming.
Baby, Doc. Oh, Doc, do something quick, Doc.
Like what?
I don't know. Get her to the couch so she can lie down and fix her up.
Fix her up how?
How should I know? You used to be a vet. She can't go having a baby in no bookie chains. Doc, forget the phones. We ain't taking no more bets. How you doing, Doc?
Well, she's okay now, I think, but we better get an ambulance.
Are you kidding? I have to call City Hospital. That means cops. We can't have the buzz up here.
Then we'd better take her to the hospital.
With the phones ringing and all?
They're practically at the starting wire now.
So she can't hold out until the race. It's just about post time.
And they are bringing all the fillies to the
let him in.
now. Highwayman has refused.
I made it by post time, didn't I?
Hey, forget the fillies, Doug. You got another race on your hands.
I got my bet down on time, didn't I?
Yeah, I covered your bet. And what is more important right now is to get your wife to the hospital to have her baby.
What? Liz, where? Oh, no.
Oh, no what?
What? It's Highwayman. I mean, she's just got to win.
Why, you better know it.
You mean you laid my bet?
You called it in.
Yeah, so I can't afford to lose.
With your wife in that condition, you just ain't a whistling vixen.
Yeah, the devil with a horse race. We got to get Liz to the hospital.
Oh, we just made it under the wire.
Yeah, I hope. And what happened to Highwayman?
She fouled the gate, threw a jockey, never made the course.
Oh, I sure hope nothing like that happens to little Mrs. Hart.
Well, it looks like we're about to find out. Here comes her husband.
Hey, okay, Doug. What's the rundown? Is she all right?
Yeah, she's fine. Just that,
Well, don't hold back on us. I mean, Doc and me, we got a little action here. Hey, what was it? A boy or girl?
You both win. Boy and a girl.
How about that? Twins.
And another boy.
Oh, triplets.
Oh, you swept the board.
Did I? How about the last race? How'd I do there?
Well, you lucked out.
I won?
No, Bub. You lost.
Oh, no.
You would have if I laid the bet. Only I didn't. Maybe it could be a good lesson, huh? Well, what do you care? You're young. You can always make money. You won the only race that really counts, huh? And big. Across the board. Win, place, and show. Why don't you make it your last bet?
You mean I don't owe you anything?
Nah, not a thin dime. So, don't you figure it's time to quit?
You bet your life.
Well, that's what you do, brother. Every time you lay your $2 on the line.
It's a harmless enough pastime, betting a little on the horses, in moderation. The only trouble is that harmless pastimes have a way of sneaking up on us, taking over our lives, controlling us instead of us controlling them. This time the victim was lucky.
he didn't become a victim. I'll be back shortly.
This is Howard Cosell admitting that rich as my fund of information is, there is one subject I still haven't mastered, CB radio. However, many people are equally uninformed, so for everyone I questioned General Electric. Their answers illustrate why GE is expert in CB. Listen to the words of Jim Whidden, GE electronic technician.
Jim, why should I buy GE CB? Because we build them better than we have to.
An idle boast till you prove it.
Easily. Our units are designed not only to meet, but to exceed FCC guidelines.
An excellent start.
They're designed for better isolation of adjacent channels, which means less channel spillover, and to minimize interference with nearby TVs and stereos.
I'm sold. Building them better than they have to. Another reason to buy GE CB. Now, this is Howard Cosell saying GE. That's more than you can say about any other CB.
The hardest part of growing a garden comes before you plant the seeds. Hi, Pat Summerall to tell you how True Value hardware stores can make that hardest part, preparing garden soil, a lot easier. Right now, True Value hardware stores offer a Lawn Chief 2-horsepower chain drive porta-tiller for the exceptionally low price of just $139.99. This rugged, easy-to-handle tiller weighs just 65 pounds. Yet it does all the back-breaking digging for you while you just guide it along. The Lawn Chief Porta-Tiller has 8 tines that really dig in to turn over even hardened ground in minutes. You can easily adjust both tilling width and depth. And when you're finished, the handle folds flat for easy storing and transporting. The Lawn Chief 2-horsepower Porta-Tiller, priced at just $139.99, is just part of the selection of Lawn Chief power tillers you'll find exclusively at participating True Value hardware stores. True Value. Remember, that's more than just a name. It's their way of doing business. Tell them Pat Summerall sent you.
Heaven knows I don't mean to preach, and all of us should be allowed to follow what paths we want to. But when I open that creaking door, all of us must be aware that as I welcome you in, I must also leave it open to all the terror and misfortune that man is heir to. I hope you can avoid all that, as Doug did tonight. I welcome you as guests to enjoy your stay with me. I sincerely hope whatever of the black night sneaks in with your coming is only vicarious for both of us. Cast included Paul Hecht, Morgan Fairchild, Earl Hammond, and Ray Owens. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by True Value hardware stores. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.